Game of the World Tree Chapter 429 to Chapter 483. She's not angry. She probably didn't notice us digging up the corpse. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If she saw us, we'd be dead. The few players who had automatically switched the conversation to the chat system started typing in the party channel. They heaved sighs of relief and looked at each other before fixing their gazes on Boxed Lunchbox. Boxed Lunchbox was silent for a while before looking at the calabash. The calabash swallowed his saliva when he received the signal from his captain. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. First, he imitated the actions of the NPCs and skillfully drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest. Then said respectfully, Lord Zero, we're chasing a goblin here. Oh, we've been searching for ruins in the forest. I see. Zero nodded gently. The calabash heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zero accepted his explanation. Then, he thought for a moment, and asked with 70% anticipation and 30% apprehension, what's the matter? Lord Zero, what are you doing here? Me? Zero said sincerely, I'm here because of the goddess of life. I'm here because Her Holiness the Mother Goddess ordered me to search for the last fragment of the scepter of life. Looking for the last fragment of the scepter of life, the gamers were invigorated. Zero came with a mission. If an NPC had a mission and told the gamers about it, it could only mean one thing: the mission was most likely left for the gamers. They were about to trigger a hidden mission. In an instant, the veteran players understood the twists and turns in the story. Their eyes lit up, and even the sound of their breathing became a little rough. If it was a hidden mission involving the goddess of life and requiring the presence of a goddess of life, it would be a big catch. Then, have you completed your mission? Do you need our help? The calabash asked respectfully. Good job. Calabash, well done. The other players were all praising him in the chat channel. By asking questions and starting a conversation, they could trigger a hidden mission. Upon hearing the Gourd's words, Zero shook her head slightly. Not yet. I've encountered a problem. With that, Zero turned around and looked in a certain direction in the temple. The players followed her gaze and saw a strange and shocking scene. Not far away, in mid-air, a crack as tall as a person was floating, as if the void had been torn apart. The crack was surrounded by a thick fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. What is this? The players were very curious. What is this? The Gourd raised another question on behalf of the others. This is a demiplane spatial passage. God's chosen, Zero said softly. Half-plane, space channel? The players' hearts stirred. They were no strangers to the term half-plane as it was mentioned in the background of the game. The universe in the game was made up of countless planes, and the world of Seekers was one of them. Around each plane, there were half-planes of various sizes. In other words, a half-plane was a semi-independent sealed space attached to the main world. What the F***CK, is this a new map? Very likely. If so, we must have triggered a hidden quest. Gourd. Continue asking. Keep asking. The players were discussing excitedly in the chat channel. The Gourd was also very experienced. He nodded and continued asking respectfully. Lady Zero, is the difficulty you encountered related to this half-plane channel? That's right. Zero nodded slightly. Then, she sighed and said, according to the Oracle of Mother Goddess, the last fragment of the scepter of life is in this space. However, the upper limit of this half-plane is silver rank. My power is too strong, and I can't enter it and take it out. Planes are divided into ranks, a silver-ranked demiplane, wait. In other words, only people with silver rank can enter this plane. The players were all shocked when they heard this from Zero. In an instant, they understood everything at the same time. Damn. Isn't this a proper hidden quest? It must be. We're all silver rank, Zero can't enter, but we can. Quick. Quick. Gourd, accept the quest. The players excitedly typed in the chat channel. The Gourd also thought of this. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked expectantly then. Lady Zero, what do you think of us? You? Zero's expression changed slightly. That's right. We're also the most loyal believers of the goddess. Since you can't enter, We're willing to take your place and enter this half-plane to search for the fragment of the scepter of life. The gourd said flatteringly. Haha. Gourd. You're so smart. The other players typed in the chat channel. As soon as the gourd finished speaking, the Oracle Zero turned around and carefully sized them up. You're willing to help me? Yes. Yes. The group nodded like chicks pecking at rice. This was the best time to gain favorability and curry favor with her. After all, she was the most powerful NPC in the entire server other than the goddess, and she might even trigger a hidden quest. Then, the player saw Zero, the Oracle, smile. The corners of her mouth curled up, and her originally cold aura was instantly replaced by a friendliness like a spring breeze. Thank you, brave chosen ones. Zero nodded slightly, and her originally cold voice had a hint of gentleness. If that's the case, you'll go in for me. She waved her hand lightly, and a green stream of light floated out from her fingers and entered the bodies of the 5 players. I've already set up a long-distance communication spell for you. Once you enter the half-plane, I'll be able to see what you see and communicate with you. Let us find the last fragment of the scepter of life together for Her Holiness Mother. Zero said with a fervent expression. Following her words, a new system notification appeared in the vision of the 5 players, accompanied by a familiar female system voice, ding. Favorability of God's chosen towards you has increased by 20 points. Your relationship has reached friendly. Ding. You've triggered a hidden quest, the last fragment of the divine artifact. Quest description: God's chosen is searching for the last fragment of the scepter of life. In order to help her, you've decided to infiltrate the half-plane where the fragment is located. Quest objective: find the last fragment of the scepter of life and hand it to God's chosen. Quest time limit: unlimited. Quest headcount: 5-man party. Quest level: 41. Personal quest reward: 100,000 EXP, 10,000 contribution points, 50 resurrection tokens. Team quest reward: partner contract X1. This is a mysterious contract, said to be related to the Megalosaurus. Seeing the system notification that appeared, the players were overjoyed. Damn. The hidden quest really came. Ha 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 ha. It even increased favorability by 20 points. We've struck it rich. The reward for this hidden quest is very generous. Wait. Team quest reward? Partner contract? Something related to the Megalosaurus? TSK. Another reward that I've never seen before. Could it be a contract with the Megalosaurus? If that's true, then we've struck it rich. Seeing the reward given by the quest, the players took a light breath, their hearts were moved. Brave chosen ones, this half-plane passage is not stable. To avoid any accidents, please set off as soon as possible. Once the quest is completed, the generous Her Holiness Mother will definitely reward everyone handsomely. God's chosen continued. Hearing her words, the players' expressions became more expectant. They nodded and then walked toward the spatial rift under the guidance of Boxed Lunchbox. The 5 players lined up in a row and approached the crack one by one. Then, they jumped into the crack. In the blink of an eye, their figures disappeared into the passage. It was sticky and slow. After entering the white spatial passage, the players felt as if they were stuck in glue. However, this feeling left as quickly as it came. They felt as if they had passed through an invisible barrier. The white fog around them suddenly bloomed with a more dazzling light, causing them to close their eyes subconsciously. Their consciousness was slightly dazed, and they felt as if the world was spinning. After a few seconds, they returned to normal. The dazzling light disappeared, and they opened their eyes. Below them, there was a green forest. Before the players could rejoice, a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly came over them. With a plop, plop, plop sound, the 5 of them fell from midair into a sparkling lake. Faintly, the players heard a clear exclamation from the shore. Oh no, someone fell into the water. It was Elvish. A friend recommended a book. This man is obviously very strong, but was asked to marry. The author is 2D Potato. It's an anti-feminist comedy. There's a link in the review. They did it. Seeing the 5 figures of Boxed Lunchbox disappear into the spatial rift, and sensing their vigorous vitality, Eve was overjoyed. She left her avatar in Kenran's temple, and her main consciousness returned to her own divine kingdom and connected to the game system network. Finding the blue star that symbolized Boxed Lunchbox, Eve turned her attention to it. The scene changed, and she saw Boxed Lunchbox's vision. What came into view was an endless expanse of water. Water? Eve was slightly stunned. Boxed Lunchbox's vision kept shaking and struggling, and soon he got out of the water. In his vision, there was a sparkling lake. Instantly, Eve understood what had happened. The 5 players had indeed successfully entered the mysterious half-plane. It was just that they were unlucky, and the passage opened in the air above a lake, so they all fell in. Boxed Lunchbox seemed to be good at swimming, and Eve saw that his vision quickly stabilized, bobbing up and down in the water, and swimming toward the shore. At the same time, she also heard the other people's curses from Boxed Lunchbox's perspective. F***CK. What the hell? Is this spatial passage poisonous? It opened directly in the lake? This is really giving me a fright. Luckily I know how to swim. Wait, where's Optimist? F***CK. That guy is wearing heavy armor, don't tell me he sank to the bottom? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter, this guy even specially picked the heaviest armor in the shop a few days ago, don't tell me he's going to be the first player to drown? The 3 of Calabash, Chopin, and I'm Invincible flopped in the water, laughing and gloating, showing the nature of a bad friend. But soon, Optimist's exasperated voice came from the teen chat channel. Flirt, what the hell are you laughing at? Flirt with Dimples, hurry up and save me. Gurgle gurgle. Perhaps because he had a stomach full of water and was in the water, his voice sounded very strange. Ha 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 ha. The other 3 bad friends laughed impolitely. Chopin, save him. Eve heard Boxed Lunchbox's slightly hoarse voice from her vision. Okay. The mage player Chopin chanted an incantation and cast the 3rd circle spell, Ascension, which buffed the tank warrior Optimist who was falling to the bottom of the lake. The feather transformation technique could make the target's weight as light as a feather. As for the Optimist, the gravitational force on him loosened and he was finally freed. Soon, he floated to the surface of the lake. While spitting out water, he swam to the shore with the help of his companions. At the same time, he couldn't help but say with lingering fear, F***CK. I really thought I was going to die. Thanks, old Xiao. I'll treat you to barbecue when we get back. Don't mention it. We're all teammates. Yes, I want to eat the whole roasted lamb. You're not the least bit courteous when it comes to making demands. Ha 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 ha. The group of players laughed heartily as they swam towards the shore. Fortunately, they didn't land in the middle of the lake. It took them less than 3 minutes to reach the shore. Once they were ashore, they lay on the ground like dead dogs. Looking at each other's drenched expressions, they couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Then, they looked at the demiplane around them. They were on the shore of a small lake. Around them was a lush forest that was no less luxuriant than the elven forest. However, compared to the towering ancient trees that were everywhere in the elven forest, the trees here seemed to be much younger. On the ground of the forest, there was a thick layer of dead wood and fallen leaves, forming a rich layer of humus. By the way, when I was in the water just now, I think I heard someone shouting on the shore. Did you guys hear that? The few players looked around as they chatted. I didn't pay attention. I only heard the F***CK when you guys fell into the water. Maybe you heard wrong? Maybe. But the surroundings seemed to be very safe. I didn't sense any powerful aura. Isn't that obvious? Big Sister said that the energy level in this demiplane is at most upper silver. We're considered powerful here, right? Big Sister, Eve, who was watching them in the kingdom of God, twitched the corner of her mouth. The players' conversation continued. I didn't expect this to be a forest. I thought it would be a maze or some special space. Yes. If it weren't for the sky, I would have thought I was still in the elven forest. The players chatted as they looked around. Eve also saw Boxed Lunchbox looking up at the sky. Unlike the sky of the world of Seekers, which was similar to the blue star, the sky of this demiplane was white. Not only that, but there were also black cracks that were constantly moving in the sky like electric snakes. This sky looks like broken glass. It's a little scary. The calabash clicked its tongue in wonder. However, Eve recognized what it was. It's a spatial crack. It seems that this demiplane is indeed very unstable. I don't know if it's because I tried to force my way in twice. She was deep in thought. The players first familiarized themselves with the environment. Then, they took off their clothes and wrung the water. At the same time, they continued to chat intermittently, sharing the information they had discovered. The level of magic in this demiplane seems to be very low. The levitation spell I just used was almost entirely my own magic power. It didn't cause much resonance with the magic power in the air. Also, I feel that my magic power is recovering very slowly, the chopper player said. I feel the same. I have a similar feeling as well. Although the scenery here isn't inferior to the elven forest, I have an indescribable sense of irritation after coming here. It's as if I'm losing power, making me feel very depressed. But my personal panel hasn't changed much. The druid player Calabash frowned and touched his nose as he spoke. Then, he looked at the others. What about you guys? The other players closed their eyes and sensed it. They shook their heads. No, I don't feel that way. Me too, but there's an inexplicable sense of depression. There's a forest around us, but there's an illusion of lethargy. Could it be related to our goal? Is it the effect of the scepter of life? After all, it's a divine artifact. It's normal for it to be a little special, right? That's not impossible, the players discussed animatedly. However, their thoughts were fruitless. They quickly focused their attention on their next action. Where are we going next? There's no mission prompt. Should we explore the forest? Then we have to choose a direction first, right? Captain, do you have an idea? As they spoke, the team members looked at Boxed Lunch. Boxed Lunch thought for a moment and said, Ask Zero. Ask Zero? Hearing this, the few of them were stunned at first, then their eyes lit up. They slapped their thighs. That's right, when we came in, Big Sis, cough, Lady Zero said that she can communicate with us beyond the boundary. Quickly ask her. She's a grandpa of her own. Call her Big Sis. Be careful that Lady Zero doesn't like you if she hears you. Cough cough, after a few words, the players quickly called out to Eve. Lady Zero, are you there? Lady Zero, can you see our vision? Lady Zero, where should we go next? Hearing their calls, Eve, who was watching through Boxed Lunch's vision, pondered for a moment, cleared her throat, and was about to speak. However, before she spoke, she suddenly had a thought and stopped. In the forest not far away, the low bushes suddenly made a rustling sound. Along with a crisp female voice, a group of tall figures appeared in the vision of the gamers. Brother Nisha. It's in the lake in front. I saw a few people fall into the water. Quickly come and save them. When they saw 7 or 8 figures emerge from the bushes, the players were stunned. Humans? At the same time, the other party also sounded surprised, with some doubts and shock. God. Protoss? Protoss? Is this talking about us? The players were dumbfounded. However, as the few of them got closer, they could clearly see the appearance of the other party. There were 5 men and 2 women, 7 humans. They wore simple leather armor, carried crude longbows on their backs, and held long swords that lacked luster in their hands. They looked exactly like low-level adventurers. However, compared to the humans that the players had seen in the Holy Mania Empire, these human NPCs were much more handsome. Perhaps they were not as handsome as the elves, but they were not inferior to the half-elves. Not only that, their skin was not as bumpy as the humans with small potholes, spots, and hair. Instead, it was as white and delicate as the elves. Moreover, if one looked closely, one would find that although these humans did not have long and pointy ears like the elves or half-pointy ears like the half-elves, the tips of their ears were also pointed. They are not ordinary humans. They have the bloodline of the elves. While the players were still in a daze, they heard a familiar cold female voice in their hearts. It was the Oracle, Zero. Instantly, the group of people heaved a sigh of relief as if they had found their backbone. As long as Zero was here, as long as there was an NPC lady to guide them, they would not need to run around like headless flies. Protoss? Why would they call the players Protoss? Is it because they look like elves? Eve was deep in thought as she thought about how these humans had addressed the players. After pondering for a while, she spoke in the minds of the players. Greet them and understand the situation of this half-bit wall. Ask about the Protoss. Other than the secret of the Mother Goddess, there is no need to hide your identity. There are humans in this half-bit wall, and they have the bloodline of the elves. Noticing the uniqueness of these humans, Eve became more and more curious about this half-bit wall. After hearing Eve's words, the players looked at each other. Finally, the calabash walked out and showed a kind smile to them. Cough, hello. My name is the calabash, and I am a druid. These are my companions. May I ask, who are you? While the calabash was asking questions, these humans were still looking at the players. Their eyes were shining, and their eyes were filled with amazement, curiosity, and longing. At the same time, the players heard their whispers. Druid? What is a druid? I don't know, however, this elegant and beautiful appearance, I can't be wrong. They must be the legendary god race. So the god race still exists. Lord God did not abandon us. They must have been living in the forbidden area all this time. It must be related to yesterday's miracle. I knew it. That's not a sign of the end of the world like the church said. It's the proof of the return of the gods. Damn church. He's been lying to us all this time. Their voices were filled with endless joy, as well as deep resentment towards the church that they spoke of. God race? Miracles? The church, and looking at the humans who had fallen into a certain state of excitement, the players were even more dumbfounded. However, Eve had an idea. The miracles these humans were talking about, it was probably the commotion caused when he tried to enter the demi-plane yesterday. In a sense, it really was a miracle. However, what was with the church? There was a church in this half-plane. Which true god was it? Why was it that when he explored before, other than the vague consciousness that prevented him from entering and suspected to be born in the half-plane itself, he did not sense the fluctuation of the true god's power at all? Eve was very puzzled. As a true god, he was very sensitive to the power of faith. If this half-plane was used as a source of faith by a mythical being, he would have definitely discovered it when he first explored. This half-plane, there are secrets. Eve's heart was slightly moved. The conversation between the players and the humans continued. May I ask who you are? Looking at the excited humans, the gourd braced himself and asked again. Lilia, my name is Lilia. The human girl who spoke first said excitedly. She was about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a cool leather armor and dressed like a hunter. She looked at the gourd and the others with sparkling eyes. These are my companions. We grew up together. This is Brother Xianxia, this is Heath, and this is... She introduced her companions to the players one by one. After the introduction, the young lady bowed respectfully to the gamers. Lilia greets the lords of the Protoss race. Following her action, the other humans followed suit and bowed to the players. Greetings the lords of the Protoss race. The players were a little unaccustomed to the friendly attitude of these unfamiliar NPCs. After all, after playing the game for so long, they were more used to the slightly disdainful gaze of the elven NPCs and the greedy and disdainful gazes of the other races. However, Eve, who was watching in the dark, noticed some clues from the salutation of these humans with elven blood. This action is very similar to the etiquette of the Druidic order. These humans are related to the previous owner? They were once believers of the previous owner? But, what is this church that they speak of? She was even more curious. At the same time, the girl named Lilia continued to communicate with the players. Lord Gord, and the lords of the Protoss race. I didn't expect to see you here. Have you been living in seclusion in the Elven Forest? Elven Forest? The players were shocked. That's right, the name of this forest. Isn't it called the Elven Forest? Lilia tilted her head and said hesitantly. This forest is called the Elven Forest. The players were a little surprised. The gourd thought for a moment and said, that's right. We are indeed from the Elven Forest. However, it's not this elven forest, but the real elven forest. The real elven forest. The humans, led by Lilia, looked at each other blankly. The gourd did not continue to explain. Instead, it asked, then. Miss Lilia, may I know where you are from and what are you doing here? He noticed the subconscious respectful and obedient attitude of the other party, so he simply inquired about the other party's background. After hearing his question, Lilia answered very straightforwardly. Lords of the Protoss race, we are ancestors who once served the Protoss race and lived in the nearby town of Divine Grace. We know that the Elven Forest is a forbidden place and should not be here. However, our elder is seriously ill and requires a precious medicinal herb to treat him. That herb can only be found in the Elven Forest, so we can only take the risk and come here to look for the herb. Just now, I heard the sound of someone falling into the water, so I asked everyone to come here. After speaking, she bit her lip and glanced at the players. Her face was slightly red, and she quickly looked away. Lilia knelt down to the players again. Lords of the Protoss race, please forgive us. We really didn't mean to disturb you. Immediately after, the others knelt down. Lords, please forgive us. Hearing her words, the players looked at each other. At this time, they realized. In order to wring the water off their clothes, they had already taken off their equipment and jackets, leaving only their bodies covered in holy light. Boxed lunch, gourd, Chopin, optimists, I'm invincible. Awkward, Logic told Boxed Lunch and the others that the humans in front of them were just NPCs in the game, but after being in the game for so long, everyone had long gotten used to the artificial intelligence of these virtual characters in the game. They had long subconsciously treated them as real characters and had even become friends with many NPCs. Therefore, when they realized their unsightly image, the 5 wily old foxes, even the calmest Boxed Lunch, could not help but stiffen slightly. Of course, this was on the premise that they were protected by the holy light. If they knew that after Eve adjusted the harmony mode, the holy light only existed in the eyes of the players, they might go even crazier. Ahem, that. Well, so, have you found the herbs? Calabash coughed a few times and changed the topic while quietly putting on the clothes and equipment that had been rinsed with water with his companions. No, we have been searching in the forest for many days, but we haven't found it yet. Lilia's voice was a little disappointed. However, just as the girl was feeling down, her other human companions patted her on the shoulder. Lilia, don't worry. Since we have met the lords of the celestial race, this must be a blessing from the gods. The lords must know the whereabouts of the devil's snare demon flower. That's right. The lords of the celestial race are living in seclusion here. They must know where the devil's snare demon flower is. As long as we pray sincerely and offer enough tributes to the lords, we will definitely be able to move the lords. These young boys and girls spoke excitedly while looking at the players. With hopeful expressions. The 5 players were speechless. Don't look at us, we didn't say anything, but, tributes, the players looked at each other, their hearts pounding. Ahem, if it's possible, we are indeed willing to help. But, Miss Lilia, can you describe in detail what the devil's snare demon flower looks like? Calabash said with a smile. Finding clues from conversations with NPCs was a necessary ability for every player. There was no doubt that these humans' request for help and the tributes they spoke of had attracted the attention of the players again. Of course, they treated it as a mission in the plot. That's right. The lords of the celestial race have disappeared for nearly 1,000 years. After such a long time, some of the names that we use must be different from a long, long time ago. Lilia patted her head and scratched it in embarrassment. Disappeared for nearly 1,000 years, Eve, who was watching in the dark, raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. Nearly 1,000 years, in other words, this plane might be related to the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago. When he heard how the humans addressed the players, his first thought was that the demiplane was a demiplane created by his predecessor, similar to the Underworld and Blue Star Xianxia novels. However, after reading The Legacy of the World Tree, Eve was certain that her predecessor was different from the other true gods. He did not have the habit of raising believers in the demiplane or other main planes. And now, after hearing from this human girl that the Protoss had disappeared for 1,000 years, he could not help but have another suspicion. Could it be that this demiplane was connected to the main world after the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago? And the gods that these humans are talking about are the elves who fled to the demiplane at that time? Eve had all sorts of guesses in her mind while Lilia and the players continued their conversation. She thought for a moment and began to describe the appearance of the devil's mandrake flower to the players. It said that it's a blue flower with egg-shaped leaves and a human-shaped stem. The devil's snare flower is very mysterious and has a powerful magic power. If you pull it out, it will let out a young girl's scream. Blue flower? Human-shaped root? Powerful magic power, and it will let out a scream when it is pulled out. Hearing Lilia's description, the players were slightly stunned. They subconsciously looked at each other and saw a trace of strangeness and anticipation in each other's eyes. And Eve was slightly enlightened. So it is the mandrake flower. The mandrake flower was a common magic plant in the elven forest. Of course, it referred to the real elven forest. To the players, this plant was not unfamiliar to them at all. Because the elves of Xianxia often asked them to collect this magic plant. Not only that, after the player Gugu Bird reverse-engineered the magic potion that could restore magic power, the main ingredient of the potion was also this mandrake flower. Whenever the players saw this flower in the wild, they would pick it almost every time they saw it. After all, it could be exchanged for money. Even if it was eaten directly, it could replenish a certain amount of magic power. If not for the abundant magic power in the elven forest and the easy reproduction of this magic plant that relied on magic power, the mandrake flowers in the forest would have been plucked out by the players. Of course, the boxed lunch team that had explored the elven forest for a long time had a large pile of such flowers in their storage rings. Is it the mandrake flower? It should be? It's exactly as she described. This flower isn't common in the elven forest, but there should be a lot of it. Is it that rare in the forest? Perhaps. Big Sis said that the level of this plane is very low. Look at these human NPCs. The strongest is only level 11, and the rest are apprentices. With such power, they would have been fed to the magical beasts in the elven forest. I'm afraid that even the goblins won't be able to defeat them. If that's the case, we can really do whatever we want in this half-plane. The gamers conversed in the chat channel. Of course, as they conversed, their actions in the game didn't stop. Boxed Lunch Team extended his hand and touched a ring on his finger. Then, a gentle ray of light flashed in his hand, and a large purple flower appeared. At the same time, the humans felt a strong mana emanating from Boxed Lunch Team's hand. Is this it? Boxed Lunch Team looked at the humans and asked in a deep voice. Looking at the mandrake flower in Boxed Lunch Team's hand, the human boys and girls widened their eyes in shock. It appeared out of thin air? Oh great God of creation, is this the legendary power of space? As expected of the legendary celestial race. When they saw the mandrake flower in the lunchbox, they were even more surprised and bewildered. At the same time, they were faintly excited. Is this the mandrake flower? What a strong mana! Yes. It must be. It's exactly as described in the mana skills book. Ha. We're saved. The Great Elder is saved. Seeing how excited the humans were, the gamers were more or less certain of their guess. Take it. Boxed Lunch Team passed the mandrake flower in his hand to Lilia. This bunch of herbs was worth at most 100 contribution points. With the contribution points depreciating, it was nothing to them. Lilia trembled as she took the herbs, her eyes blurred with tears. Soon, she and the group of boys and girls knelt down to the gamers and thanked them excitedly. Thank you, Lord Celestial Race. Thank you, Lord Celestial Race. After a while, the humans stood up from the ground and looked at the gamers with more respect. Lilia hesitated and asked nervously, Lord Celestial Race, may I ask, what kind of tribute do we need to pay? Boxed Lunch Team glanced at the gourd, and the gourd received the signal and smiled. We don't need any tribute. We just came here not long ago and don't know the situation in the outside world. You just need to tell us about the outside world and let us understand the situation and forces in the outside world. Hearing his words, the boys and girls were a little surprised. Lilia hesitated for a moment and asked carefully, only this? Do we need these? There are so many mandrake flowers and such powerful mana. Don't we need to sacrifice our souls or something? Hearing her words, the gamers were shocked and quickly waved their hands. Sacrifice what souls? We're not cultists. Sacrifice my ass. Big Sister Zero was still watching from the side. If she misunderstood, the good impression that he had just gained would be gone. Although elf NPCs had good personalities, the gamers had experienced it firsthand. They were all one-track minded. Although the Oracle kept a low profile and they couldn't figure out her personality, they didn't dare to take the risk. Even if they were old foxes, they didn't dare to joke about sacrificing their souls in front of the Oracle Zero. To Boxed Lunch team, the Spider Queen Lolth had long given up on gaining favorability. The Oracle Zero was the high-level NPC they had the highest chance of gaining favorability. Of course, they didn't need any souls. Seeing the gamers' denial, the boys and girls heaved a sigh of relief. Then, their expressions became even more respectful and grateful. After they discussed for a while, Lilia stood up again and said sincerely and expectantly, "How about this? I don't know if the lords are free. If possible, we would like to invite the lords to our town as guests. That our elder has been telling us about the legends of the lords of the celestial race. If he can see you, he'll be very happy. Moreover, the Lord Elder is the most knowledgeable among the ancestors of the celestial race. Only the Lord Elder knows all the information that the lords want to know." The players finally accepted the invitation of Lilia and the others. After all, getting in touch with the native forces of the demiplane was the first step to understanding the demiplane and finding the fragment of the scepter of life. Seeing the players nod, the young boys and girls cheered. They clustered around the 5 players and started their journey back to the city. Boxed Lunch and the others were not at all worried that these humans would deceive them. They were just confident in their abilities. The more they understood this demiplane, the more confident they were in their own abilities. Along the way, they did not forget to observe this world and record any new species that might appear in this world, as well as any powerful magical beasts. However, to their surprise, in this forest that the young boys and girls also called the Elven Forest, the plants here could be found in the Elven Forest in the outside world. And some of the more rare plants in the Elven Forest in the outside world could not be found here. Although they were equally lush, this forest was like a low-level version of the Elven Forest, with rare species nowhere to be found. And the magical plants that could be found everywhere in the real Elven Forest were nowhere to be found here. This was really a low-magic world. The plants were like that, and so were the magical beasts. No, compared to the magical beasts, the players felt that the beasts in this forest were more like simple wild beasts. Along the way, the highest level magical beast that the players saw was only a brown bear in the middle level of dark iron. However, when they saw this brown bear, the young boys and girls were all pale with fright. "This is bad. We actually encountered the overlord of this forest. A giant forest bear. The giant forest bear is very powerful, with terrifying defense and shocking strength. It is said that it is a rare Class 2 magical beast. I'm afraid only the elders can deal with it. Lord of the God race, let's run. This is a Class 2 magical beast that can easily slaughter a town." The young boys and girls could not see through the players' abilities. And with the elf wizard Chopin, who was good at breath control, Boxed Lunch's team had always been careful to hide their aura when exploring the wild, so the young boys and girls did not know how powerful they were. The players were actually quite curious about this. They called them the God race, and they could see the gorgeous armor and robes on them. Could they not guess their abilities? How strange. Well, they could only prove it with their abilities. At this moment, the souls of the few outstanding silver players were already burning with the desire to show off. Mine. Don't stop me, I'll do it." In the end, Boxed Lunchbox nodded to the tank warrior player, who was an optimist. "Go ahead." On the other hand, the optimist smiled, revealing his beautiful white teeth. Then, he took out his 2-meter-long machete and rushed towards the giant bear. "Lord of the God race." The young boys and girls let out a cry of alarm that was filled with worry. But soon, their exclamations of surprise turned into shock. The Protoss warrior, who was known as the Optimist and was clad in heavy, shiny armor, let out a soft shout and leaped up with his broadsword. Beneath his feet, the ground cracked from his powerful stomp. He rushed up like an arrow and arrived in front of the giant bear in an instant. He was clearly clad in heavy armor, but he was as agile as a rabbit. Then, it hacked down. along with a puff sound. The giant bear didn't even have time to roar, nor did it have time to react. Under the brilliance of the skills, it was split into two halves, blood splattered everywhere. On the ground, there was a crack that was 7 to 8 meters long. That was caused by the aftermath of the hack, silence. There was a deathly silence. The boys and girls widened their eyes and looked in horror at the optimist, who stood with his sword and had a calm expression on his face. Apart from Boxed Lunchbox, the other players crossed their arms over their chests or put their hands on their waists and commented calmly. He's still a little slow, the blood is splashing on him. Just passable, I'll give him 60 points. He still needs to work harder. The optimist was speechless. Get lost. He rolled his eyes at his bad friends. As for the boys and girls, they were completely stunned. So powerful. Lilia covered her mouth, her eyes full of stars. The others also widened their eyes and looked shocked. But soon, they looked at the players with even more awe. Top-level Protoss. They must be the legendary top-level Protoss. The real silver folk. God of creation above. I actually saw a top-level Protoss. Top-level Protoss? Silver folk? Eve, who was still watching from Boxed Lunchbox's field of vision, raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. Now, she was 100% sure that the Protoss that these humans were talking about were the elves. And judging from their reaction to the giant bear and the players, it was likely that the strength of these elves varied. The strong ones had the strength of the silver folk, and the weak ones were probably only low-level or mid-level dark iron. That is to say, the elves that they call Protoss should also be cursed to imprison the power of their race. In that case, the civilization of this dimension is likely to have been created by the elves who escaped into it 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, these humans would not be able to speak the elven language, nor would they have the blood of the elves, nor would they worship the elves as Protoss or something. However, what I can't be sure of now is whether there are humans in this dimension originally, or if there are humans who entered with the elves. But no matter what the situation is, I'm afraid that as long as I find the ruins left behind by the elves in this half-dimension, I'll be able to find the last fragment of the Scepter of Life. Speaking of which, it's strange. After the players entered the half-dimension, I actually could not rely on them to sense the specific location of the fragment of the Scepter of Life. This feeling is a bit similar to the seal that Reinhardt had on the fragment of the Scepter of Life, Eve pondered. The players continued to advance with the young boys and girls. After killing the giant bear, Lilia and the others were even more respectful to them. And as the players advanced, they asked the young boys and girls about the half-dimension, and at the same time, they also indirectly asked about the fragment of the Scepter of Life. Of course, to the players' disappointment, but they had already expected that these young boys and girls did not know anything about the Scepter of Life. However, the players learned some interesting things from their mouths. History? Lords of the Protoss, do you want to ask about our history? But, you have such a long lifespan, you should know best, right? What? You haven't always existed in this world, but came from outside this world? If that's the case, then the myths and legends that the Elder told us are all true? The young boys and girls were very excited, but the players were confused. What myths and legends? Then, Lilia and the others began to explain to the players. That's the secret legend of our race, passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. In the legend, His Holiness the God of Creation led 300 remnant Protoss from the divine realm and created our world. After that, His Holiness the God of Creation used his own flesh and blood to create our race, the people of divine grace. However, creating life consumed too much of the God of Creation's power, and he finally fell into an eternal slumber. The God of Creation fell into a deep slumber, and the remnant Protoss went into seclusion, searching for a way to revive the God of Creation. Until today. However, this is the secret legend of our race, and now it has been recognized by the Church as a false and distorted story, and in the Church, there's another saying. In the Church's story, the God of Creation originated from nothingness, was born with the world, and was born to control the two great powers of nature and life. The God of Creation created the Protoss, and then created humans, and the Protoss and humans intermarried, giving birth to us, the people of divine grace. After creating everything, the God of Creation fell into a deep slumber, and the former Protoss also fell into a deep slumber with the God of Creation. However, the god of creation will wake up one day. When the god of creation wakes up, the whole world will be destroyed, and all those who believe in him will be able to obtain eternal new life in the midst of destruction. The Protoss who have passed away will also be revived in his kingdom as the blessed. A friend recommended a book, I Raise Ghosts in Tokyo, with a Japanese background, a supernatural theme, and a light, everyday flow. It's now in the recommendation slot. The author is just a salty cat. That's right, it's the rich lowly who can only go home and inherit billions of assets if she fails. There's a link in the acceptance speech. Lilia and the others told the players about the various legends they knew as they led the way. The players listened attentively and interjected from time to time, asking about the details of the myths and legends. To the players, there could not be any worthless stories in the game. In particular, this game was a magical fantasy. Therefore, many myths and legends should, in theory, be true. For example, they suspected that the things Lilia told them might be related to the enemies they had to deal with in this mission or the direction they had to work hard to find the fragments of the scepter of life. However, the legends from the young boys and girls were too vague. Apart from listening to the stories and confirming in their hearts that the so-called gods should be the elves who had entered this half-plane and that the god of creation should be a true mythical existence, the players did not find anything more useful. As for the fragments of the scepter of life, there was no sign of them. However, the players were limited by their own horizons and limited mystical knowledge. They could not learn more from the stories told by Lilia and the others. However, Eve, who was watching in the dark and listening to the whole process, had some guesses. God of creation? That's not a name that can be used casually. It seems that this demiplane was created by someone. The inheritance of the world tree has never mentioned this half-plane, and there are no records in the history of the elves. That is to say, this half-plane is likely to have been born after the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago. In that case, it should be a mythical existence who led some elves to open up this half-plane and sneaked in. There are two versions of the legend. I don't know which is true and which is false. However, the version of the church that these humans mentioned sounds like a preparation for the apotheosis or the revival of a true god. The power of nature and life? Doesn't this point to the world tree? However, this god of creation can't be the world tree. After all, my predecessor didn't really fall. I can't inherit his body and knowledge. Or could it be that some existence wants to use this to become the new god of nature and life? That's not very likely. Not everyone can understand the laws of life and nature. If one wants to understand it on their own, it's better to find a way to inherit the related priesthood of the world tree. There's another possibility. After all, this is a myth passed down by word of mouth. They are mere mortals and do not understand the power of a true god. Perhaps, the so-called authority of nature and life is merely the function of the fragment of the scepter of life, and not the authority of the creator. After all, while that shard is less than 1/100th the size of the scepter of life, it is the most essential part of the top. As long as it is used properly, the mythical existence of the divine domain of nature and life could also exert the effects of the relevant laws. However, who is this mythical being that created and escaped into the half-plane with the fragments of the staff of life and some elves? From the looks of it, he seems to be in the same camp as the elves, and it's very likely that he participated in the 1,000-year War of the Gods. Could it be a relative of my predecessor? But it doesn't make sense. Although the predecessor was extremely powerful, he wasn't keen on cultivating a divine system. Although he did have some elves whose strength had reached the level of demigod as his subordinates, none of them were at the level of a true god. And without reaching the level of a true god, it is impossible to have the ability to create a demiplane. Not to mention, the laws of this demiplane are quite complete. Even if the energy level is low, it's not something that anyone can easily create. Even I, if I want to create such a demiplane in a short period of time, I'm afraid I can't do it. Unless I tear off a continent from the Seeger's plane and create a demiplane using the existing continent, or if I advance to a great divine power, then I can create it in a short period of time. However, if someone dares to make a move on the Seeger's plane, I'm afraid they would have been torn apart by the gods long ago, right? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, Eve shook her head. She was now more and more curious about the secrets of this demiplane. However, this demiplane wasn't without problems. Eve thought for a moment, then looked at the sky of the demiplane through the vision of the players. Looking at the cracks in the space that looked like broken glass, she was deep in thought. Without a doubt, this demiplane is heading towards its decline. Even if it was only created for 1,000 years, it has a feeling that it is entering its twilight years. This goes against the common sense of demiplanes. You should know that even the lowest level demiplane has a lifespan of at least 1,000,000 years. Of course, this is also why the calabash feels oppressed. As a druid, he is quite sensitive to the energy of life and nature. He can clearly sense the decline of this demiplane. In addition, if I'm not wrong, ever since the players entered this demiplane, their life potential has been rapidly depleted. In other words, the lifespan of their bodies is rapidly decreasing. If they continue to stay in this demiplane, the elf's lifespan of 1,000 years is very likely to decrease to 200 or 300 years. This also indirectly confirms the disappearance of the gods that the humans speak of. I'm afraid that the elves have really died. However, where is the life potential that has disappeared? What does it have to do with the unreasonable decline of the demiplane? Could it be that sleeping god of creation? Is he accumulating the power to revive? Creating this demiplane consumed too much of his power, and in order to revive, he had no choice but to plunder the origin of the demiplane? Thus leading to the decline of the demiplane? It's very possible. To do this, one must have a certain understanding of life and the laws of nature. An ordinary true god may not be able to do it, but with the fragment of the scepter of life, it's not necessarily so. Perhaps that god of creation is relying on the fragment of the scepter of life to absorb the origin of the demiplane and the life potential of the living beings inside. Eve had some guesses in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was very likely the truth of the matter. The only thing that puzzled her was the identity of this god of creation. No matter who it is, the fragment of the scepter of life must be in his hands. Creating and hiding in this demiplane should undoubtedly be to take refuge. But taking refuge is one thing. If his intention is to plunder the demiplane and the life potential of the living beings living in it, I have to suspect his original intention of bringing the elves into the demiplane. Thinking of this, Eve sighed softly. On the other hand, after running for nearly 3 hours, the 5 players and 7 young men and women finally returned to the Grace Town that they spoke of. Is this the Grace Town? Wow, it's a little beautiful. It reminds me of the Shire in The Lord of the Rings. Looking at the beautiful town in front of them, Boxed Lunch, who had followed Lilia and the others here, were surprised. This was an exquisite, small, elegant, and quiet town located in the forest. The town was next to a continuous mountain range, and a stream that looked like a silver ribbon flowed through the town. Most of the buildings here were made of wood and stone. They were short and low, and they were scattered in a picturesque manner. The front and back of the houses were surrounded by low wooden fences. Within the fences were green trees, bushes, vines, and flowers, showing a vigorous vitality. People came and went in the town. The residents were all humans with elf blood like Lilia and the others, and they all looked very young. Even the oldest looked no more than 30 years old. They were dressed in simple, coarse clothes and were busy with their work. When they saw Lilia and the others, they all put down their work and greeted them warmly. Yo! Lilia, you're back. Good afternoon, Lilia. Lilia, did you find the devil's snare flower? Lilia and the others replied happily, we found it. Found it, we found it. We actually found it? The townsfolk's eyes lit up. That's great. Doesn't that mean that the elder's illness can be cured? After the joy, they quickly noticed Boxed Lunch and the others. At this moment, the 5 players had changed their attire. Although they were still wearing their equipment, they had put on a wide hood over their clothes. They had prepared it long ago, and it was originally used to conceal their identities in the human world. The townsfolk sized them up curiously and looked at Lilia in confusion. Lilia, they are our distinguished guests. It was their help that allowed us to obtain the devil's snare. Flower. Lilia replied with a smile. This was the explanation that the players requested. After communicating with Lilia and the others, the players had realized that this demiplane was not simple. There was no country in this demiplane. The one that ruled this demiplane was a church called the Church of Creation. Although the church also worshipped the elves as gods, the players were wary after learning that the church's legends described the creator god as a great being who controlled life and nature. Just like Eve, they didn't think it was referring to the world tree. Therefore, after a discussion, they decided to temporarily conceal their identities and wait for more information from the elders of Gracetown before deciding on their next course of action. I still have to bring our esteemed guest to the elder, so I won't be chatting with everyone. Raria waved her hand at the curious townsfolk. Then, she led a few players into the depths of the town. The players followed Lilia and walked in the small town. They looked around curiously as they walked. At the same time, they communicated in the chat channel. Hey, have you noticed that the people in this town are all so young? Not only are they young, but they are also really weak. I thought that Lilia and the others were weak, but now it seems that they are quite strong. Many of the NPCs here aren't even professionals. Yes, I thought that the NPCs we met were younger, but now it seems that the entire town's residents are very young. No wonder there are no powerful people at such a young age. It's so strange. Was there a mistake in the design? Or was it done on purpose? Puzzled, they finally couldn't help but ask Lilia this question. Lilia, I think the town's residents are all so young. Where are the elders? Elders? Lilia was stunned for a moment before she asked curiously, weren't the ones who greeted us just now the elders? Greeted, the players were stunned. Then, they recalled that the residents they saw were at most in their 30s. Their expressions were a little strange. Lilia, may I ask, how old are you this year? Calabash asked curiously. Lilia replied, that's right. I'm 15 years old today. 15 years old, in that case, their appearance and age should be the same. The players were a little surprised. They thought that with a trace of elven blood, these humans, like elves, couldn't judge their age based on their appearance. Is there no one over 30 years old in that town? Optimist asked. Lilia looked at him strangely and shook her head. Sir, we're just ordinary humans. We don't have a long lifespan like the Protoss. The lifespan of ordinary people like us is at most 30 years old. 30. 30 years old, the players opened their mouths and looked surprised. Were the people here so short-lived? While they were still in shock, a cold and familiar voice rang out in their hearts. This is normal. The life potential of the creatures in this plane will be depleted quickly, so the lifespan of any creature here will be 1/3 of the normal level. The one who explained was Eve, who was secretly peeping. And after hearing Eve's words, the players also understood. I see. Then the people living in this demiplane are too miserable. It's a little pitiful, especially when they still think that this is normal. It's just a game. Don't be so immersed. Sigh, even if it's a game, it's very pitiful. If that's the case, I also understand why there are no ancient trees in the forest. I'm afraid it's the same for the plants here. Their life potential is quickly depleted, and their lifespan is greatly reduced. That should be the case. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thick layer of dead trees and deciduous humus on the forest floor. The players shook their heads as they secretly communicated. And soon, under Lilia's lead, they arrived at the elders' courtyard. This was a small courtyard full of fresh flowers and green grass. It was elegant and unique. As soon as they arrived, Lilia shouted excitedly. Elder! We're back. We also found the devil's snare flower. A moment later, the vines on the wooden fence of the small courtyard pulled slightly and opened a path. Vines? Calabash raised his eyebrows. The courtyard door opened, and Lilia led the players into the courtyard. She thought for a moment, then bowed apologetically to them and said, I'm sorry. Lord of the Protoss, I'll bring the devil's snare flower to the elder and report to him the purpose of your visit. Please wait in the living room for a while. Hearing her words, the players nodded slightly to express their understanding. Seeing that the players nodded, Lilia ran into the inner room with the devil's snare flower. And the players entered the living room that Lilia pointed to before leaving. The living room was not big, but the furniture was very complete. All of the items were handmade wood and had a unique fragrance of wood. In addition, the players also saw a crude statue of a god in the middle of the living room. The statue of a god was not tall and was in the shape of a human. It wore a large hood that covered half of its face. The players glanced at it curiously. At this moment, a weak and tired voice suddenly came from behind them. Ahem, this is the statue of the god of creation that I carved according to the description in the ancient books. God of creation. The players were slightly stunned and then turned around. They saw Lilia supporting a human male who looked to be in his 30s and appeared at the door. This man wore a large robe. Although he looked to be in his 30s, his hair was completely white. The players looked at him curiously, and he looked back at the players. Looking at Lilia's respectful attitude, his identity was obvious. The man smiled warmly at them and then said, I'm sorry. Should I call you Lords of the Protoss or Elves? Should I call you Lords Protoss, or should I call you Elves? Hearing the other party's friendly and meaningful words, the players looked at each other and saw a bit of surprise in each other's eyes. Ever since they found out that the humans in this demiplane regarded elves as Protoss, they had asked Lilia and the others if they had heard of the term elves. Unfortunately, Lilia and the others had never heard of the term elves. However, the male NPC in front of them had exposed their identities with a single sentence. Could it be, he knows something? For a moment, the players' eyes lit up. The key NPC, this must be the key NPC for this hidden mission. After seeing the surprised expressions of the players, the male NPC smiled gently. He placed his right hand in front of his chest and bowed slightly, then said weakly, cough cough. Let me introduce myself, I'm the 17th Elder of the Ancestors of God's Grace. Lords, you can call me Rug. After saying that, he turned around and smiled at Lilia. Lilia, go and do your own things first. I have some words that I would like to speak to the lords. But, Lord Elder, the Devil's Snare flower has been brought back, but you haven't taken your medicine yet. Shouldn't you first? Lilia said worriedly. Don't worry, with the lords and the Devil's Snare flower you brought back, this minor illness won't be a problem. Elder Rug smiled and comforted her. Lilia glanced at the players and then looked at her own elder. She hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, bowed to the few of them, and left the living room. At the moment before she left, she could not help but turn around and say, Lord Elder, you must take your medicine first. Don't worry. Elder Ruwager waved at her and watched her leave. Only when Lilia's figure completely disappeared did the Elder of God's Grace, who seemed to be in a bad state, stop smiling and sighed softly. Lilia is a good child. Everyone in the town is a good child. There was a hint of sadness and melancholy in his tone. After a few seconds of silence, Elder Rug looked at the players again. This time, his expression was much more solemn. He bowed to the players again and drew a not-so-standard tree-shaped symbol on his chest. Then, he said solemnly, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Rouage greets the divine envoys. Dear oracles, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. We poor people in the relics have also been waiting for you for a long time. This is a tree symbol? Oracle? An abandoned person? The players were shocked. He actually drew the symbol of the goddess. Could it be that they are also believers of the goddess? That's not right. If they were believers, the goddess would know about it, right? If they are believers, the goddess can just find them through the oracle. Why would she need us to look for the divine artifact fragments? They were abandoned by the goddess? I don't know, the players were chatting in the chat channel. They were very confused. However, before the players could raise any questions, the elder suddenly coughed violently. An abnormal flush appeared on his face, and his aura seemed to have deteriorated a little. Looking at the elder's condition, the warrior player optimist frowned. Mr. Rug, Miss Lilia is right. Since you already have the Devil's Snare flower, you should take the medicine first. However, after hearing his words, Elder Rug shook his head. Sir Oracle, I know my body best. I don't have many days left. The optimist was slightly stunned. He wanted to say something, but the druid player Chopin, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and said, he's right. This isn't an ordinary illness. It's the exhaustion of life force. The Devil's Snare flower is probably useless to him. After becoming a silver, Chopin was now a true great druid. Not only that, but Kirin had also chosen to specialize in healing. The moment he laid his eyes on the elder of divine grace who was only a mid-iron rank, Kieran used his silver druid, eye of insight, to see the real problem with the elder's body. After hearing Chopin's words, Elder Rugg looked at him in surprise and nodded slightly. As expected of Sir Oracle. That's right, this isn't an illness. It's caused by using nature magic for a long time and overusing my life force. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. Actually, the devil's snare flower is useless to me. I even know that this devil's snare flower probably doesn't exist in this world. The reason I told Lilia and the others that this devil's snare flower could cure my illness was just to give everyone a thought. However, I didn't think that Lilia and the others would really go to the elven forest to collect this devil's snare flower, and even bring it back, but when she told me about your existence, I understood what was going on. As he spoke, Rugg looked at the players and sighed. I'm afraid, this devil's snare flower was brought here by you? From the legendary divine realm. After all, the magic in this world is too weak to give birth to such a legendary treasure. I'm afraid that it would only appear in the divine realm, where magic is abundant. A legendary treasure, the players' mouths twitched as they thought of the devil's snare flower, that could be found everywhere in the forest. It had to be said that this low-energy world was indeed lacking in resources. Elder Rugg didn't notice the strange expressions on the players' faces as he sighed. Speaking of which, I've already lost all hope in this world. I didn't expect to see the arrival of Sir Oracles at the end of my life. It seems that the prophecy was true. Hearing his words, the players were surprised. Although what the Elder of Divine Grace said was slightly different from the truth, it wasn't far from the truth. They looked at each other, and in the end, it was still the Calabash who stood out and asked with a serious expression, Mr. Rugg, what do you want to tell us? Mr. Rugg, what do you want to tell us? And, you said you've been waiting for us. What's going on? What's with the prophecy? After hearing this, Elder Rugg's expression also turned serious. He sighed deeply and said, this is the secret of our divine grace. This involves the secrets of our divine grace ancestors, the secrets of this world, and the secrets of the Creator God. Sir Oracles, the Creator God of this world, has fallen. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Calabash and Chopin's professions were reversed. The God of creation of this world has fallen? Hearing Elder Rugg's words, the players were stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Could it be? Evil gods are involved again? Hiss, I smell an instance dungeon, a few of them whispered to each other, looking slightly excited. Among the 5 players, only Boxed Lunch remained expressionless. He kicked his teammate who ruined the atmosphere, looked at Elder Rugg, and asked in a deep voice, can you tell us the details? Seeing Boxed Lunch's serious expression, the other players also became serious. Elder Rugg nodded slightly, his eyes were slightly dazed, as if he was recalling something. We have to start from the birth of this world. Elder Rugg sighed softly and began to tell the players the secrets he knew. Following his narration, the players finally understood the story of this half-plane. Elder Rugg's narration was similar to what Lilia told the players. Or rather, it was more like a combination of the legends of the God's Grace tribe and the church. Of course, apart from this, there were some more secretive and more detailed things. After listening to the story, the players combined the various mystical knowledge they knew and formed a clearer judgment about the legend of this plane. 1,000 years ago, a powerful existence in the camp of Goddess Eve led 300 elves across the void and came here, using his own power to evolve this half-plane. Evolution, not creation. This word was said by Elder Rugg. In other words, the demi-plane had always existed, but it had been further evolved by this powerful existence. Then, in order to avoid powerful enemies, this powerful existence led these elves to settle here. He had a magical item called the Heart of Life. Relying on the Heart of Life, this powerful existence used his own flesh and blood to evolve a new race, the God's Grace tribe. Under the leadership of the elves, the God's Grace tribe developed a new civilization in this world. Therefore, this powerful existence was revered as the God of creation by all the creatures in this plane, and the 300 elves were called the God tribe. The core of civilization was the church, which respected nature and life. In the beginning, the church did not name itself creation. The true God that the church believed in was not the God of creation, but an even more powerful mythical being that had fallen into a deep slumber. She was known as the Mother of Gods. The god of creation and the god tribe also had a common goal. That was to gather strength and counterattack the god realm, as well as awaken the Mother of Gods that he had followed. However, the good times did not last long. As time went by, the elves noticed that their life potential was rapidly depleting, and the lifespan of the god Grace clan that was born was far lower than expected. 100 years later, another sudden event changed everything. As the plane developed, this world finally attracted the attention of the former enemy of the god of creation. When the outer gods invaded, the entire world ushered in a war that lasted more than 10 years. In the end, by fusing with the plane's origin energy, the god of creation managed to drive the invading enemy out of this world. However, in the process, the god of creation revealed another secret of his. After coming to this world, his true goal was neither to counterattack the divine realm nor to awaken the legendary Mother of Gods. His goal was to rely on devouring the life potential of the creatures in this plane to sublimate his own level, and even to seize the power of the Mother of Gods that had fallen into a deep slumber. In the eyes of the god of creation, the creatures living in this plane were all tools that he used to strengthen himself. He was no longer the god of creation who led the elves to evolve a new world. In the words of the elves, he had fallen. So, the war broke out again. This time, it was a war between the 300 elves who were the god tribe and the god of creation. The final result was obvious. The 300 elves were naturally no match for the god of creation and were defeated in the end. The god of creation relied on the heart of life to devour the elves' lives. There were no more gods in the world. From then on, the church of this world was officially renamed the Church of Creation. The god of creation controlled the thoughts of the members of the church, and everything about the elves was gradually erased by the church, leaving only the legend of their identity as gods, until today. After listening to Elder Grace's narration, the players sighed and had some doubts at the same time. But how did Mr. Rouage know about these secrets? It's the inheritance of a lord. Rogue replied. The god who first guided the ancestors of Grace on the path of civilization was a powerful legendary elf. We respectfully call him Mr. Wise. Before he sacrificed himself, he recorded everything he knew in the ancient books and secretly stored it here with our lineage. He also used half of his life as the price to cast the great prophecy spell. In his prophecy, this world will eventually usher in destruction, and in the destruction, there will be new life. When a new god tribe descends, it will be the time when everything returns to the light. He also mentioned that if a new elf descends here, it must mean that the Mother of Gods, has been revived. The new god tribe will be the oracle of the Mother of Gods. And the Mother of Gods will be the hope of all creatures in this plane. These are the core secrets of our Grace tribe. Only the elders of each generation know this information. If I die, the one who inherits these secrets will be Lilia. In these few hundred years, we have been waiting for the Oracle of Gods to descend in the prophecy. In the prophecy, the Oracle of Gods will descend in the elven forest. It is also because of this that our lineage moved here to settle down. It's a pity that the power of the church is too strong. For the survival of more of our people, we can only protect these secrets and pass them down from generation to generation, Rogue sighed. After listening to his narration, the players suddenly had a feeling of realization. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there would be such a story in this world. So, this god of creation was once a follower or a relative of the goddess? But he betrayed her? Then, could the fragment of the scepter of life that Big Sister wants us to find be the heart of life? They conversed in the chat channel. After talking about the secrets he knew, Elder Rogue's expression turned solemn once more. He took a deep breath, bowed to the players, and sincerely requested, "Let's go. Dear oracles, here, we are just lambs whose life potential is being plundered by others. We can't go on like this. If this goes on, what awaits us is only destruction. I know that the great Mother of Gods must be standing behind all of you." Mr. Wiseman said that the Mother of Gods is the most benevolent and the greatest existence in this universe. Dear sirs, please thwart the conspiracy of the God of creation and open a new future for the beings of this world. After hearing Rogue's words, the eyes of the players lit up and were ready to move. What should we do? They licked their lips and asked rhetorically. Seeing the reaction of the players, Rogue was delighted. He bowed again and replied, "Yes. It's the heart of life. Legend has it that if the god of creation wanted to advance further and devour the potential of living beings, he relied on the heart of life. Now, because of the two wars hundreds of years ago, he has fallen into a deep sleep. As long as we seize the heart of life, we can thwart his conspiracy. The wise one said in The Inheritance that the heart of life was a supreme treasure that belonged to the mother of gods. I think it should be what you're looking for in this world, my lords. Don't be surprised. I don't know what you're looking for, but in the prophecy, it vaguely mentioned your purpose in coming to this world. Listening to Elder Ruiz's explanation, the players were surprised. But at the same time, they were slightly moved. The more they listened to Ruiz's explanation, the more they felt that the heart of life he mentioned was very similar to the characteristics and abilities of the scepter of life fragment that Zero, God's favored, had told them. Perhaps, this might really be what they were looking for. Then, where is the heart of life? Where do we need to go to get it? Looking at Elder Divine Grace, who looked more and more defeated due to his physical condition, but became more and more excited as he spoke, the optimist asked anxiously. The other players also looked at Ruiz expectantly. It's Seeker City. Elder Ruiz replied with a serious expression. Legend has it that the heart of life was hidden in the headquarters of the church by the god of creation, and the headquarters of the church is located in the largest city in this world, Seeker City. Seeker City is the first city that the god of creation and 300 Protoss established after they descended into this world 1,000 years ago. It's also the holy city where they lived. At the same time, legend has it that it's also the place where they slept. The heart of life, it must be somewhere in Seeker City. If we want to find the heart of life and thwart the god of creation's conspiracy, we need to go there. As he spoke, Ruiz turned around and walked toward the wooden statue of the god in the living room. He came in front of the statue, suddenly reached out his hand, pried open the statue's body, and took out a sparkling and translucent crystal ball. He sighed softly and handed the crystal ball to the players. This is a crystal ball that absorbed the god of creation's faith. It was also left behind by Mr. Wise One. The god of creation fell into a deep sleep and couldn't respond to the call of his believers. It said that he relied on the heart of life to operate the church and absorb faith. Therefore, as long as you hold it, my lords, you can sense the presence of the heart of life in Seeker City. This is the mission item, right? The players looked at the crystal ball curiously and solemnly put it away. Seeker City is very far from Gracetown. Even by carriage, it will take at least 3 days. I will arrange a carriage for all of you and send you there. Your identities are special, so please do not reveal your true identities. I will also take care of Lilia and the others and not let them reveal your identities. However, this is all I can do. If I were to do more, it would easily attract the attention of the church. If I am not careful, it could bring a terrible disaster to the town. So, once we reach Seeker City, you will have to rely on yourselves. Rug said apologetically. Hearing his words, the players nodded in understanding. After a brief discussion, the Gord stepped forward again. So, Mr. Ruiz, do you know how strong the church is? Since we've decided to fight, we should try our best to know the enemy's strength. When Rogue heard this, he didn't answer directly. I heard that all of you killed the overlord of the forest, the giant forest bear, with just one strike? The players nodded. Then I presume that all of you must have reached the legendary silver rank, right? Rogue looked surprised. He took a deep breath and continued. With your silver rank strength, you are already the top fighting force in this world. Even in the church, I'm afraid that only the Pope and some senior bishops can reach the silver rank. If it's just going against the church, I believe that with your strength, as long as you are careful, it should be enough. However, the true danger lies in the location of the god of creation's true body. As he said this, Rug sighed and said worriedly. In Mr. Wise's legacy, he once mentioned that after the death of all devout believers, their souls will return to the embrace of the god of creation and become one with him, becoming a protector-like existence. In these hundreds of years, even if the church is increasingly unpopular, the number of devout believers returning to the embrace of the god of creation has long reached a terrifying number, and these existences are very likely to be awakened when all of you take the heart of life. If you want everything to go smoothly, all of you must obtain the heart of life before the protectors are awakened. Otherwise, you are likely to be besieged by a large number of protectors. And at that point, all of you will not only be facing the church, but also thousands of protectors and the awakened god of creation. Rook's expression was solemn. However, after hearing his words, the players' expressions were a little strange. Besieging? A large number of protectors? Could it be, we need to call for help? This won't turn into a war again, right? It shouldn't. After all, it's a 5-person mission. If more players join in, won't it be judged as a failure? They whispered to each other. However, just as the players were talking, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Don't worry about the protectors. I've already located your coordinates. If things really get out of hand, I'll use your coordinates to teleport the other chosen ones to your side. All you need to do is locate the Heart of Life and find the place where the God of Creation is sleeping. It was Zero, the Oracle. Her voice was cold and calm, but it faintly had a calming power that almost instantly dispelled the players' worries about the mission. After hearing Zero's words, the players looked at each other and could not help but have the same thought in their minds at the same time. Was this a God's chosen one? She can even teleport across worlds, so awesome. The players were both surprised and excited. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief at Zero's promise, a new system notification appeared in the vision of all online players. Ding, players Boxed Lunch, Calabash, Chopin, Optimist, and I'm Invincible have triggered a hidden mission, Heart of Life, mission objective, find and obtain the Heart of Life, defeat the Demiplane God of Creation, mission time limit, unlimited, mission number, unlimited, mission level, 31, mission reward, 50,000 EXP, 3,000 contribution points, 50 resurrection tokens. TSK. Boxed Lunchbox and his team are too lucky. Did they trigger another hidden plot? Is this the boss? I'm so envious. The new system message quickly attracted the attention of many players. Looking at the 5 IDs that were familiar to all players in the server, the entire elf forest was filled with jealousy. However, when they looked at the content of the mission, they were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Wait. What's the Heart of Life? A half-plane? The God of Creation? Did I miss something? This? Are we playing the same game? What's the mission? Huh? There's no limit to the number of people in this mission. Could it be that we can join? TSK. This reward is not bad. A boss triggered a new hidden plot, and there was no limit to the number of people in it. With the announcement of the system message, the active players in various regions turned their attention to the new hidden plot. At the same time, the description of the hidden plot was presented in the game system's mission record in the form of text, pictures, and even videos. F***CK. Boxed Lunchbox and his team discovered a half-plane? Isn't that a new map? Amazing. They made a fortune without a sound. So it's the goddess's former family that betrayed her. No wonder, elves can betray her. There are all kinds of birds in the sea, right? And there's no mention of the God of Creation being an elf, right? This mission hasn't officially started yet? According to the information, it seems that Boxed Lunchbox and his team need to trigger it first, and then we have to find the god's favored Zero to teleport over. So, we have to wait. I see. Eve had purposely inserted the description of the hidden plot into the game. The purpose was to let the other players know what Boxed Lunchbox and his team were doing. This was necessary. After listening to Elder Rug's narration from Boxed Lunchbox's perspective, Eve could almost conclude that the players' actions would most likely be blocked by the so-called guardians. This was the result of her thinking from another perspective. Perhaps Elder Rug was limited by his own strength and vision, and could not clearly understand the methods of mythical beings, but Eve could. It was almost an instinct of mythical creatures to arrange guardians who were suspected to be petitioners to guard the Heart of Life and protect their sleeping bodies. That's why I have to be prepared to summon the players. Fortunately, Boxed Lunchbox and the others can provide coordinates, and this half-plane is attached to the world of Seekers. Even if I have to teleport the players over, I can still sustain the consumption, Eve sighed softly. He was very satisfied with the result. Participating in large-scale multiplayer missions was the instinct of online gamers. With the release of the hidden storyline, players who had reached level 31 chose to accept the quest. Even if many people hadn't even seen the storyline of the mission. Who cares if I can complete it or not? Just accept it first. When the time comes, just follow the main group. The mentality of most players was more or less the same. Of course, regardless of how the players felt, it was necessary to explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly. While the hidden mission began to ferment among the players, Eve once again thought about the information obtained from Rug. The Heart of Life is most likely a fragment of the Scepter of Life, but from Rug's description, its authority seems to be far beyond the ability of a fragment of the Scepter of Life. Perhaps something has changed, but now I'm even more curious about this god of creation, and more or less, I have a certain guess about his identity. To be able to be followed by the elves at the beginning, he's probably one of the 8 demigods of the previous generation. Thinking of this, Eve's eyes flashed. The previous world tree had no followers. However, he had 8 followers whose strength had reached the level of demigod. Although they were demigods, if it was just to evolve a plane and didn't need to open a plane, as long as they paid a certain price or had the relevant treasures, a demigod existence could also do it. As for the previous demigod's followers, they were either elves or had the bloodline of elves, and had always followed the world tree. These things were mentioned in the inheritance of the world tree, and also in the history of the elves. Of course, now they had all fallen or disappeared. And as for who this existence that escaped into the half-plane was, Eve had some guesses in her heart. The Divine Grace clan of this half-plane are humans with elven bloodline, and their source is the flesh and blood of the god of creation. In other words, this god of creation probably has a human part in his bloodline. He is most likely a half-elf demigod. Half-elf demigod, the elven bloodline of half-elves would gradually dilute with each passing generation. If this god of creation was a half-elf demigod, then everything made sense. Even betrayal made sense. Eve, who had inherited the inheritance of the world tree, knew that the relationship between the elves and the world tree was very special. Due to the nature of their race, the elves would never betray their mother goddess. Even the elves who had purified their bloodline and reverted from half-elves to their ancestors would have an instinctive closeness to the world tree, and the possibility of betrayal was infinitely close to zero. But what if it was purely a half-elf? This was really hard to say. And among the followers of the previous world tree, there had indeed been a half-elf demigod, that was a half-elf named Orlas, and the world tree's inheritance only mentioned his name. However, through the records of the elven civilization that she had found, Eve had a better understanding of this demigod. It was said that this was an extremely arrogant and ambitious demigod. At the same time, he was also the demigod who desired to become a god the most among all the followers of the world tree. Although he followed the world tree, he actually did not agree with some of the previous world tree's ideals. Not only that, but he even had occasional conflicts with the other demigods who followed the world tree. And according to the historical records provided by the Inferno tribe, the last place this half-elf demigod disappeared was the magnificent city, Kynoran. So it's possible for your followers to betray you. Thinking of this, Eve sighed softly. After receiving the mission from Elder Rug, the 5 of them set off on their journey to the City of Seekers on the same day. This journey was definitely not a peaceful one for them. It was not that their identities had been exposed, but after Eve announced their mission in the form of a system notification, the players' chat was flooded with messages from their friends. In the game, they only needed to sit in the carriage for a few days. But on the players' side, they had already become the center of attention. Everyone was waiting for them to head to their destination, waiting for them to officially trigger the mission. Under Salty Meow's instigation, Calabash and Chopin even started a live broadcast of the mission on the video network. However, the players' attention did not last long. Because after only half a day, the Elven Forest welcomed a new guest, Megalosaurus. North of the Elven Forest, in a dense forest, a dragon-type magical beast that was 7 to 8 meters tall was crawling on the ground, enjoying the delicious food it had just hunted. This magical beast was called the Forest Floor Lizard. It had an almost invincible defense ability for those below the gold rank. It was the first magical beast that the players had encountered that had reached the upper silver rank after leaving the core area of the Elven Forest. Just as it was eating leisurely, suddenly, an excited and loud dragon roar came from the sky. As if it had been provoked, the forest floor lizard shuddered. It put down the food in its mouth and ran away. However, the enemy's movements were faster. Accompanied by the whistling of the wind, a shadow covered the land. A majestic black dragon swooped down from the sky, the black dragon's scarlet eyes flashed with a mocking light. It puffed up its cheeks, opened its mouth, and spat out a purplish-black strong acid breath. The breath arrived in an instant and hit the forest floor lizard right in the middle of its escape. On the other hand, the forest floor lizard let out a shrill shriek. Its armor, which was comparable to that of a gold-tier creature, was corroded by the acid. Even its internal organs were corroded by the acid and turned into a pile of mush. After twitching a few times, the forest floor lizard fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The black dragon landed beside it. It held its head high and looked proud. As expected, Meryl is the strongest. Its voice was like that of a 13 or 14-year-old boy, with a hint of immaturity. But soon, a petite figure appeared on top of its head. It was an elven mage dressed in a gorgeous robe. She held an exquisite staff in her hand. She raised her staff and angrily knocked on the horn of the black dragon's head as she muttered, "Don't worry. Meryl. Didn't I tell you? Don't attack too fiercely. Such a good material for armor, and you've ruined it. Anne. Spare your life. I treated you to barbecue so that you can take the last hit." The voice was crisp, with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was Salty Meow. The black dragon Meryl's face froze. It smiled embarrassedly, revealing a mouthful of ferocious sharp teeth. "Sorry, my power is too strong after my advancement. I haven't gotten used to it yet." Salty Meow was speechless. Ahem, Meryl didn't expect to become so strong after awakening. Just a breath has such an effect. I can only say that Lord Meryl is too powerful now. The black dragon continued. It raised its proud dragon head, unable to conceal the pride in its expression. Salty Meow was speechless. This guy. After advancing, it was almost invincible in the vicinity. She rolled at the black dragon's eyes. You're just a middle gold. I've read the ancient books translated by Sister Gugu. Many of the powerful megalosaurus that left their names in history had broken through the legendary level. You still have a long way to go. Don't be too proud. TSK, you don't know this. Our race's strength has broken through the legendary level. That's the mythical megalosaurus. Only those old guys from the ancient times could do that. And those kinds of existences have long been gone from the continent. Meryl shook his head. However, just as it finished speaking, it suddenly felt its heart palpitate for no reason. Accompanied by the twittering and fearful cries, flocks of birds flew across the sky, as if they were hiding from something. Even when they saw the terrifying black dragon on the ground in front of them, they didn't change their direction. Instead, they scattered and fled in panic. What's the situation? Salty Meow was slightly stunned. Meryl's dragon face flashed with a hint of surprise. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt an oppressive feeling that originated from his bloodline coming from afar. In the next second, darkness shrouded the earth. Under the horrified gazes of the dragon and the human, they saw a huge shadow appear above their heads. It was a terrifying megalosaurus that was at least 200 to 300 meters in size. Its dark golden scales made it look as if it was cast in gold. Its sail-like wings extended from its shoulders to the end of its tail. He swept across the sky, sweeping across the sky and earth like a mountain, causing everyone who sensed his presence to tremble. And when it flew over the heads of the dragon and the human, its flapping of wings paused for a moment. In an instant, Myrtle and little Salty Meow felt a sharp gaze fall upon them. Then, a deep and aged voice with a hint of surprise resounded from the skies. Hmm? After pausing for a second, an obscure magic wave descended from the sky and swept towards Meryl and Salty Meow. The dragon and the human were horrified. They wanted to dodge, but found that they had almost lost the ability to move under the other party's targeting. The magic wave flashed slightly, nothing appeared on Salty Meow's body, but a slightly turbid white halo appeared on Meryl's body. This was a third circle mental spell, Detection of Evil. This was a spell that could detect the fluctuations of the soul. It could display the psychological state of the target in the form of a magic halo. It was effective on creatures below the demigod level. Beings who were righteous and kind would have a pure white halo, while beings who were twisted and evil would have a transition to black. This kind of spell was often used by beings who advocated justice and hated evil to the core to distinguish between camps and evil. Once the halo of the target was black, those beings with a strong sense of justice would angrily attack and kill the target. For example, among the Megalosaurus, the gold dragon hated evil beings even more than the silver dragon. However, after seeing the halo on Meryl's body, the dark golden eyes of the terrifying Megalosaurus in the sky flashed with a hint of surprise. Eh? No halo, and a white halo? It muttered doubtfully, looked deeply at Salty Meow and Meryl, then continued to flap its wings and fly into the distance. The shadow that shrouded the earth gradually dispersed. After the terrifying Megalosaurus flew away, Salty Meow and Meryl, whose bodies were stiff, returned to normal. They looked in the direction of the other party's departure, their expressions still filled with shock. Oh, that's not right. The black dragon was shocked, while the elven girl was excited. Gold dragon. That must be a gold dragon. What a huge gold dragon. What a beautiful gold dragon. What a strong aura. Salty Meow said excitedly. Damn, the mythical Megalosaurus. That must be the mythical Megalosaurus. How could Meryl see the mythical Megalosaurus in the elven forest? The little black dragon looked as if he had seen a ghost, and even used the words he learned from the Chosen One. However, when the man and the dragon noticed the direction the gold dragon left in, their expressions turned serious at the same time. Wait, that direction, isn't it Fei Lingzue? Salty Meow's eyes lit up, then he shouted excitedly. Meryl. Let's go. Let's follow it. There must be a key plot. Fei Lingzue. The elves of the Yin family came and went, and the players who were doing missions and trading shuttled through the streets. This rebuilt elven city was as lively as ever. In the next second, a huge shadow suddenly descended from the sky. The elves and players looked up. They saw a huge golden Megalosaurus. They saw the golden Megalosaurus circling in the air, then looked at the Temple of Life in the center of Fei Lingzue. It flapped its wings, descended from the sky, and landed on the huge square in front of the temple. Then, it faced the temple, lowered its huge head, and said respectfully, Golden Blade Alexius, under the orders of the Platinum Dragon King, His Holiness Reinhardt, to seek an audience with the Goddess of Life, Eve. The huge golden dragon that suddenly appeared and landed on Fei Lingzue Square stunned all the players and elves present. Looking at the horrifying figure that bowed its head toward the temple, the players became excited. F***CK. 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 That's a huge Megalosaurus. It's at least 200 meters long, right? It's even more powerful than Godzilla. It's a golden dragon. It's a golden dragon. Such a horrifying presence. It feels like we were facing a demon god in the underground war. But, it's so beautiful. The players discussed animatedly. They were extremely excited. In the game system, all kinds of screenshots flooded the screen. If it weren't for its horrifying presence and the fact that no one dared to approach it, people would have taken pictures with it. Hearing the golden dragon's deep and respectful voice, the players had a thought. It's called Golden Blade Alexius? What a domineering name, it wants to see Goddess Eve. Did we encounter some plot? It's a Megalosaurus again. I wonder if I can have it as my magic pet. They chattered, and their gazes toward the golden dragon became brighter and brighter. They were full of curiosity and exploration. Feeling the countless gazes from below and noticing the curiosity and greed in some of the gazes, Crimson Gold Blade Alexius frowned slightly. Subconsciously, he wanted to cast Detect Evil, however, after noticing that the other party was an elf, and after glancing at the Temple of Life that was emitting a soft, misty energy from the corner of his eyes, he finally forced himself to hold back. After the arrival of the Golden Dragon, more and more players and elves gathered. Silver Priest Sammir, who was in charge of the Fei Lingzue Temple, also rushed over. Looking at the majestic figure and beautiful scales of the Golden Dragon, the old elf, Sammir, recalled the deep and weathered voice that he had just heard, and his expression changed slightly. Alexius? Is it the legendary Megalosaurus that advocates justice and has participated in suppressing evil gods? The Golden Dragon Alexius with the strength of a demigod? A demigod-level megalosaurus. The players who were closer to the old elf heard his mutterings and were surprised, but at the same time, they had a feeling that this was indeed the case. Only a demigod could give them such a strong sense of oppression. After recognizing the man's identity, Xianxia put on a solemn expression. As a kind and peaceful elf, he had always been in awe of Golden Dragon Alexius. He first instructed the players around him. Hurry and inform Lady Alice. Then, he tidied up his clothes and walked out of the temple. Facing the somewhat surprised gaze of the Golden Dragon, Xianxia came in front of him. He first drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest, and then said respectfully, Silver Priest Xianxia greets Lord Alexius. Sir, may I ask what brings you here? Demigods could be addressed as Your Majesty or Lord. However, in order to distinguish true gods, they were more commonly addressed as Lord. Silver Priest? Looking at Xianxia, a hint of surprise flashed through the Golden Dragon's eyes. He raised his head again, looked down at the tiny old elf, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. I'm here to fulfill the true divine oath between His Holiness Reinhardt and the Goddess of Life. As he spoke, he stretched out his huge claw. With a flash of light, 5 huge dim eggs appeared on the ground. Each of the huge eggs was at least the size of a calf. Dragon eggs, Xianxia's eyes focused. True divine oath, the players were taken aback. While the players were in a daze, a new system message suddenly flashed in their vision. Ding, a new opening plot animation has been detected. Would you like to watch it in advance? A new opening animation, the players' expressions changed. They all chose to watch it. As they clicked on the watch button, their vision suddenly darkened and switched to the plot animation. The scene changed, and they saw a slender elf man and a beautiful elf girl with silver hair and purple eyes. The former was unfamiliar to the players, but the latter was very familiar to them. That was the most popular character in the entire server, the leader of the faction, and the goddess that the players were loyal to, Eve. F***ck, this is a plot animation with a goddess. The players' hearts trembled, and many of them began to take screenshots. Any screenshot of a goddess appearance could be used as wallpaper. As the plot animation unfolded, the players were curious, excited, and expectant. As the scene changed, the conversation between the elf-man and the beautiful girl also sounded. Her Holiness Eve, I'm Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt. Would you like to make a deal with me? The elf-man said with a smile. What kind of deal? The silver-haired elf girl with purple eyes raised her eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of friendliness and playfulness in her nobility. A true divine oath, Reinhardt replied. From now on, every month, the dragon clan will send 5 dragon beasts or wyverns, or bring 5 dragon eggs without dragon patterns. They will ask you to purify their bloodline, and I promise that these megalosaurus with purified bloodline can stay here with you, sign a contract with your chosen one, and grow together. Hearing his words, the elf girl smiled slightly. As she smiled, the whole world seemed to lose its color. I accept this oath. Goddess Eve said. Well then, happy cooperation. The scene continued to change. In the end, the elf man transformed into a silver megalosaurus and flew into the distance. 2 lines of golden words appeared in the player's vision. The dragon god visits, true divine oath. Megalosaurus partners are officially online. The plot animation ended there. The players left the plot and returned to reality in the game. After a second of silence, the entire Xianxia was in an uproar. F***ck. 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 Megalosaurus partners? Is the Megalosaurus magic pets going to be released? Ha ha ha. Has the day finally come? Ah. Dragon Knight. I must be a Dragon Knight. Gold Dragon Alexius was dumbfounded as he looked at the elves who suddenly fell into a strange state of excitement after a minute of silence. Were these elves crazy? He looked at them strangely and was a little surprised. But at this moment, he suddenly had a thought. He turned his head again and looked at the temple. The next second, an ethereal hymn suddenly sounded in the air. It was sacred and ethereal, and it had a calming power. Accompanied by the ethereal hymn, countless green photons rose from the surroundings. The surrounding plants began to grow rapidly, sprouting and blooming. All the plants in Xianxia bent their branches and faced the top of the temple as if they were worshipping. Then, a golden light began to gather above the temple. a majestic and vast aura descended above the temple. The dazzling holy light continued to outline in the air and finally formed a graceful figure. That figure was faintly discernible in the gentle light. It gave people a majestic and inviolable feeling of closeness and incomparable reverence. She wore a gorgeous long dress interwoven with the patterns of nature and life. Her silver hair reached her waist, and her deep purple pupils were like the starry sky, shining with a dazzling radiance. It was the goddess of life, Eve. The true God had descended. A faint wave of divine power spread out and swept through every elf and player present, including the mythical megalosaurus Alexius. Everyone, including the golden dragon, felt a gentle power brushing through their bodies. The players who had just returned with injuries were surprised to find that the wounds on their bodies began to heal rapidly. The players who stayed up late to do missions noticed that the fatigue value on their bodies was almost swept away, and their mental state was instantly full. The elves who had settled down in Xianxia found that all kinds of hidden injuries left in their bodies from years of wandering and hiding disappeared almost instantly. Even the mythical megalosaurus Alexius felt refreshed, and his whole body had a kind of relaxation as if he had been reborn. This was the effect of the divine power of life. The unparalleled healing effect and recovery effect on the body and soul was unique in the entire universe of Seekers. Feeling the changes in their bodies, the elves of Xianxia were excited. Some old elves who had not seen a miracle after returning were moved to tears after seeing the sacred light. Miracle, this was a real miracle, this represented the care of the true God for them. The elves knelt down and cheered devoutly and fanatically. Praise life, praise nature, praise the great goddess Eve. This was Eve's new prayer, and it had been gradually accepted by the elves under her behind-the-scenes promotion. Thousands of elves cheered together, and the uniform sound was like a tsunami, resounding in the sky above Xianxia. It was very spectacular. The golden blade Alexius, who was closest to Eve, noticed more things. He felt the divine power fluctuation that did not produce a sense of oppression but brought him a strong sense of worship. He noticed the influence of the divine power of life on the surrounding existences. His vertical pupils contracted, and he was shocked. What a strong control of divine power! Is this the power of a top-level clergy? This goddess of life is definitely not an ordinary new true god. The faint divine power of life enveloped Alexius, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his dark golden vertical pupils. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, "Your Holiness, thank you for your blessing." That's right, blessing. Being enveloped by divine power was equivalent to receiving the blessings of a true god. The blessing of the goddess of life was a very good buff for any existence that hadn't stepped into the level of a true god. Even Alexius, who was already a demigod with an extraordinary physical body, would benefit from it. At least, cough cough, the next time he sleeps, the sleeping effect will definitely be improved by a few levels. For many older megalosaurus that liked to sleep for hundreds of years, this was already a great gift. Even Alexius could feel that some of his desires, which had been disappearing as he aged, had changed because of the blessing of the god of life. In the next few days, the player's self-recovery speed and fatigue tolerance would increase to a new level. Feeling the changes in their bodies and looking at the holy, majestic, noble, and beautiful figure in the air, the players were collectively stunned. Most of them were fourth beta testers. Other than the guidance interface when creating characters and various edited videos that had been widely circulated on the internet, this was the first time they had seen the figure of the goddess in the game. Even if their rationality told them that this was just a game, even if they were no stranger to the image of the goddess, the perfect image of the goddess and the various special effects that came with her appearance were far beyond their imagination. This feeling was very weak to be described with words. The shock that seemed to directly affect the soul was far from being comparable to the various screenshots on the video network. It was also difficult to describe with words. This was not only because Eve's image was already perfect, but also because of the power of a true god. Although only the player's consciousness was drawn here, Eve's divine power could also affect them through the system network. Divine power was very close to the essence of power, so it would naturally affect mental power. With the recovery of power, the effect of Eve's divine power at this moment was far from what it had been before. Therefore, when she used her divine power to bless the players, they were naturally affected by the divine power to some extent. Of course, this wasn't Eve's intention. It was the high-level interference of the mythical existence on the low-level life. If the mythical existence had malicious intentions, this high-level interference could also be turned into an attack on the low-level life. For example, the moment some ordinary people looked directly at the true God, their eyeballs would explode or even have a mental breakdown. Of course, Eve didn't do this. When she faced the half-orcs, she once turned this high-level interference into an attack and exploded more than a dozen half-orcs' eyeballs. For the players and elves, Eve was more inclined to use this high-level interference to show her power and goodwill. Of course, this effect would naturally bring a shocking impact to the player's 5 senses and mental power. The impact lasted for a few seconds. It wasn't until the figure of the goddess shrouded in light landed on the ground that the players recovered from their daze. They looked at the noble figure with a smile on her face as she walked toward the golden dragon Alexius. They were all excited. All sorts of sighs that puzzled the golden dragon astonished the elves, and even a little fearful rose from the players' mouths. Goddess. This is the goddess. The most popular NPC in the entire server. Hiss. So what Brother Moo and the others said was true. Compared to seeing the goddess in the game, videos and screenshots are trash. This special effect is too awesome. I love it. I love it. My wife is so awesome. Get lost. She's my wife. I feel like I'll never fall in love with another NPC again. NPC. I feel like I'll never fall in love in real life again. I've decided. From now on, the goddess will be my life. One after another. Amidst the players' excited exclamations, Eve came before the golden dragon. She smiled gently, nodded slightly at the golden dragon, and then stretched out her right hand. The dazzling divine power gathered again. This time, the light continued to intertwine in Eve's hand and finally turned into a gorgeous and holy scepter. It was the scepter of life. Eve gently raised the scepter and pointed at the 5 dragon eggs in front of the golden dragon. Instantly, the surrounding green photons began to gather toward the dragon eggs, and the dragon eggs were engulfed in dense light. As the light flashed, strange patterns began to faintly appear on the dragon eggs. The patterns seemed to carry a wonderful power. With their appearance, the 5 dragon eggs, which were originally lifeless, began to burst with vitality. Not only that, as the patterns spread, the aura of these dragon eggs was also changing. Originally, they did not give people a special feeling, but now there was a faint sense of oppression. That was the most primitive draconic aura. The dense light flickered on the dragon eggs for nearly a minute before gradually disappearing. At this moment, the 5 dragon eggs were already covered by circles of strange and beautiful patterns. Looking at the strange patterns on the dragon eggs, the golden dragon Alexius suddenly became excited and almost lost his composure. Dragon patterns. They really formed dragon patterns. A miracle. This is a miracle of life. He stood up subconsciously and wanted to move forward to take a closer look. However, when he looked at Eve, who was holding the scepter, he forced himself to hold back. He could only stare at the dragon eggs that were constantly forming patterns with an expectant, perturbed, surprised, and complicated gaze. He looked like a father who was welcoming the birth of his child. He could not help but lose his composure. For the Megalosaurus, a dragon egg with dragon patterns and a dragon egg without dragon patterns were 2 completely different concepts. In the universe of Seekers, the Megalosaurus was considered a rather ancient existence, and it was also one of the few golden creatures so far. And a powerful existence like the Megalosaurus, while possessing great power, was also restricted by some laws. The most important of these was the bloodline inheritance of the race. When an existence with a powerful bloodline passed down to the next generation, the bloodline would automatically dilute. Thus, generation after generation, until the bloodline was completely thin and became mediocre. This was also the reason why some ancient god races died out. However, for the Megalosaurus, they had a power that could resist this bloodline decline. That was the dragon pattern. The dragon pattern was a unique pattern on the dragon egg. It condensed the inheritance of the dragon race and had the effect of activating the bloodline of the young dragon in the dragon egg. Dragon eggs with dragon patterns could not only give birth to dragon whelps that could directly inherit the race's knowledge, but they could also stimulate the dragon whelp's bloodline potential, allowing it to grow faster and better. On the other hand, a dragon egg without dragon patterns would not only be unable to allow the young dragon to inherit knowledge, but it would also cause the young dragon's bloodline to deteriorate due to the lack of stimulation of its bloodline potential. Its intelligence and potential would also deteriorate greatly, making it no different from an ordinary magical beast. Such a young dragon was no longer a megalosaurus, but a draconic beast. It was a magical beast that only had the appearance of a megalosaurus, but did not have the power and potential of a megalosaurus. Draconic beasts, on the other hand, would not be treated as members of the megalosaurus. Their status was no different from some of the lesser dragon species. It was the existence of the dragon pattern that ensured the purity of the megalosaurus bloodline and allowed it to continue to this day. The megalosaurus still stood at the pinnacle of the Seeker's universe, even though the titans had declined to the point where only the behemoths still had a trace of their bloodline. It was precisely because of this that the gold dragon Alexius was so excited when he saw the dragon pattern reappear on the dragon egg. One must know that the dragon pattern could only be formed when the dragon egg was still in the mother dragon's body. Once the dragon egg was laid, it would be impossible for it to appear again if there were no dragon patterns. However, the miracle in front of him subverted Alexius's understanding. The dragon pattern reappeared on the 5 dragon eggs. This meant that there were about to be 5 more pure-blooded, noble megalosaurus in the world. As a mythical megalosaurus, Alexius could not be clearer about the meaning behind this. The megalosaurus looked at Eve again, buried his head deeply, and said sincerely and gratefully, "Praise you. Great goddess of life, you have pointed out a new path for the future of Megalosaurus." Eve accepted his gratitude calmly, looked at the dragon egg, and smiled slightly. They have regained their lost power. A week later, a new young dragon will be born. The scepter of life could purify the bloodline, and the divine power of life could promote the growth of all living things. This not only worked on plants, but also on other living things. It was the same for Megalosaurus. Logically speaking, these dragon eggs that had originally lost the dragon pattern still needed at least a few years to hatch. However, with the scepter of life's purification of the bloodline, coupled with the divine power of life's activation of the potential, their development speed had been greatly accelerated, and their bodies were almost mature. When they were familiar with the new dragon pattern and successfully received the inheritance, they could break out of their shells. At most, it would take a week. Eve's voice was clear and pleasant, ethereal and holy. Her words echoed in the sky above Fei Lin Tsue, bringing with them a power that calmed the soul. After hearing Eve's words, the gold dragon Alexius looked at her with even more respect. For the arrogant megalosaurus, especially the mythical megalosaurus that was already a demigod, this kind of respect from the heart was enough to make the other true gods drop their jaws. He bowed slightly to Eve again and said sincerely, "My lady, your holiness Eve, you are a friend of the megalosaurus. May your glory always shine on the world of seekers. According to your agreement with His Holiness Reinhardt, the newborn dragon whelps will stay in the elf forest and sign a partnership contract with your adorer." Partnership contract? Hearing the conversation between the gold dragon and the goddess, the players' eyes widened. Their gazes were focused on the 5 dragon eggs, and their eyes were filled with passion, excitement, and greed. However, when Alexius noticed the players' gazes and glanced at them, they hurriedly put on a straight face and retracted their presumptuous gazes. There was no other reason. After playing the game for so long, even a pig knew the importance of the NPC's good impression. It was not like they had not dealt with the black dragon Meryl before, and they knew that Megalosaurus were very arrogant. This gold dragon was obviously an NPC at the level of a big boss, and it would not be good if they made him unhappy. The players' cautious attitude of suppressing their excitement was just an interlude. Hearing Alexius' words, Eve smiled slightly and nodded. "That's good." After that, her body emitted light again, and her figure slowly disappeared. The true god had returned. Alexius, on the other hand, lowered his proud head again and respectfully watched Eve leave. When he could no longer sense the fluctuation of divine power, he raised his head and glanced at the players who were looking at him curiously. Then, he focused his gaze on the 5 dragon eggs. Then, he shrunk his body and sat beside the dragon eggs. He closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the baby dragon to hatch. Seeing that Alexius was no longer paying attention to them, the players heaved a sigh of relief. They looked expectantly at the dragon eggs that Alexius was protecting with excitement. Ha ha ha. We can really sign a partnership contract with the Megalosaurus. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Everyone was very excited. That was until a weak voice spoke up. But, there are only 5 dragon eggs? Suddenly, the crowd quieted down. This time, when the players looked at each other again, there was a faint smell of gunpowder in their eyes. The Megalosaurus contract was coming, with the spread of the new plot animation and the upload of the video of the miracle at Xianxia. The news that surprised and anticipated the players completely blew up the entire elven nation. Keywords such as Megalosaurus, contract, goddess, and so on flooded the official forum again. Even the screenshot of the goddess performing God's descent and blessing the dragon eggs with the scepter of life in front of the respectful golden dragon Alexius became the most popular search on the wallpaper search engine. It could not be helped. It could only be said that the character modeling and special effects of Elven Nation were too good. Even if the video and screenshots could only depict at most half of the real scene in the game, Elven Nation was still miles ahead of other games. Not to mention the publicly recognized #1 NPC in the entire server, Goddess Eve. Although the goddess did not appear much and did not communicate much with the players, her popularity and fans were the highest. Of course, this was not without reason. Many players joked that Elven Nation was able to achieve such an effect by spending half of the effort of being an NPC on the goddess. Of course, among the 60,000 players, only a few people watched the entire process at Xianxia. More players who missed the live broadcast could only lament why they were not at Xianxia at that time. Not only did they miss the entire process of the god's descent, but they also did not receive the goddess blessing. It was important to note that the players at the scene all received a buff of Goddess Eve's blessing, which directly increased their HP bar, magic power, and energy recovery speed for 3 days. Not to mention other things, this free buff halo was enviable. Alexius, who was guarding the dragon eggs in the big square at Xianxia, and the 5 dragon eggs of different colors under him also attracted the attention of countless players. After missing the god's descent, more and more players came to watch the golden dragon and the dragon eggs. Although most of the players had seen the black dragon Meryl and were familiar with the appearance of the Megalosaurus, there were countless players who were willing to suck up to Meryl in order to obtain its scales and saliva, but to be honest, the scariest thing was the comparison. The shiny scales of the golden dragon, as well as its elegant and mighty appearance, were much more attractive than the ferocious and terrifying black dragon. As soon as Alexius appeared, he attracted the attention of the players. Especially the female players. Because of this, Alexius, who was resting with his eyes closed, even showed signs of becoming Xianxia's new attraction. If it weren't for the golden dragon Alexius's powerful aura and the fact that it was giving off an unapproachable aura, the players would have long since approached it. Of course, everyone looked at the dragon egg with more and more anticipation. The same was true for Salty Meow. Dragon egg. Partner contract. I also want a Megalosaurus pet. It's just that I don't know what conditions I have to meet to get it. Looking at the dragon egg protected by the golden dragon from afar, the biggest capitalist in the entire server had a look of yearning on his face. Beside her, Meryl, who had transformed into a human form, curled his lips and quickly corrected her. It's a partner. The great Megalosaurus will never become a pet. But didn't you sign a master-servant contract with Goddess Eve and become her pet? Salty Meow covered his mouth and laughed as he teased. Meryl was speechless. His face stiffened, then he shook his head. That's different, that's different. How can a true god be compared to a mortal? After saying that, it looked at little Salty Meow and pouted unhappily. Besides, you already have the support of Lord Meryl. Why do you still need Megalosaurus partners? Those guys who can't even break their eggshells are much weaker than Meryl. Hearing the little black dragon's slightly bitter tone, Salty Meow chuckled. It's different. You're a dependent of the goddess, a purple NPC. You can't sign a contract with me. TSK, I'm still stronger than those guys without a contract. Give Meryl some more time, and Meryl will have no problem becoming a legend. Last time, the goddess told Meryl that if Meryl does well, he will have a chance to become a dragon god. Meryl shook his head and said proudly. But then, he glanced at the dragon egg in the distance and hesitated. How about? I find a chance to ask Her Majesty for permission to sign a partnership contract with me? he muttered softly. The appearance of the golden dragon and the dragon egg attracted the attention of the players. The next day, a new oracle was sent out from the Temple of Life. The oracle was related to the Megalosaurus contract. The Saintess Alice represented the goddess and informed the players of the conditions of the contract with the Megalosaurus. There were two main ways to obtain the opportunity to contract with the Megalosaurus. One was to complete a specific mission and obtain the right to contract with the Megalosaurus directly. The other was to look at the affinity of the Megalosaurus and obtain their approval. Once the method was out, it was immediately criticized by the majority of players. This is something that only the big shots and lucky kings can do, they sighed with emotion. Historically speaking, those who could complete the special quests in Elf Nation were all veteran players. As for the latter, affinity, to be honest, was it not just looking at the face, but even so, everyone was looking forward to it even more. Looking at the face also meant fairness and that everyone had a chance. Instead of facing the cruel reality, everyone would have a chance that they might be the luckiest person in the world. Of course, most of the time, this was just an illusion. The popularity brought about by the Megalosaurus would last for at least a few more days. Similar to the players, Eve was in a good mood at this moment. This time, the benefits of performing God's descent in Phelan Tsue were beyond her expectations. Originally, I thought that I spent too much divine power to perform God's descent and blessings, but now it seems that it's useful to show the power of miracles in front of the believers from time to time. Looking at her personal panel, Eve thought happily. At this moment, her personal panel changed again. Frowny face name, Eve Yggdrasil, race, world tree, ancient god, level, 150, mythical, status, low-level divine power, clergy, nature, life, elf, title, goddess of life, mother of nature, ruler of elves, divine power value, 671310000, number of believers, 2565, saint 1. Fanatic 128, Devout 1549, Shallow Believers 887, Ability, Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enlighten, Heal, Summon, God's Descent, Divine Domain, True God Weapon, Withering Heart. Incomplete, Scepter of Life, Incomplete. The changes were mainly focused on the believers. This time, Eve spent nearly 80 divine power points to perform the power. But the effect was also significant. After the God's Descent and Blessing, not only did she officially obtain the recognition and friendship of the Megalosaurus, but she also increased the belief of the native elves in large numbers. The former was within her expectations, but the latter was really unexpected. Looks like I still have to perform miracles from time to time. This God's Descent and Blessing actually strengthened the belief of nearly 1,000 elven believers, and even produced 20 fanatics directly. Eve nodded slightly. The moment the believers sublimated their belief, they themselves would produce a strong power of belief. Just the divine power value brought to Eve by the sublimation of the faith of these 1,000 believers was enough to offset her consumption. Of course, Eve also knew that these things could only be encountered and not sought. The first time would definitely be the best, and later on, it would gradually weaken. But even so, it was still a reminder to her. In the future, I can perform the power in front of the believers regularly to strengthen their belief. Although Eve had already planned to rely mainly on swallowing the power of other evil gods to quickly recover, she could not abandon the belief. The more time passed, the more she felt the wonders of the power of belief. The power of belief. This spiritual energy seemed to come out of nowhere, but it always carried incredible power. There were only a few thousand secular believers, but the divine power brought by the sublimation of belief was even more powerful than the strength of these believers themselves. This was very difficult to understand, but it was a fact that happened. The power of belief is far from as simple as I thought. The rise of the gods of belief is not without reason. Eve sighed softly. Unfortunately, the previous world tree did not specialize in this path. She was also crossing the river by feeling the stones. She was still unable to understand the fundamental reason why the power of belief could strengthen divine power, and could only transform it step by step instinctively. Let's take it slow and solve the problem of the half-plane first. Turning off her personal status display, Eve turned her attention to the half-plane again. In the dusky sky, streaks of lightning snake-like cracks covered the sky, twisting and changing constantly. It was as if the sky would shatter in the next second. There was no breeze in the air, and it gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. Moreover, the cries and pleas of despair caused one to feel even more agitated and dejected. This was a small village located on the side of the main road leading to Seeker's City. On the wide road at the entrance of the village, a woman who looked to be about 20 years old and dressed like a village woman was hugging the thigh of a man in a priest's robe. She cried bitterly and begged, Lord Priest, my child doesn't want to be the son of nature. He really doesn't want to be the son of nature. Please don't take him away. Please don't take him away. He's only 4 years old this year." The priest was expressionless. Behind him, there was a row of fully armed soldiers. The soldiers were escorting a carriage full of young children. The children were chained to the carriage. Their cries could be heard from afar, but the soldiers and the priest were unmoved. Many villagers were watching. They looked at the carriage and the woman with complicated and sympathetic gazes, and looked at the priest and the soldiers with anger and hostility. However, they did not dare to voice their anger. They stood around in silence, watching as a young child was stuffed into a carriage by the soldiers. Cries and shouts filled the air. The priest kicked the crying woman away. He looked forward with empty eyes, and his voice was emotionless. All children who are favored by nature are the natural dependents of the God of creation. It is his honor to be the son of nature and contribute to the recovery of the true God. As he spoke, he waved his hand at the other soldiers. After receiving his order, the equally expressionless soldiers changed their formation. They drove the carriage, clustered around the priest, and turned to leave. Only the woman was left kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly in despair. When the priests and soldiers were far away, the villagers helped the woman who cried with a hoarse voice. Sighs also sounded in the crowd. Sigh, another one. The church has gone overboard these years. Can't they let people live in peace? Shoo, lower your voice. It'll be bad if someone hears you. Nina is really pitiful. After all, her child has the nature attribute. I only hope that her child can become a priest and not a sacrifice. Who knows, there are so many children who are forcibly taken away every year, but how many priests are there? And you see those ruthless guys, do you want your children to be like that? Sigh, I'd better pray that I don't give birth to a child with the nature attribute. The villagers sighed and shook their heads. No one noticed that there was an inconspicuous carriage beside them that was watching the whole process. In the carriage, the calabash retracted its gaze and frowned slightly. What the hell is this creation church doing? Why do we see them forcibly conscripting children everywhere we go? The other players didn't look too happy either. It had been 3 days since they left Grace Town. In the past 3 days, they had seen similar incidents in almost every human settlement they passed by. Even if they knew that this was a game, they could not help but feel disgusted by the clergymen of the church. Of course, this was also because of the existence of the quest, which made the players naturally regard these ordinary people as their own faction. If they guessed correctly, when this matter was over, these humans would probably be converted into believers of the goddess. It could be said that these humans were potential allies in the future. It was also because of this that in the beginning, the players would hide their appearances and secretly save the children they saw. Well, this was how the faction affinity came about. However, after doing this a few times, they aroused the vigilance of the Church of Creation, which caused them to equip the clergymen with soldiers. The players were worried that if they interfered again, it was very likely that they would alert the enemy, so they had to stop. However, they also became more and more disgusted with this so-called Church of Creation. After listening to their conversation, the coachman explained as he drove the carriage, "That's right, we're in the middle of the night. Sigh, you may not know, but this is a way for the church to expand the number of clergymen. In the past, when the lords of the god race were still around, the church was very desirable, and many people regarded becoming a priest as the highest honor. However, since the god race went into seclusion, the church became more and more presumptuous, and more depraved. They began to force all children with nature attributes to join the church. Those children with potential would be trained to become priests who only know how to dedicate themselves to the gods, and those without potential would be directly sacrificed to the gods." Saying this, the coachman sighed. Now, except for the secluded Grace Town in the Elven Forest, who doesn't worry about their children having nature attributes, the church is no longer the church of the past. Then why don't they resist? the optimist asked. How do they resist? The coachman shook his head. The church controls the most powerful force, and almost all professions above grade 2 come from the church, who has the ability to resist. After hearing the coachman's words, the players looked at each other and fell into silence. Indeed. Although the humans in this demiplane had the bloodline of the elves, and most of them had more or less mastered a little supernatural power, but at most they were at the level of apprentices. There were very few who stepped into the black iron level. And the middle-level black iron that the players saw, except for Elder Ruel of Grace, were all clergymen and soldiers of the church. This is the church founded by the existence that betrayed the goddess? In my opinion, this church is no different from a cult. Chopin shook his head. The others also showed expressions of agreement. They were no longer inexperienced newbies. At this moment, if they still did not know what these church members were doing, then they would have been taught by Big Sister for nothing. It was obvious that this church had long deviated from the path of a normal church. They had gone from preaching faith to forcibly brainwashing, from benevolent rulers to cruel exploiters, and even directly sacrificed suitable children to the gods. Of course, in addition to the plundering of the life potential of the demiplane's creatures, it could be said that this god of creation was completely on the opposite side of the goddess. The carriage continued to travel for 15 minutes, then slowly came to a stop. Then, the coachman's voice came from the front. My lords, the city of Seekers is in front, I won't be sending you into the city. He did not know the true identities of the players, only that the players were entrusted by the elder to enter the city to do something. Hearing the coachman's words, the players looked out the window and saw a vaguely discernible majestic city in the style of the elves. They all got off the carriage, and the coachman drove back after bidding farewell to them. Captain, what should we do next? The players looked at Boxed Lunch. Boxed Lunch reached out and took out a crystal-shaped ball from his chest. At this moment, the ball was flickering with a dense light as if it was being summoned. This was the mission tool that Elder Ruel of Grace gave to the players. It could sense the existence of the Heart of Life. It was flickering, which meant that the players were close to the Heart of Life. Boxed Lunch held the crystal ball tightly and closed his eyes to sense for a while. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Follow the senses. The group once again packed their equipment and walked toward the city gate. Is this the city of Seekers? In the kingdom of the World Tree, Eve sat on her throne and squinted at the scene in front of her while enjoying the crisp and sweet fruits sent by the oak guards. In front of her was still a large sand table that observed the activities of the players, and above the sand table were 5 images. The angles of the images were different, and they constantly changed according to the owner's activities. The content was similar, and it was the scene of a bustling city. This was the perspective of the 5 players in the Boxed Lunch team. The city was naturally the location of the Church of Creation, the core of the demiplane, the city of Seekers. This was a city that was more prosperous than the capital of the Holy Mania Empire's Maple Leaf territory. The architectural style of the city was very similar to the elven architecture of Fei Lung Sui. It was majestic and had an extraordinary artistic beauty. However, perhaps due to the limitations of the building materials, this demiplane didn't seem to have white boulders that were often used for construction like the elf forest. Instead, it used common gray stones, so the tone of the entire city was dark gray. In the city, fully armed soldiers and priests in gray priest robes and hoods could be seen everywhere. They patrolled the streets expressionlessly, and every city resident who saw them would stop and lower their heads to show respect. They wouldn't continue until they were far away. There were many residents here. Eve roughly looked and estimated that the population of this city was probably higher than that of Maple Leaf City. However, despite the large population, Eve found that most of the residents here looked numb, and their eyes were empty. They were far less spirited than the villagers in the villages outside the city, let alone Lilia and the others in Grace Town. Because of this, although the city was bustling, the city of Seekers gave people a feeling of oppression and disharmony. This seems to be mind control? Eve frowned slightly. Her gaze wandered through several images and looked at the city gate. Some of the residents who had entered the city through the city gate had their lively eyes gradually become numb. As for the residents who had left the city gate with empty eyes, their numbness quickly faded away like machines, and they became normal again. Seeing all this, Eve raised her eyebrows. So that's how it is. Every existence that enters the city will have their spiritual world invaded by some kind of power, thus affecting their thoughts. However, this influence is limited and not permanent. It seems to be limited to this city. It looks more like it's to hide something in the city. At this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar energy fluctuation that wanted to invade his game system network. To be more precise, he wanted to invade the mental world of Boxed Lunch and the others. Eve was very familiar with this fluctuation. It was the mysterious spiritual fluctuation that she felt when she first tried to explore the demiplane. At first, he thought it was the will of the demiplane, but after knowing about the God of creation, he understood that it should be some kind of stress mechanism left behind by the sleeping God of creation. It was clear that the invading force had targeted the players. Eve didn't immediately erase this energy because doing so would alert the enemy and expose the 5 players. All of a sudden, he stretched out his right hand into the void. Space was slightly distorted as he summoned a few vines. At the same time, in the demonic god's maze at the roots of the world tree, a group of players was besieged by a dozen demons. The situation was tense and dangerous. Suddenly, a light flashed in the void, and a vine broke through the void. Under the astonished gazes of the players, the vines wrapped around the strongest devil, and with a shrill wail, it was pulled into an alternate dimension. Seeing that the strongest demon was caught, a dozen lesser demons fled in panic, and an exasperated roar faintly sounded in the maze. Yggdrasil. The players were stunned and fell into a daze. F***ck. What the hell? It looks like the vine of the goddess? Could it be that the goddess saw that we can't defeat them and came to save us? Wake up. You might as well say that you signed a contract with the Megalosaurus. Similar things happened in several places in the demonic god's maze at the same time. Soon, Eve had captured 5 great demons from the labyrinth that were close to gold tier in strength. Looking at the trembling demons with their tails between their legs, Eve shook her head slightly. Azazel really can't be underestimated. He created such a powerful demon in a moment of carelessness. It seems that he still hasn't given up. I still haven't squeezed him enough. He actually managed to secretly accumulate the power to create such a powerful demon. I might as well refresh the dungeon for him every 12 hours. As Eve muttered to herself, she decided to increase the workload of a certain demonic god who was working. She also directed the power that invaded the lunchbox to the 5 demons, allowing them to take the mental shock in place of the 5 players. Then, she noticed that the 5 demons' gazes were almost instantly dazed. At the same time, they were still prostrating on the ground, praising nature and life. Seeing this, Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. This mental shock actually has the brainwashing effect of strengthening faith. This creator god who is suspected to be the elven demigod Orlos directly targeted nature and life. Should I say that he's ambitious, or should I say that he's careless? If Eve hadn't revived as a world tree, and if the divine roles of nature and life didn't have a master, this strengthening of faith would naturally be beneficial for this creator god to obtain the 2 divine roles. But now, this prayer could only be directed at Eve. Of course, the 5 demons naturally couldn't be converted into true believers. At most, they could only temporarily distort their mental worlds. The successful invasion of the 5 demons' mental worlds also allowed Eve to verify another question. That was, his status should be higher than this god of creation. Otherwise, her substitution wouldn't have been able to fool the other party, even if the other party had fallen into a deep slumber. In other words, the other party hasn't ascended to godhood yet? With this in mind, Eve fell into deep thought. If that's the case, it's likely that the suggestion those residents received was directed at nature and life. Logically speaking, this should have been directed at me after I revived, but I didn't receive any corresponding feedback. It's likely that this creator god used some special method to replace the target of the suggestion. If my guess is correct, it should be the heart of life. It's likely that he used the fragment of the scepter of life as a target to gather divine power and strengthen the laws of life and nature. But if that's all, even if he spent tens of millions of years, he still wouldn't be able to become the true god of life and nature, right? Or does he have some secret or backup plan that I don't know about? I don't know why, but I keep having this uncomfortable premonition. Eve thought for a moment and frowned slightly. As long as it didn't involve a battle between gods, a true god's premonition was still quite accurate. But this mental shock didn't detect my divine sense, which probably means that this creator God isn't powerful enough. This mental shock is probably connected to his internal belief network. He can prevent other mythical beings from infiltrating through the plane channel, but he can't prevent the other party from exploding from the inside. If that's the case, I should be able to try to reverse the location. With this in mind, Eve's heart skipped a beat. The players had the crystal ball that Elder Ruager had obtained. However, in Eve's opinion, the crystal ball's response was still too vague. If the players wanted to rely on that thing to locate the existence of the Heart of Life, it would probably take at least a few days in Seeker's City. Eve was worried that a long delay would lead to trouble. With this in mind, she immediately took action. Using her divine senses power, she used the mental channels on the 5 demons as an attack route to reverse the invasion. She operated very carefully, and the process was very smooth. With the infiltration of her divine senses power, Eve quickly saw a turbulent world of faith. The dazzling light of faith formed a dense network, and at the core of the network, a rhombus-shaped crystal was constantly rotating. This, really is the fragment of the scepter of life. Eve's spirit was shaken. She strengthened her divine senses power again and quickly sensed the other party's specific location. Her vision changed again, crossing the void and seeing the entire Seeker's City, seeing the tallest church building in Seeker's City, seeing the underground palace buried in the depths of the church, and at the same time, seeing a huge crystal coffin in the palace, and the fragment of the scepter of life floated above the crystal coffin, shrouded in countless starlight. Found it. Eve was delighted. After memorizing the location of the fragment of the scepter of life, Eve planned to withdraw. However, the moment before she withdrew, her gaze swept across the crystal coffin below the fragment. However, with just one glance, Eve's mind was shaken, and she almost couldn't maintain the power of her divine sense. She saw an elf girl lying in the crystal coffin with her eyes closed. She wore a gorgeous white dress, her facial features were unparalleled, and her silver hair spread out to the side of her body. Her appearance was almost identical to Eve's. Inside Seeker's City, Boxed Lunch and several hooded players wandered in the shadows of the streets. This crystal ball's flickering fluctuation isn't obvious enough. If this continues, I don't know when we'll find the target. Looking at the slightly flickering crystal ball in Boxed Lunch's hand, Calabash frowned and scratched his head. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly had a thought and stopped. Including Boxed Lunch, the 5 players felt a strange impulse at the same time as if they felt a strange rhythm. Then, they noticed that the pedestrians on the street all stopped moving. It was as if they had made an agreement. All the residents stopped in their tracks. Their uniform movements added a sense of horror to the already oppressive city. Then, the residents opened their mouths and prayed in a deep voice. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great God of creation. You're the Lord of nature, you're the light of life. The praying residents were still expressionless. However, the residents closest to Boxed Lunch and the others looked at them. These people looked at the players with empty eyes. They were like emotionless machines or lifelike dolls, and their mouths were constantly praying, being stared at by the emotionless eyes and listening to the unwavering prayers. The players felt their scalps tingle. Don't look at them. Imitate them and pretend to pray. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded in the players' ears. It was Oracle Zero. Her voice sounded a little tired. Hearing Oracle Zero's words, the players quickly followed and began to pray like the residents. Of course, it was just lip-syncing. Following their prayers, the residents quickly withdrew their gazes from the players and looked in the direction of the great temple in the center of the city. The neat and emotionless prayers echoed in the city. The prayers lasted for a full minute before they slowly stopped. The pedestrians also broke free from the strange state and continued to move. Seeing this, the players heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, what happened? They were puzzled. The enemy is checking for intruders. Something happened just now. The enemy noticed our intrusion, but it should be just suspicion. We just need to get away with it. Zero's voice sounded again. Something happened? Could it be related to our arrival? The players' hearts skipped a beat. Zero didn't explain in detail, but for something to happen at this time, they felt that it had something to do with them. For a moment, the expressions of the players became even more vigilant. They were afraid that a single mistake would cause the entire mission to fail. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded as though she had seen through their thoughts. It's not your fault. I was searching for the life heart with your help, which caused the fluctuations. However, I've already located the exact coordinates of the life heart. I'll tell you about it, and you should head there as soon as possible. The emergency mechanism left behind by this god of creation has already begun to operate. The more time passes, the more variables there will be. You must get the life heart as soon as possible. Also, get ready to summon the other chosen ones. I've already prayed to Mother Goddess and received her oracle. She will allow the teleportation of the chosen ones across worlds. After that, the player's vision suddenly changed, and the specific coordinates of the Heart of Life appeared on the game system's minimap. They had the coordinates, they were overjoyed. They nodded solemnly and then rushed toward the direction indicated on the minimap. After pointing the direction to the players, Eve breathed a sigh of relief and recalled the scene she saw when she sneaked into the other party's belief network, especially the figure in the crystal coffin that was exactly the same as her avatar. I didn't expect that the previous world tree's body would be sealed in this demiplane. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the avatar of the previous world tree. The previous world tree also had her own avatar. Not only that, but as an ancient god with great divine power who controlled the law of life, the previous world tree's avatar was a real physical body, and it was also a true god-level body. Eve used to think that those avatars were all destroyed in the divine war, but now it seemed that one of them had been brought to this demiplane. At this time, she also understood where the confidence of this god of creation came from and roughly guessed what had happened. Although it's an avatar, it's still the work of a true god. That body's capacity for the divine power of nature and life, as well as the law of nature and life itself, is probably no worse than a true god-level weapon. This god of creation's plan to ascend to godhood is probably not the fragment of the scepter of life, but this avatar. Perhaps there's no way to ascend to godhood with the two great priesthoods of life and nature, but it's still possible to ascend to godhood with some similar priesthoods and the help of a true god-level body. Of course, Eve did consider whether the other party was trying to awaken the world tree through the avatar, and it was not a betrayal. However, if one paid attention to the doctrine of the Church of Creation, they would find a problem. If one wanted to awaken the world tree, the doctrine should not point to the God of creation, but to the world tree or the mother of all gods. However, whether it was the doctrine or the legends of the church, they all deluded the world tree and even the elves. Besides, Eve turned her head and looked at the 5 demons that she had experimented on. She saw that there were significant changes in the appearance of the few great demons at this moment compared to the beginning. The scales on their bodies were tougher, and their bodies had expanded several times. Their aura was soaring, and they had completely stepped into the gold rank, becoming a true demon lord. Not only that, but there was also a thick black fog surrounding their bodies, which was the power of the abyss. Of course, even if these great demons had evolved into gold-rank demon lords, they were still like frightened teddy bears in front of Eve, with their tails between their legs and trembling. The changes in the demons were not caused by any other reason but by the mental shock. Just as Eve retreated, a surge of abyssal power came along the mental channel. Although it did not affect her or the players, it directly affected the few demons. And the source of this abyssal power was the god of creation who was sleeping in the half-plane. I really didn't expect that this god of creation had really fallen. I just don't know if it was before or after he went into hiding. Eve shook her head. Fortunately, I didn't wake him up. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. A demigod who had fallen into the abyss was far more crazy than ordinary demigods. Destroying this half-plane was the lightest. If they really fought with their lives, they might have to sacrifice their own existence and sacrifice the half-plane to directly distort the void and open a door to the abyss. If that happened, it would be a big game. The entire world of Seekers would welcome a wave of abyssal invasion, and the elf forest would definitely be the first to suffer. By then, this place would definitely become the focus of the entire universe. Eve did not believe that her identity would not be exposed. In the end, it was the last glance before leaving that caused the soul to shake. From the reactions of the residents, the other party's emergency mechanism should have been activated. Praying to the god of creation? It seems that I have to try to wake him up. However, even if he wakes up, it will take some time. As long as I find a way to enter that palace before that and get the life heart, I will be invincible. Through the infiltration just now, Eve also confirmed a few problems. First, this god of creation had indeed fallen into a deep sleep. He could only rely on the fragment of the scepter of life to maintain the operation of the entire faith network and maintain the ability to control this half-plane. Second, through the observation just now, Eve had already sensed that the other party did not have full control of this half-plane. In this, the fragment of the scepter of life was a great help. Once the players could obtain this fragment, even if the other party woke up, he would not have full control of this half-plane in a short period of time. That would give Eve a chance to descend to this world. As long as the other party did not have full control of this half-plane, Eve could descend to a certain extent. At this thought, Eve once again connected to the game system and officially activated the summoning mission. Ding, hidden mission, Heart of Life summon unlocked. Players in the scenario can summon friends by consuming mana. For every 500 points of mana, players can summon one friend who is above level 31. Summon reward, each time the player summons a friend, the player will gain 1% of the friend's EXP until the player dies. The official summon will be activated after the first batch of players enter the combat scene. First batch of players' IDs, Bento Box, Calabash, Chopin, Optimist, I'm Invincible. With the system's soft beep, a new mission message appeared in the vision of all the players in the server. The players, who were attracted by the appearance of the Megalosaurus, focused their attention on Bento Box and the others. Wow! Can we finally do this mission? Summon friends? 1% of EXP? If we summon friends all the time, we'll be able to earn EXP. Wake up! Each summon costs 500 points of mana. How many points of mana do you have as a warrior? Ugh, only 500 points, ha 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 ha. I'm a mage, and my mana will reach 8,000 points soon. Ha ha ha. Do you have a big boss as your friend? Damn it. I don't have many big bosses as my friend. Hee hee. I have a big boss Chopin as my friend. We'll enter the dungeon for sure. I'm so jealous. Big boss, help me. The players were filled with excitement and excitement. After all, the Heart of Life mission not only offered 50,000 EXP, 3,000 contribution points, and 50 resurrection coins, but they also had monsters to kill. This was comparable to the main storyline. Without exception, Bento Box and the others received 99+ friend requests in their friend channels. Especially Calabash the Mage and Chopin the Druid. The Calabash looked up at the sky and sighed as it stared at the flashing friend requests and the passionate messages that flooded the private chat channel. I didn't expect to be so popular one day. I want to cry. Optimist scrolled through the back end of his livestream and said excitedly, oh, my god, more than 20,000 people are watching my livestream. Even the top streamers can't do this. Don't get excited. They're all waiting for us to summon our friends. Do you believe that the number of people will plummet after we start the summoning? Calabash complained. When the Optimist heard that, he was speechless. I know. Can you let me dream for a while longer? The few players chatted with each other, and their operation went smoothly. With Zero's coordinates and Chopin's nature's heart, they quickly found the path to the underground palace through the rats in the city's sewers. This underground palace was located below the great shrine of Seeker's City. It was heavily guarded on the surface. However, if they walked through the sewers, they could find a hidden passage that led directly to the temple. The sewers of Seeker's City were not peaceful. After 1,000 years, this place had already formed its own ecology. There were even ferocious monsters in the mud. These monsters were pitch black and covered in scales. A depraved and evil aura surrounded their bodies, causing the players to frown. The aura of these monsters feels familiar, let me appraise. Contaminated subterranean demonic fish? A contaminated aquatic lizard? Hiss. The monsters here have all been contaminated by the power of the abyss. Abyssal power, the players' expressions gradually turned serious. Amid the seriousness, there was a hint of excitement. They were serious because this was not a good sign. Because countless related missions and hunting experiences had shown that anything that involved the abyss was definitely related to the evil god, and the missions were all quite dangerous. As for the excitement, It was naturally because the rewards for the missions that involved the evil god were great. Could it be that the creator is really an evil god? They were slightly tempted. However, although they encountered many monsters that had been contaminated by the power of the abyss in the sewers, the players didn't encounter much resistance. It was because the magic power level in this plane was too low. Even the strongest monster they encountered was only at the lower silver level. The 5 of them were more than enough to fight it. As for most of the monsters, even if they sensed the players, they would take a detour. The life potential of all the creatures in this plane would be absorbed. Ordinary creatures had no chance to grow above the silver level. The monster that they occasionally saw at the lower silver level was already unprecedented. In terms of the strength of the players, they were really close to invincible. Turning off their sense of smell, the 5 of them crawled all the way along the sewers. From time to time, they would swim in the muddy water. Finally, after a few hours, they arrived at the destination. Poking their heads out of the muddy water, the players looked ahead. In their field of vision, a huge palace appeared. This palace was very magnificent. It was made up of huge stone pillars, and the ceiling of the cave above was inlaid with countless fluorescent stones. They shone in the darkness, like the deep starry sky. And this scene gave the players an indescribable sense of familiarity. Huh? Isn't this the scene of the temple that Xianxia and the others saw when the goddess first appeared? The optimist with better memory had a slight change in expression. The others thought for a moment and recognized it one after another. Of course, for the players, this scene was just very similar to the scene of the goddess' first appearance. But for Eve, it had a deeper meaning. This palace should be a replica of the former World Tree's palace in the heavenly realm. The players looked at the palace as they crawled out of the muddy water. The muddy water stuck to their bodies, making it almost impossible to see their original appearance. The smell was even more overwhelming. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the sense of smell could be turned off and they treated this place as a game, they might not even go into the water. However, if it was a game, it was a different story. As long as there was a profit to be made, the players were willing to do anything. The palace didn't have a gate, only 2 thick stone pillars that symbolized the gate. And on both sides of the palace, there were 2 rows of human-shaped statues. Some of those statues looked like elves, some looked like half-elves, and some were simply humans. At a glance, there were probably no less than hundreds of them. They stood there like the guards of the palace. The players used cleaning to clean the filth on their bodies. Then, they pulled themselves together and walked toward the palace. However, the moment they were about to step through the gate, an obscure energy wave suddenly flashed from the stone pillars of the palace. Then, the eyes of all the stone statues lit up. Under the surprised gazes of the players, the 2 rows of statues suddenly emitted a deep light. The stone pieces on their bodies peeled off bit by bit, revealing the lively bodies inside. Then, they moved. Blasphemers! How dare you step into the resting place of the gods? With a cold warning, all the statues that came alive picked up their weapons and charged toward the players. Their auras were powerful. Even the weakest had the strength of a peak black iron, and the strongest had the strength of an upper silver. The 5 players were shocked. At the same time, they heard the clear voice of the blessed, 0, in their ears. It's the guardians. Quickly summon the other chosen ones. Hearing her words, the players' eyes lit up. This is entering the scene? Can we finally summon them? They looked at Calabash and Chopin, and the 2 nodded. They circled the friends list that they had chosen earlier. As they pressed the summon option, they shouted the summoning words that they had discussed earlier. Go! Pikachu! In an instant, a golden light enveloped the 2 players, and they felt their magic power begin to deplete rapidly. At the same time, circular matrices began to outline one after another on the ground around them. Along with the resplendent light and violent spatial fluctuations, tall and slender figures appeared in the magic array. At the same time, excited shouts were heard. Ha 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 ha! We're in the dungeon! We're in the dungeon! What the hell is Pikachu? Can't we just play properly? F***ck. There are so many monsters. Attack! Attack! Accompanied by spatial fluctuations, the players arrived one after another. They were already prepared for battle. As soon as they entered the battlefield, they found the resurrected statues and fought with them. At this moment, these statues that had come to life also underwent a strange change. Black smoke began to swirl around their bodies, and strange patterns began to appear one after another. Their auras and strength increased by another level. If it weren't for the fact that they seemed to have no consciousness and could only fight by instinct, the players might not be able to hold on any longer. And with the first batch of statues resurrected, more and more statues came to life. Those were the statues that were further away. There were more of them than the first batch. Previously, the players didn't notice them. But as the battle escalated, the light of magic illuminated the darkness, and at the same time, revealed their astonishing number. These statues, there were probably thousands of them, they started to move and joined in the siege of the players. For a moment, the players and the resurrected statues were engaged in a chaotic battle outside the palace. I see. Are these statues the elves who have passed away? I'm afraid there are also the pious believers of the Church of Creation who have passed away. In the kingdom of the World Tree, Eve watched the battle from the player's perspective. She was deep in thought. She had already recognized the identities of these statues. It seems that they didn't become petitioners. Instead, their bodies were preserved and turned into statues. They relied on the power of the abyss to demonize and obtain a different kind of new life. It can be said that they are almost the same as the undead. Eve secretly shook her head. This also meant another problem. That was, these guardians' souls had probably been eroded by the power of the abyss. They had lost themselves and the opportunity to be reborn. They could only fight forever as puppets of evil. For intelligent life, this was even more tragic than becoming an undead. With a sigh, Eve looked at the players again. These experienced guys had gradually gotten into their roles. The summoned players formed combat squads in groups of 3 and 5 and began to fight around the palace guardians. The sound of swords, arrows flying, magic explosions, and the players' exclamations and laughter intertwined. It was extremely chaotic. The weak guardians were directly besieged by the players, slashed in half, or drowned in magic. The guardian's body was also made of flesh, but its blood was a strange black. Their vitality was incomparably tenacious. As long as their bodies were not completely destroyed, even if they lost their heads, their combat strength would not be reduced by much. At first glance, they looked like terrifying specters. Such an existence was enough to strike fear into the hearts of every professionist. Unfortunately, they were facing players. Not only did the difficulty of the guardians not dampen the fighting spirit of the players, but it also stimulated the enthusiasm of the players. The players who entered the scenario were all at least Black Iron upper-tier players. Among them, even the 4th beta testers were no longer the same as before. They were veterans with rich combat experience. Their teamwork was perfect. They did not panic and tenaciously withstood the Guardians' attacks. Although there were some unlucky fellows who were careless and lost their lives to the enemy's attacks, new players were quickly summoned to join the battle. On the whole, the number of players was increasing. If I'm not mistaken, there should be more than 10,000 iron-ranked players. With the addition of more than 100 silver-ranked players, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with these unconscious guardians. The key is that such a battle is likely to awaken the sleeping demigod. We have to get the fragment of the scepter of life as soon as possible. With a thought, Eve once again sent a voice transmission to Boxed Lunch and the other players. Don't fight. Quickly enter the palace and get the heart of life. The crisp and decisive voice rang in their minds, extinguishing the enthusiasm of the players to fight the guardians instantly. They looked at each other, nodded, and gave up the battle. Instead, they took advantage of the other players' entanglement with the guardians to run into the palace. Without any hindrances, the 5 players entered the palace smoothly. The palace was much larger than they had imagined, and much more majestic and luxurious. There were countless steps in the middle of the palace that went up step by step. At the top of the steps, there was a crystal coffin that shone with a beautiful light. Behind the crystal coffin was a huge mural. The mural depicted a hooded figure that was very similar to the statue of the god of creation that the players had seen at Elderroog's place. Above the crystal coffin, there was a dazzling diamond-shaped crystal that kept flashing. That crystal seemed to be the center of the whole world, shining with a bright light. In a daze, the players seemed to see an illusory network with the crystal as the center, spreading out in all directions. At this moment, they had some kind of understanding in their hearts. This crystal must be the target that they were looking for. The heart of life. That diamond-shaped crystal must be the heart of life. Looking at the dazzling crystal ball in boxed lunch's hand, Calabash said in surprise. Let's go together. Boxed lunch's eyes flashed. The 5 players nodded and rushed up the steps together. Calabash and Chopin waved their staffs and chanted as they charged. The former used Mage Hand, while the latter used Vine. They cast their spells in the same direction, aiming at the heart of life in midair. They planned to cooperate to get it. However, just as the 2 spells were about to hit each other, they seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and all the effects disappeared. The 2 magic class players were stunned for a moment. Not believing it, they cast several more spells. However, the heart of life seemed to be protected by an invisible barrier. Every time they got within half a meter of it, all the attacks would disappear. This is magic immunity? The 2 players opened their mouths in shock. The heart of life was suspended high in the air, at least 10 meters away from the crystal coffin below. At this height, the players couldn't reach it without using magic. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded in the players' ears again. It's the crystal coffin. That crystal coffin has a magic array engraved on it, and it's protecting the heart of life. If you want to get the heart of life, you have to destroy the magic array on the crystal coffin. The magic array on the crystal coffin is one with the crystal coffin. As long as the crystal coffin is opened, the magic array will be destroyed. So, we have to open the crystal coffin first. In addition, the body in the crystal coffin is also our target, and it's related to our victory. While getting the heart of life, you have to get the body in the crystal coffin. This is the key to defeating the god of creation. The body in the crystal coffin, the players were slightly stunned. The tank warrior at the front, Optimist, nodded and said, "Let's do it, I'll do it." After saying that, he jumped up and slashed at the lid of the crystal coffin. The light of a skill flashed, and the greatsword hit the crystal coffin, creating a series of sparks. However, the crystal coffin was undamaged. Optimist didn't believe it and jumped up again, intending to slash down from the top of the crystal coffin. However, just as he leaped up, raised his greatsword, and was about to slash down, he saw through the crystal coffin that the sleeping existence inside was clearly seen. In an instant, the tank warrior's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, and he couldn't help but curse. F***CK? D goddess? Goddess? What goddess? The other players were a little confused. They saw that the Optimist's expression suddenly changed. He was amazed, delighted, confused, and excited, like a chameleon. He stood in front of the crystal coffin in a daze, forgetting to attack again for a moment. What are you waiting for? Open the coffin. Seeing that the Optimist had stopped, the Calabash urged him and rushed to the crystal coffin as well. However, when it saw the scene in the crystal coffin, its eyes widened as well, and it blurted out, F***CK? Goddess? Captain, Little Bang, and Woody, come here. Come and see who's lying in the coffin. It said excitedly and incoherently. The rest of the players heard it and came forward. When they saw the sleeping figure in the crystal coffin, even Boxed Lunchbox, who had been expressionless, was shocked. It was an elf girl who was as tall as a human. She was wearing a white dress with floral patterns, and her silky long silver hair was draped behind her. She lay quietly in the crystal coffin. Her graceful and perfect curves were outlined under the thin dress, making people feel relaxed and happy. It was hard to look away. She lay there as if she had fallen asleep. Her tightly shut eyes were covered with slender eyelashes, and her sparkling cherry lips reflected some luster. At the same time, it made people feel enchanting, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Countless fresh flowers were placed around her body. They were tender and delicate, as if they had just been plucked. They contrasted with her milk-white and delicate skin, making her look lively and full of vitality, as if she would wake up in the next second. Such an exquisite and peerless appearance was enough to amaze anyone who saw her. The players couldn't be more familiar with her identity. She was the most popular NPC in Elf Nation, the leader of the faction that the players were loyal to, the incarnation of the world tree, and the goddess, Xianxia. So beautiful. Wow, she's so beautiful. This is a goddess, right? She must be a goddess, right? Looking at the girl in the crystal coffin, the players were excited. No one dislikes beautiful things. Not to mention that this was the goddess in the hearts of all the players in the game. However, while they were excited, they were also confused. Why is the goddess here? Didn't Big Sister say that goddesses can't enter this half-plane? No. Shouldn't the goddess be outside? At this moment, a familiar sigh resounded in their hearts once again. This is the true God incarnation of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. This is her holy body that walks the earth. Aside from obtaining the life heart, you'll also need to take back the goddess's body. This is related to the final victory. It was Zero's voice. Incarnation of a true God? Saintly body, the players were slightly taken aback, but they quickly understood what he meant. This was one of the incarnations of the goddess. Its nature was very likely similar to that of Allur's avatar, which had been killed by the players back then. However, the goddess's prestige was much higher than that of the half-orc's silly god. This modeling, this special effect, cough, cough. The players coughed dryly and looked at each other. What should we do next? Should we continue opening the coffin? The optimist gulped and looked at his teammates. Of course. Didn't you hear Big Sister? Cough, Lady Zero say that we need to take back the goddess's body? I'm invincible said. Then, how do we open the coffin? Slash it with a sword? It won't hurt the goddess's body, right? The optimist glanced at the crystal coffin again. It couldn't be helped. While the sleeping goddess looked stunning, she also appeared too delicate. He was afraid that he would accidentally slash open the coffin and damage the goddess's body. At this moment, Zero's voice echoed in everyone's minds again. Don't worry. With your strength, you can't damage the mother goddess's body. Don't worry and attack. Hearing her words, the players finally heaved a sigh of relief. They took the opportunity to take screenshots one after another. Then, they steeled their hearts and moved their eyes away from the crystal coffin with great difficulty. Then, they tried to destroy the crystal coffin again. The main force was still the melee players, mainly the optimist. However, no matter whether it was sword slashes or sword stabs, they could only leave a faint mark on the crystal coffin. They couldn't do much damage to it. I'll try. Calabash said. He waved his staff and chanted a rhythmic incantation. A huge fireball formed in his hand and charged toward the crystal coffin. With a loud boom, the fireball hit the crystal coffin and caused a violent explosion. Flames shot everywhere and smoke curled up. When the magic wave dissipated, the players looked at the crystal coffin again. This time, cracks appeared on the crystal coffin. It's effective. This crystal coffin's magic resistance isn't high. They were pleasantly surprised. However, Calabash seemed to be in a dilemma. No, although it's effective, it's still too weak. We need a stronger attack. After hearing his words, Boxed Lunch's heart skipped a beat. He swiped his friends list and found Salty Meow. He sent a concise voice message. She's in the palace. Come and help. The eyes of the other players lit up. They hurried over and shouted. Big Boss Salty Meow, come quickly. I have something good to show you. Goddess, come and save the goddess. Call for fire support. Salty Meow moved quickly. In less than a minute, she arrived at the player's side. She was followed by a group of curious little followers. What's the good stuff? Goddess? She was very curious. When she followed their gazes and saw the scene in the crystal coffin, she repeated their surprised expressions. Goddess? Behind her, the other players didn't fall behind. F***CK. 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 Isn't that the goddess? Am I seeing things? So, awesome. Of course, there were some players who were getting more and more impudent. Huh? Why is my wife here? Get lost. She's my wife. Cute, I want, shameless old thief. Shut up. Looking at the figure in the crystal coffin, the players went into a frenzy. Salty Meow soon learned the whole story from Boxed Lunch and the others. I see. You found the right person. It's just a magic attack. Watch me. She was so excited that her cheeks turned red. Salty Meow raised her luxurious golden legendary staff and chanted a mysterious spell. Frightening mana fluctuations gathered above the crystal coffin, quickly forming a gigantic magic array. As she finished chanting, the array suddenly burst out with a bright light. A bright orange flame as thick as a bucket with a terrifying aura suddenly formed. It poured down from the array and directly hit the crystal coffin. Fourth circle spell, Fire Blast. Sensing the horrifying energy waves, the players' expressions changed, and they quickly scattered. With a loud boom, the center of the crystal coffin exploded violently, and a small mushroom cloud rose. At that moment, the entire palace seemed to shake slightly. The players who were closer to the coffin felt their ears go deaf, and they were blown away by the strong wind and heat waves. After the explosion, a quarter of the platform was destroyed. F***CK, F***CK. Sensing the horrifying power, the surrounding players were stunned and looked at Salty Meow as if they were looking at a monster. After releasing this spell that consumed all her magic power and was comparable to a sixth circle spell, Salty Meow was almost exhausted. Of course, the effect was also outstanding. The cracks on the crystal coffin spread like a net, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Along with the shattering of the crystal coffin, the invisible barrier that protected the Heart of Life in the air also shattered. The barrier is gone. Boxed Lunch's team was delighted. Chopin. Boxed Lunch shouted to the druids in the team. Hearing Boxed Lunch's shout, Chopin nodded and cast Vine again. In an instant, a vine rose into the air and rushed toward the Heart of Life. This time, the process was very smooth. Chopin easily grabbed the fragment of the Scepter of Life that was floating in the air and took it in his hand. Haha. One mission target completed. He laughed happily. However, the players' excitement didn't last long. The moment they took the Heart of Life, the whole palace suddenly began to shake. In the next second, the god of creation in the huge mural behind the platform suddenly opened his eyes. As if coming to life, the murals in the palace suddenly became vivid. In the murals, the hooded figure that looked 80% to 90% similar to the god of creation carved by Elder Rogue of Divine Grace slowly raised his head. Two purple-red lights shot out from under the hood. They were his two eyes. As he moved, an aura that was filled with vicissitudes and decay, valiance, and viciousness descended upon the palace. The changes in the murals quickly attracted the attention of the players. The murals are alive? What's this? Did we trigger the boss? The players who had seen the statue of the god of creation at Rogue's place changed their expressions slightly. No. It's the god of creation. As soon as they finished speaking, a majestic and cold voice resounded in the temple. Thief. Die. As the voice fell, ripples suddenly appeared on the murals. Then, a huge hand that seemed to be watered by black sludge stretched out from it. It was the hand of the god of creation. He came out of the murals. He had been sleeping in the murals. The god of creation's hand suddenly grabbed Chopin at an extremely fast speed. Chopin's expression changed slightly when he saw the terrifying speed of the other party. It's too late, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted. Calabash. Catch. Then, he threw the Heart of Life to the other party. As he threw it out, he leaped and stood between the Heart of Life and the huge hand. The next second, the god of creation caught him. The huge black hand exerted a little force and crushed Chopin's body. Even his equipment was turned into dust. Chopin. The other players in the Boxed Lunch team exclaimed. However, Chopin's avatar in the team had darkened. Damn it. This attack power is too crazy. The players cursed. The huge hand crushed Chopin and grabbed the Heart of Life. However, the well-prepared Calabash had taken it first with the help of Hand of Magic. Then, the players' long-range attacks came one after another. Colorful offensive spells and arrows flashing with the brilliance of skills whizzed through the air and smashed into the huge hand, causing a series of explosions. However, the players' attacks had no effect on the gigantic hand and only stopped it from moving forward. However, he managed to achieve his goal, and the gourd took the opportunity to escape from his attack range. However, no one was happy. Because at this moment, everyone clearly understood how powerful the other party was. This was definitely not a boss that players could fight against. The player's attacks seemed to have finally angered the owner of the giant hand. An angry roar could be heard from the mural. Scram! The temple trembled, and the giant hand waved again. It clenched its fists and smashed the players closest to it. The expressions of the players changed slightly, and they hurriedly dodged. However, the giant hand moved even faster. It easily destroyed the defensive spells that the players had cast on themselves, and smashed them into meat paste amidst a series of cries of surprise. For a time, a rain of blood was set off in the temple. No one could survive for more than 3 seconds under the attack of the giant hand. So strong, the remaining players were dumbfounded. F***ck. Isn't this too much of a bug? How do we fight? Where's the balance? Many people were cursing. Boxed Lunch and the others didn't look good either. At this moment, the familiar voice of God's favored, Zero, sounded in their minds again. Her attack power is at the peak of silver. She's essentially a senior demigod. You're no match for her. If you want to win, you have to stall for time and protect Her Holiness' holy body. Put the Heart of Life and Her Holiness' holy body together, and Her Holiness will have a chance to perform God's descent to a certain extent. God's favored, Zero's words were short and firm. At the same time, all the players present received a new mission at the same time. Frowny face ding. You've triggered a mission, the Descent of the Goddess. Mission description: the greatest enemy of the demiplane has awakened, and only the goddess can fight her. In order to obtain the final victory, you have to stall until the goddess descends. Mission objective: 1. Protect the goddess' holy body. 2. Protect the Heart of Life. 3. Stall until the goddess descends. Mission reward: 30,000 EXP, 100 resurrection coins, Goddess Eve's favorability +1. Note: for every increase in Goddess Eve's favorability by 1, the exchange price of all items in the exchange shop will be reduced by 0.5%. Contribution obtained from sacrifices will be increased by 0.5%. Personal reputation will be increased by 1 point. The Descent of the Goddess. Looking at the new mission, the players were all stunned. However, when they saw the last reward, the sound of their breathing gradually became heavier. Wow! Can the goddess finally increase her favorability? Reduce the price? Increase the sacrifice reward? And it can even increase personal reputation? Isn't the goddess favorability too strong? If this increases the goddess favorability, wouldn't the price in the exchange shop be reduced to nothing? Personal reputation could be reduced by 50% at most. And the goddess favorability could be reduced by 50% at most. Not only that, but the goddess favorability would further increase personal reputation. In other words, increasing the goddess favorability was equivalent to increasing personal reputation. When the goddess favorability was full, personal reputation would also be full, and didn't that mean that the price in the exchange shop would be reduced by 25%? This didn't include the bonus experience and contribution points that came with high reputation. In an instant, the player's eyes turned red. Even Li Mu, whose personal reputation had already been maxed out, was tempted. He looked at Bento Box and the others who were closest to the broken crystal coffin and shouted, "Quick! Take the goddess' holy body and the Heart of Life and escape." At the same time, the god of creation had completely walked out of the mural. His figure appeared above the crystal coffin. Bento Box and the others' expressions changed slightly. They exchanged glances and then their gazes fell on the tank warrior Optimist, who had the greatest strength and endurance. "Optimist, you take the goddess. We'll cover the rear," Bento Box said. After saying that, he, Calabash, and I'm Invincible attacked the god of creation together. And at the end of the charge, Calabash didn't forget to turn back and say, "Don't touch her. Don't get touchy, or you'll be hunted down." Optimist was speechless. I take the goddess?" He opened his mouth and felt a little dry. His gaze wandered, and his gaze fell on the goddess in the crystal coffin. The other party was still lying there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep. Swallowing his saliva, Optimist gritted his teeth and rushed up. Bending down and reaching out, Optimist carefully touched the goddess. The goddess' holy body was cold but soft. For a moment, Optimist felt his throat become even drier. He took a deep breath and wanted to calm down. As a result, as he took a deep breath, the faint fragrance of flowers and plants on the goddess' holy body entered his nose, making his mood more subtle. At this moment, he could vaguely feel countless piercing gazes on him. They seemed to be from other players. Optimist was speechless. He slapped himself, then carried the goddess on his back, turned around, and ran. The goddess's body was lighter than he had imagined. Not only that, but her body also seemed to have a strange power. The moment he carried the goddess on his back, Optimus felt that he was enveloped by a strange power. His body's recovery speed began to accelerate almost visibly, and the damage he had suffered in the previous battle quickly disappeared. His HP bar and the magic power he had consumed were slowly replenished to full, even the EXP in his EXP bar was slowly increasing. This was the effect of the divine power of life. Even if it was just a shell, there was still a lot of divine power of life left in the goddess incarnation. Otherwise, this body would not have been able to sleep for thousands of years and still be full of vitality. The moment the crystal coffin was destroyed, this true god-level body was exposed to the air, and the remaining divine power of life naturally began to dissipate. The floral fragrance that Optimus smelled was actually some kind of manifestation of the divine power of life. Of course, divine power had no smell. This was just Optimus' own understanding of life and nature, and it caused him to have a one-sided smell reaction to the divine power of life. For any living creature, this dissipated divine power of life was a top-notch tonic. Healing injuries and recovering magic power was a piece of cake. And if one ingested too much, it would be very beneficial to improve one's physical fitness, and even to transcend the level of life. However, at this moment, Optimus was no longer in the mood to pay attention to his own personal state. His thoughts were all on the goddess. I didn't expect that my first intimate contact with a girl would be in a game, and an NPC at that, the Optimist complained as he ran. Carrying the goddess did not cause him any burden. Not only that, but he also felt that his whole body was full of power. However, even though they were separated by a thin one-piece dress, that soft touch was constantly stimulating his nerves. Even if it was an NPC, this was not an ordinary NPC. Moreover, from various aspects and meanings, this feeling was too real, too dreamy, and it really made one's heart flutter like a monkey and gallop like a horse. After all, cough cough. Although Optimus was the top 3 tank warrior players in the entire server, in reality, he was just a 20-year-old otaku who had never even held a girl's hand. Sometimes, when he was running, he didn't even know where to put his hands. At this moment, the Optimist's mood was rather subtle. There was some complacency, some indescribable complexity, some inexplicable excitement, some apprehension and nervousness, especially when those envious, jealous, and hateful gazes were cast on him. Without a doubt, at this moment, Optimus had replaced the boss and became the focus of the audience. His live broadcast room that was still open had been flooded with comments. With the opening of the instance dungeon and the entry of players, the number of people watching the livestream decreased. However, more and more comments popped up. As for the content, it was all lemony. F***ck. Lu Tianjiu, how dare you carry the goddess on your back? Isn't his luck too good? I'm so jealous. Envy +1 envy +2 Mr. Letian, how does it feel? Let go of the goddess. Let me. And so on. The palace became even more lively. Seeing Optimist carrying the goddess out, the gamers were in an uproar. F***ck. D, goddess? She's alive? This was a gamer who didn't pay attention to the content of the mission and was directly teleported here. Wow. Goddess. It's the goddess. She's so beautiful. Her clothes are so pretty. This was the goddess's fangirl. Ah. I'm so jealous. Why isn't it me? Go to hell, European king. This was a lemon. Optimist, aren't you tired? Let me carry her for you. Please change her. Please change her. I'll pay 3,000 contribution points for someone to carry her. I'll pay 5,000. Hey, hey. Where are you putting your hands? He, I have material again. This was a commotion. Amidst the commotion, Optimist ran further and further away. His actions caused a torrent of activity among the gamers. He didn't know who started it, but someone started to chase after him. Soon, a large group of players fell from behind the Optimist. Everyone surrounded him excitedly and ran together as if they were his bodyguards. Of course, most of the gamers simply wanted to admire the goddess's true appearance. After all, compared to the arrival of the holy light, this was the time when the goddess was the closest to them and was the easiest to come into contact with her. And the goddess was the most popular NPC in the entire server. For a moment, the entire palace became even more chaotic. The gamers' attention was attracted by the goddess, and the awakened god of creation also noticed Optimist's actions. Looking at the goddess's holy body that was stolen by the gamers, he let out an angry roar. Blasphemer, die! After he finished speaking, his aura grew stronger again. At that moment, even the surrounding space began to distort slightly. In the next second, a black force spread out from the god of creation, and the entire temple was covered in a layer of grayish-black fog. All the gamers who were fighting in the temple felt their bodies become sluggish as if they were suppressed by an inexplicable force. At the same time, they vaguely felt that some power in their bodies began to drain rapidly. Although their personal status bars did not change much, the gamers felt an inexplicable exhaustion for no reason, and the upper limit of their energy began to shrink slowly. Boxed Lunchbox and a few others who were closest to the god of creation were even surprised to find that their bodies began to age rapidly. In the entire scene, only Optimist, who was carrying the goddess on his back, and some of the gamers who were closer to Optimist, were not affected. This was the power of a domain. Because of the energy level limit of the half-bit wall, the power of the god of creation did not exceed the level of silver, but was infinitely close to the level of gold. However, even if the power was not at the level of gold, it did not mean that the damage he caused was not as good as that of a gold professional. Mythical beings all mastered the power of a domain. The essence of this god of creation was that of a mythical creature that surpassed the mortal world, and he did not have most of his power and the power of laws sealed like the demon god Azazel. Therefore, at the same time as he exerted his power, he could use the control of the laws to cast a domain and achieve greater power, a fallen life domain, and it should belong to the demigod domain. Looking at the attack of the god of creation through the gamer's vision, Eve frowned slightly. She had already determined what the law that the opponent had comprehended was. It was the law of life. The opponent was able to absorb the life potential of the creatures in this half-bit wall not only by relying on the fragment of the scepter of life, but also by the power of the law that he himself had comprehended. However, comprehension did not mean control. The limit of comprehension was only that of a demigod. Only by mastering the law and condensing the priesthood and divinity could one become a true god. And at the same time that Eve had already mastered the law of life, there would naturally not be a second master of the law of life in this universe. Therefore, the opponent was indeed only a demigod. A demigod of the law of life, and to be able to cast a demigod domain meant that this should be the opponent's true body. However, as the opponent exerted his power, Eve also noticed another problem. That was, although the gamers had obtained the fragment of the scepter of life, it only interfered with the enemy's control of the half-bit wall, but did not stop the absorption of life potential. This meant that this demigod did not rely on the fragment of the scepter of life to absorb life potential, but relied on himself. This was very strange, because with the power of a demigod, there was probably no way that he could affect the entire half-bit wall. Under such circumstances, he could still affect the half-bit wall. That feeling, it was as if the entire half-bit wall was assisting him in casting. This half-bit wall seems a little strange. Eve was vigilant in her heart. Of course, it was only vigilance. With her power, this demigod's attack was not a threat to her, and the strength of this half-bit wall was not a threat to her. When I descend on this half-bit wall, I should know what's going on. Observing from a distance, I still can't see clearly. Muttering to herself, Eve began to divide the power of her god's soul. The heart of life had been stuffed by the calabash to the optimist. And Eve was preparing to use the game network channel connected to the gamers, using the optimist, who was carrying the incarnation body, as a springboard to cross the space barrier through the fragment of the scepter of life, and then descend on that true god-level body. Previously, Because of this god of creation's control of the half-bit wall, she could not descend. However, now that the heart of life had been taken away, there was a loophole in the opponent's control of the half-bit wall, and Eve naturally had the opportunity to descend. Of course, because the energy level of the half-bit wall was very low, even if it was a god's descent, it would be incomplete. And to familiarize herself with that body and successfully perform an incomplete god's descent, it would also take a certain amount of time. When she succeeded in controlling the body, it would also be the time when the progress bar would be full, and it would also be the time when she could officially perform God's descent. Eve used the power of her God's soul and began to act. And the battle between the gamers and the god of creation was still going on. Black fog continued to spread. That was the opponent's domain power. And as the fog spread, the body of the god of creation gradually shrank. In the end, her body became the same size as the gamers, but her aura became more and more terrifying. She floated in the air, reached out slightly to the gamers who were rushing toward her, and raised her hand. And in the next second, hundreds of black vines broke out of the ground. These vines had sharp thorns and entangled the gamers one after another. Even Boxed Lunch and the others could not escape. Then, accompanied by a terrifying suction force, the life force of the gamers began to drain rapidly, absorbed by the vines. War sacrifice. This god of creation actually used the famous skill of the nature's favored. As a former goddess's favored, she could naturally use this skill that even the druids could master. And with the erosion of the power of the abyss, she used it more violently and more aggressively. In just a few seconds, nearly 100 gamers who besieged her turned into ashes, leaving only scattered equipment on the ground. Those were the unlucky ones who did not have time to bind their equipment. In the blink of an eye, an open space appeared around the god of creation. Even Boxed Lunch and the others who were rushing at the forefront were all gone. They were also dead. And it was an instant kill. Looking at this scene, the surviving gamers were stunned. F***ck. F***ck. Even Boxed Lunch was killed in an instant? How do we fight this? Isn't this too much of a bug? We can't withstand it at all. How do we stall for time? It was not that. The gamers had never encountered a powerful enemy with terrifying strength. However, the powerful enemies they had faced before were all dealt with by NPCs of the same faction who were more powerful. This time, they were personally confronting such a terrifying existence. And the strength displayed by the other party once again made the gamers feel their own insignificance. Even the gamers who felt complacent because they had advanced to silver, seeing the morale of the gamers begin to drop, Li Mu, who had not participated in the battle for long, shouted, "Stop her! You must find a way to stop her. Stall for time for the goddess to descend. We just need to hold on for a while more." After listening to his words, Fried Tomato of the First Legion shouted, "Let's go. Take turns. Continue to shout. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives. We have to hold him back." Even Shapeshifter Gang of the Autobots shouted at the top of his voice, "Come on. Stall for time until the goddess descends, and we'll win." Seeing that the bosses of the 3 major guilds had spoken, Salty Meow was not to be outdone. She drank a tube of mana recovery potion, activated the amplification spell, and also shouted, "Players of the Mang Mang Committee. Everyone, let's go together. Today's resurrection tokens are on the guild." There was a difference between having a leader and not having a leader. With the encouragement of the higher-ups of the major guilds, coupled with the cooperation of the guild members, the morale of the gamers was quickly boosted again. At the same time, the background music suddenly changed. The players' ears were once again filled with the most praiseworthy and passionate BGM from the previous war. The rhythmic drum beats and the passionate and high-spirited music. In an instant, the gamers felt that they had been injected with chicken blood again. Kill her. Stall her. For the goddess. Long live the goddess. Hurrah. They roared and attacked the boss once again. Even if their attacks were completely ineffective, they did not retreat. The gamers really began to sacrifice their lives. With the gamers' desperate charge, the movements of the god of creation were obviously affected. Although she had the power of a territory, in this dimension, the greatest power she could exert was only at the peak of silver. The speed at which the gamers sacrificed their lives to add fuel gradually exceeded the speed at which she killed the gamers. Being entangled by the gamers, her speed finally slowed down. And Optimus, who was carrying the goddess, ran further and further away. However, this situation did not last long. The gamer's delay finally aroused the wrath of the god of creation again. She roared again and raised her hands. In the next second, with a loud rumbling sound, the entire palace suddenly began to tremble, and the ground continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, the palace that was originally buried underground broke through the surface, overturned the temple above, and appeared in Seeker's city. The players were thrown off balance by the sudden earthquake. When the tremors finally stopped, they also found that they had come to the surface with the palace. Seeing the light again, the unique coldness of the underground was swept away. However, the gamers' hearts sank again. Because when they rose to the surface, they found that a large number of NPCs had gathered around them. There were priests from the Church of Creation, guards, and ordinary residents. Everyone stood there and surrounded the players. Their empty eyes stared at the players without any ripples of emotion. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands, and their bodies were surrounded by black smoke. Their bodies were faintly showing signs of turning into monsters, and their auras continued to rise. And their numbers were densely packed, and there was no end in sight. There were probably tens of thousands of them. Seeing this scene, the gamers felt their scalps go numb. "Take them down." The voice of the god of creation sounded again, incomparably majestic. With his command, the priests, guards, and residents around him all transformed into ferocious monsters and rushed toward the gamers in unison. And the god of creation took the opportunity to leap up and once again rushed toward Optimus, who was carrying the goddess on his back. Not good. Optimus only felt that he was firmly locked on by the other party, and an unprecedented sense of danger hit him. He could not dodge, his heart sank. However, just as the other party was about to rush up, he suddenly felt the white and delicate arm on his shoulder move slightly. Faintly, he seemed to hear a faint sigh. The body on his back suddenly turned from cold to warm. In the next second, the light shone brightly. The optimist only felt his body lighten, and the softness that he could still feel disappeared. Even without looking back, he could see the bright holy light spreading in all directions, illuminating everything. At the same time, he only felt an extremely powerful and inexplicably intimate force appear behind him. That kind of power was majestic and vast, soft and warm. The energy waves emitted by it brushed past his body, making him subconsciously associate it with the warm sunlight. Not only that, this power also had a wonderful effect. As if he had just carried the body of the goddess, as this energy wave brushed past his body, the optimist once again felt that his physical condition began to improve rapidly. Even the pressure brought to him by the boss disappeared under the shroud of this power. However, the attack of the god of creation did not slow down. His hands formed into claws and grabbed in the direction of the optimist. The black fog surrounding his body continued to spread, and the thick and evil abyss breath was almost suffocating, and the power displayed was extremely powerful. There was no doubt that if the optimist was hit, his ending would not be much better than those players who were killed instantly. However, this time, the attack of the god of creation was bound to miss. As the warm power spread behind him, the optimist suddenly found that everything around him had become slow motion. Then, a beautiful figure exuding a soft light walked past him as if she was strolling. A white holy dress, long silver hair, and a beautiful side profile that was perfect like a dream. He could not be more familiar with this image. In other words, all the players in Elf Kingdom could not be more familiar with it. And this body, the optimist was running all over the map just now. This was Goddess Eve. In an instant, the optimist looked surprised and excited. Goddess, this was Goddess Eve. The goddess had descended, however, compared to the previous appearance that the players had seen time and time again in the plot, the goddess at this moment looked more vivid and more real, and at the same time, more desirable. It was an indescribable feeling. The optimist only felt that the goddess at this moment was a little less majestic than before, and a little more amiable. The goddess walked in front of the optimist, shielding him behind her, and smiled at him as she passed. That smile was beautiful and moving, amiable and warm. When the optimists saw this, they felt as if the entire world was about to collapse. Then, the goddess gently stretched out her right hand with her palm facing outward, facing the god of creation. Dense light swirled around her. It was just a simple movement, but the god of creation seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and could no longer move forward. Blasphemer! Die! He let out an angry roar again, and the black fog around him became even thicker. However, the goddess merely stood there, as if she did not care about him at all. The goddess gently extended her right hand and flicked her thumb and index finger at the charging god of creation. It was just a flick, but it contained a terrifying power that caused the entire space to distort slightly. At that moment, the god of creation seemed to have suffered a terrible blow and was sent flying by this light flick. Under the shocked gazes of the players, they saw this arrogant big boss being sent flying like a rock. He crashed into countless stone pillars of the palace, flew out for thousands of meters, and was finally buried in the ruins. For a moment, the battlefield was silent. Soon, it turned into cheers. Ha ha ha, it's the goddess! The goddess has descended. So beautiful. So powerful. Wow. Isn't this too powerful? Instant kill? She's indeed my wife. Goddess super tall. Long live the goddess. The players looked at the goddess in excitement. Of course, they did not stop what they were doing. Now that the goddess had descended, the scales of this battle would completely tip in their favor. Now was the best time to beat the dog while it was down and gain experience. For a moment, the morale of the players skyrocketed again. All the players roared and fought with the palace guardians and residents who had turned into monsters. The players' morale was high, and Eve quickly familiarized herself with this new body after descending for a few seconds. At this moment, compared to the unfathomable look in the eyes of the players, her heart was in turmoil. It stored so much divine power of life? Did this god of creation directly use this body as a vessel to store divine power? Feeling the majestic divine power of life in her body, Eve was pleasantly surprised. Before she descended, her perception wasn't clear. However, when she officially took over this body, she found that the deepest part of this body had accumulated nearly 2,000 divine power points. This was already equivalent to the divine power possessed by an experienced true god with weak divine power. However, although she was pleasantly surprised, after thinking about it carefully, Eve also understood why the other party did this. This god of creation was only a demigod. The maximum divine power points that a demigod could control was only 300 points. If one wanted to store more divine power, one had to find a way to use other vessels. Obviously, the body of a true god was the best vessel. Eve even suspected that the other party was planning to use this body as the foundation to become a true god and step into the realm of a true god. At the same time, after descending, Eve also noticed the absorption of life potential in this world. However, to her surprise and realization, the ultimate target of this absorption of life potential was none other than the body that she had descended into. In other words, the absorption of life potential of the entire world was in service of the divine power accumulated in this body. And at this time Eve finally understood why the other party was so angry after the players snatched this body. There was no other reason. This was simply an interception. While understanding in her heart, Eve's gaze swept across this world again. For some reason, after descending into this world, Eve felt that her divine power was much more active than expected. Not only that. Vaguely, she felt that she had an inexplicable closeness to this world. She even had an intuition, if she was willing, as long as she spent 10 days to half a month, she could even use the fragment of the scepter of life that she had just obtained to completely control this half-bit wall. In other words, she could achieve the same level as this god of creation. This was strange. Because logically speaking, if one wanted to control a half-bit wall, even a true god would have to spend a considerable amount of time to integrate with the half-bit wall's origin. That time was at least measured in years. And although this half-bit wall's energy level was low, its laws were quite complete. If she wanted to control it, she was bound to need more time. However, Eve had an intuition that she would not need to spend too much time to control it. This was the intuition of a true god. And a true god's intuition about a half-bit wall was very accurate. It could be said that it was similar to a prediction. The origin of this half-bit wall is strange. Could it be related to me? Or is it that the long-term absorption of life potential caused this body to have some kind of mysterious connection with this half-bit wall? Eve's heart was slightly moved. I can't destroy this half-bit wall. When the battle is over, I have to properly explore the secrets of this half-bit wall, she thought in her heart. After deciding the future of the half-bit wall in her heart, Eve once again looked at the ruins where the god of creation fell into. Although she was very satisfied with this body, she did not think that she had killed the other party with that blow just now. In fact, Eve felt that although the other party was sent flying by her sudden attack, the other party was probably just a little embarrassed and did not suffer any damage. And the result was just as Eve guessed. A moment later, the ruins suddenly exploded, and the figure of the god of creation appeared in front of everyone again. His body was still surrounded by black smoke, and the hood that covered his appearance was not damaged at all. And his aura did not weaken at all. Seeing this scene, the cheers of the players suddenly became softer. Many people opened their mouths wide and looked surprised. No way? He's still fine? This? What kind of monster is this? Isn't his defense too terrifying? What the hell? The players' expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. However, Eve was not surprised. In this half-bit wall, the highest energy level was the peak of the silver level. In other words, no matter how strong Eve's strength was, she could only exert the power of the upper silver level here. What he just used was about this level. And this level of attack, although the other party was sent flying, it could not cause any damage to the other party. This was because the essence of this god of creation was a demigod. Even if the energy level of the half-bit wall limited the use of power, it did not change the essence of his demigod. The body of a demigod was very special. Under the situation where there were no restrictions, the body of a demigod would be protected by the law that he comprehended. And under the protection of the law, the body of a demigod would be immune to all ordinary physical and magical attacks below the gold level. In other words, a mere silver level power would not be able to cause fatal damage to him. At most, like just now, the other party would be sent flying by the impact of the impact. Of course, if a stronger power was used, it would naturally be able to cause damage to him. However, because that would exceed the limit of the half-bit wall, it would cause the already unstable half-bit wall to quickly collapse. In other words, if she wanted to rely on conventional combat to win, then she could only defeat the other party at the cost of destroying the half-bit wall. This was a dead end. However, Eve did not intend to destroy this half-bit wall. At least, this half-bit wall could not be destroyed now, and she, in fact, had already thought of how to deal with the enemy. Under conventional combat, she could not defeat the other party without destroying the half-bit wall. Then, it would be fine to not use conventional methods. Since the other party's demigod body was immune to this level of attack, then it would be fine to seal the other party's strength to the extent that he could not be immune to this level of attack. In other words, just like the demon god Azazel, his power, especially the power of the law, would be sealed. When Azazel's power of the law was sealed, the players could bite off a piece of meat from him. Although it was still not enough to kill him, it was enough to weaken his power. And now, this god of creation was not a true god. He only comprehended the law and did not control it. In this case, as long as his power of the law was sealed, everything would be stable. With this thought, Eve's hand flashed, and a necklace appeared. True God weapon, Withering Heart, 3,200 words. Only one update tonight. Another update before 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Heart of Withering, this was the first true God artifact that Eve seized from Allure, the god of winter and the hunt. Although it was incomplete, it had a very powerful sealing power and was extremely compatible with Eve. This true god artifact that had been eroded by the power of the abyss could be used to seal all mythical beings below mid-level divine power as long as it was provided with sufficient life force. In history, Allure was feared by countless true gods below mid-level divine power because he was in control of this true god artifact. In the Thousand-Year War of Gods, it was said that some demigod-level gods of the former world tree also fell quickly in the war because of the existence of this true god artifact. Of course, after Eve got her hands on it, she had used it to seal powerful enemies before and after. For example, Allure's demigod incarnation, the dragon of despair Nidhogg whose strength had declined, and the seventh demon god Azazel who had yet to recover his strength, and now, Eve took it out again. This time, her target was the half-plane god of creation who only had demigod-level strength. She wanted to successfully seal him before he began to risk his life and cause fatal damage to the half-plane. The life force needed to activate the Heart of Withering had already been injected by Eve. At this moment, this true god artifact necklace was already as red as blood. In the next second, Eve gently raised it. Sad fallen one, your future is only sealing in death. Her gaze swept across the god of creation who was surrounded by the aura of the abyss and the inhabitants of this plane who had been corrupted by the power of the abyss and were similarly abyssed and demonized. She sighed slightly. She did not know when this god of creation fell into the abyss. Perhaps, it was before he came to this half-plane, or perhaps, after he used the power of the half-plane to force away other mythical beings who coveted it. However, no matter when he chose to fall, since he was close to the power of the abyss and willingly became an evil god, it meant that he had become the common enemy of the true gods. The consciousness of an evil god could be distorted, and from the various actions of this god of creation, he had long been distorted by the power of the abyss. In addition, considering his covetous desire for life and the laws of nature, even if he did not fall into the abyss, Eve would not let him go. This was a matter of standpoint. In order to strengthen himself, in order to seize the divine position, this demigod who had once followed his predecessor not only claimed to be the god of creation and erased the traces of the world tree, but also directly attacked his predecessor's elven believers, to the former world tree. Such an action was already a complete betrayal. At this thought, Eve sighed softly and raised her right hand. The withering heart in her hand suddenly changed, the crimson necklace suddenly transformed into a crimson beam of light that shot straight at the god of creation. Suddenly, the players present felt a frighteningly powerful aura emanating from the goddess. Then, the aura shone brightly. A red beam of light shot out from the goddess' hand like a rocket and hit the god of creation in the blink of an eye. The blood-red light flashed across his body and quickly merged into his body. The god of creation's movements paused for a moment. In the next second, his entire body suddenly trembled, chains appeared on the surface of his body, constantly wrapping around him. As they wrapped around him, they kept disappearing. Every disappearing chain entered his body, pierced his soul, and turned into seals. And the aura of the god of creation began to decline at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The seal was a success. In fact, a true god using a true god artifact to seal a mere demigod-level mythical existence should have been a piece of cake. However, what surprised Eve was that as she controlled the withering heart to transform into a sealed form and enter the god of creation's body, she also sensed some of his emotions. That was anger. Endless anger. However, this anger was not directed at Eve. Instead, it was directed at the withering heart. Eve could clearly sense that after she used the withering heart to begin to seal this god of creation, his aura became completely chaotic. It was a violent, crazy, and hysterical anger. Withering heart. He let out a roar of anger. That voice was filled with resentment, anger, and unwillingness. He began to struggle crazily, constantly tearing the chains on his body. However, it was to no avail. The seal formed by the withering heart was illusory. Its final target was the Godhead, God fire for demigods, and the soul. It was not a physical object that could be removed by brute force. However, as the god of creation struggled, the hood of his divine robe that originally covered his appearance was torn off. And his appearance was displayed before Eve and the other players. Handsome appearance, half-pointed ears, long silver hair, and a pair of purplish-red eyes that flickered with madness, chaos, and anger. This was a half-elf. Half-elf, half-god. His facial features were distorted. His originally handsome face was covered with a ferocious expression and strange patterns caused by the corrosion of the abyss power. However, even so, Eve recognized his identity through the world tree's inheritance. The result was as she had guessed, half-elf, half-god, Orlos. Orlos, looking at the face of the god of creation, Eve had mixed feelings. In the world tree's inheritance, although this half-elf demigod did not agree with some of his predecessor's beliefs, he had loyally followed him for thousands of years. However, in the end, he still betrayed and fell. Now, his power was sealed. He was like a monster that had lost his mind, rolling on the ground. In the sky above the city, only his incoherent, chaotic, and angry roars kept echoing. Withering heart. Buller. Blasphemer, die, blasphemer, die. Blasphemer, die. He struggled. He roared. Looking at the other party rolling around like a mindless monster, for some reason, Eve suddenly felt a trace of sorrow in her heart. For a moment, she also lost interest in using him to display her power in front of the players. Enough. Die here and preserve the last bit of dignity of a mythical existence, she sighed softly. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Orlas. Eve reached out her hand again and placed it on his body. You used the ability to absorb life's potential to strengthen yourself. Now. I'll use absorb to end your life. After muttering this, Eve activated her absorb ability and began to absorb Orlas's divine power and divine sense. Absorbing divine power was naturally to strengthen herself. Absorbing divine sense was to investigate Orlas's memories, just like how she killed Nidhogg. After all, Orlas was a half-elf demigod. Even if he had gone mad, he still had many memories of the past. For Eve, who did not inherit most of her predecessor's memories, these memories from 1,000 years ago were still very useful. Not to mention, by investigating Orlas's memories, Eve might be able to understand the secrets of this demiplane. However, the moment Eve used her divine power and activated absorb, Orlas's body slightly trembled again. In an instant, his struggles actually stopped. Even his anger and unwillingness suddenly disappeared. His ferocious expression quickly turned into confusion, and the chaos in his purple-red eyes gradually faded away. Then, Eve saw a faint flash of clarity in Orlas's eyes. Orlas looked at her. His eyes were quickly dyed with a layer of longing and a trace of haziness. His eyes were filled with faint attachment, as if he was a child who had not seen his mother for a long time and had returned to his mother's embrace. Orlas trembled as he reached out towards Eve, as if he wanted to grab something. Mother Goddess. Your Holiness, a weak call came from Orlas's mouth. Hearing Orlas's call, Eve was slightly startled. She stopped her action of absorbing. The next second, she saw Orlas smile. He smiled in satisfaction. He looked at Eve and said with a choked voice, "You have finally returned." After saying this, Orlas's arm fell limply to his side. The next second, Orlas's body suddenly collapsed and disintegrated, turning into the purest form of energy that surged into Eve's body. His memories also surged into Orlas's body. With the influx of memories, Eve felt her vision change, and the entire world suddenly changed. The players had disappeared. The collapsing buildings of the city had disappeared. The monster-like residents of the demiplane that were still fighting with the players had also disappeared. Even the sounds of fighting and shouting on the battlefield seemed to have sunk into water, becoming smaller and smaller until they finally disappeared. In Eve's eyes, the entire world suddenly dissolved like a drop of ink in water. When she looked around again, she found that she had arrived in a strange space. This was a space that gave off a sense of vicissitudes of life, and it gave off an extremely unreal feeling. What entered Eve's eyes was a long and narrow passage. This passage was filled with cracks. It had clearly collapsed, but it was forcefully pulled together by some kind of power, reaching a subtle balance that allowed it to continue existing. But now, this subtle balance seemed to have been broken. The entire passage had already begun to disintegrate and was collapsing. And in the collapsing passage, illusory doors could be seen every once in a while. Eve's gaze turned slightly and looked at the door closest to her. The door was unlatched, and Eve could clearly see the other side of the door. It was different from the gradually collapsing passage. It seemed to be another independent world. The sky was high, the clouds were light, and the trees were green. And a delicate and cute half-elf youth was running happily on the grass under the forest. He had a head of beautiful silver hair and a pair of beautiful purple eyes. And the moment Eve saw him, she suddenly understood something. He was the half-elf Orlas, the young Orlas, the half-elf. Youth was very cute. His smile was innocent and romantic, like a happy little angel. He mingled with the other elves and half-elves, happily playing in the forest. And through a corner of the forest, Eve could faintly see the beautiful and prosperous elven city in the distance. Looking at the somewhat familiar city scenery and feeling the special energy waves, Eve's heart skipped a beat. This seems to be Xianxia? Is this Orlas's mental world? Although it was a rhetorical question to herself, when Eve had this thought, she was 99% sure of it. Every living being with a soul had their own spiritual world. That was the sea of souls where all the memories of living beings were buried. When a being devoured the memories of another being, there was a certain probability of entering the other being's mental world. This was a very strange state. By entering the other party's mental world, an existence could quickly digest the other party's memories, devour the other party's soul, and quickly browse through the other party's life. There was no doubt that Eve had entered Orlos's mental world. The moment Orlos recognized her identity, he completely gave up on resisting. He directly opened his spiritual world, embraced Eve's power, and gave everything he had to Eve without reservation. After figuring everything out, Eve naturally understood what this tunnel and the doors represented. The former represented Orlos's mental world. As for the latter, it was an unforgettable memory fragment that he had experienced throughout his life. By browsing through these memory fragments, Eve was able to quickly understand the half-elf Orlos's life. Of course, as an outsider, she could leave this mental world at any time. She only needed to think about it. However, Eve did not intend to do so. This mental world was collapsing. There was not much time left in this space. If Eve left, she would probably never have the chance to return. The collapse of the mental world could only mean one thing: the master of the mental world had already died. No, not already dead. Rather, he had died long ago. From the looks of it, this tunnel that represented Orlos's mental world had already collapsed long ago. Even the space around it was filled with cracks. It felt as if this space had already been broken once, and now countless fragments were forcefully glued together. It was indeed forcefully glued together. It seemed to be some kind of powerful obsession that forcefully glued the collapsing mental world together, allowing it to be preserved. After realizing this, Eve's expression froze for a moment. In other words, the one fighting against the players, the one fighting against her, was not the living demigod Orlos, but the obsession left behind after his death. When Eve realized this, the sense of accomplishment in defeating the enemy and achieving her goal instantly vanished. Because she suddenly felt that she seemed to have made a mistake, Eve suddenly raised her head and looked at the remaining doors. Her expression suddenly became somewhat complicated. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and walked deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel's collapse was still ongoing. However, Eve was no longer paying attention to it. Her gaze was focused on the doors on both sides of the tunnel. Eve could not stop this world from collapsing. All she could do was browse through the memory fragments of this world. As she walked, the half-elf Orlos's memories gradually appeared before Eve's eyes. It was the path of growth of a half-elf demigod. He loved nature and life. He was a devout believer of nature. His dream was to become a nature priestess who was blessed by the mother goddess, a true God's chosen. He went from being frivolous and immature to being mature and steady. He went from being as weak as an ant to becoming a powerhouse. In 1,000 years, he worked as a mercenary, a bounty hunter, a traveling merchant, and a traveling poet. He traveled all over the world of seekers, met countless races, and made countless friends. He had seen cruel wars, but he had also seen peaceful times. He saw the rise of humans and the decline of elven cities. He was born at the peak of elven civilization. In that era, elves and half-elves walked all over the world. No matter where they went, they were respected by all intelligent races. However, what he experienced was 1,000 years of elven civilization's decline. Although elves were still the most powerful civilization, although elves were still the most powerful race, although other races still respected elves, however, the rise of humans and demi-humans quietly changed everything. He witnessed the rise of human powerhouses one after another. He heard of the rise of the gods of faith one after another. He saw elven and half-elf settlements being replaced by human forces. He saw new kingdoms being born on the continent one after another. At that moment, he felt the ambitions and desires of other races rising. He felt the undercurrents of the continent. However, the elves did not notice it. They were still cheering for the prosperity of their civilization, still singing praises for the greatness of their kingdom. Although they loved peace and were kind and gentle, they also had arrogance carved into their bones. This arrogance gradually became arrogance. And arrogance could destroy everything. At that moment, Orlos finally understood. The elves were already old. I have to do something. I have to make my people understand the current situation clearly. Peace and kindness are correct, but peace and kindness can't solve all problems. The elves have no ambition, But the elven civilization will become the obstacle to the ambitions of other civilizations. The other races are rising, and a race that has no ambition and tolerates everything will only become a target. Orlos thought so. He hoped to become a high-ranking member of the church and change the beliefs of the believers. He hoped to make the elves and half-elves understand the current situation and become more resolute. At the same time, he hoped that his people would abandon their arrogance and see the growth of other races and the potential dangers. However, even though he had a genius affinity with nature, even though his growth rate surprised even the high priest, he couldn't even pass the most basic priest exam of the Druidic order. Orlos, I know that you're a devout believer of nature, and I also know that your faith in the Mother Goddess is extremely firm. However, some of your views are too extreme. Peace and kindness are the core teachings of the Druidic order. No matter what others do, we shouldn't start wars and fall into evil. The elven civilization is great and the main character of this world. Our Mother Goddess is also the strongest existence in this universe. No one can defeat us, and we have no reason to fight with others. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess created us to bring peace and prosperity to this world. Only peace, sincerity, and friendliness can allow this world to continue living beautifully. That was what the Druidic Order's high priest had said to him. Of course, Orlos couldn't agree with this. No, I don't agree. You guys are too arrogant. There are some things that are beyond our control. If we do this, we'll destroy the elven civilization. I want to see Her Majesty the Mother Goddess. I want to explain everything to Her Majesty the Mother Goddess. She will definitely understand me. He replied so. Orlos said so. He also did the same. That was an era where the true gods walked the earth. For many ordinary intelligent beings, the true gods weren't an unattainable existence. The elves were the same. There was a legend among the elves. If there was anyone who could completely seal their own power and climb to the top of the world tree within a day with only their own physical body without the help of any external forces, without using any magic, then he would have the opportunity to meet the great god of nature and life, His Holiness Yggdrasil. This was not an easy task. Although the trunk of the world tree had cracks, it was very smooth. The huge cracks in the bark could not be used as a grip or support point when climbing. However, Orlos did it. He spent 3 years practicing day after day. Finally, in the last 15 minutes of the day, he reached the top of the world tree. He met the Mother Goddess. The world tree, Yggdrasil. The incarnation of the Mother Goddess was just as the church had described, holy and beautiful. He looked gently at Alice and smiled. Brave child, I have watched you for 3 years. Your persistence and tenacity have moved me. I can fulfill one of your wishes. Orus was overjoyed. He bowed devoutly and spoke of his wish. Mother Goddess, the elves have begun to decline. If this continues, war will be unavoidable. I hope to become your subordinate. I hope to change the understanding of my people. Orlos told them all of his thoughts. But after listening to his story, the Mother Goddess only smiled faintly. So what if we've declined? Orlos was slightly stunned. But the elves are a race that you personally created. The silver race that you used to manage the world. He spoke agitatedly. However, the Mother Goddess only let out a deep sigh. She looked at the elven forest in the distance that was full of vitality and slowly said, When I first created the elves, this world was already desolate. At that time, the Twilight War had just ended. The Titans were exterminated, the Megalosaurus went into seclusion, and the entire world was on the verge of destruction. This world needed a new race to save it. And that was the elves. Now, after so many years, the Seeker's world has regained its vitality. The mission of the elves has actually ended. It's not that I didn't notice the rise of the other races, but, so what? The elves were never created to control this world. This world is constantly changing. There will never be a race that can remain prosperous forever. The elves will eventually decline. And if such a day really comes, as your mother, I will naturally leave behind a pure land for everyone. The Mother Goddess said. In other words, go into seclusion? The pure land you speak of, could it be the elven forest? Orlos asked. The Mother Goddess smiled and nodded. That's right. The elves love peace, are kind, and have no ambition. Such a race is actually unsuitable to be the overlord of the world. I've never thought of controlling the world through the elves." Hearing the mother goddess words, Orlos was slightly dazed. But, isn't this just avoiding? Will the elves really peacefully go into seclusion? He asked. The mother goddess only smiled faintly. So what if they avoid? It's just that there's no need to fight. Besides, with me here, no one will dare to harm the elves. Orlos fell silent. That's right. The mother goddess was the greatest existence in this world. With the mother goddess here, even if the elves declined, no one would dare to bully them. But, he raised his head. But the mother goddess isn't the only race that rose to prominence. There are also the true gods of faith. He did not continue speaking. Because some thoughts, if spoken out, would be disrespectful to the true gods. However, the mother goddess seemed to understand what he was referring to. He smiled and shook her head. You worry too much. She did not explain too much. However, Orlos could probably guess the reason for this. It was the world tree that first discovered the path of ascension through faith. Although the world tree did not delve too deeply into this path, she had given guidance to many other existences who wanted to ascend to godhood. For many true gods of faith, the world tree was like half a teacher to them, or rather, a mother. The title of Mother of Gods was not given to her for nothing. Thinking of this, Orlos lowered his head. At that moment, the mother goddess voice rang out once more. However, there's one thing you're right about. The current elves are indeed somewhat arrogant. The elves' way of thinking has long since solidified. For most of them, their race has become the center of the world. Actually, this is also my fault. It's not like I didn't know that the elves were the main characters. The elves indeed need a different voice. With that said, he looked at Orlos and smiled. Orlos, are you willing to accept my blessing and become my god's chosen? Orlos was excited. I'm willing. The mother goddess smiled faintly. She waved her hand, and a green ball of light appeared in her hand. This is the first divine kingdom that I created when I attempted the path of faith. It's currently in a sealed state. Unfortunately, my attempt failed. In the end, this divine kingdom did not successfully fuse with me. Moreover, it's gradually turning from a different space into a plane of existence. However, this failed divine kingdom has a rather complete power of law. I bestow this failed divine kingdom to you. I hope that you can rely on it to successfully comprehend the law power and step into the realm of demigods. This divine kingdom has great potential. If you can completely control it, perhaps one day, you might be able to ascend to godhood through it. She then waved her hand and sent the ball of light into Orlos's hand. Orlos had become a demigod. Less than 10 years after meeting the mother goddess, he had broken through the limits of the mortal world and successfully ignited his own divine flame, becoming a true demigod. At the same time, the world tree's divine decree was sent to all the nature churches. The demigod Orlos had officially received the mother goddess approval and became one of the 8 demigods under her. For the world tree, which did not have a true god, this was the equivalent of a subordinate god. From then on, the elven ranger, who was famous for his rebellious nature among the elves and half-elves, disappeared. In his place was the 8th demigod of the nature church, the guardian of life who had comprehended the law of life. Orlos's ascension was beyond the expectations of the elves and half-elves. They did not expect that the rebellious fellow would receive the favor of a true god. Meanwhile, the conflict between Orlos and the nature church intensified. For ordinary elves and half-elves, some of Orlos's radical ideas were as unacceptable as heresy. Although Orlos had become a demigod and officially entered the management of the nature church, it did not improve his relationship with the other elves, especially the other demigods. Arrogance? This is not arrogance, but pride. The elves are the most perfect race created by the mother goddess, a race created by God. Those lowly elves cannot compare to us at all. Without us, how many races would be able to develop their own civilizations? You actually believe that they would surpass us? Orlos, you worry too much about them. Don't worry about him. He's a madman whose head is filled with persecutory delusions. That's heresy. Heresy is even more terrifying than heretics. He was ostracized and ignored. Orlos was gradually marginalized in the nature church. However, his beliefs became even more firm. The mother goddess has acknowledged me. This is her trust in me. The elves are no longer the same as before. I must do something to change the elves and half-elves' perception. The conversation with the mother goddess had changed some of Orlos's thoughts. At the very least, now that he knew the mother goddess' position on the elves, he no longer desired for the elves to remain the rulers of the world. However, how to make the elves accept the current situation, how to make the elves recognize the threat, and how to make the elves peacefully return to seclusion. This was a problem that had to be dealt with carefully. However, the development of events always exceeded everyone's expectations. War had arrived. He was caught off guard. Majestic divine power filled the sky. Majestic golden figures appeared in the sky above the elf forest. Almost all the intelligent races sent out armies to surround the elf kingdom as if they had agreed beforehand. On that day, the true gods who believed in them, betrayed their teachers, betrayed the mother of gods who had guided them to become gods. Led by the human gods, a total of 138 true gods of faith surrounded the world tree. Their majestic and vast voices resounded above the elven forest, "Your Majesty, the Mother of Gods. This is the last time we will address you as the Mother of Gods. You're too powerful, and your power is too dangerous. The era of the ancient gods and elves has passed. Your existence, your potential, your uniqueness, is a great threat to the Seeker's realm and even the entire universe of Seekers, so, I'm sorry. Lord Yggdrasil, you must fall today." The voice of the true god of faith was holy and cold. Orlos and the other demigods stood beside the mother goddess. They looked at the gods who were attacking them with disappointment and indignation. "Your Majesty Allure. You actually joined the siege against the mother goddess? Have you forgotten who helped the half-beastmen get through this difficult time?" Orlos looked at a certain majestic figure with an angry expression. However, the other party only sighed softly. "I thank your Majesty Yggdrasil for your help. However, compared to the past, I value the future more." "Traitor! You don't deserve to be called true gods," Orlos said angrily. True gods could not be blasphemed. Orlos's disrespectful roar caused the other true gods to snort coldly. Instantly, streaks of sharp divine might enveloped him. However, the mother goddess gently waved her hand and swept away all the pressure for him. "I see. This is your choice?" She sighed softly. The mother goddess voice had a hint of understanding, a hint of sadness, and a hint of regret. Her expression had a hint of self-mockery. "It seems that I made the mistake of being arrogant. I actually thought that you would understand." After saying that, the mother goddess smiled at the elven demigods. "You can leave. Take the elves and half-elves and leave. This is a war between me and them. It has nothing to do with you. The future of the elves cannot be separated from you." After saying that, she gently waved her hand and teleported the elves and half-elven demigods to another dimension. Then, the mother goddess looked at the other gods. Her aura continued to rise. All the plants in the elven forest came to life in an instant. "Come, let me see how much you've grown." He looked condescendingly at the gods that surrounded him and said with a smile. The War of the Gods began. This unprecedented war lasted for a day and a night. Until the mountains collapsed, until the earth collapsed, until the entire world of Seekers was heavily damaged by this War of the Gods. As for the World Tree, after defeating more than 20 true gods, it could not withstand the attacks of the other gods and finally fell. Orlos, who was teleported to another dimension, did not witness the war. When he and the other demigods escaped, the War of the Gods had already ended. What welcomed them was the news that the World Tree had fallen and that the elf sphere of influence had been divided by the other true gods. The mother goddess had fallen. The world of Seekers had also suffered damage to its foundation because of this unprecedented war, and its energy level had almost fallen below the mythical level. The external channels of the entire plane were closed, and the gods had no choice but to leave the plane and enter the heavenly realm. However, the War of the Gods had ended, and the elves' nightmare had just begun. When the gods left, they placed a curse on the elves that locked their level. After losing the protection of the true gods and being trapped by the curse, the elves were completely reduced to a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of many other races. In a single night, the elves had declined. They had completely declined. Their prosperity of 10,000 years had burst like a bubble. Orlos and the remaining demigods could only lead the remaining elves and struggle at death's door in the elven forest. The mother goddess could have used the entire plane as a threat against the gods, but in the end, she still chose to sacrifice herself. I want to revive the mother goddess. No matter what price I have to pay, I will awaken the mother goddess. Orlos clenched his fists. Don't wait any longer, I'll make up for it tomorrow morning. Demigod Orlos's clear and complete memories came to an end at this point. The following memory fragments gradually became incomplete, as if they had been eroded by an external force. However, even though they were incomplete, Eve was still able to learn what Orlos had done from the fragmented memories. He had found the body that the Druidic Order Mother Goddess had used as an incarnation, and he had found the core fragment of the Scepter of Life that had been destroyed during the War of the Gods. He then used this body and this fragment to begin his plan to revive the Mother Goddess. That was to use the incarnation of the Mother Goddess as the core to absorb the divine power of life and accept the worship of believers. Finally, the incarnation would ignite the divine fire of life and the laws of nature, indirectly awakening the divine domain slumbering within the world tree's body. Then, the Mother Goddess would use this incarnation as the foundation to awaken once more. This was a common method used by believers of true gods to revive their own gods. Although the world tree was an ancient god, she had dabbled in the path of faith. Thus, in theory, this method was feasible. However, there was a problem with this method. If the believers of true gods wanted to revive, they had to ensure that their divine kingdom remained intact. Only then would they be able to reignite their divine fire and establish a perfect cycle of faith, allowing them to successfully regain their divine domain. However, the world tree's divine kingdom had already been destroyed by the gods during the War of the Gods. Naturally, Orlos was once again met with doubts. Orlos, your idea is indeed a possibility. However, Her Majesty the Mother Goddess' divine kingdom has already been destroyed by the traitorous gods. Without a divine kingdom as the foundation for her ascension to godhood, how can the Mother Goddess return as a worshipper? However, after hearing the doubts of the other demigods, Orlos replied, the divine kingdom is not a problem. Divine kingdoms aren't a problem. I have a divine kingdom here that belongs to Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. A divine kingdom that belongs to the Mother Goddess? Could it be, you're talking about the divine kingdom that the Mother Goddess bestowed upon you? That's right. However, if we're not wrong, you should be walking the path of a believer. This divine kingdom has already fused with you and become your foundation for godhood. So what? If you want to treat this divine kingdom as the Mother Goddess's divine kingdom, you should know what will happen to you. Destroying your foundation for godhood, for a demigod, the only price is death. I've never feared death, the elves cannot do without the support of the Mother Goddess. The returning goddess will definitely make those traitors pay the price. To revive the Mother Goddess, I'm willing to pay the price. The following memory fragments were even more fragmented and chaotic. Eve continued to walk deeper into the collapsing tunnel. She saw bits and pieces of Orlos's memories after he created his demiplane. His demigods, his divine kingdom had been fused with his demigod's demigod, demigoddess, a demigod. His flesh and blood turned into half-elves under the rapid evolution of the half-plane. His soul power and the origin of the half-plane merged into one, perfecting the laws of the world. 300 of his followers came to this world and served as the initiators of a new civilization. The new fire of faith kept burning in the demiplane. And Orlos's consciousness borrowed the power of the chaos abyss and survived in a special way. The revival of the Mother Goddess needed Orlos to preside over, and only Orlos could preside over it. In order to successfully revive the Mother Goddess, Orlos was willing to fall into darkness. He wanted to wait. He wanted to watch. He wanted to wait until the day the Mother Goddess truly revived. Before the Mother Goddess revived, Orlos could not disappear. The demigod's divine kingdom's memories became fewer and fewer. Eve continued walking through the demigod's divine kingdom. She saw the invasion of the outer gods. The appearance of the demigod had attracted the attention of the true gods, and they had sent out scouts. Then, Eve saw the elves and Orlos's internal strife. The elves had discovered Orlos's method of secretly absorbing the life potential of living beings. Orlos had also made some changes to the demigod's divine church, which had touched the elves' bottom line. Lord Orlos, you've gone too far. Our original intention was to revive the Mother Goddess, not to absorb the life potential of innocent living beings and accumulate divine power. Not to mention, you've even obscured the existence of the Mother Goddess and completely replaced her position in this world in the name of the Creator God. What are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to absorb divine power for yourself and prepare for your ascension to godhood? If that's the case, we definitely won't allow it. The elves were furious. However, they only received Orlos's cold reply. If that's the case, so what? The elves naturally could not accept such an answer. And so, the war began again. However, as the master of the demigod's divine kingdom, this resistance by the elves was like a farce and was easily resolved by him. The world returned to peace. However, the elves' figures were no longer there. Seeing his former followers die at his hands, Orlos fell into silence. My apologies, my actions have already attracted the attention of the other true gods. Only through this method can they lower their guard. They won't allow anyone to revive the Mother Goddess. Only a selfish demigod who wants to ascend to godhood will be able to divert their attention. The Creator God has never been directed at me. The Mother Goddess is the true creator of this world. She is the true Creator God. I also don't want to absorb the life potential of all living beings, but only with enough divine power can I support the return of the Mother Goddess. Also, I don't have much time left. Orlos sighed inwardly as he lowered his head and looked at his body that had been condensed using a special method. At this moment, half of his body had been dyed with evil runes and was shrouded in an evil and depraved black fog. This was the corrosion of the abyss. The abyss possessed a mysterious power. It could allow an existence that should have died to maintain its will. Similarly, it could also continuously corrode and assimilate the other party during this process. In the end, it would allow the other party to become one with itself and completely fall. Mother Goddess. Will there be a day when I can see you again? Orlos's memories disappeared after reaching this point. When Eve walked through the entire memory tunnel, Orlos's mental world finally reached its limit and completely collapsed. Eve's consciousness returned to the real world amidst brilliant lights that resembled fireworks. She fell silent. Orlos's body collapsed with a loud bang. At that moment, Eve felt the heart of life in her arms suddenly become hot. The next second, she officially established a connection with the demiplane and became the master of the demiplane. This was not her initiative to leave a mark on the demiplane. Instead, when the body formed by Orlos's obsession dissipated, the demiplane recognized her as its master. The moment the demiplane recognized her as its master, Eve felt a power buried in the depths of the demiplane's origin suddenly erupt. It was a pure divine power of life. The dazzling divine power radiated in all directions, and countless green photons flew up like dancing elemental fairies, decorating the entire demiplane beautifully. The strange energy sprinkled on the ground, and the plants on the ground began to sprout and grow rapidly. The residents of the demiplane all felt as if some shackles in their bodies had been broken, and they felt an indescribable sense of relief. The gentle energy wave swept through every monster-transformed resident of Seeker City, and the monster-like characteristics on their bodies began to quickly disappear. A moment later, they returned to normal, and their eyes regained their liveliness. The people looked at the devastation around them in a daze, as if they did not understand what had happened. The players looked at the residents who had returned to normal in surprise, and they looked at the demiplane who had been easily defeated by the goddess attack. They raised their weapons high and cheered. Ha ha ha! Victory! We've won! The goddess is so strong! Long live the goddess! The goddess is the tallest! Thousands of players cheered together, and their voices echoed in the city. But at this moment, another obscure energy fluctuation swept past. The source of that energy seemed to be the depths of the demiplane's origin, as if it was some kind of mechanism that had been designed long ago. This obscure energy wave swept through all the natives of the demiplane, and in an instant, the residents, guards, and believers of the founding church in the city all fell into a daze. However, their daze only lasted for a few seconds before they quickly recovered. In the next second, the natives of the elven bloodline gazed at the gamers with agitated gazes. It's the gods. They're the legendary gods. The gods have descended. They're the ones who killed the fallen evil god. They're the ones who saved the world and the church. They looked excited and fanatical. No one knew who started it, but soon, the residents all knelt before the players, who were either surprised, pleased, perturbed, or excited. When the players saw these NPCs, they reached out their hands and devoutly drew some inaccurate tree symbols on their chests. Voices of praise rose and fell in the city. Of course, these natives were also looking at Eve, who was bathed in dazzling holy light. In an instant, their gazes became even more fanatical, and their expressions even more excited. This is the Mother Goddess who created everything. He is the real God of creation. He is a true God. The true God did not abandon us. He saved us. He has come. Thank you, Lord True God. Thank you, great God of life and nature. Words of praise came from the mouths of the residents of the demiplane. At the same time, Eve sensed that one new star after another had appeared in her divine kingdom. That was a new believer. And these new stars of faith came from the living beings of the demiplane. At this moment, the residents of the demiplane who originally believed in the God of creation all pointed their faith to Eve and became her believers. However, there wasn't much joy or excitement in Eve's heart. She waved her hand lightly and took the initiative to accept the obscure energy fluctuation. The fluctuation flashed through her divine soul. In an instant, she knew what the pure divine power of life that erupted from the demiplane's origin was, and she also knew what this obscure fluctuation was. It was the last backup plan that Orlos had left in the demiplane's origin. It was a psychological hint that was used on all intelligent beings in the world. This hint was triggered by Orlos's complete disappearance and the revival of the Mother Goddess body. The content was to attribute all the mistakes that the God of creation had made since the establishment of the demiplane and officially return the position of God of creation to the Mother Goddess. Orlos was a devout believer of nature. However, he was not an excellent manager. In the 1,000 years that he had been in charge of the demiplane, he had created countless disasters and shackles in order to gather divine power of life and revive the Mother Goddess. While the elves that followed him still existed, the God of Creation's church could still operate normally. But after Orlos's obsession became a loner, the corrosion of the chaos abyss and his own personal reasons caused him to be unable to properly control the church. In the end, the church even became a deformed organization that relied on mind control to control everything. In the past 1,000 years, although the population of the demiplane kept increasing, there were fewer and fewer devout believers in the God of creation. It could be said that the God of creation's church existed only in name now. If Orlos didn't do anything, once his obsession completely disappeared, the Creator Church would also vanish into thin air. But if that happened, Orlos's goal of 1,000 years would be halfway to failure. In Orlos's plan, these residents would become believers of the Mother Goddess. And the Mother Goddess who revived as a true God would require believers in order to maintain herself. That was why Orlos had designed this hint. With this hint, Orlos would reveal all the evil behind the scenes to the public. He would be the mastermind behind the fall of the God of Creation's church and the source of all misfortune. And the returning elves and the revived Mother Goddess would be the saviors of the world. Evil would fall. The true God would return. This was the final script that Orlos left for the demiplane. It was also the first and final gift that he gave to the Mother Goddess. He wanted to give all the good things to the revived Mother Goddess. And he would carry all the evil on his back and fall into eternal slumber. This was his choice. As the chosen of the world tree, the guardian of life, and the 8th elven demigod, after learning everything from this hint, Eve's gaze became even more complicated. This is truly a heavy gift. Eve's gaze moved slightly as she looked around. The players were celebrating, and the residents were cheering. Although Seeker's city had been severely damaged in the battle just now, the heavy atmosphere had been swept away. The entire city seemed to be enveloped in jubilation. Actually, it wasn't just Seeker's city. After becoming the master of the demiplane, Eve could clearly sense the state of every place in the demiplane. At this moment, all the settlements in the demiplane were in a celebratory mood. Eve's gaze could transcend space and see the celebrating towns and excited villagers. She could see Lilia tearfully praying with her companions in Gracetown. She could see Elder Ruager of Gracetown, who was facing Seeker's city with a smile on his face. He had reached the end of his lifespan, but his expression was one of relief and satisfaction. All the living beings were celebrating the arrival of the true God. From the looks of it, it was a perfect ending. However, there was no longer the original figure. In the end, Eve accepted Orlos's gift. This semi-god had sacrificed too much in order to revive the mother goddess. Judging from the situation in the demiplane, he had failed. That was because this demiplane was unable to withstand the revival of a true god. In the process of Orlos absorbing the potential of life, the demiplane gradually exhausted its own potential and headed towards destruction. If it wasn't for Eve's arrival, Orlos would probably have perished together with the demiplane. However, he had succeeded. Eve's arrival had allowed her to take over the demiplane before it collapsed. Orlos's gift would also become the source of Eve's power. From this perspective, Orlos's efforts had ultimately helped the World Tree and the elves. Although Eve wasn't the previous World Tree, she was the successor chosen by the previous World Tree. She had successfully inherited the position of the World Tree and become the new Mother Goddess. She was now the future of the elves. After accepting Orlos's gift, Eve once again faced a problem in her heart. Since she had become the World Tree, she should also fulfill her responsibilities and obligations. This wasn't a problem of having a bad conscience. Rather, it was a necessary perseverance for a true god to maintain their original intentions. Eve muttered to herself. 138 enemies. Even if some of them died at the hands of the previous World Tree, there are still about 100 true gods left. However, I've been to the Pantheon Temple once. If I remember correctly, there are less than 100 divine thrones there. Excluding the true gods who didn't participate in the 1,000-year divine war, there might be even fewer enemies left. Of course, there might also be some evil gods among the 100 or so true gods, and they don't have divine thrones in the Pantheon Temple. No matter what, this will be quite a challenge. However, since I've chosen to inherit everything, I'll definitely give the previous World Tree, the elves, and Orlos an explanation. Eve secretly made up her mind. With complex emotions, she gave the players the system's reward for completing the mission. She then controlled her new true god incarnation to leave the scene. She didn't attempt to revive Orlos. When this semi-god had created the demiplane, he had completely sacrificed his own divine sense. His remnant thoughts were also completely contaminated and assimilated by the abyss. Without a divine soul or a remnant will, he was not a true god with his own believers. Orlos could no longer be revived. The only thing Eve could do now was to help the elves prosper once more, just as she had hoped in the memory fragments. Of course, he also had to deal with the enemies of his predecessor. Eve quickly returned to her divine kingdom with the life heart. The scepter of life, which Eve had placed in the supreme temple, sensed the approach of the shard, and faintly felt a sense of joy. Eve gently waved her hand, and the life heart flew out of her hand. The scepter of life floated in the air and floated towards the scepter of life. The two quickly came into contact with each other, emitting a burst of dazzling light, achieving the final fusion. In an instant, Eve felt a pure and powerful divine power of life rise from the scepter of life. A resplendent pillar of light soared into the sky, illuminating half of the divine kingdom's sky. The light faded, and the complete scepter of life appeared in front of Eve. It was even more exquisite than before, and shone with a dense halo of light, as if it was a precious treasure of the world. Eve also sensed that the scepter of life's abilities had greatly increased. It had completely returned to its peak state, becoming an artifact that could be ranked in the top 10 of all true god artifacts in the Seeker's universe. Eve gently waved her hand, and the scepter of life, like a child that had heard its mother's call, spun around in the air, and returned to her hand. With the scepter of life in hand, Eve felt that her ability to use the law of life had become even more exquisite. At this moment, as long as she was willing to use her divine power, she could enlighten any existence she saw, giving them life force and soul, and even strengthening them to the point that they had their own intelligence, even if it was a rock, even if it was a table. At the same time, she also had the ability to deprive all living beings of their lives. Even if she did not use her divine domain, as long as she held the scepter of life, the life and death of all existences below the level of true God would be at her mercy. And this process did not even require too much divine power. If she did not consider that it was a taboo for true gods to directly attack worldly creatures, and that it was likely to attract the attention of other existences, she would be invincible in the Seeker's universe now. Of course, if this ability was used on the players, the price Eve had to pay to resurrect them would be lowered even further. Apart from that, Eve had also officially mastered the ability to create races. Now, as long as she was willing, she could create any race she wanted, and she could also transform a race into another race. However, whether the new race would be as perfect as the elves in all aspects was another matter. Transforming a race also required a lot of divine power, and the specifics depended on the race. Eve was also a little curious about this ability, and she planned to find time to create some little guys to practice with, in addition to the ability to bestow and deprive life, as well as the ability to create and transform races, the ability to purify and evolve bloodlines that the scepter of life could achieve when it was originally incomplete was greatly enhanced. Now, Eve could even purify the bloodline of half-elves in batches, and even humans with only a trace of elven bloodline could be purified into elves by Eve at the same price as before. This ability was more like the derivative ability of transforming races, but the consumption of divine power was greatly reduced. Eve could completely support it, and she could also rely on faith to recover the cost. This gave her a bold idea to replenish the elven population. The perfection of the scepter of life greatly surprised Eve. After receiving the half-bit wall and the true god transformation that contained almost 2,000 divine power points, Eve's personal status changed again. Name, Eve Yggdrasil. Race, World Tree, Ancient God. Level, 150, Mythical. Status, Low-level divine power. Clergy, Nature, Life, Elf. Title, Goddess of Life, Mother of Nature, Master of Elves. Divine power points, 853410000. Number of believers, 25765, 1 saint, 128 fanatics, 3199 devout, 22437 shallow believers. Ability, absorb, communicate, bestow, enlighten, heal, summon, descend, divine domain, true god equipment, scepter of life, withering heart, incomplete. Putting aside the increase in divine power and the changes in the true god equipment, the most eye-catching thing was the believers. Orlos had transferred the position of the creator of the half-bit wall to the world tree, and through another hint, strengthened the believers' faith. Eve had gained a large number of believers in one go. Of course, these believers were all residents of the half-bit wall. Some were ordinary people, while others were priests of the original churches. Their numbers added up to more than 20,000, which directly surpassed Eve's original believers. However, it was a pity that most of them were shallow believers. Moreover, because they only had a trace of elven bloodline, the faith they provided was not as pure as the elves. The amount of faith power that different races can provide is also different. I now have so many believers, but the ones who provide the most faith are actually Saint Alice and Meryl, who has stepped into the gold rank and become a devout believer. I have to say, no wonder the gods are interested in the Megalosaurus. It's just that there are too few Megalosaurus. Otherwise, it would have become a hot commodity long ago. I should sort out the composition of my believers now. Thinking of this, Eve's heart skipped a beat. Following her will, a new type of believer appeared below the number of believers line. Type of believer, Crypt Spider Queen, 1, Megalosaurus, 1, Oak Tree Guard, 105, Elf, 2157, Half-Elf, 244, Elf Hybrid Human, 23200, Human, 58, the Crypt Spider Queen was Lolth. She was now holed up in Rivendell all day long, accepting the offerings of the players. In exchange for rare metals, she allowed the players to exchange for her spider silk. The Megalosaurus was Meryl. After it had advanced to the gold rank, it had officially become a devout believer with Eve's help. This level of faith was already very rare for a Megalosaurus. The Oak Tree Guard was the earliest Basaka. When Eve had advanced to the intermediate divine power, she had accidentally enlightened 104 oak trees in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Apart from Basaka, who had transformed into a human, the other Oak Tree Guards had obediently stayed in Eve's divine kingdom, becoming the palace's guards and servants. The elves were naturally the elves who had returned to the elven forest. Of course, there were also more than 100 active in the human world, and most of them were members of the Oak Hand. The same went for the half-elves. Among all the believers, the largest number were elves and humans. This was a gift from Orlos. They were all residents of the half-plane. The elf hybrid human naturally referred to humans who had the blood of elves. When the blood of half-elves was further diluted, their original elven characteristics would completely degenerate. After they were no longer born as magical creatures, they would become elf hybrid human. The human believers were an exception. The 58 human worshippers were all members of the Oak Hand. They were active in various places of the Holy Mania Empire. The composition is so complicated. It seems that my name as the ruler of the elves doesn't live up to its name. Looking at the classification of believers, Eve ridiculed herself. After checking the types of believers, Eve set her sights on the half-plane she had just obtained. Obtaining the half-plane wasn't the end. As Eve became the master of the half-plane, she would also face a series of problems. The most serious of them was the decay and collapse of the half-plane. There was a reason for the demiplane's collapse. Although Orlos's reckless absorption of life force was the main reason, it was only the fuse. This demiplane wasn't naturally formed, nor was it created by a true god. Rather, it was created by a demigod sacrificing his own divine soul to create this demiplane using a special dimension that originally existed. This sort of evolution had huge hidden dangers. The demiplane's predecessor was the half-completed divine kingdom that the previous world tree had given to Orlos. Although that divine kingdom originally had the potential to become a mature demiplane, potential was only potential. There was still a long way to go before it could become a reality. The most important thing was to allow the demiplane's origin to fully mature. If no true god intervened, this process would probably take tens of millions of years. Even if a true god intervened, it would take at least several hundred years. In reality, if a true god wanted to create a mature demiplane, even a powerful god wouldn't be able to complete it without at least a few decades. However, Orlos was able to quickly complete this step. The price was that this demiplane's origin was innately weak, and the demiplane's lifespan was greatly reduced, and this was only because the original divine kingdom already had a rather complete set of laws. That was why this was almost impossible to replicate. And the moment Eve took over this demiplane, she already knew the lifespan of this demiplane. If no external force intervened, this demiplane would completely collapse in at most 10 years. Not mentioning anything else, the glass-like cracks in the demiplane's sky were a sign of this. Although the entire demiplane seemed to be normal now, that was just an illusion. This demiplane's collapse wasn't like boiling a frog in warm water. Instead, it would be like a dam bursting. At first, it wouldn't be obvious, but once it reached its limit, the demiplane would rapidly collapse. 10 years. If I can't repair this demiplane, I'll have to give it up, because I rushed it to help it grow. This demiplane has already completely solidified. Before its origin recovers, it won't be able to transform into a divine kingdom. It seems that I won't be able to absorb it into my divine kingdom. I definitely can't give up on these new believers. They have great potential, and they are also related to my future plans. If I can't repair the demiplane, transferring believers will be a huge project, not to mention that most of the mixed-blood humans in this demiplane aren't even my believers. Transferring and settling them down will be even more troublesome. However, if it really comes to that, I don't know if it's like picking up a sesame seed but losing a watermelon. Thinking of this, Eve felt helpless. It was truly difficult to repair this demiplane. However, it was very attractive to Eve. After becoming the master of a half-plane, Eve knew every aspect of it like the back of her hand. In his perception, this half-plane had an area of more than 3 million square kilometers. The land was extremely fertile and rich in products. Most of it was forests and plains. And in the plain, there were even more types and numbers of living things. Apart from the fact that the living beings here were relatively weak and that there was a lack of magical animals and plants, it could be said to be quite perfect. Not only that, but the laws of this demiplane were also very complete. Although the energy level was low, the various elements were balanced, comparable to the main material world. And such a demiplane that could allow any living being to survive was very popular even among true gods, because this kind of demiplane could be used to cultivate believers and become one's own backyard. True gods who believed in it could even use it as a backup plan for resurrection after falling. This included Eve. In terms of faith, when it really reached the most dangerous time, Eve could completely give up her main body, give up her identity as the world tree, and secretly be reborn in this demiplane with the help of the believer's faith power as a true god. From the world tree's perspective, Eve could also pay a huge price to transfer her main body away from the world of seekers, take root in this demiplane, and turn it into an independent demiplane. Then, she could escape with the demiplane and escape from the pursuit of the true gods. Of course, the premise of these operations was that the origin of the demiplane was intact. And to prevent the collapse of this demiplane from fundamentally, the origin of the demiplane had to be repaired and restored to a perfect state. Therefore, the goal of everything was to repair the origin. However, repairing something was sometimes more difficult than creating it. True gods all had the ability to create demiplanes. However, true gods did not create demiplanes with their own power. Instead, they used the laws of the universe to create demiplanes and used their own power to shorten this process, thus achieving the creation of demiplanes in a short period of time. In essence, true gods were more like catalysts. Therefore, when it came to repairing demiplanes, many mythical beings were at a loss. This was also why true gods could not repair the origin of the world of seekers after it was damaged. It could only rely on itself to recover. However, there were differences between true gods. As the world tree, Eve had a mechanism similar to a demiplane. She could absorb the energy of the void to repair the origin of the demiplane she was in. However, Eve was now rooted in the seeker's demiplane, and she was deeply involved with the origin of the seeker's demiplane. Naturally, she could not migrate away quietly to repair another demiplane. However, this was not absolute. In Eve's knowledge of the demiplane, there were two other ways to repair the origin of a demiplane. The first way was to use a true god weapon related to the origin of the demiplane. Coincidentally, there was such a weapon in Eve's inheritance. It was the other true god weapon of the previous world tree, the origin of elements. The origin of elements was one of the three true god weapons of the previous world tree. It was created by the previous world tree to repair the origin of the seeker's demiplane that was damaged during the Twilight Era. It was a divine weapon related to opening up a demiplane and repairing the origin. However, this true god weapon had already been taken away by the master god of the human gods, the Lord of Eternity, after the 1,000-year War of the Gods. Ideo was a great divine power. Eve could not afford to offend him now. She could only record it in her little notebook. Therefore, this method was very difficult to use at the moment. The second method was to take the origin of another demiplane that was close to this demiplane and replace it. Unfortunately, Eve did not know where to find another demiplane that was close to this one. Seekers was one of them. But even if she was given the courage, she would not dare to attack the origin of the world of Seekers at this juncture. Because there was the Pantheon Temple suppressing it, her own divine kingdom could barely be considered one. However, attacking the origin of the divine kingdom that was rooted in her own body was courting death. However, thinking of the origin of this demiplane, Eve had another idea, since the predecessor of this demiplane was the divine kingdom that the previous world tree had failed to open. Then, if she found the divine kingdom that the previous world tree had broken in the 1,000-year War of the Gods, was there a way to use the fragments of the divine kingdom to repair the origin of this demiplane? A broken divine kingdom would also have a part of the origin. And the world tree's divine kingdom was close to the main material world. This idea was not whimsical. Because after becoming the master of this demiplane, Eve already had the foundation to find the previous divine kingdom. That was her large number of believers. The use of believers was not just to provide faith. For the revived true gods of faith, believers were the coordinates for their revival. They were also the tools they used to locate their lost divine kingdoms. Every divine kingdom had a complete network of faith. Even if the divine kingdom was destroyed, the network of faith would still exist. When a true god of faith awoke from a deep slumber, they might have lost contact with their previous divine kingdoms because they had created a new one. However, through believers, they could relocate their lost divine kingdoms. The principle behind this was to use the connection between believers and the network of faith. When believers prayed, they would resonate with the power of faith and use the network of faith to locate the lost divine kingdom. However, this method had very high requirements for believers. There had to be enough believers. There had to be enough believers praying together at the same time. This number, using human standards, was around 300,000 to 500,000 people. At least half of them had to be devout believers. Even the elves would need 10,000 believers and 5,000 devout believers. Humans with elven blood were somewhere in between. Eve estimated that if it was a mixed-blood elven-human in this demiplane, it would probably require 100,000 followers, and 50,000 devout followers would be enough. In other words, if she wanted to meet the requirements, Eve would need to develop at least 80,000 new believers in this demiplane and raise the number of devout believers to around 50,000. Although this number sounded exaggerated, compared to the number of residents in this demiplane, this number was very small. After becoming the master of this demiplane, Eve also knew the approximate number of elven hybrids in this demiplane. There were around 3 million of them. This was a terrifying number. She wondered how Orlos had managed to raise so many of them in the past 1,000 years. However, considering that they only had a lifespan of 30 years, it made sense that they could give birth to descendants very quickly. Of course, their lifespan had now returned to normal. However, there was no way to make up for the lost lifespan. However, this gave Eve a good way to quickly spread her faith and gain believers. That was to start from their lifespan. In fact, considering how much the residents of this demiplane worshipped elves and the elven bloodline in their bodies, Eve could even use atavism to encourage them to become half-elves or elves. At that time, not only would he gain a fanatical believer, he would also be able to expand the population of the elves. However, no matter how good the conditions were, preaching to 3 million people was not a small project. In fact, the entire system of the Creation Church had collapsed, and what Eve inherited was an empty shell. Therefore, a new church system had to be established in the semiplane. In addition, it might be easy to become a shallow believer. However, it was difficult to find devout believers. Not to mention anything else, just take some of the churches on Blue Planet as an example. If it was calculated according to the piety standards of the Surg's world, most people would probably be shallow believers. There were very few truly pious believers. Cultivating devout believers, unless there were special circumstances, would require a long period of brainwashing. Fortunately, the demiplane could still operate normally. After Eve became the ruler of the plane, she could also suppress the collapse of the plane to a certain extent. In any case, he could afford to wait for a few years. Judging from the development of some churches in Blue Star, it should not be difficult to preach. Perhaps the speed would be far better than Eve expected. However, if he wanted to preach, the number of priests needed was quite large. And now, the number of priests among the elves, including those who were still learning, was less than 100. As for the 20,000 believers given by the semiplane for free, there was not a single priest. Those priests who originally believed in the creation God were only controlled by their minds. They were not qualified priests in essence and could not perfectly undertake the preaching work. However, Eve did not intend to rely on them to preach. She did not intend to use even the priests among the elves. She had better candidates. That was the players. That was right. Eve already had an idea. She wanted to mobilize the players to preach, in other words, she would officially open the priest profession among the players. Previously, Eve did not intend to open this profession to the players because the players could not provide faith. Not providing faith and only consuming Eve's divine power was a complete waste. However, it was different now. At present, Eve's divine power was quite abundant. Considering the number of residents in this semiplane, the faith income brought by the new believers was enough to support the consumption of the players to become priests. Let the players become priests. With their ability, Eve felt that they would be better at preaching than the elves. Even Eve had thought of the conditions for the promotion of the priest profession. The experience for the promotion of the priest profession could be reduced by half, or even directly adjusted to 1/3 of the experience of ordinary players. However, if they wanted to be promoted, they must successfully preach and develop a certain number of believers. The higher the level of the priest, the more believers they needed to develop. Of course, the conditions were special, but the priest would naturally enjoy some unique benefits. Divine power was one of them. Players would have the same divine power as the priests of the elves. And if there was really a strong person who developed a terrifying number of believers, Eve could even consider giving the person the title of Chief High Priest. The Chief High Priest of the Druidic Order was similar to the Pope of the human church. Of course, not just any player could become a priest. Eve also planned to set up a trial to become a priest. She also had an idea on how to set up the trial. That was the story of the half-elf Orlos. She planned to use Orlos's story as a blueprint and set up a special plot in this semiplane. She would create some avatars and act as permanent NPCs in this semiplane. She would give the players plot missions while telling the story of Orlas. Completing this plot would not take too much time. After the players completed this plot, they would understand the secrets of this semiplane and know about the half-elf demigod Orlas's creation. This was Eve's way of commemorating Orlas's death. Orlas had sacrificed his divine soul, so Eve could no longer revive him. However, some people's names should not be forgotten. And Eve also planned to give this semiplane a new name. Orlas's semiplane. With this thought in mind, Eve once again contacted the Blue Planet's network channel and released the game announcement that she had already prepared. A new version, a new profession. Southwest of the Elven Forest, the ruins of the magnificent city of Kynoran. It had been 3 days since the players completed the demiplane mission. This elven city, which had been lost for almost 1,000 years, was finally bustling with activity again. With the completion of the Heart of Life hidden mission, news of the new elven ruins and the new demiplane map had completely ignited the Elven Kingdom server. The video of the goddess descending into the demiplane made all the players curious about this new map. When a certain big shot player uploaded a screenshot of the entrance to the demiplane, the Kynoran ruins, onto the internet, this beautiful city entered the eyes of the majority of players. The fairy tale-like sea of flowers, the magnificent ruins and buildings that could not be hidden even after being lost for 1,000 years, made every player extremely excited. Of course, what made them even more interested was the equipment buried deep underground in the ruins. In short, perhaps it was for the equipment, perhaps it was for the beautiful scenery and screenshots, or perhaps it was to use Kynoran as the entrance to enter a new map that was said to be terrifyingly large and where the native NPCs were all bootlickers of the players. Due to various reasons, this elven ruin had completely become a hot spot in the entire game. And this popularity was pushed to a climax with the construction of the Kynoran, City of Heaven's chosen teleportation portal. The teleportation portal was built by an NPC whose popularity was second only to Goddess Eve, Miss Zero. After the teleportation portal was built, a large number of impatient players, as well as elves who had received orders from the higher-ups of the Church of Life, flooded in through the portal. The elves came with a mission. They wanted to set up a stronghold of the church in Kynoran and begin rebuilding the city with the help of the players. This was an oracle from the Mother Goddess. Eve still had high hopes for Kynoran. As a node connecting the Orus demiplane and the Seeker's demiplane, Kynoran was bound to become a new main city with great potential for development. There were very few mid-level and above magic beasts in the vicinity, and the environment was elegant and beautiful. It was also very suitable for elves to settle down. In the future, if the elven mixed-blood humans in the Orus demiplane were really converted into elves, Eve planned to let them settle down here. It's just like the screenshot uploaded by Calabash. The sea of flowers here is so beautiful. I don't want to go back. At the edge of the ruins of Kynoran, the fourth beta tester, Tao Wu, stood on a boulder, looking at the endless sea of flowers in his field of vision. He sniffed the refreshing fragrance of the flowers in the air and listened to the melodious elven songs in the game system. He was intoxicated. Don't be intoxicated, get back to work. Didn't you take on the daily mission to rebuild Kynoran? A disdainful voice rang out, dragging Tauchi back to reality. It was the silver player, Dream Han. At the sound of her voice, Lousy pursed her lips. The female player who had pinched 99 points looked at her good friend and said, "That's right. I remember, I just wanted to see the scenery for a while." Hanin, don't you think the scenery here is amazing? I think it would be great to live here. Imagine having a small wooden house of your own here. In the morning, stepping on the traces of dew, facing the smell of the morning sun, smelling the fragrance that assailed your nostrils, listening to the singing of the birds, and then taking a mat to sit on the ground in the sea of flowers, having a picnic and playing games, dream, just thinking about it makes me feel like a dream. This is the idyllic life of my dreams. Tao Wu's face was filled with yearning. However, she was quickly greeted with Dream Han's cold water. Wake up, a real idyllic life is not only poetry and faraway places, but also mosquitoes and livestock feces. Tao Wu, also, the scenery of this new city is so good. As long as it's repaired, the housing prices will probably skyrocket. You have to know that there are more than 30,000 players who don't have their own houses. You spend so much contribution points, can you afford it when there's competition? Not to mention, I heard that there are NPCs moving into this city. There will probably be a shortage of housing. Tao Wu, F*ck, she spat out. A vulgar word. You're ruining the atmosphere. Tao Wu complained as he turned around and walked towards the Church of Life in the ruins of Kainoran. Dream Han snickered a few times and quickly followed. The daily quest that the two received was to repair the church. They quickly arrived at the half-collapsed church in the middle of the ruins. This time, the elf NPC in charge of the church in Kainoran was God's chosen heir. After a year of rapid growth, this elf youth had matured even more. Although his appearance was still immature, he was already capable of standing on his own. At this moment, he was in the church, instructing the players to repair the building. Since the two of them were spellcasters, their quest was not physical labor, but to help repair the magic patterns on the building. This was not the first time that the players had done this. They had done this many times when they repaired Jade Lin Sui, so they quickly completed the quest and handed it in. After completing the quest, Tao Wu did not immediately leave. Instead, he excitedly looked at the strange mirror erected in the middle of the church. This mirror was very large, like a giant mirror. However, there were ripples on the surface of the mirror like water. From time to time, there would be ripples on the surface of the mirror, and players would walk out from it. This is the chrono gate mentioned on the official website, right? The gate to the Oris demiplane? Did you come back from here after completing the quest? Tao Wu asked curiously. Yes, this is the chrono gate. When it was first discovered, it was just a crack. Big Sister modified it and built it. Dream Han replied. That's great. I want to go too. It's a pity that my level isn't high enough. I heard that the monsters in the map are very low level. Why isn't it open to players below level 30? Tao Wu's voice was a bit bitter. Then you should work hard to level up. Many of the 4th beta testers are already at upper iron rank, but you're still at middle iron rank. Don't spend all your time around the goddess statue. Also, don't go and hook up with Sarandir. Did you spend all your contribution points on seducing him? Ahem. Who told him to be so handsome? In this game, besides the goddess, he's the best. He's also quite black-bellied, which suits my taste. Su Er dryly laughed. Dream Han was speechless. By the way, did you say big sister? God's chosen, 0, right? She's really strong. I wonder who's stronger between her and Rose. Su Er tried to change the topic. Dream Han thought for a bit and said with uncertainty. It should be Big Sister, right? Although Rose is a legendary NPC, Big Sis is a God's chosen. Previously, when we were doing an underground world quest, Big Sis used God's Descent and instantly killed a legendary shadow dragon. A gold killed a legend? That strong? That's right. I'm so jealous. I wonder if we can become God's chosen. No, even if we can't become God's chosen, I'll be satisfied with becoming a priestess. Many elven priestesses can receive the Goddess Oracle, and I also want to receive the Goddess Oracle. Why don't we open up the priestess profession? Su Er said angrily. However, she was soon ridiculed by her friend. Priestess profession? I think you just want to lick the goddess, right? Don't make it sound so bad, alright? Everyone has a heart for beauty. And the goddess is so amazing. Who wouldn't like her? Su Er rubbed her hands. As if she had thought of something, her eyes were filled with stars. Dream Han was speechless. No one else is as crazy as you. She speechlessly looked at her friend. Following this, Dream Han rubbed her chin and smiled as she said. Come to think of it. I saw the goddess a few days ago in the demiplane of Orlas. I saw her with my own eyes, without any holy light. Compared to the video and the other animations, she was even more beautiful. Hearing her words, Su Er's eyes lit up. Right. I just saw the video and I felt that she was amazing. After saying that, she sighed again. It's a pity that my level wasn't high enough, or else I would have taken the quest. I wonder what it's like to see the goddess in person. So what if you see the goddess? Optimists have even touched the goddess before. It's like skin to skin. Meng Jihan slowly said. Su Er was speechless. Scram. Ghost skin to skin. I just memorized it. Su'er rolled her eyes. That's still skin to skin. Dream Han continued to smile. Su'er was speechless. Ah. I'm so angry, isn't his luck too good? I also want to touch the goddess. Why is it him? I'm so jealous. Su'er's face was filled with envy and jealousy. Perhaps, this is what luck is like. Dream Han continued to smile. Su'er, we can't continue chatting. Ha 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 ha, in an instant, the two female players were fighting with each other. Of course, even though she had become a close combat mage, she had not become a silver mage and had chosen to fight against a druid who specialized in wild magic. Dream Han easily subdued Su'er. While she was at it, she used the fourth circle druid spell, Transformation Curse, that she had just learned to turn her into a chicken. She picked up the struggling little hen and stroked its feathers as she smiled. Han, you still need to work hard. You're still too weak. Coo 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 coo. Don't coo, I don't understand. Coo, Dream Han threw Su'er to the ground and prepared to dispel the spell. However, just as she was about to chant the spell, she heard a commotion from the other side of the church. Hearing this, she looked over curiously and found that the players doing quests all had excited looks on their faces, as if they had encountered something good. Dream Han's heart skipped a beat. She picked up the little hen and quickly walked over. Did something happen? She asked one of the players. The one who was asked was a black iron 4th beta tester. When she saw the special silver frame of Dream of Han's information card, her face was filled with envy and flattery. Wow! It's a silver boss. Boss! Look at the official website. There's a new announcement for Elf Kingdom. The priest profession is going to be released. He said excitedly. The priest profession is going to be released? Dream Han was slightly surprised. Coo 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 coo? The 4th beta tester looked at the chicken in Dream Han's arms and nodded. Yes, it's just a new announcement. Hearing the other party's words, Meng Jihan quickly opened his game system and logged on to the official website. As expected, as soon as she went in, she saw the eye-catching red announcement. Elf Kingdom version 1, 9 update announcement, version 1. 9, it really is a big update. Dream Han's eyes lit up. She quickly clicked on it and saw the specific content of the announcement. There wasn't much content, but it was very eye-catching. Elf Kingdom would be released on Blue Star in 3 days. After the new version, the long-awaited priest profession would be released to the players. Not only that, the priest profession would have a completely different way of leveling up compared to other professions. It also had a different experience requirement. After the priest profession was released, there would be a more interesting way to play the game. The way to play the game was closely related to the priest profession's leveling up. In addition, the priest had a chance to receive the goddess oracle. The priest profession couldn't change from other professions and had to start from the beginning. However, the priest profession's leveling up didn't affect the player's original profession. That meant they could take on a part-time job, a warrior or a hunter. If they met the requirements, they could also become a priest. The announcement didn't say anything else. But it was enough. For a moment, even Dream Han, who didn't plan on becoming a priest, was moved. A part-time job? That's good. Oi, the priest profession you wanted is here. Coo 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 coo. The new version was coming. The priest profession that hadn't been released for a long time was finally going to be released. Not only that, but they could also choose a part-time job that didn't affect their original profession. For a moment, the news of the new version announcement attracted the attention of the players from the Orlos demiplane. All the players who received the news were filled with anticipation. Until now, Elf Kingdom didn't have an official healer profession. Druids could learn healing magic, but it wasn't their main profession. Although they could choose healing specialization after reaching silver, they weren't completely healers. At most, it was just a tendency. Not to mention, most players didn't even know how long it would take to reach silver. For the majority of Black Iron players, when they were doing quests or raiding dungeons, the most sought-after item, but also the most lacking item, was healers. The priest profession is finally going to be released? That means we can choose healer profession? Haha, we won't lack healers in dungeons. Change professions. I must change professions. I like to play healers. We can also hear the goddess oracle? Does that mean we can increase the goddess favorability? I'm looking forward to it. The players were very excited. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the big update that would be released in a few days. However, before the day of the big update arrived, the players' attention was attracted by another matter. The golden dragon Alexius was guarding the 5 dragon eggs. The eggs hatched. Elven Forest, Fei Lingxue. The players who had received the latest news had gathered here and were waiting expectantly. There was no system notification for the birth of the baby dragon. However, there were always some players who were bored out of their wits and had been waiting in the square of Fei Lingxue. Therefore, when they discovered the movement in the temporary dragon nest, they were instantly excited. Then, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the whole server knew. At this moment, the square of Fei Lingxue was almost crowded with people. Thanks to the official statement that everyone has the opportunity to sign a contract with a megalosaurus, everyone was full of expectations for these 5 megalosaurus. Everyone hoped to be the lucky one to have a megalosaurus as a companion. After all, megalosaurus were different from ordinary magic pets. For the players, they obviously used the same intelligence system as other NPCs and could communicate with them as if they were NPCs. Not to mention their majestic appearance and terrifying growth potential. However, although more and more players gathered in the square, everyone was very orderly. Although there were still some who were fooling around and chatting, the players' standing and sitting postures were even more strange, and there were even those who came early to set up mats and tents in the square. However, on the whole, the players more or less looked like humans, and not the 300 singing, dancing, and wacky lunatics who scared the Saintess Alice when they were first born into this world like demons descending into the world. There were 2 reasons for this. One reason was naturally that after playing the game for so long, everyone had a better understanding of the game mechanism and knew that they needed to restrain themselves when facing NPCs. Not only that, but the extremely high sense of immersion had long made many people treat this place as another life, and not just a simple game. The other reason was that the golden dragon guarding the dragon egg, Alexius, was here. Although this mythical megalosaurus whose strength had reached the demigod level had not communicated with the players and only guarded the dragon egg with its eyes closed to rest, the powerful aura it exuded made the players' hearts tremble, and they subconsciously became quiet and solemn when they approached it. This was actually the effect of the draconic aura. Or rather, the divine might that belonged to him. Unlike the divine power of the true god, which mainly acted on the soul, the divine power of the mythical megalosaurus was born out of the draconic aura, and the draconic aura not only acted on the soul, but also directly acted on the body. Therefore, although the players did not feel the pressure in their minds, their bodies were very honest, which in turn affected their emotions. And then, that was it. Of course, Eve's divine might was the same. She could also influence players without using the game's network. After all, although Eve had a god's kingdom, she was still an ancient god. Let's cut to the chase and return to the present. More and more players gathered in the square, and the seats in the center of the square had become the VIP seats. The players here could see the situation in the dragon's lair more clearly. Some of the people who had arrived early had even started to use contribution points to sell their seats. There were also those who directly streamed online. It could only be said that there was nothing players couldn't do. Everyone's eyes were focused on the dragon egg in the center. At this moment, cracks had already appeared on the surface of the 5 dragon eggs of different colors. However, the hatchlings still had not hatched. Of course, the hatching process had already begun. The dragon egg would tremble slightly every once in a while. Then, with a crack sound, the cracks on the dragon egg would expand slightly. Every time this happened, the players would become excited. It's moving! It's moving again! The cracks are getting bigger! Come out! Come on! Ah! Why hasn't it hatched yet? They looked at the dragon egg that was cracking little by little with excitement and eagerness. If not for the golden dragon Alexius standing guard at the side, perhaps someone would have gone up to help immediately. Of course, even if someone really wanted to help, they would be slapped away by the golden dragon. Hatching was a metamorphosis and growth for the hatchlings. Under normal circumstances, external forces could not be involved in this process, Otherwise, it would affect the hatchling's development and very likely cause them to lose the opportunity to advance into the legendary stage in the distant future. Hatching was also risky for the Megalosaurus. Often, there would be hatchlings that could not hatch and would eventually starve to death in the eggshell. However, even if the hatchlings starved to death in the eggshell, the adult Megalosaurus would not help them to hatch. This was because in their opinion, hatchlings that could not hatch would not be able to grow up even if they were born with the help of external forces. It was also because of this reason that the golden dragon Alexius looked at the 5 dragon eggs in front of him with anticipation and a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Having the dragon tattoo and becoming a real dragon egg was not the end. The real hatching was the beginning, however, just as the mythical Megalosaurus, who had lived for an unknown number of years, was feeling nervous and excited, a gentle glow appeared. Once again, a gentle light descended. Accompanied by a faint hymn, a dazzling light descended from the sky and landed on the 5 dragon eggs. Faintly, there seemed to be a divine gaze cast on them. That was the power of the goddess. The players who were already familiar with the goddess were all excited. It's the light of the goddess. Is the goddess descending? Will she use a new avatar? The one without the holy light? This is possible. They looked left and right and hurriedly searched, however, they did not find the figure of the goddess. The goddess did not descend. Instead, she only sent down a ray of light. This made the players a little disappointed. Unlike the players, when the golden dragon Alexius saw this ray of light, he became excited again. It's the gaze of God. The gaze of God. That was when the true God directly used his gaze on the target and used his divine power to give the target a certain degree of favor. This was more advanced than the blessing of the goddess of life that Eve cast on Alexius previously. And the target who received the favor would be labeled as Eve. The general idea was that this existence would be under her protection in the future. However, this did not make the target become God's favored. It was between blessing and God's favored. The gaze of God could give a certain degree of enhancement to the target. And Eve's gaze on the dragon eggs was naturally in the field of life. There was no doubt that after this gaze, these 5 unborn hatchlings would have more tenacious vitality. There was no need to worry about hatching anymore. Alexius naturally understood everything. He quickly turned in the direction of the Temple of Life, bowed his head respectfully, and said gratefully, "Thank you, merciful Lord Eve." While purifying the bloodline, she also gave the gaze of God. This was enough to show the sincerity of the goddess of life. However, while the golden dragon was so grateful, a certain player hidden in the crowd under the identity of Wind secretly touched his nose, feeling a little awkward. Eve could roughly guess what the golden dragon was thanking her for. However, to be honest, she was not worried about these hatchlings hatching at all. Her favor was not to help the hatchlings hatch. If these hatchlings still could not hatch after the bloodline purification of the scepter of life, then she should quit being the goddess of life and go home to sell potatoes. The real target of her favor was not the 5 hatchlings, but the players. Eve saw the players' expectations for their Megalosaurus partners. As for the choice of contract partners, Eve would leave the rest to the hatchlings except for the person she designated. However, with the player's temperament, in order to become a contract partner of the Megalosaurus, they might really do anything. Abduction and so on were probably normal operations. Forcefully abducting Eve would not be surprising. When the golden dragon was around, the players definitely would not dare to do so. However, he would leave eventually. When the hatchlings hatched, Alexius would probably leave. As for letting the elves watch over the hatchlings, well, forget it. Therefore, she still had to set up a protection for the hatchlings so that they would be in an invincible position when facing the players. This was the case with this blessing. With this blessing, coupled with the settings of the game system, the players could not force the hatchlings, or attack or capture them. Under such circumstances, it was very reliable to let the hatchlings freely choose their contractors. This was also Eve's sincerity to the dragon race. The dragon race was arrogant. This method was a form of respect for the dragon race and would naturally gain the favor of the dragon race. However, the gaze of God was ultimately beneficial for hatching. Not long after the goddess's radiance disappeared, the first dragon egg finally broke in half with a soft crack. Then, accompanied by a soft cry, a hatchling the size of a calf, with transparent mucus dripping from its body and yellow with green scales all over its body, struggled to get out. Seeing this, the golden dragon's eyes lit up. And the players were also very excited. It hatched. It hatched. I've never seen such a color. What dragon is this? They really wanted to throw an appraisal. However, the golden dragon was at the side, and casually throwing an appraisal had been proven by countless NPCs to be impolite. It would decrease favorability. So they had to endure it. However, the players did not know, but Eve knew the identity of the other party. It's a bronze dragon. The pure-blooded megalosaurus in the Seeker's world were divided into two camps, colored dragons and metal dragons. There were 5 types of colored dragons: red dragon, black dragon, green dragon, blue dragon, and white dragon. There were also 5 types of metal dragons: gold dragon, silver dragon, brass dragon, bronze dragon, and red bronze dragon. Colored dragons tended to be evil and aggressive, while metal dragons tended to be kind and liked to communicate with other intelligent species. The two camps of Megalosaurus sometimes fought against each other and sometimes cooperated. The black dragon Meryl belonged to the former. The golden dragon Alexius belonged to the latter. Of course, the current Meryl was already a banana black dragon. And at this moment, the hatchlings that had hatched were undoubtedly the bronze dragons among the metal dragons. This was an amphibious metal dragon with the title of coastal dragon. It was also good at rare thunder attribute magic and had lightning breath. Logically speaking, it should not be seen inland. However, the golden dragon Alexius came from the dragon race's headquarters in the Seeker's world, Dragon Island. The ancestral dragon was sleeping on Dragon Island. And with the ancestral dragon's suppression, there were all kinds of metal dragons and color dragons, let alone bronze dragons. Therefore, it was normal to bring a bronze dragon egg. With this thought, Eve looked at the remaining 4 dragon eggs again. The dragon eggs were of different colors. It was impossible to distinguish the dragon species from the appearance of the dragon eggs. However, golden dragons were staunch upholders of justice and were always ready to fight against evil. Eve did not think that Alexius would bring a colored dragon egg. Sure enough, after the first hatchling hatched, the other 4 hatchlings were quickly born. One had yellow scales with a tinge of red. It was a red bronze dragon. The other 2 had brown scales and were brass dragons. However, the most eye-catching one was the last one. Its scales were a dazzling gold. It was a golden dragon. This was the most majestic and powerful dragon species among the metal dragons. It was good at fire attribute magic. Golden dragon. It's a golden dragon. It's so beautiful. I wonder who can form a contract with it. The players were excited. Seeing the 5 hatchlings hatching, golden dragon Alexius's eyes lit up. He bowed slightly in the direction of the temple again and said respectfully, "Thank you, the great goddess of life, your holiness Eve." The 5 hatchlings were very strong. After they were born, they quickly turned around instinctively and began to gnaw on their own eggshells. This was the first time they ate, and at the same time, it was the first time they transformed. The hatchlings that were just born were only at the upper level of dark iron level 31 to 35. However, as long as they gnawed on their eggshells, their strength would quickly soar to the peak of dark iron level 40. After that, they would step into the silver level at most a year later. After observing for a while and thoroughly confirming that the 5 hatchlings were very healthy, golden dragon Alexius was finally relieved. He did not wait for these hatchlings to sign a contract. Instead, he chose to leave immediately. This was also a form of respect for the elves, a form of trust to express goodwill. After golden dragon Alexius flew away, the gamers were in an uproar. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the old priest, Samir, walked up. This priest who followed the earliest was already at the middle level of the silver level. He had been presiding over the work of Fei Linsui's church, and this Megalosaurus contract event would be organized by him. He coughed lightly twice, then, under the jubilant cheers of the players, he shouted with a sound amplification spell. "Everyone, please be quiet." In an instant, the players gradually calmed down. Samir was very satisfied with the growth of the Chosen Ones. One must know that when the Chosen Ones had just arrived last year, no matter how he shouted, there was no way to calm these brave warriors from the alternate world. It was all thanks to the good impression theurgy of the Mother Goddess. It was the existence of the good impression theurgy that made these brave warriors more rational, he sighed softly in his heart. After taking a deep breath, Xianxia continued speaking. Brave chosen ones, Her Majesty the Goddess has assigned this Megalosaurus contract mission to me, and I'll be presiding over the signing of the partnership contract. The Goddess has given an oracle that the chosen ones who are bestowed with the opportunity to sign a partnership contract with a randomly selected Megalosaurus. After saying that, he took out 5 pieces of paper and wrote the corresponding words on them. Then, he shouted again, the chosen ones who are bestowed with the opportunity to sign a contract, please come forward and draw lots. The Megalosaurus you draw will be the partner of the contract. Once this was said, the players instantly became lively. What? Someone has already obtained the opportunity? Who is it? I'm so envious. I heard that it's Bento Boss and the others, the players started discussing among themselves. Amidst the hubbub and the envious gazes, 5 players with gorgeous equipment and powerful auras came to the high platform in the middle of the square, which was used as the temporary dragon's nest. It was the Bento Boss 5. Look. It's Bento Boss 5. He's so handsome. No wonder he's the #1 player in the entire server. Wait, isn't that guy in heavy armor the one who carried the goddess on his back in the video? You mean the optimist? F***ck, how dare this guy show up? Isn't he being hunted down? Damn European king. Wait, all 5 of them are going up. Are they going to take all 5 Megalosaurus? I don't think so. I heard that their team only obtained 1 slot. The players discussed animatedly. When Xianxia saw the 5 chosen ones on the stage, he was slightly taken aback. After confirming their identities and qualifications through the mission system, he hesitated for a moment and said, My lords, you only have 1 contract slot, so, you need to choose a suitable candidate. Hearing Xianxia's words, Calabash smiled and said, We know. It's just that we don't know who to choose, so after some discussion, we're wondering if we can let the Megalosaurus choose us instead of deciding who to sign the contract with after drawing lots. Whoever it chooses will be the one to sign the contract with. Didn't you say that if the Megalosaurus had to choose, it would choose the player who was most suitable for it? We're all old teammates and have to work together often, so it's better to be compatible. Calabash said. Let the Megalosaurus choose, Xianxia nodded slightly. This was indeed a solution. He smiled slightly and prepared to let them send their representatives to draw lots. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The 5 baby dragons who were still gnawing on the eggshells seemed to have noticed something at the same time and stopped their actions. They turned their heads at the same time, and under countless dumbfounded gazes, they wriggled and crawled towards Lation Pai. They fought to be the first to rub against his legs and licked his body. The 5 calf-sized fledgling dragons swarmed forward and drowned the confused optimist. For a moment, the players fell into an eerie silence. Then, it completely exploded, F***ck. What's going on? Is this the goodwill of all the Megalosaurus? Isn't this too lucky? Ah. Why is it him again? This is too enviable, isn't it? Optimist. Prepare to be hunted down. If you want to hunt down, count me in. I haven't settled the score with the goddess yet. The optimist was speechless. Eve also saw this scene. She rubbed her temples with a slight headache. However, compared to the players who had suddenly exploded like a pan of oil, she vaguely understood what had happened. Perhaps, it was the trace of divine power of life that the optimist had absorbed when he betrayed her last time. After that mission, the optimist had not died. Therefore, although the trace of divine power had not been absorbed by him, it still lingered in his body. Eve had changed the bloodline of the dragon egg and even blessed it. At this moment, after the optimist approached, they keenly smelled the trace of divine power on his body. They probably treated him as their mother, lucky. In terms of this incident, he could indeed be called lucky. The players were envious of the optimist's luck. Even the old elf Xianxia, who was in charge of the contract, was surprised. He never thought that this heavily armored chosen one warrior would be favored by 5 Megalosaurus at the same time. As the center of the incident, the optimist himself was even more confused. But at the same time, he felt a sense of happiness and surprise, as if he had won the lottery. However, the optimist was very rational. He never thought that there was really any coincidence or luck. If it was just one or two megalosaurus that showed him kindness, then it could be explained by luck. But if 5 megalosaurus all gathered in front of him like little puppies that saw their mother, then it was too abnormal. His mind was also working very quickly. Almost instantly, he thought of the mission 3 days ago. He thought of the day when he carried the goddess on his back, and the warm and comfortable energy that escaped from the goddess' body. He did not know that it was the divine power of life. However, he did feel that power enter his body. Even, until now, his personal status bar still had the goddess's blessing buff. Of course, he did not know that this was the game system's automatic judgment. Any player who had a certain amount of Eve's divine power in their body would have a buff. If it was a small amount, it would be a blessing. If it was a little more, it would be a favor. If it was a little more, it would be a blessing. However, this was enough for him to make some speculations. Could it be, because I carried the goddess on my back and helped the goddess a lot, so my luck was strengthened by the goddess? The optimist guessed. The optimist was not the only one with a quick mind. Among the other players, there were also those who were meticulous and imaginative, and they instantly thought of something. Wait, could it be because he has been in contact with the goddess? It's very possible. Other than having intimate contact with the goddess, the optimist doesn't seem to be any different from us. Wake up, even if he hasn't been in contact with the goddess, he is still a real silver boss player. Besides, don't use the term intimate contact, it makes me feel like I'm being cuckolded. Cuckolded you? Are you thinking of eating peaches? Stop arguing. If you want to argue, wait until we're done hunting down the optimist. Chase him down. He's a silver-ranked tank player, and he's even fully equipped with silver-ranked equipment. His HP is as high as an Oreo's. Can we really do anything to him? There would always be people who would say something that would cause an awkward silence in an inappropriate situation. Of course, the players quickly shifted the topic back to the Megalosaurus and didn't mention the pursuit of a certain someone. Ahem. Speaking of which, it's still reasonable for one Megalosaurus to get close to each other, but 5 of them are showing their goodwill. Moreover, they're so close that they're licking each other's faces. This is definitely not normal, right? There's no need to say probably. It's just not normal. I think I heard him boasting in the guild chat yesterday. He said that after he carried the goddess on his back, a goddess's blessing appeared on him. I heard about it too. It seems that when he was carrying the goddess's power entered his body. TSK. If that's the case, does it really have something to do with the goddess? Didn't they say that goddesses can be interacted with? I wonder if I'll get a response if I pray to her. There was another moment of silence. Then, suddenly, many players got up one after another and ran toward the temple under the confused gazes of the elves. Their eyes lit up, and they looked excited. These excited players ran into the temple and came directly to the statue of the goddess. Then, they knelt down and prayed to the goddess. Some of them even boldly hugged the legs of the goddess. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. Praise the goddess. Goddess, please give me strength. No, please give me a Megalosaurus companion. Goddess, please bring me along. I'm easy to carry. I can warm your bed. Please keep me. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. You guys should be more serious when you're praying. Aren't you afraid of losing favorability? F***CK. You broke the goddess's leg. You're finished. Damn. I've never touched this before. This statue doesn't seem to be very sturdy. The apprentice elf priest who was in charge of cleaning the temple stared dumbfoundedly at the chosen ones who suddenly broke into the temple. She looked at them praying non-stop. She looked at a certain player who broke the leg of the spare goddess statue in his excitement. Now, he was hugging the broken leg with a look of shock and bewilderment on his face. The apprentice priest was speechless. The broom in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Crazy. The chosen ones seemed to have gone crazy. She widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and muttered to herself. In an instant, all the players in the temple received a system prompt that their favorability was -10. Players were speechless. Elf Nation never lacked funny people. Putting aside these funny people who wanted to obtain the goddess' favor by praying to Eve, the optimist on the high platform in the square finally came back to his senses after being licked by the 5 baby dragons. He had an idea in his mind. On the other side, looking at the optimist surrounded by dragons, the old elf Xianxia was astonished. He cleared his throat and said, "That's right." He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, looks like the Megalosaurus have made their choice." Then, may the optimist, wait a minute. The old priest's words were quickly interrupted. It was the optimist. The tank warrior struggled to get up from the licking of a group of Megalosaurus and said, "I want to give up this opportunity to choose the right to contract. Let my 4 teammates participate." "Give up?" Xianxia was slightly taken aback. "Optimist, you want to give up?" Gord and the others were also surprised. But soon, the optimist smiled proudly. He stroked the head of a dragon whelp and said, "Don't worry. I want to participate in the baby dragon contract." As soon as he said this, Boxed Lunch and the others instantly understood what he wanted to do. Gord's eyes lit up and quickly gave him a thumbs up. "Good job, you're loyal." Hearing their conversation, the many players below the platform fell into a discussion. What does that mean? The optimist wants to give up the opportunity to participate in the baby dragon contract? Silly. Is there any suspense? In this situation, the Megalosaurus will definitely choose him. The optimist doesn't need to use his team's quota at all. And, in the end, it's not certain whether the Megalosaurus will choose him or he will choose the Megalosaurus. I see. Wait, that means, Boxed Lunch and the others will have 2 Megalosaurus? I'm so jealous, sigh. Now, there are only 3 left, the golden dragon will definitely be chosen, right? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous, the players below the platform wailed, and the air was filled with the smell of jealousy. Eve, who was watching in the crowd, raised her eyebrows slightly. The optimist's approach was considered a trick. However, she did not intend to stop them. After all, luck was also a kind of strength. After the optimist withdrew, the selection contract for Boxed Lunch's team began again. The priority of the appointed contract was higher than the Megalosaurus's choice. Therefore, although the optimist looked at the golden dragon eagerly, and anyone could see his nervousness and yearning, the drawing of lots still began. It's the bronze dragon. A moment later, Xianxia spread out the paper in his hand. The optimist heaved a sigh of relief. However, he seemed to feel that his reaction was a little overboard, and he touched his nose a little embarrassedly. After the results came out, Xianxia used his divine arts to temporarily trap the few baby dragons. Then, he communicated with them in the dragon language. The newborn baby dragons did not know the dragon language yet. However, they had already received the inheritance. Although they did not know how to speak, they could understand. As for Xianxia, his dragon language was naturally inherited from Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. After he communicated with the bronze dragon for a while and demonstrated the divine spells of the goddess, the bronze dragon nodded obediently. Then, he removed the imprisonment on the bronze dragon. After regaining its freedom, the bronze dragon looked at Boxed Lunch's team again. Its gaze wandered around the 4 of them, and the 4 of them looked nervous. Even Boxed Lunch had a serious look on his face, and his hands were clenched tightly. It was obvious that his heart was not calm. The baby dragon's gaze moved around the 4 players for a while, and finally looked at Boxed Lunch and Chopin. There seemed to be a trace of human entanglement on its tender little face. Then, it crawled forward and sniffed at the 2 of them, it circled around Boxed Lunch and the optimist, and finally stopped in front of the former. Boxed Lunch's expression seemed to stiffen. As for the other players, they were more or less disappointed. Of course, disappointment was disappointment, but they quickly adjusted and began to congratulate Boxed Lunch. The Megalosaurus choice of Boxed Lunch was indeed well-deserved. After all, Boxed Lunch was the #1 combat player in the entire server. He had the highest score, the most combat experience, and killed countless monsters. However, just when everyone thought that the bronze dragon would choose Boxed Lunch, an accident happened again. The baby dragon sniffed at Boxed Lunch again, and its little face wrinkled slightly again. After hesitating for a moment, it moved again and stopped in front of Chopin, who had a dreamy expression on his face. Then, it lowered its head slightly, and a magic array with a faint glow appeared on its body. enveloping the man and the dragon. Soon, a new item appeared in the magic pet column in Chopin's vision: Megalosaurus partner, bronze dragon, baby dragon. It chose me? He was pleasantly surprised. The players below the stage were all surprised. It didn't choose boxed lunch? What a pity, seeing that the Megalosaurus finally chose Chopin. The Calabash and I Am Invincible were also surprised. After all, Chopin's profession was a druid, and he had chosen to specialize in healing. He should be the weakest among the few of them. And if they were right about what they heard from Salty Meow, under the same conditions, the Megalosaurus would most likely prefer a partner who was more powerful and had better attributes. This was what Meryl told Salty Meow. By the way, this was generally the case. Because for the Megalosaurus, feelings could also be cultivated. It was just that in most cases, the Megalosaurus did not have the time to cultivate feelings with human-like creatures before signing a contract. This was like looking at the conditions of a blind date before considering cultivating feelings. The relationship between Salty Meow and Meryl was an exception. And because the black dragon Meryl had already signed a contract with the goddess, he could no longer be Salty Meow's Megalosaurus partner. Of course, under the coaxing and pestering of the black dragon Meryl, Salty Meow also gave up on signing a partnership contract with the Megalosaurus. After all, although the two of them did not sign a contract, they were almost like real partners. Back to the present. It was precisely because boxed lunch was the strongest among the few of them, and there was no player who was good at lightning magic and had compatible attributes with the bronze dragon, that the players subconsciously thought that the other party would choose boxed lunch. Because of this, everyone was very surprised when the baby dragon finally chose Chopin. However, Eve, who was watching in the crowd, more or less guessed the reason. I see. Is it because boxed lunch's aura is too strong? The players' souls were not here, so the Megalosaurus could not determine their camp. However, when a being killed too much, its mental state, temperament, and behavior would be affected to a certain extent. In layman's terms, it was an aura of malice. Malice was a very illusory thing. Rather than saying that it was real, it was more accurate to say that it reflected a certain characteristic of a person. Perhaps it could be concealed during normal times, but at critical moments, or when facing some beings with sharp senses, it would be easy to detect this characteristic. This was the case when facing the baby dragon. At first, it did intend to choose boxed lunch, but after sensing boxed lunch's malice, it hesitated. For the metal-type Megalosaurus, although they were not afraid of fighting, and some were even very keen on fighting evil, this did not mean that they liked malice. A strong aura of malice did not necessarily mean that a person was evil. At the very least, this person was definitely not harmless. For a newborn dragon whelp, this was a minus point. Therefore, after hesitating, it finally gave up on boxed lunch. As for why it chose Chopin, from Eve's point of view, it was probably because of his class. After all, the birth of these Megalosaurus was related to Eve, and among the players, the druid was the closest to Eve's attributes. So, for these Megalosaurus, who had a special attachment to Eve's aura from the moment they were born, it was definitely easier for them to accept druid players. In fact, the druid class was indeed easier to gain the favor of magical beasts. In summary, Chopin was the lucky one in the end. Seeing this, Eve could not help but sigh slightly. Looks like, for players who want to become Dragon Knights, the druid class is going to become a popular class. I'm not sure. When the priest class is fully activated, those who become priests should also be close to these Megalosaurus whose bloodlines have been purified by me, right? It's a pity for boxed lunch. He's already strong, and if he can contract a Megalosaurus, I'm afraid his strength will rise to another level. He's just unlucky. If there was a colored dragon among these 5 dragon whelps, I'm afraid they would not hesitate to choose him. After all, colored dragons are born battle maniacs and have a special liking for malice. The appointed contract was over. Next, it was time for the Megalosaurus to choose a player. And unsurprisingly, Optimist was the first player chosen by the dragon whelps, and he was chosen by all 4 dragon whelps. Of course, he could only choose one. Thus, under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone, the Optimist made a contract with the most beautiful and strongest golden dragon. And after the gold dragon contracted, the other dragon whelps were transferred among the remaining players. They could not fly yet, so they could only crawl charmingly naively. However, they had Eve's blessing on them. If they were unwilling, the players could not get close to them. Seeing this scene, Eve quickly turned around and left, returning to the Tree of World. She did not intend to watch at the scene anymore. Because her identity was more sensitive, and with the keen senses of the Megalosaurus, it would definitely be able to smell the difference in this incarnation of hers. So, to avoid a situation like the previous time when the unicorn knelt down and licked her in public, she slipped away on the spot and returned to the kingdom of God, watching the live broadcast from the players' point of view. More and more players came to Fei Lingsue. And a few dragon whelps moved among the players, and no one dared to stop them. Well, they could not be stopped, either. The system prohibited them from being touchy. But even so, the system could not stop the players' actions. Many players brought all kinds of delicious food, such as roasted meat, fruits, and the like, to tempt them. There were even people who brought shiny gold coins and gems. However, these dragon whelps ate the food and took away the gold coins and gemstones. But after eating and wiping them clean, they shook their butts and walked away. This made the group of players who went for wool and came back shorn want to cry, but no tears came out. Time passed by, minute by minute. Soon, the third Megalosaurus also found its contracted partner. This was a brass dragon, and its partner was Limu. Limu was also a famous big druid player in the whole server, and he was also good at the magic, Nature's Whisper, to communicate with other creatures. Not only that, but this time, with the help of the salty meow, he pulled a cart of northeastern barbecue, and even changed into a set of shiny equipment. In front of him, there was a pile of gold coins sponsored by Dalmatia. In the end, he finally got what he wanted and signed in a Megalosaurus, making countless people envious. It could only be said that a big boss was still a big boss. And after the third Megalosaurus found its partner, the last two also found their partners one after another. In the end, the red copper dragon chose Mangjihan, who had arrived late. This druid player who chose to specialize in wildness had the talent to transform into a pterosaur, and the pterosaur had the bloodline of the Megalosaurus, which was of the same origin as the copper dragon. Therefore, after she transformed on the spot, she quickly attracted the attention of the copper dragon closest to her and signed a contract with it, becoming the fourth player to have a Megalosaurus as a partner. The choice of the fifth dragon whelp was a little surprising. This was another brass dragon. It did not choose a powerful silver player like its previous companions, but it finally chose a little-known fourth beta player who was only at the upper black iron level 29. It was a female player with the ID Siren, who was good friends with Meng Han and an elven mage. At this moment, Siren was so excited that she was about to jump up. She just wanted to join in the fun, but she did not expect to be blessed with a Megalosaurus as a partner. It actually chose me? Do I have great potential? Did I choose the right direction to attack? Her face was full of excitement. Meng Han rolled her eyes at her. You're just lucky. You're a close combat mage, you're using fireballs, and you're even using mind magic. It's a mess. If you could specialize in these, it would be a miracle. Siren, I don't want to either. Who told me to draw these skills at the beginning of the game? And mages have to be close combat. And the mind pierce of the mind magic is very suitable to disturb the enemy in close combat. Mages playing close combat, you're really a genius. Under the roll of her friend's eyes, Siren accepted the contract with the brass dragon. But after the contract, she had a strange expression. I think I know why it chose me. Why? Because it's good at fire magic and mind magic, Meng Han. Perhaps this was the lucky king. The few Megalosaurus finally found their own partners. The 5 lucky players were naturally overjoyed, but of course, the rest were disappointed. However, Big Sister could vaguely see that these Megalosaurus seemed to favor druid players and players with similar attributes. Fortunately, this was only the first time a Megalosaurus appeared. According to the announcement, there would be new opportunities every month. So, although everyone was disappointed, they were still looking forward to it. After the Megalosaurus formed a contract with the players, the 5 dragons were once again invited by Samir to the high platform. This time, he wanted to teach the chosen ones how to take care of these young dragons and tell them the habits of different dragon species. Of course, this information also came from the goddess Eve. The brass dragon likes sunlight and dry environments, so Lord Limu and Siren, you have to bring them to similar areas often. Also, they're good at socializing and like to talk. You have to communicate with them often. After signing the contract, you can already communicate telepathically, so communication can be carried out in the mind. The brass dragon likes corals and pearls. Lord Chopin, you can find some such treasures for it. Also, it likes to eat fish. The copper dragon likes to play pranks. Lord Menghan, please tolerate it. Also, it likes to listen to stories and music. It likes treasures from the land, such as precious metals and gems. Samir said sentence by sentence, and the players listened very carefully and remembered it very carefully. However, the onlookers had strange expressions. Is this a partner? It sounds like it found a master, and it's going to become a dragon slave. TSK, I also want to become a dragon slave if I have the chance, the players discussed animatedly, and they were very interested in the habits of the Megalosaurus. They listened very carefully. After all, knowing the other party's preferences might come in handy next time. After Samir introduced the first few dragon species, he finally looked at Chopin, who was smiling foolishly and holding the baby gold dragon. The old elf nodded secretly and said, "First, Lord Chopin. First of all, congratulations, Lord Chopin. The gold dragon has the strongest potential and is the most powerful existence among all the metal dragons. But at the same time, it's a little complicated to take care of a gold dragon. It may take more energy and wealth. The most important thing is the gold dragon's appetite. The gold dragon has a name, Wealth Devourer. This is because the gold dragon can eat anything, but its favorite food is still pearls and gems. Of course, they can also eat ordinary food. However, if you want them to grow more smoothly and quickly, and at the same time gain their favor, please satisfy their desire to devour gems." The smile on Chopin's face gradually disappeared. P.S. If you have no objections, I'll post such a large chapter in the future. The Megalosaurus contract event was over. However, for the majority of players, the popularity brought about by the Megalosaurus companions would probably continue for a long, long time. In the future, perhaps all the magic pets in Elven Kingdom would be overshadowed by the glory of the Megalosaurus, and the Megalosaurus would undoubtedly become the contracted magic pet that players most yearned for and most represented the status of a player's boss. From then on, silver players, with houses in the core area of the City of Heaven's Chosen, a full set of silver or gold legendary equipment, and a Megalosaurus magic pet, perhaps such a lineup represented the standard of the top bosses in Elven Kingdom. Of course, the term magic pet would at most be spoken by players in private, and they would never mention it in front of the Megalosaurus. This was because countless players had been proven by the black dragon Meryl's fat beating. The Megalosaurus hated being called magic pets and magic beasts the most. And the 5 lucky players who obtained the Megalosaurus companions were undoubtedly the focus of the entire server. These days, no matter where they went with the baby dragons, they would attract the attention of countless curious players. The growth of the baby dragons was indeed rapid. After only one day, the 5 players were pleasantly surprised to find that the size of their Megalosaurus companions had grown by 1/3 almost overnight, and their strength had soared all the way. Under the envious, jealous, and amazed gazes of countless players, they had directly soared from the beginner level of Black Iron to the peak level of Black Iron. Level 40. And at this level, in addition to their racial advantage, their true strength was no less than that of a silver player. This made countless players even more jealous, as if they had eaten a lemon. A powerful magic pet that was comparable to a silver-ranked magic pet, and it had extremely high growth potential. This was almost invincible. It was simply cheating, not to mention, after signing the companion contract, the growth of the Megalosaurus would also benefit the players themselves, putting aside the other 4 players who had reached the silver level for the time being. After all, the experience points they needed to level up were almost astronomical. After signing a contract with the Megalosaurus, the player who benefited the most and made the other players jealous the most was Tao Wu. This level 29 magician player had actually leveled up to level 31 by relying on the Megalosaurus. What do you mean, big boss? What was a European king? Sour. Although the amount of experience required to level from 29 to 31 wasn't too terrifying, ordinary people wouldn't be able to level up without working hard for a day or two. Comparing oneself to others would really anger one to death. Time flew by in the game. Unknowingly, another 10 days had passed in the game. As time passed, the popularity of Orlos's new map gradually died down. This was because countless pieces of evidence proved that even though it was a new map, and even though it was huge and interesting, it was only a low-level map. In the new map, the highest level of demonic beast was only silver, and it was very difficult to find one. Perhaps for those 4th beta testers whose levels were not high, this was a safe place to level up. However, compared to having to travel so far to farm monsters, wasn't it better to be in the elf forest in the underground world? Therefore, for most players whose main goal was to level up, they preferred to go to more efficient places to farm monsters and level up. Of course, this was not absolute. There were still many players who liked the local customs of Elf Nation and were addicted to traveling in the new map. There were even some who made videos of their travels and uploaded them to video websites. The number of views was not small. Everyone was shocked by the vastness and realism of Elf Nation, the beauty and magnificence of the scenery, and the richness and authenticity of the local customs. The popularity of Elven Nation also rose again. Of course, this time it was because of the beautiful scenery of the new map. This must be a different world, right? We must have transmigrated. This must be a conspiracy of the aliens, and so on were trending on the internet again. However, teasing was just teasing. Everyone was just joking around and expressing their admiration and love for Elf Nation in another way. After all, there was the system, the game interface, and the ability to log out at any time. Moreover, there was no official response. Although the game was terrifyingly realistic, wasn't this the pinnacle of virtual reality games? For the players, this was the matrix that they had been dreaming of. Of course, the players would never know that it was not that the official forces did not notice Elf Nation. It was just that Eve used the power of a true god to cleverly resolve it through various means on the internet. For the players, they only needed to enjoy Elf Nation, a game with a high degree of freedom, every day, and happily do what leaks should do. Every day, the players could discover new things in the game. Every day, they could also find new surprises. Of course, every day, they could also fulfill their obligations as leaks. If one were to rank the virtual reality games developed by the major gaming companies on Bluestar to date, Elf Nation would undoubtedly be the best in all aspects. Well, it was not without its shortcomings. For example, there were some troubles caused by the game being too realistic. Also, the map being too big could break one's legs. Sometimes, there was an imbalance of professions and so on. However, these were all small problems in front of the advantages of Elf Nation. At the same time, more and more people were curious about the World Tree Black Technology Company. Among them, there were many people who wanted to find the location of their company in reality. However, with the progress of the virtual network, many companies did not even have a real office and had completely moved to the virtual network. Therefore, after searching for no results, many people thought that the World Tree Black Technology Company should also be such a new technology company. Of course, there were also many rumors. However, in front of the mysterious power from another world, some unfavorable comments did not cause much of a stir. Netizens were forgetful and easily influenced by public opinion. Their IQ was sometimes high, but sometimes it was really low. As long as one made it sound plausible and used the internet water army to push it, it was easy to turn fiction into reality and reality into fiction. Although a certain mythical existence could not interfere with the reality of Bluestar, it could still use the internet to spend divine power to influence public opinion. In a sense, it could be considered a form of dimensionality reduction. Under such circumstances, Elf Nation finally ushered in the last day before the update, Elf Forest, City of Heaven's Chosen. This main city built by the players and called the City of Miracles by the elves was still very lively. In other words, as the update day approached, it became more and more prosperous. As the level of the players continued to increase, more and more people reached the maximum level of 40. This was the first main city to be built, and more players who were originally busy leveling up returned to this place and developed more ways to play Elf Nation. There were more and more shops opened by the players in the city, and there were all kinds of them. The scale of the buildings in the city was also expanding. Of course, because the new version was approaching, more people habitually returned to the main city to wait for the update. Although there was no problem during the update, this time, it involved the priest class after all. The City of Heaven's Chosen had the World Tree, so changing classes was naturally the most convenient. They just needed to pray to the World Tree. Jasmine Under the Moon was such a player. She was a 4th beta tester and was now at the maximum level of 40. This level of strength might not be a big deal to the 1st and 2nd beta testers, but for the 4th beta testers who had been in the game for less than 3 months, she was definitely a big shot. Jasmine Under the Moon's class was a warrior, which was relatively rare among female players. Due to the realism of Elf Nation, female players were generally more inclined towards mages and archers. However, this did not mean that female players were inferior to male players. In fact, in the combat strength rankings, especially the mages and archers rankings, female players were stronger than male players. Of course, this did not mean that there were no strong female players among the melee players. Jasmine Under the Moon was one of them. Although she had not reached the silver rank, she was already the number 1 warrior below the silver rank in the combat strength rankings. For a 4th beta tester, this was quite rare. It could be said that she had left many 1st beta testers in the dust. At this moment, this female elf player was sitting in the Only Tavern. She was wiping her beloved black iron high gold legendary longsword while looking at the street outside the window. On the street, Li Mu, the guild leader of the Nature's Heart Guild and a well-known big shot player in the entire server, was happily playing with his brass dragon whelp, which was already as strong as a bull, under the envious gazes of a group of players. I'm so envious. If only I could have a megalosaurus, a faint sigh could be heard. Jasmine Under the Moon glanced at the opposite side. Sitting opposite her was a male player with the ID, Caesar. Although the name sounded very sturdy, the character he created was quite slender. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and his class was a druid. I heard that megalosaurus companions can communicate with players. After raising them for a while, when they reach the silver rank, they will be able to speak like Meryl. That's great. The player with the ID, Caesar, looked at the street as he spoke. His eyes were full of yearning. Druids have an advantage. You should train more and reach max level earlier. Then, you can choose a skill based on the preferences of the megalosaurus. Maybe it will pick you next time. Jasmine Under the Moon said. Her voice was cold, and it was completely incompatible with her red hair that was tied into a ponytail. Caesar heard Jasmine Under the Moon's words and smiled bitterly. I also want to level up quickly, but I'm a 4th beta tester. I don't have an advantage over veteran players, and this game's missions are slow to level up. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Jasmine Under the Moon. Who told you to do missions instead of farming monsters? Farming monsters in this game is the fastest way to level up. If you were to farm monsters with me, you would have reached max level long ago. Jasmine Under the Moon shook her head. Caesar said helplessly. Farm monsters with you? You're too crazy when you farm monsters. I can't stay up for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. Saying so, he squinted his eyes and smiled. Besides, compared to farming monsters, I prefer the quests in Elven Nation, especially the private quests from the Elven NPCs. Jasmine, don't you think that the essence of this game is the interaction with the NPCs? I really like the NPCs and the background of this world. Every elf has its own story behind it. It's really great. He looked at Jasmine Under the Moon. But the girl shook her head. I'm not interested in NPCs. Speaking of which, the design of the NPCs in this game is really troublesome. At the end of the day, it's just a bunch of data. Why do they have to make it so complicated? Favorability will even affect the speed of gaining experience. Elven Nation's realism is really good. The feeling of fighting is really strong. It's completely different from the games I played before. In my opinion, the developers only need to focus on combat and balancing the classes. Everything else is meaningless. Caesar was speechless. Haven't you interacted with the NPCs before? Haven't you done the daily quests? He asked. Jasmine Under the Moon shook her head. It's too troublesome. I only like to fight. What I want to do the most right now is to get to the top of my combat rating, then PK with boxed lunch and win. Saying so, her eyes lit up and were filled with fighting spirit. Competition and combat are the essence of this game. Caesar was speechless. He looked at her strangely and shook his head. Your unique hobby. If it wasn't for the gender lock of this game, I would have thought you were a transvestite. Are you looking for a fight? Ha ha ha. Caesar laughed. He quickly changed the topic. Speaking of which, we've known each other for almost a month now. I still remember that day when we were doing the quest. If it wasn't for you, I would have been defeated. Jasmine under the moon shook her head. You're too weak. You can't even defeat the monsters near the core area of the elf forest. You want to be a love interest? Caesar smiled awkwardly. I've never played an MMORPG before, right? It's my first time. I'm not you, I'm not good at playing games. Jasmine under the moon rolled her eyes. Are you really a guy? Caesar was speechless. Ahem. I signed up because I was attracted by the scenery of Elf Nation. Also, I like to play games with story, I don't like fighting. He explained. Weirdo. Jasmine under the moon shook her head. Caesar was speechless. He rubbed his nose and asked again. Come to think of it, didn't you get a job change slot? Why didn't you change your class? With your strength, if you change your class to silver, you'll at least be in the top 5 on the combat strength leaderboard, right? If you develop, you might even be in the top 3. Speaking of which, I've always felt that if you joined the game during the beta test, you would have been a top player by now. Hearing his words, Jasmine Undermoon shook her head. I can't help it. I was playing another game before. When I noticed Elf Nation, it was already in the 3rd beta test. As for my class advancement, I'll wait until the update. I plan to be a shaman. I'm worried that if I change my class now, I'll be affected. You want to be a shaman? Didn't you say that I can be your support healer? You're too noob, and you can't find anyone to help you. I'll be self-sufficient. Sorry, it's my fault. I thought that I'm too noob, so I'll have to level up to catch up with you. Caesar's face was filled with pain. But, Jasmine under the moon changed the topic. When the shaman class is released, I can guide you. Didn't you want to be a shaman? The shaman class doesn't require much experience, so it should be faster to level up. Caesar's eyes lit up. That's great. Saying so, he scratched his head embarrassedly. Actually, I'm planning to major in the shaman class. After all, according to the announcement, the advancement of this class requires more interaction with NPCs, so I think this is more suitable for me. Also, if I major in the shaman class, I might be able to help you. His voice was very soft when he said the last sentence. What did you say? Jasmine under the moon turned her head and asked. Nothing. I said that after reading the announcement, I think the shaman class might be more suitable for me. Caesar said. Are you talking about the shaman class? You don't really think that the game will make you talk to the NPCs one by one? Jasmine under the moon raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the case? Caesar was stunned. Then don't get your hopes up. No game would do that. I think the shaman class is most likely a loading bar. Once you finish reading it, you'll be done with the shaman class. Jasmine under the moon shook her head. Is that so? Caesar was taken aback again. He said hesitantly, but, the NPCs in this game are so intelligent, I swear on my many years of gaming experience. Jasmine under the moon said. Kaiser still wanted to say something, but a new system notification suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, ding. Elven Nation will be updated in 10 minutes. Players, please prepare to go offline. It's about time. I'll go offline and have a meal. See you after that. Jasmine under the moon looked at the time and finished the ale on the wooden table in one gulp. She then stood up and went to the guest room on the 2nd floor of the tavern. She had spent all her contribution points on equipment and had not bought a house yet. Instead, she had been staying in the guest room. Seeing Jasmine under the moon leave, Caesar touched his nose hesitantly. Loading bar? Jasmine Undermoon quickly logged out and returned to the real world. Unlike in the game where she had just finished eating and drinking ale, she felt a strong sense of hunger the moment she left the cabin. If only I could eat my fill in the game, I could eat my fill in the real world as well. She muttered to herself, stretched, and began to order takeout. After ordering takeout, she left the cabin and began to wash up. Jasmine Undermoon was a 24-year-old single woman who graduated from university 3 years ago. Her real name was Sue Lily. Now, she was working in a public institution within the system, and her favorite pastime was playing games. Her gaming skills were top-notch. If not for her family's objection, she would have become a professional gamer while still in university. However, compared to the story of the game, she preferred fighting. Especially the kind of close combat games where fists met flesh. The stronger the impact, the more she liked it. After virtual online games became popular in the world, she, like many others, became addicted to stealth games. Elven Kingdom was the new treasure she had discovered these few months. In fact, she regretted not discovering this game in the first place. It's all because I was too busy with work and addicted to other games. Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed out on Elven Nation's beta test. But it's not too late now. It's more challenging to start later. Not bad. Jasmine Undermoon's lips curled up as if she had thought of something. She liked games that were challenging. Of course, the premise was that they did not involve the long and boring story of the game. She had always skipped the story of the game. The only things that interested her were leveling up and PvP. However, PvP in Elven Nation had many restrictions. Not only did it require a dedicated venue, but it also required contribution points. This made her a little unhappy. Fortunately, although she had always looked down on and disliked PvE, the monster system in Elven Kingdom was really well done. It was very realistic and exciting, and the battles were not inferior to traditional PvP. She was very addicted to it. This was different from other MMOs where you just had to kill monsters. In Elven Kingdom, every time you fought a monster, it was unique. In the beginning, Jasmine Undermoon was not used to this kind of realistic combat and was a little flustered. Of course, like most pro players, she picked it up very quickly. Now, she even had the illusion that with the combat skills she had cultivated in the game, she might be able to show them off in real life. However, with her frivolous online personality and social phobia in real life, she probably wouldn't be able to show off when the time came. However, with Jasmine Undermoon's personality, she didn't expect to show off in real life. She only wanted to show off in the game. The goal she set for herself was to reach the peak of the combat power ranking before the next closed or open beta test, and defeat Boxed Lunch, who had dominated the ranking for a long time. Today happened to be the weekend, and there was no need to go to work, so Jasmine Under the Moon had more free time. She took a shower, ate her takeout, went to the bathroom, and browsed the entertainment news for a while. After settling her personal matters that could only be settled in real life, Jasmine Undermoon once again entered the stealth cabin. The maintenance time for the big update had passed, and it was time to go online. After putting on her helmet, she gave the same voice instruction that she had given countless times. Activate Elven Nation. Ding. Game connected successfully. Discovered new version, Elven Nation 1.9, Update V1, Open the Priest Profession, Update V2, Open the Missionary Function, Update V3, Open the Divine Favored System, Version Updating, Ding. Update successful, logging in, Game ID, Jasmine Under the Moon, God's Chosen One, welcome back to Elven Nation. With the familiar system voice, Jasmine Under the Moon returned to the virtual world. Her vision suddenly darkened as the opening animation of Elven Nation began. Jasmine Under the Moon had always skipped the opening animation. At most she would watch it the first time she played the game. However, when she was about to skip it, her heart skipped a beat and she stopped. It was because the opening animation of Elven Nation had changed again. The developers are really addicted to opening animations, they have to make one every time they update. Jasmine Under the Moon muttered in her heart. However, although she muttered, she didn't skip it. Although she didn't like the story and didn't like interacting with NPCs, the opening animation of Elven Nation was still a bit interesting. In any case, using the participation of the players to drive the story and form the opening animation was indeed a very intentional move in her eyes. However, when she thought that today's animation would still be praising the achievements of the players, the facts surprised her. With the ethereal and deep background music, the scene in her vision slowly unfolded. As the scene unfolded, there was a deep and powerful voice: "For the return of the Mother Goddess, I am willing to pay any price." The scene gradually lit up, and what appeared in front of her was a ruined church. A handsome half-elf was facing a statue and praying. Behind him, there were hundreds of hooded elves kneeling. They had solemn expressions and carried their luggage as if they were preparing for a long journey. Who is this NPC? Jasmine under the moon was a bit confused. Just when she felt that the new animation was a bit different, her vision suddenly lit up. She had returned to the tavern room in Elven Nation. That's it? There's only one character? Jasmine under the moon was a bit stunned. This doesn't seem like the style of Elven Nation. Shouldn't every new opening animation be a few dozen seconds or even a minute long? Moreover, the players' activities have to be made into history. After all, the players were proud of their appearance in the new opening animation. But why was there only one character today? Could it be a preview of the new story? Jasmine under the moon was puzzled. However, even though she was puzzled, she wasn't too interested. Maybe it's a preview of the new story, or maybe it's the main storyline? But I'm not that interested. I'll just join in when the time comes. She shook her head and got up from the bed in the guest room. She then put on her armor again. It was common knowledge in Elven Nation to take off one's equipment before going offline. Perhaps the simulation was too realistic. If one rested while wearing their armor, the recovery of their stamina would be affected. Sometimes, they would even feel numb when they went online. Of course, to Jasmine under moon, this kind of detail that some players would think to be real was nothing more than a joke. If she had the time to worry about these details, she might as well optimize the class balance. Looking at the current situation, there were a lot of combat classes, but only the druid class could barely be considered a healer. Fortunately, the priestess class was finally available. Thinking up to this point, Jasmine under the moon opened the class interface. As expected, in the system's job description, the originally dark priestess job finally lit up. The symbol of the priestess class was a scepter, which was the symbol of the goddess of life. The first thing Jasmine under moon did was to open up the introduction to the priestess class. She wanted to know how to become a priestess, as well as whether becoming a priestess would affect the advancement of other classes. If I want to become a priestess, I need to go to the Orlos demiplane to complete a trial quest. After completing the quest, I'll become a priestess in training? A priestess in training doesn't count as a priestess. You need to complete a missionary quest to become a priestess in training. Priestesses are levels 1 to 10. After that, you can become a black iron priestess, a silver priestess. The priestess class can be a part-time profession or a major profession. The only difference is the amount of EXP and missionary quest requirements. When the priestess class is a part-time profession, the priestess level cannot exceed the level of the main profession. The main profession's level is still the player's level, and the promotion of the main profession is not affected by the priestess class. The promotion of the priestess class does not require EXP and only requires the completion of missionary quests. When the priestess class is the main profession, the priestess level can exceed the level of other professions. The highest level of professions is the player's level, and the promotion of players is affected by the priestess level. After becoming a priestess class, the EXP required for promotion will be reduced by 2/3, and the promotion will require the completion of missionary quests. After carefully studying the introduction of the priestess class, Jasmine under the moon had a better understanding of this new class. So that's how it is. In other words, if the priestess class is a part-time profession, the priestess class only needs to complete missionary quests to increase its level. But don't expect the priestess to exceed the level of the main profession, and it's impossible to rely on it to level up because it's a part-time profession. On the other hand, if the priestess class is chosen as the main profession, the priestess level will exceed the current player's level, and it will override the current player's level and become the new player's level. In other words, the priestess class can rely on the priestess class to increase its level. The priestess class requires EXP, but the EXP required for promotion is only 1/3 of that of other professions, so it's easier to promote. However, if the priestess class is the priestess class, the promotion will require the completion of missionary quests. This way of playing is a little strange, and I feel like it's very suitable for newbies to promote quickly. The prerequisite is that I can master the priestess class promotion technique, but why does it feel like it's not suitable for me? I still have to complete quests, so it's a little troublesome. Jasmine under the moon scratched her head. However, she had already boasted in front of Kaiser that she would take him along, so even if it was a little troublesome, she had no choice but to do it. Since the priestess class isn't affected, let's change classes first. After reading the brief introduction of the priestess class, Jasmine under the moon decided to change her class to a silver warrior. She faced the direction of the world tree and prayed, praise the nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. Jasmine under the moon's vision changed and she arrived at the class change interface. There were 4 classes for a warrior: weapon mastery, defense mastery, agility mastery, and magic mastery. Weapon mastery focused on DPS. Choosing this mastery would allow one to quickly master almost any weapon, and their attack skills would be greatly enhanced. On the other hand, the guardian specialization focused on defense. It had thick skin and thick flesh, and it also had some supportive defensive skills. As for agility mastery, it was similar to the hunter class. Lastly, magic mastery was magic mastery and martial mastery. Of course, magic mastery and martial mastery were just magic mastery and a few instant cast supportive spells. The 4 mastery classes each had their own advantages and disadvantages. Jasmine under the moon, who loved fighting and killing, naturally chose weapon mastery. After successfully changing her class, Jasmine under the moon returned to the meeting place with Kaiser, the central square. When she arrived, Kaiser had already been waiting for her for quite some time. When the male druid saw her, he excitedly said, Jasmine, did you see that? If you choose priestess as your main class, the EXP requirement for promotion will be reduced by 2/3. This way, I'll be able to catch up to you faster. I'm already a silver. You should reach level 40 first. Caesar bitterly glanced at Jasmine under the moon and dryly laughed twice before saying, that's right. Are you going? Let's go to the Orlos demiplane together to complete the trial quest. Have you accepted the quest yet? There will be a little surprise when you accept the quest. Surprise? Jasmine under the moon looked at him strangely. Wait a moment, I haven't accepted the quest yet. After saying so, Jasmine under the moon turned around and looked at the world tree behind the central square. She once again prayed in a low voice and returned to the class change interface. The trial quest for priestess was not accepted by an NPC, but by the class change interface. Under the moon, after Jasmine chose to accept the trial, her consciousness faintly blurred, and she seemed to see a divine figure sitting high on a divine throne. It was Goddess Eve. The goddess seemed to be smiling at her, and her ethereal and sacred voice sounded in her ears. God's chosen one, I wish you success in completing the trial quest and become my follower. Her vision changed, and Jasmine under the moon returned to reality. She also understood what Kaiser meant by surprise. It should be that she would be able to see the goddess during the trial quest. Unlike the other players who worshipped the goddess, although she also liked this NPC, she was not as fanatical. However, she was very pleasing to the eye. Let's go, I've accepted the quest. Let's go to the Orlos demiplane. She turned around and said to Kaiser. Okay. The teleportation circle between Kinolon and the City of Heaven's Chosen had been completed. Thus, the two of them quickly teleported over. With the new update, countless players were interested in the priestess class. When Jasmine under the moon and Kaiser arrived, the whole of Kinolon was already packed with people, even the teleportation gate to the Orlos demiplane had to be lined up. Isn't this too much? Why are there so many people? Kaiser was dumbfounded. The new class can be part-timers. Anyway, there's no harm in part-timers. Everyone will definitely want to play. Moreover, the healing and defense of the priestess class are very useful. Jasmine under the moon said. Although they had never played the priestess class before, they had seen it before. The priestess skills of Alice and the other NPCs made many people envious. Whether it was the resurrection, holy healing, or the group healing, soul of healing, they all made the players jealous. Not to mention, there were all kinds of divine buffs, It could be said that the priestess class perfectly combined all the advantages of the support and healing druids and was even strengthened. Therefore, the players were definitely looking forward to it. Jasmine under the Moon and Kaiser waited in line for almost 20 minutes before they finally passed through the teleportation gate and entered the Orlos demiplane. As Eve became the master of the demiplane, the teleportation coordinates of the teleportation gate were also changed by her. The player's destination was no longer midair in the forest, but the Temple of Creation that was being rebuilt in Seeker's City. Of course, it was no longer called the Temple of Creation but the Temple of Life. After half a month, the natives of Orlos seemed to have become familiar with the elves who were constantly descending. Many of them still called the players lords of the divine race. However, under the guidance of Air and the others, the name of the elves became more and more familiar to the public. The people here regarded the elves as the gods of the upper realm and were extremely respectful to them. Many of the players were not used to this kind of respect. For example, Jasmine under the Moon. When she and Kaiser walked in the city and saw that every human who saw them would stop and salute them, she felt a little uncomfortable. The trial quest for the priestess class was quite simple. In fact, they just had to find a few NPCs in the city to help them do some things. Among these NPCs, there were former followers of the Church of Creation, down-and-out citizens, retired guards, and old people who studied the history of the Orlos demiplane. Of course, Jasmine under the Moon did not know that these NPCs were different from other NPCs. They were real NPCs. They were specially created by Eve for this trial. The content of the trial was not complicated. They just had to help these NPCs while listening to their stories. In fact, these NPCs created by Eve were not real. When the players entered the designated location, they would enter the PK virtual space and enter Eve's spiritual world. These NPCs were also products of the spiritual world. Of course, the players would not notice it. They would think that they were still in the real world of the game. The reason why Eve did this was to solve the problem of a large number of players completing the quest at the same time. This spiritual world allowed the players to complete the trial quest together. However, if they were to become NPCs in Seeker's City, they could only do it one by one. After all, they could not queue up to listen to the story one by one, could they? The efficiency was too low. After searching for a while, Jasmine under the Moon and Kaiser finally arrived at the first designated location. Plot again. I hate plots the most. Can we skip it? Jasmine under the Moon said impatiently. Bear with it. After all, this is a trial quest. Moreover, the plot of Elven Kingdom has never been skipped. You can give it a try, just take it as a break. Kaiser comforted her. When Jasmine under the Moon heard this, she could only accept it helplessly. The trial quest was not difficult. It was to help carry things, repair houses, or take care of NPCs. However, during this process, the players would hear stories from the NPCs. Jasmine under the Moon was not interested in stories. Her mind was wandering the whole time. In fact, she was looking at the Weapon Master's strategy on the internet. The two of them formed a party. The whole trial quest was actually led by Kaiser. It could not be helped. Jasmine under the Moon really did not like to do quests. Although she said that she would lead him, but there were specializations in this field. Since Kaiser liked it, she would let him do it. Anyway, she would lead him after the class change. The trial went smoothly for the two of them. Or rather, with Kaiser taking the lead, it went very smoothly. However, as Jasmine under the Moon followed Kaiser and browsed the forum, she inadvertently noticed that Kaiser, who had been chatting excitedly all this time, was a little quiet. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? She asked. Sigh. The story of this trial quest is too touching. How can I be in a good mood after knowing the origin of this half-plane? Kaiser sighed. After saying this, he sighed. Orlos is really a great hero. Orlos? Hero? Jasmine under the Moon frowned. She knew who Orlos was. He was the boss of the Heart of Life storyline quest. He was a demigod who betrayed the goddess and was also the creator of this half-plane. But, what about a hero? Wasn't he an evil god who was infected by the power of the abyss? She seemed to have missed something. Was it the storyline? She was a little curious. However, although she was curious, her somewhat awkward personality caused her to unconsciously say, "Is it necessary?" "It's just the storyline." Kaiser looked at her and was somewhat speechless. "Jasmine, you must have been distracted during the trial, right?" Jasmine under the moon's expression was somewhat awkward. Kaiser sighed. "Why don't you take a look at the storyline? There's a summary of the storyline we just passed. It talks about the origin of this demiplane and Orla story. Otherwise, it might affect the evaluation of the trial." After hearing Kaiser's words, Jasmine under the moon hesitated for a moment. In the end, she opened the interface and looked at the record. And the first thing she saw was a sentence that was somewhat familiar to her. "For the return of the Mother Goddess, I'm willing to pay any price. First, then change HM? Where have I heard this phrase before?" Jasmine Underman's heart skipped a beat. Her memory was pretty good, so she could recall it after thinking for a bit. "It's the new opening animation. The half-elf in the opening animation is Orlas?" Jasmine Underman's interest was piqued. When she played games, she didn't really like to skip through the story, so she would always fast forward. It was only because she couldn't skip through the story in Elven Nation that she did a few quests to familiarize herself with the game. After that, she stopped accepting quests from NPCs. However, everyone liked to listen to stories, especially when their curiosity was piqued. The hints from the opening animation, as well as Caesar's speculation about the trial quest, made Jasmine Undermoon curious about the story that she had missed out on because she had been distracted. Curiosity was the beginning of one's downfall. This applied to everything. Under Caesar's expectant and nervous gaze, Jasmine Undermoon flipped through the deeper pages of the record. The record was filled with pictures and text, as well as various reminiscing videos and background music. The entire story was based on the descriptions and memories of several NPCs, gradually unraveling the secrets behind the Orlas demiplane. It was the story of a hero who sacrificed everything for his beliefs. It was the story of a pitiful creature who willingly fell into darkness in order to revive the Mother Goddess. For the sake of his beliefs and perseverance, the demigod Orlas burned everything he had. The entire story was based on the growth of the half-elf Orlas, describing the secrets of the 1,000-year divine war, the creation of the Orlas demiplane, the goal of the Creator Church, the decline of the demiplane, and the perseverance and fall of the demigod Orlas. In the end, the hero fell amidst curses and anger, while the Mother Goddess returned in jubilation. The person who designed the story was obviously very skilled. The entire record was written from different angles, using the words of different people, layer by layer, unraveling the secrets of the Orlas demiplane step by step. At the same time, with the help of the background music and emotions, the story perfectly portrayed the solemnity of history, the sense of duty of the elves, and the tragedy of the demigod Orlas. As the story unraveled, a solemn, tragic, and wonderful history unconsciously appeared before one's eyes. At first, Jasmine Undermoon didn't pay much attention to the story, but as she continued reading, she gradually became serious. She had never had the chance to properly experience the game's storyline. This was because, in her opinion, the core of an MMORPG adventure game like this was not the story. Perhaps those word games that focused on the plot would have more interesting plot texts, but that was for the sake of selling the plot. There was no comparison. In Jasmine Undermoon's eyes, most of the stories in online games were just there to make up the numbers. The clumsy story, the logic that could not stand up to scrutiny, the rough background, the forceful sensationalism, and the sometimes awkward narration. It was really a waste of time. Moreover, it was originally for the reward of the quest. Not many people would really settle down and go through the storyline. In Jasmine Undermoon's opinion, rather than dozing off and completing quests, she would rather level up and fight with other players. Although she was curious at first, Jasmine Undermoon was prepared to curse after reading the plot. However, Jasmine Under the Moon fell silent when she tried to understand the story behind the priestly trial. This was a very thoughtful story, but it was also a story with sorrow. She did not know why, but Jasmine Under the priestly trial felt a sense of historical authenticity, epic, and tragedy that she had never seen before in any other game's storyline. That feeling, it was as if this story had really happened. Unknowingly, as the story narrated, Jasmine Under the Moon's mind seemed to have sketched out the image of a hero of flesh and blood who carried everything on his shoulders and sacrificed everything. Even when he fell, he did not forget his original beliefs. This was especially true when she heard the laughter of the citizens of Orlas. That kind of happiness formed a sharp contrast with the solemn and tragic story, making Jasmine Under the Moon feel inexplicably depressed and sad. It was true that Jasmine Under the Moon did not pay attention to the storyline in the past. However, Elven Nation's high immersion had already determined that even if you did not pay attention to the storyline, you would still more or less interact with the NPCs. And after interacting with the NPCs, over time, some kind of subtle influence would occur. The most important factor was the empathy and immersion of the Elven civilization in Elven Nation. And this kind of empathy and immersion would undoubtedly further strengthen the influence of the story of Orlas, making it easier for the players to be moved. This was the case for Jasmine Under the Moon. And when she noticed her own emotions, she could not help but be slightly startled. I was actually moved by a story? Jasmine Under the Moon felt somewhat amused. She continued to scroll through the storyline, wanting to see if there was anything else after Orlas's disappearance, such as whether he was brought back to Elven Nation by the goddess. However, she discovered that the storyline had ended. That's it? She was slightly startled. Did he really die? Such a hero? She muttered to herself and let out a deep sigh that even she herself did not notice. It's a great storyline, right? It's such a pity for Orlas. The priestess profession also has a greater sense of mission and responsibility than I thought. Kaiser's voice came from beside her again. Hearing this deeply emotional sigh, Jasmine Under the Moon turned off the storyline and subconsciously turned her head. When she saw that the other party was so moved that the rims of his eyes turned slightly red, she almost could not hold back her laughter. Pfft! It's just a storyline, how could you be moved to tears? Are you still a man? It's just a game setting, don't take it too seriously. Eh? Can't a man be moved? Sigh. I've never been able to resist such stories. Kaiser shook his head. After saying this, he looked at Jasmine again, and when he noticed that she was obviously more disappointed than before, he could not help but smile. As an observant person, Kaiser was all too familiar with such expressions. Wasn't this the expression of someone who had just finished reading a story, was moved, and wanted to continue reading? Speaking of which, aren't you moved at all? Or, after playing Elven Nation until now, do you really only treat it as a game? He looked at Jasmine Under the Moon and asked. After hearing Kaiser's words, Jasmine Under the Moon fell silent. After a while, she sighed and said, I don't know. However, it's indeed a good story. After saying this, Jasmine Under the Moon looked at Kaiser, and when she saw the unique fatherly smile on his face, she could not help but blush again. Of course. It's just a little bit good. She stuttered as she explained. I know, as long as you like it. Kaiser said with a smile. Jasmine Under the Moon was speechless. Who likes it? She muttered in a low voice. After saying this, she closed the trial interface and changed the topic while walking towards the Temple of Life. Okay, the trial is over, let's go and complete the quest. When they accepted the trial quest, they had to pray again to complete it. There was no world tree in Orlas, so if they wanted to complete the quest, they had to go to the Temple of Life. The rebuilt temple was very grand. It was said that the adorable committee was the main architect, and it was modeled after St. Peter's Basilica on the Blue Star. After all, it was the core temple of a demiplane, and it had to govern millions of NPCs, so it was good to have it grand. When the two arrived at the temple, there were already many players who had completed the trial. Everyone was here to complete the quest, and everyone was excitedly talking about the trial quest's plot. So this demiplane has such a story. I didn't expect that the boss we defeated was also an ally. Wake up, it was clearly the goddess who defeated him. Both of you, wake up, it was clearly Orlas who gave up on the battle. No matter what, to the elves, he is indeed a hero, and to the goddess, he is also a devout believer. Perhaps, the goal of this trial is to let us understand his beliefs. Lin Yun muttered to himself. That's right, the core of Elven Kingdom is immersion. I think that if you want to become a truly outstanding priestess, you might need to truly integrate into the NPCs. I'm getting more and more curious about priestesses. The two of them queued for 5 or 6 minutes before it was finally their turn. Jasmine Undermoon prayed to the holy statue of the goddess and returned to the profession change interface. Her vision changed again, and Jasmine Undermoon vaguely saw the figure of the goddess. She saw the goddess sitting on the throne and smiling at her. Chosen one, you have completed the trial and have the qualifications to become a priestess in training. After saying this, she gently waved her hand, and Jasmine Undermoon felt a gentle power enter her body. Devout Chosen One, preach my path to the earth. I hope that you will always have a sincere heart, and that you will officially become my preacher. The goddess' voice was soft and gentle, and it seemed to have the power to calm people's hearts. After the goddess finished speaking, Jasmine Undermoon's vision changed again and returned to reality in the game. As soon as she returned to reality, a new system notification appeared in her vision. Ding! Congratulations, Devout Chosen One, you have activated the priestess profession. Your current priestess level is Priestess in Training. Priestess in Training is still not a true priestess. If you want to become a true priestess, you still need to complete the priestess mission. Ding! You have triggered the priestess mission, Preach. Mission objective, cultivate 3 believers of the goddess of life. Mission time limit, 3 days. Mission reward, promoted to priestess in training and activated the divine favored system. Mission penalty, the priestess profession has failed and needs to undergo the trial again. Ding! You have received the skill, Eye of Faith. Eye of Faith, activate the skill to determine the level of the other party's faith in the goddess of life. You have received the virtual item, Sacred Book of Life. The virtual Sacred Book of Life can be read at any time in the priestess interface. It will be a powerful tool for your preaching. I'm not a true priestess yet? Jasmine Undermoon frowned slightly. You need to preach 3 believers to become a priestess in training, which means you'll have the priestess level. Jasmine, let's go preach now, okay? Caesar said. Hearing his words, Jasmine Undermoon nodded her head slightly. The two quickly left the temple and returned to the streets of Seeker's City. As for Jasmine Undermoon, she was also checking her character panel as she walked. At this moment, her character panel had undergone a subtle change. Below the mana value, there was a new golden energy value called God's Affinity value. Divine Favored Points? Jasmine Undermoon's heart skipped a beat. She focused her attention and the description of the divine favored points appeared in her mind. Divine favored points was a number unique to priestesses. It was the energy consumed when casting divine spells. The divine favored points were related to the priestess level and would continuously recover over time. When the priestess successfully recruited believers, it would also increase her divine favored points. However, the amount of divine affinity points that exceeded one's own limit would not be replenished over time. However, although the divine favored points appeared, it was not yet activated. It's still not activated? This should be the divine favored system, right? To put it bluntly, it's the energy bar of a priestess, and it can be accumulated through preaching. In other words, it encourages players to preach, Jasmine Undermoon pondered. Then, the key was how to preach. Thinking of this, Jasmine Undermoon glanced at the Sacred Book of Life on the priestess interface. Use this to preach? Could it be a skill? It can't really be a sacred book made by players, right? She tilted her head. Hey, Jasmine. Why don't you try the Eye of Faith? You can really see the level of faith an NPC has. At this time, Caesar's slightly excited voice interrupted Jasmine Undermoon's train of thought. After hearing Caesar's words, she turned her attention to the newly acquired skill. Eye of Faith, consumes no priestess level cost. Cooldown, 3 minutes. After activation, check the level of faith of all targets within sight for 10 seconds. Type and level of faith are indicated by color. The difference is as follows: other believers, red, unbelievers, green, shallow believers, white, devout believers, blue, fanatics, purple, saints chosen, gold, interesting. Jasmine Undermoon's interest was piqued. She raised her head and looked at the residents around her before activating the Eye of Faith. Her field of vision suddenly changed, and in her eyes, a halo appeared on everyone's body. Most of them were green, a small number were white, and a very small number were blue. In addition, many NPCs with green halos were surrounded by enthusiastic players. Are they preaching? Jasmine Underman's heart skipped a beat. The competitive spirit of a competitive player was unconsciously revealed. Jasmine Undermoon took a deep breath and said to Caesar, "Let's go, we're going to preach now. Big Sister will take you flying today." Using the eye of faith, Jasmine Undermoon quickly locked on to a resident NPC and took the lead to walk over. It was a girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was dressed like a commoner. She was curiously looking at the players in the city with longing and yearning in her eyes. Jasmine Undermoon and Caesar soon arrived in front of the girl. The girl was startled by the sudden appearance of the two players in front of her. She quickly bowed and said respectfully and nervously, "Greetings." "Greetings. Lord of the Celestials, is there anything I can help you with?" Jasmine Undermoon was also a little nervous. She was fine when they were not talking, but when they started talking, she was more or less a little nervous. It was because Elven Nation was too realistic. Even though she knew that this was a game, she was still not used to talking to an NPC who was like a real person. She had never done any NPC quests in Elven Nation, not only because she hated the story, but also because she was not good enough. However, compared to real life, it was still much better. At least she did not have the inexplicable uneasiness, inferiority, and shame of being exposed in front of the public. She could still talk to others in the game. Moreover, didn't she already have a bet? She could use the Holy Bible of Life to spread her faith. All she needed to do was to open the Holy Bible of Life and read it. Wait a minute. She did not seem to have studied how to spread her faith. Moreover, the priest's introduction did not explain it in detail. The system only told her that she needed to rely on the Holy Bible of Life to spread her faith. Jasmine Undermoon swallowed her saliva as a ridiculous idea suddenly popped up in her mind. Rely on the Holy Bible of Life to spread her faith? This shouldn't be that complicated, and it shouldn't be that hardcore, right? It must be. This is just a game. If it was complicated, who would play it? Moreover, Caesar was watching from the side. She had to set a good example. Thinking up to this point, Jasmine Undermoon took a deep breath and revealed a smile that she thought was kind but was actually a little stiff. She calmed herself down and said to the girl, "Hello, have you heard of the Goddess of Life?" "The Goddess of Life?" The girl was stunned for a moment before she nodded. "Yes, the great being who saved us all." "It's good that you know." Jasmine Undermoon secretly nodded. Next, she opened the Holy Bible of Life and started to preach. Although she did not know how it worked, she guessed that it would be an automatic preach. However, when she opened the Holy Bible of Life, she was slightly stunned. In her field of vision, this was the Holy Bible written by the players, an electronic version. Preach with this? Jasmine Undermoon was stunned. Wait a minute. There must be a button somewhere to preach, right? Jasmine Undermoon's eyes kept looking around the interface, flipping it over and over. However, after flipping through the interface, she could not find anything other than the electronic version of the Holy Bible of Life. At this moment, Jasmine Undermoon was really starting to panic. She subconsciously swallowed her saliva and looked at the Holy Bible labeled as essential for preaching. Jasmine Undermoon was speechless. This can't be right. Are you really going to preach with the teachings? Are you that hardcore? Isn't this a joke? This was something that the players had come up with blindly, and isn't this a game? Jasmine Undermoon was stunned on the spot. Looking at the beautiful and powerful Protoss lady who had suddenly come to talk to him, her face suddenly turned white and red. Her eyes were wide open, and she was even looking for a button as if she was having a stroke. But after she stopped talking, the girl standing opposite Jasmine Undermoon was completely dumbfounded. Awkward. This is really awkward. Jasmine Undermoon stood in front of the mixed-blood girl and did not know how to continue the conversation. When she realized that the preaching system in this blood pit actually allowed players to preach to NPCs using the Holy Bible of Life, she felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through her mind. Her mind went blank in an instant. When it came to fighting, she was not weak at all. However, she couldn't use a strange Holy Bible to fool people, even if it was an NPC. She really couldn't do it. However, just as Jasmine was feeling embarrassed, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Don't be nervous, we just want to talk to you about the goddess of life. It was Caesar. He walked past Jasmine Undermoon and stood in front of the mixed-blood girl, covering the awkward expression of his companion. At the same time, Jasmine Undermoon received a message from Caesar in her chat channel. I'll do it. I've done my homework and participated in the compilation of the Holy Bible of Life. You actually participated in the compilation of the Holy Bible of Life. Jasmine Undermoon's eyes widened. However, at the same time that she was surprised, she was also slightly relieved. After all, it was good that someone was here to save the day. However, when she thought of her boasting at the beginning, she felt embarrassed and even wanted to find a hole to hide in. Embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. Why is this game so hardcore? While Jasmine Undermoon was crazily complaining in her heart, Caesar gradually got into the mood. He began to read the Holy Bible of Life while preaching the teachings to the girl. His pinched face was handsome to begin with, and his blonde hair was coated with a layer of radiance under the sunlight. Together with his bright smile and his white druid robe, Caesar looked bright and friendly, just like a friendly big brother. He was the polar opposite of Jasmine Undermoon, who was wearing black armor and had a stiff expression. Almost instantly, Jasmine Undermoon noticed that the mixed-blood girl's face had turned red. TSK, she clicked her tongue, feeling a little unhappy. However, despite her displeasure, Jasmine did not interrupt Caesar. Caesar had obviously read the scripture of life a long time ago. He smiled and slowly told the girl the priesthood and glorious history of Eve in the form of a story. Although the mixed-blood young lady was a little nervous at first, she gradually got into the mood and listened attentively under Caesar's gentle narration. The Seeker's universe is different from Blue Star. Here, the true God was in charge of everything. No matter which plane they were from, they all held a deep reverence for the true gods. Even the non-believers would not deny the existence and greatness of the true God. In other words, it was much easier to preach here than in Blue Star. At the very least, that was the case for non-believers. As Kaiser talked about the goddess' greatness and connected it to the great changes in the Orlos demiplane, he gradually explained everything the goddess had done for the demiplane. The mixed-blood girl became more and more serious. He held the girl's hand and talked for half an hour before he stopped because his mouth was dry. The mixed-blood girl's face was flushed red. Who knew if it was because she was touched or because she was nervous because she was being held by such a handsome Protoss lord. However, when Caesar stopped, she nodded gently. I understand. I will go to the Temple of Life and listen to the teachings of the true God. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Protoss lords. After saying that, the mixed-blood girl ran away like a frightened rabbit. Caesar, Jasmine Undermoon, did it work? Jasmine Undermoon asked. Caesar looked at his quest pane and shook his head. It failed. There was no conversion. Even that failed. Jasmine Undermoon's eyes widened. Didn't they just talk for half an hour? Then what was half an hour? How can I successfully preach? Don't they even have a standard? What kind of bullshit game planner came up with this kind of profit-taking mode of preaching? Aren't they afraid of being scolded to death by the players? Jasmine Undermoon was speechless. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Caesar scratched his head gloomily and said with a wry smile, "Don't worry. This preaching seems a bit difficult." "It's not just difficult, it's a trap," Jasmine Undermoon complained in her heart. At this moment, she already had the urge to return home and continue farming monsters to level up. What a joke. She had just reached level 41 and still had 9 levels to go. She didn't have the time to mess around with this messy preaching. It's not like she had to be a part-time priestess. Let's check the forums. Maybe someone has already discovered some tricks or something. Caesar suggested after giving it some thought. Jasmine Undermoon nodded her head in agreement. There were still many talented players in Elf Nation. Usually, when a new quest was released, it wouldn't take long for some big shots to discover the trick and share it on the forums. Not only that, but all kinds of tricks were also used. For example, the most famous use of the binding ability to trick an NPC into handing over an item. In the end, it even forced the officials to intervene. In addition, as more and more players reached level 40, all kinds of gadgets invented using Blue Star technology became popular in the game. He had to admit that Elven Kingdom had a high degree of freedom. A lot of Blue Star technology that didn't require a lot of technology could be restored in the game using various materials. However, the more advanced technology couldn't be replicated. Because many things required a whole set of systems, let's cut to the chase. After thinking for a while, Jasmine Undermoon decided to go to the official forums where the strategy might have already been released. However, when she opened the official forums, she was overjoyed. At this moment, Elf Nation's official forums were in an uproar. As for the reason, it was naturally the new preaching system that caused public outrage. Players were here to play the game, not to be played by the game. Naturally, the players couldn't accept such a weird preaching system. Even if, most of them didn't treat Elf Nation as a game. It was just like how while players were excited about the vast map of Elven Kingdom, they were also disgusted by the long and arduous journey to traverse the map. Looking around, the entire forum was full of people cursing the game developers for their stupid preaching system. Jasmine Undermoon clicked on a few posts and saw that they were all full of resentment. What the hell is a preaching system with a holy Bible of life? My little friend and I were stunned. Damn game developer. Did he pull out of the solar system? Is he really preaching? Isn't he afraid of being banned? I spent 20 minutes chatting with someone and was treated like an idiot by an NPC. Anyone else? I suspect that I'm playing a fake game. Jasmine Undermoon's anger dissipated a little when she saw the situation on the forum. It turned out that everyone was the same. Damn game developers, can't they just focus on reading? It'll be a miracle if someone can successfully preach with this stupid system. She shook her head. Jasmine Undermoon scrolled through the forum again to see if there was any useful information. However, as she scrolled through the forum, her attention was suddenly attracted by a commotion in Seeker City. When Jasmine Undermoon raised her head, she saw many mixed-blood NPCs rushing towards the city square. What's going on? She was puzzled. Caesar also noticed the change in the situation. He grabbed a resident and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Hello, what's going on?" The resident was startled by Caesar's sudden appearance. Lord Celestial. No. Lord Elf, there's a true God's apostle treating patients for free. We're going to take a look. After saying that, he bowed to Caesar and hurriedly ran away. A true God's apostle? Treating patients for free? Jasmine Undermoon was stunned. The residents of the demiplane of Orlos didn't have good physiques. Years of life force absorption had caused their bodies to have all kinds of hidden dangers and diseases. Although the absorption of life force had stopped after Eve became the master of the demiplane, there was no way for the residents to recover on their own. Even if the players didn't know the details, they more or less knew the surface of the matter. Jasmine Undermoon and Caesar looked at each other and came up with a guess. Let's go take a look? Okay. The two closed the forum and followed the crowd toward the city square of Seeker City. When they arrived, they finally saw the gods chosen that the NPCs spoke of. They didn't know when, but a high platform had been set up in the center of the city square. Below the platform stood a row of iron-level upper-level players with solemn expressions. They wore the same style of robes and were treating the residents of Seeker City. They were all healing-type druids. Under their IDs, the words "Nature's Heart member" were very eye-catching. These players were actually members of the Nature's Heart Guild. These players seemed to have planned this beforehand. They stood below the platform and were surrounded by nervous and expectant NPCs. These NPCs were not in good condition. Some had sickly looks on their faces, some were coughing non-stop, and some were having trouble moving their limbs. These people were all patients. The druid players, on the other hand, used healing spells to heal the residents, whose average strength was not even at the lower iron rank. Green light constantly flashed in the crowd, and every once in a while, one could hear the excited and choked voices of the residents. My leg. It's fine, my leg is fine. This. My waist doesn't hurt anymore? I feel like my body is full of strength. What a powerful healing ability, this is, a miracle. This must be a miracle. Thank you, Lord of the Gods. No. Great apostle of the gods. Long live the gods. Long live the elves. The people cheered. As the people cheered, more and more residents gathered around. At a glance, the square was gradually filling up. Jasmine, Undermoon and Caesar's jaws dropped when they saw this scene. This is possible. At this time, as if the number of people had gathered was about enough, they suddenly saw a familiar figure climb up the platform. It was a male elf wearing a fancy white priest robe, and his strange red hair was very eye-catching. It was Xianxia. He was holding a thick book in his hand. It was the physical version of the sacred codex of life. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he solemnly walked up to the platform. Then, he looked forward with a fanatical expression. No, the one you need to thank is not us, but the great true God, the supreme being in charge of life and nature, Her Majesty Eve. It is because of her oracle that we can come here and give you salvation. Her Majesty Eve is the true creator of this world, the true God of creation. She is one, and she is all. She is the mother of all things, she is the ruler of nature, and she is the protector of us elves. After saying that, he pointed to the sky again. Look at this sky. The cracks are getting worse. Do you know what this means? This world was created by Her Majesty Eve, but this world has turned away from Her Majesty Eve. Turning away from the true God, there is only one outcome for this world, and that is destruction. This broken sky is the sign of the end of the world. Xianxia's expression was solemn, and his voice was very loud under the amplification spell. However, with his red afro, it felt a little out of place. As he spoke, his expression became more and more compassionate. Wake up, you poor people. This world is heading towards destruction. If you continue to be stubborn, only death awaits you. After hearing his words, there was an obvious commotion among the residents below the platform. A trace of panic and uneasiness appeared on many people's faces. The changes in the sky were real. In fact, similar legends of the end of the world had long been ingrained in people's hearts along with the legend of the God of creation. It was just that when the Church of Creation controlled everything, it also suppressed a certain kind of uneasiness. Now that the Church of Creation had disintegrated, the residents of Seeker's City were released from their mental confinement. At this moment, the fact that the world was heading towards destruction was directly exposed by someone, especially by a Protoss with a special identity. It finally made them panic. Then, what should we do? How can we regain the recognition of Her Majesty the true God? Someone asked in panic. Of course, we have to pick up our faith again and dedicate everything to the great Her Majesty Eve. At this moment, another fanatical voice rang out. In the eyes of the residents, another Protoss walked onto the platform. This was a woman wearing a holy priestess dress. Her beautiful face was so beautiful that anyone who saw it could not help but take a few more glances at her. Beside her, a charmingly naive young dragon was following closely behind her. It was Bayan was also carrying a heavy scripture of life with a compassionate look on his face. Only by believing in the great goddess Eve again and igniting the light in your hearts can you be redeemed and be reborn. Goddess Eve is beautiful, kind, benevolent, and loving. He allowed us to descend to redeem you. When you believe in her, you will naturally be protected by her. Become her believers, and she will protect you. She will save this world. Her Majesty Eve is great. She is in charge of the priesthood of life. With her favor, not only will this world be saved, but you will also have the opportunity to be reborn. You will be healthy. And even if you die, you will be revived in her kingdom. There will be no strife, no sorrow, only eternal peace and happiness. Only by believing in the goddess Eve can you be redeemed and be reborn. Bayan spoke excitedly with an expression of utmost sincerity. Her outstanding appearance, coupled with the light effects secretly added by the mage player behind the scenes, made her look even more holy and awe-inspiring. She was like a saintess who represented a true god. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Jasmine and Caesar under the moon, a series of plop-plop sounds were heard as a large number of onlookers knelt down. I am willing to believe in the great goddess Eve. I am willing too. Lord of the Protoss. Lord Apostle. Please pass on the faith of Her Majesty Eve. The residents said sincerely. As they knelt down, Jasmine under the moon and Caesar subconsciously used, "I have faith." In an instant, they saw dozens of residents with green halos turn white, these people had become Eve's shallow believers. That works? The two of them widened their eyes. Isn't this too professional? Did she take remedial classes in advance? Jasmine Undermoon and Caesar were stunned by the actions of the players from Nature's Heart. However, this was just the beginning. After a large number of Seeker City's residents knelt down, the players on the stage quickly took action. Under their invitation, a few more mixed-blood humans from Seeker City walked up to the stage. These mixed-blood humans looked pious and solemn as they kept praising the goddess Eve. They were actually converted believers of the goddess. And after they ascended the high platform, one by one, they began to talk about how the goddess had saved them. Some of these mixed-blood humans were ordinary people at the bottom of society. They excitedly talked about how hopeless they had been in life and how angry they had been at the world. It was not until they came into contact with the Church of Life and listened to the teachings of the priests that they realized the true meaning of life, the beauty of life, and how to obtain eternal happiness. Some of them were rich merchants and nobles. They lamented how narrow-minded they had been and how boring their lives were. Although they had wealth and power, they lived a muddle-headed life. It was not until they came into contact with the Church of Life and learned the Holy Bible of life that they realized the meaning of life, that death was not the end, and that they knew how to achieve self-improvement. Some of them were vicious criminals. With snot and tears, they talked about how depraved and evil they had been. It was not until they came into contact with the Church of Life and the teachings of the Goddess of Life, Eve, that they understood the meaning of life, and walked on the right path. Some of them were pitiful people who had been terminally ill. They recalled how hopeless and painful they had been. It was not until they came into contact with the Church of Life and the priests of the Goddess Eve that they were saved and reborn with their help. Some of them were powerful professionals. They talked about how confused they had been about the future and did not know the value of their lives. It was not until they came into contact with the Church of Life and became believers of the goddess that they realized how big the world was and how wonderful life was. The narration of these mixed-blood residents was very emotional and sincere. Their stories often contained their feelings about life, and their feelings were also touched. In this atmosphere, intermittent sobbing could be heard from below the stage. The atmosphere in the venue became even more lively. Thank you, Church of Life. Thank you, Great Goddess Eve. She gave us a new life and made us understand the meaning of life. We are willing to give everything we have to the Great Goddess and become devout believers of life. The speakers on the platform spoke excitedly. Thank you, Church of Life. Thank you, Great Goddess Eve. The residents below the stage also responded devoutly. On the other hand, Jasmine and Kaiser were dumbfounded to find that dozens of non-believers had turned into Eve's shallow believers in the blink of an eye. Not only that, there were even a few shallow believers with white halos who had directly turned into devout believers with blue halos. This effect is too strong, isn't it? Caesar was shocked. At the same time, he and Jasmine Undermoon noticed a faint glow appearing on the bodies of the players on the platform. Seeing this miraculous scene, the residents below the stage became even more excited. However, Jasmine Undermoon and Kaiser knew that this was not a miracle. In fact, these players had completed the mission and officially activated the light effect of the priest class. That's great. They completed the mission just like that, and so many of them did it together. Kaiser said with envy. Jasmine Undermoon was also surprised. However, what surprised her the most was not the residents who successfully converted or the players who completed the mission. What surprised her the most was the speakers on the stage. The residents could not tell them apart, but Jasmine Undermoon saw something different in the speakers who were telling stories with snot and tears. Although they looked like mixed-race humans, they all had green IDs above their heads. Jasmine Undermoon was speechless. Aren't they just a bunch of shills? She was dumbfounded. This was a group of players who had used polymorph to transform into residents. After taking a deep breath, Jasmine Undermoon carefully looked at the crowd below the stage. After some observation, she was not surprised to find that the ones who cried the loudest were the players who had used polymorph. Jasmine Undermoon was speechless. Nature's Heart Guild is amazing. They even formed a missionary team. How long has it been since then? Isn't their efficiency too fast? Kaiser sighed. Naturally, he had also noticed these details. Jasmine Undermoon was speechless. With Demacia and Bayan as the leader, the Church of Life Missionary Conference lasted for a full 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Jasmine Undermoon and Kaiser watched as one resident after another became believers and the players of Nature's Heart Guild completed the priest quest one after another. On the stage, Xianxia and Bayan shone with holy light as their priest-level soared. In just 2 hours, the two of them rose from probationary priest to official priest. It was not until nightfall that the residents below the stage began to disperse. However, by the time they left, many of them already had a copy of the Holy Bible of Life printed by Amway trading firm. It was not a gift, but a purchase. It could be said that Nature's Heart Guild had gained a lot from this event. Phew. It's finally over. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to complete the quest so quickly. Let's try the priest. Skill in a while. A druid player who was already a probationary priest said excitedly. Hey, Boss Xianxia is still the best. He actually prepared so many copies of the Holy Bible of Life in advance. Another player praised. Listening to the praises of the people around him, Xianxia's nose was almost raised to the sky. Of course. Who am I? He, let me tell you, I already guessed it when I started writing the Holy Bible. Making it so formal will definitely be of great use in the future. However, when he saw Bayan packing up on the side, his smug face quickly turned into flattery. He, but then again, Miss Bayan is still the best. I really didn't expect Miss Bayan to have so many tricks up her sleeves. She even designed such an event. Speaking of which, Bayan, how did you think that the priest quest was really a missionary? And you even know so many tricks. He. As expected of the big boss who wrote 1/3 of the content of the Holy Bible. Those stories are really too effective. Xianxia smiled mischievously, completely losing the solemn look he had when he was preaching. After hearing his compliments, Bayan also had a complacent look on her face. You don't understand, this is called professionalism. However, after saying that, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became a little gloomy. If you also participated in some summer camps that used the banner of traditional culture to fool people, you would also tell those stories, summer camp? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He thought for a while and invited again. Well, since we are so successful, do you want to write a strategy together? He, I plan to write a strategy for preaching. However, Xianxia was met with Bayan rolling her eyes. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Don't you just want to get the forum's best post badge? Do it yourself, I'm not interested. If it wasn't for Brother Mu being busy today, I wouldn't cooperate with you. I'm leaving, I'll come back tomorrow. The girl pursed her lips, then pulled up her good friend Meng Jihan, who had just cameoed as a mixed-race resident, and left with her dragon whelp, leaving Xianxia scratching his nose awkwardly. Ha, Xianxia, you should give up on hitting on her. Your reputation has long been tarnished by your female compatriots. The laughter of other male players could be heard around him. Xianxia was speechless. Nature's Heart Guild had a perfect ending. Jasmine Undermoon and Caesar, who were watching from the side, were completely convinced. Amazing. Is this a real big shot? I feel that is going further and further away from the game I know. If you don't have some skills, you can't do anything. Caesar sighed. Jasmine Undermoon also had a look of amazement. Her expression slightly changed a few times, and she finally let out a long sigh. I think I'll pass. Everyone has their own specialization, it seems that I'm not suitable for the path of a part-time priest. After watching Nature's Heart Guild's missionary activity, she was amazed and felt that she would never be able to reach the level of others. Organized, planned, skillful, and strategic, this kind of activity, even if it was in the Blue Star, would it not be able to fool people? How many normal people who play games can do this kind of thing, really? She couldn't help but be impressed. At the very least, it would be better for her, a level 10 guild member, to participate in this activity. At this moment, Jasmine Undermoon finally realized that although the threshold for becoming a priest seemed low, it was actually very high. After thinking about it, she decided to give up on the part-time job. Let's go and farm monsters. Jasmine Undermoon shook her head. However, after watching Nature's Heart Guild's operation, Caesar felt a burst of inspiration. He chased after Jasmine Undermoon while happily saying, Jasmine. I know how to preach. I give up, you can do it. The girl sighed. You don't want to give it a try? Caesar was a little surprised. No, it's not suitable for me. Jasmine Undermoon shook her head. That's too bad. But I'll definitely become a priest and fight by your side. Caesar said seriously. Jasmine Undermoon paused for a moment and then gently nodded. Okay. The two of them walked further and further away, gradually disappearing. Into the night, the priest profession was officially opened. The priest's trial quest and missionary quest became the hottest topic in. This was not outside of Eve's expectations. However, when the players were playing the game, they were more or less impetuous. As for preaching, if one couldn't calm down and walk into the hearts of the people, it was actually very difficult to do. Therefore, Eve was prepared for the players to be wiped out on the first day. And that was the truth. When the players found out that the so-called missionary was really preaching, they completely exploded. Eve sensed that the number of players who entered the Orlos demiplane for the priest profession reached nearly 8,000 on the first day. However, after an entire morning had passed, only a few of the 8,000 people had succeeded. This did not surprise Eve. He was even prepared for a protracted battle. Difficult quests would always cause dissatisfaction among the players. Not to mention, in the eyes of the players, this missionary was simply making things difficult for them. Therefore, it was normal for there to be a large number of dissatisfied posts on the forum. However, Eve did not care about the players' abuse and threats to quit the game. Had been open for so long, and it was not the first time it was scolded. However, every time it was scolded, people would still say that it was good. Before there was a second game that could surpass in terms of freedom and realism, Eve was in an invincible position. After scolding, she still had to play the game and find a way to solve the problem. However, what surprised Eve was that since the afternoon, she sensed the birth of new believers. There were a lot of them, nearly 60 of them, and several of them were devout believers. Not only that, these new believers came from the Orlos demiplane. Someone actually succeeded? In half a day? This really surprised Eve. However, when she cast her gaze over, she had a slight realization. So it's Demacia and Fengwu. Eve still had a deep impression of these two people. Their advancement slots were all decided by Eve. Of these two people, one started from the Amway Trading Company and was the best at deceiving people. The other was simply studying religion and had an extremely rich theoretical knowledge. When put together, it was simply a bomb. Team Missionary. This is indeed the most effective method. After watching their operation, Eve nodded secretly. Team Missionary was definitely more efficient than individual missionary. However, she did not expect that someone would figure it out so quickly. Of course, it was very difficult to do this. First of all, there must be a professional team. It seems that the expansion of my faith in the Orlos demiplane should be much faster than I thought. Eve was very happy. The learning ability of the players was very strong. With the first success, there would definitely be a large number of people who would follow suit. And the development of the situation was just as Eve expected. In the next few days, more and more players successfully completed the priest mission. Most of them used a similar model to the Nature's Heart Guild, but the size of the team varied. 10 days later in the game, which was 2 days after the game on the Blue Star, the completion rate of the priest mission of the players once again ushered in a blowout explosion. This was because the strategy of the life priest had arrived. As the center of player communication for Elf Nation, the official Elf Nation website forum had always been very lively, and almost every player was a regular here. The official forum gathered all kinds of strategy posts, records, and gossip posts from players, as well as all kinds of resources, such as game background music, settings compiled by players, photo albums of goddesses, and so on. Among them, the quests in Elven Nation were unique and couldn't be measured by previous gaming experiences. Therefore, the strategy posts were often the most popular, and the players came up with all kinds of tricks. Especially after the priest profession was released, no one thought that the so-called preaching was actually the literal meaning, and the priest's growth mission naturally became the hottest topic at the moment. The person who posted the life priest strategy was none other than Demacia. Once his strategy post was released, it only took 2 days to reach the most popular position, and the number of views skyrocketed, breaking through 100,000 early on. Even the comments behind it were filled to more than 3,000, and this naturally attracted Eve's attention. The title of the post was as usual in the style of Xianxia, simple and crude, life priest strategy. Xianxia will teach you to quickly become a life priest. With curiosity and anticipation, Eve clicked on Xianxia's post. The style of the post was still in Xianxia's style, and although it was a strategy, there was a faint sense of self-satisfaction between the lines. Hello everyone. I'm Xianxia, and I haven't posted a strategy post in a long time. I don't know if everyone missed me. First of all, I'll give everyone a fortress map. This is my current profession panel. Picture, as shown in the picture, I'm now a level 20 priest. I think there shouldn't be many people in the whole server who have a higher priest profession than me, right? That's right, that's how awesome it is. That's how cool it is. The priest profession has been released for a week, and the forum is complaining that the mission of the priest profession is too difficult. But in my opinion, it's just because everyone hasn't found the trick. I was able to advance so quickly because of my skills. Next, let me introduce to everyone a method to quickly complete the missionary mission and become a life priest. But before that, let me give everyone a brief introduction about the priestess class. Although there are NPC priestesses in the game, NPCs are still NPCs. They are different from us players. First of all, as described in the introduction, priests are divided into subclasses and main classes. The level of a subclass priest cannot exceed the player's level, but the level of a main class priest can exceed the player's level and overwrite the player's level. Priest players only have 1/3 of the experience points of other players. In theory, it should be the easiest class to level up. However, whether it's a part-time priest or a full-time priest, they still need to go through missionary missions to unlock the higher levels. The priestess trial quest is very easy to complete. Everyone just needs to accept the quest from the class change interface and find the relevant NPCs in the Orosi demiplane to complete the quest. I strongly recommend that everyone take the trial quest seriously. There's an Easter egg regarding the origin of the Orosi demiplane. The story of Orlos, the half-elf, is quite touching. The most troublesome thing for players should be missionary missions. Missionary missions are the core of the priestess class. If you want to become a level 1 probationary priestess from a probationary priestess, you need to convert 3 believers. And after becoming a probationary priest, every time you level up from level 1 to 10, you need to convert 1 believer. Every time you level up from level 11 to 20, you need to convert 2 believers, and after level 20, every time you level up, the number of believers you need to convert increases again, requiring 3 believers. I estimate that the number of believers you need to convert increases by 1 every 10 levels. If you want to become a level 40 life priestess, you'll probably have to convert 150 NPCs. What's worth mentioning is that converting a shallow believer into a devout believer will also increase the number of believers converted. In addition, whether it's converting a green non-believer into a white shallow believer or converting a white shallow believer into a blue devout believer, players will receive additional experience points. Moreover, the deeper the believer, the more experience you'll receive. In other words, for players who want to specialize in the priestess class, they can rely on missionary missions to level up. From this point of view, the priestess class can be considered a new path of advancement. It's a new way of playing. Players who don't like fighting and killing and prefer to communicate with NPCs should consider it. By the way, priestess equipment is also on the exchange shop. However, you can only exchange for it after you reach the corresponding priestess level. Moreover, only priestesses who meet the requirements can wear it normally. Otherwise, you'll receive a debuff that will decrease the favorability of other elves. Let me show everyone the low-level iron life priestess robe that I exchanged for. It's white and has a floral pattern on it. It's quite beautiful. Picture how about it? Are you jealous? There aren't many of them in the entire server. By the way, the priestess skills are also very beautiful. They all have a holy light effect, just like Miss Alice. Moreover, the healing divine spells are at least twice as effective as druids. Let me show everyone a screenshot of when I use divine spells. Picture isn't it cool? If there's really a flaw in this class, it should be its attack power. The priestess is a pure support class. All of its skills are healing, defense, control, and various buffs. However, as a part-time job, it is indeed a very good choice. It can make it easier for us to survive in the wild. Okay, let's not talk about idle chatter. Let's talk about how to complete the missionary mission. In this, I'll introduce a missionary playstyle to everyone, Team Missionary Mission. That's right. Team style. In fact, this is the conclusion that Miss Meowie and I came up with based on some of the experiences that everyone knows in Blue Star. It has already been verified in the game. The strength of an individual is always small, but the strength of a team is strong, especially when the team is very professional. After playing Elven Nation for so long, everyone should have a deeper understanding of the NPCs. Unlike other games, the NPCs in Elven Nation are all simulated and very intelligent. If you want to complete the missionary mission, everyone has to treat this place as reality. Only in this way can we walk into the hearts of the NPCs more easily. That's right. Although it's very mysterious and nonsensical, the NPCs in Elven Nation have an emotional system and thinking program that can be passed off as real. We can completely treat them as humans. Speaking of this, I have to say that for quite a long time, I didn't really understand this problem. As a result, I have a long-term negative reputation. Until now, I still have negative favorability with many NPCs. I've already given up on healing them. Using myself as an example, I advise everyone not to court death in front of NPCs. The first impression is too important. After the favorability drops, it's very difficult to increase it again. That's off topic. Let's talk about the missionary mission. When you're alone, it's actually very difficult to walk into the hearts of NPCs. However, if you have a professional team, it'll be different. This needs to be mentioned. Actually, people are all affected by their environment. Through observation, we've discovered that the NPCs in Elven Nation are the same. Using a team, we can create an environment where it's easier to move the NPCs' emotions. Using this as a foundation, I'll divide the steps of a team into 3 parts: bestowing, fear and redemption, and personally speaking. The number of people in a team can be large or small, but the division of labor must be clear. Someone needs to bestow favors, someone needs to be the bad guy, someone needs to be the good guy, and someone needs to be the good guy. At the same time, someone needs to hide among the NPCs to move the atmosphere. Bestowing naturally means using our players' magical abilities and various resources to win the NPC's initial favorability. Considering the uniqueness of the Orlos demiplane, I suggest that we choose healing magic here. It'll be more effective with half the effort. When bestowing, we need to choose a place with a lot of people. It's best if it's a plaza or a tavern. Through bestowing, we can quickly gather the NPCs and win their initial favorability. The history of the Orlos demiplane is very special. To the NPCs here, our identities are very high and also very respectable. So, this step is actually quite easy to accomplish. Of course, in order to strengthen the effect, we can also arrange for some professionals to use polymorph to transform into the NPC's appearances and move the atmosphere. This is also commonly known as support. Once we gather enough NPCs, we can begin the second step, which is fear and redemption. After completing the trial mission, we learned that the Orlos demiplane is actually still collapsing. It's just that the goddess is temporarily suppressing it. The goddess Eve wants us to preach because she wants to use the power of faith to save this demiplane. So, we can completely use this storyline to scare the NPCs with the destruction of the world. Everything we say is the truth. There's truth in the lies, and there's falsehood in the truth. So, it's very easy to arouse fear in the NPCs. If they don't, then please use our secret weapon, support. The Orlos demiplane also has legends of a collapsing world. So, it's not difficult for us to attract the NPC's attention and fear, nor is it a lie. Once the NPC's panic is aroused, we'll be halfway to success. The other half will be redemption. Redemption and fear are a double act. If fear is to create pressure and open up the NPC's hearts, then when they're at a loss, we should provide them with a path of salvation. This path is naturally the goddess faith. And this is also the best time to spread the goddess teachings. We need players to stand up and talk about the goddess teachings, spread the goddess greatness, and arouse the NPC's yearning for the Church of Life. Here, I suggest that we start with the Church of Life's healing divine arts and the goddess salvation of the world. Facts have proven that these two aspects are the most likely to arouse the NPC's interest. In addition, in order to maximize the effect, we can also use various magical effects to set off the atmosphere. The goddess once performed miracles in the world of Orlos. This is something that many residents know, and our relationship with the goddess will naturally cause the NPCs to feel reverence and admiration for the goddess. So, for the vast majority of non-believers, after we successfully demonstrate fear and redemption, they'll more or less convert. Of course, there's also a need for support, especially after the redemption speech ends. Every time we do a team quest, once the redemption speech ends, there'll be players below to arouse the atmosphere, and a large number of residents will immediately become believers. And after fear and redemption, there's the third step, and that's to speak in person. Speaking in person is actually an extension of fear and redemption. The main point is to speak about the various miracles and changes brought about by faith to strengthen the goddess greatness and the Church of Life's miracles. In the end, the residents who have already become shallow believers will become even more resolute in their faith, and the residents who are wavering will ultimately choose to convert. Of course, in this process, there's still a need for support, As for the candidates to speak in person, in the early stages, we chose to let the players use polymorph to transform into residents who accept the faith, and talk about the changes the Church of Life has made to them, and talk about the greatness of the goddess. I've excerpted part of the story text for everyone to download for reference. Compressed file, however, as the event progressed, we found that after developing new believers, many people would choose to follow us. So, after the team grew stronger, we could leave part of the work here to the NPCs. Many of the NPCs know each other, and when they participate, everyone will find that the mission to spread the faith will obviously be completed more smoothly. This is the main process of the team spreading the faith. The team spreading the faith should be the fastest way for priests to level up in the current version, but there's one point that needs to be mentioned here, and that's the distribution of the mission rewards. Everyone needs to form a team to spread the faith, and after converting the believers, not everyone will complete the quota. For each converted target, the final reward will only be used on one player. In other words, if the team converts a believer, only one player will enjoy the results. And as for who will enjoy the results, through observation, we found that it should be the player who has the greatest influence on this NPC in the process of the mission. It could be the host, or it could be the player who speaks in person, or it could be the support in the crowd. However, generally speaking, the player who appears as the savior is more likely to become the player who enjoys the results. Therefore, it is recommended that everyone take turns to play the role of the savior. When working in a team, Xianxia's post was very detailed, and the information provided was also very rich. Even Eve was quite amazed when she read it. It's really professional. I really don't know where he learned so much knowledge. Eve nodded. After reading this method, she even wanted to promote it among the elves. It should be known that although the elves were devout in their faith, they were far less fanatical when it came to spreading the faith than other races, and they were also relatively lacking in experience. However, Eve also understood because the former world tree was not a true god after all, but an ancient god. Faith was just icing on the cake for her, so she naturally would not dabble in it too much. After Eve came to this world, she wanted to use the power of faith to strengthen herself and conceal her identity, so she planned to use both approaches to vigorously develop believers. This kind of team mode is really good, and it can also make the players more and more professional. At least it will not disgrace the name of the life priest. While having professionalism, it is also a screening of the players. After all, not all players can form such a team, and the people who can lead such a team are quite capable themselves. This is indeed a good way to choose a priest. Xianxia, this guy, is finally reliable for once. Seeing that he has improved, the next time he draws in the lucky prize pool, I'll give him a golden legend. Eve thought to herself. The post did not end. After making a decision in her heart, Eve continued to read. However, when she finished reading the last few paragraphs of Xianxia's post, her face darkened slightly. The explanation is over. Let's make a small advertisement. The Heart of Nature Guild is recruiting a boss. Only 5,000 contribution points. Only 5,000 contribution points. Help activate the apprentice priest profession. Whether you are a silver player or a black iron player, whether you are good at communicating with NPCs or not, you will definitely pass. In addition, if you want to upgrade the priest profession, you can also do so. 2,000 contribution points for a believer. Honest to all. Friends who are interested in the game private message me. ID, Xianxia. He, Eve was speechless. Forget it, let him continue to draw white shoes. She twitched the corner of her mouth and felt a headache. Not to mention Xianxia, who had missed out on the chance to obtain the golden legend. With the appearance of the Life Priest Guide, the Life Church's preaching reached a peak in the Orlos demiplane. Players who wanted to develop into priests, as well as various player guilds, imitated the Nature's Heart Guild and started preaching. And as time went on, more and more players became part-timers and part-timers. Of course, although the priestess class could be a part-time job and was very attractive to the players, not everyone was interested in it. Many of the players who were part-time priests were only interested in the priests healing divine spells. However, just like how there were specializations, there were also many players who were gradually addicted to the priest profession. Compared to the priests who were part-time priests, these players who played the priest profession as a form of entertainment were the main priests Eve needed. These players were often those who leaned towards the life profession and liked to interact with NPCs more than fighting. Although they were not at the forefront of various combat missions, they had long become an indispensable part of the chosen system. After the priest profession was released, these players were the ones who leveled up the fastest. A week after the release of the priestess strategy, Eve had sensed through the game system that there were close to 3,000 players who had been promoted to priestess trainee. Among them, there were a few hundred players who had been promoted to lower black iron. This speed was beyond Eve's expectations, so much so that she almost didn't have enough priest robes that she had prepared in the exchange shop. But in the end, Eve gritted her teeth and spent a dozen points of divine power to create a batch of priest robes in the divine kingdom. She then projected them to the real world to solve the problem. The priest robes did not necessarily have to be created by Eve herself. In fact, this job should be produced by the church itself. However, authentic priest robes required the blessings of a true god, and only Eve herself could create so many priest robes in such a short time. It was worth mentioning that true gods could use divine power to create items in their divine kingdom. However, using divine power to create items directly in the real world would cost a lot. Under normal circumstances, it would not be worth it. Thus, considering the benefits, true gods would not do such a laborious and unrewarding thing. It was only under special circumstances that Eve would expend her divine power to do this. After all, the priest's robe was still quite important. In a sense, it was also the face of the church. Although the players weren't priests in the truest sense of the word, since they had chosen this class, Eve would naturally prepare the equipment. Well, actually, it was just that he had an abundance of divine power, and he had the divine power to be willful. Of course, only after becoming an official priestess, which meant that at least level 11, could one exchange for the priestess robe. Eve was very interested in the players' priestess class. And the players didn't disappoint him. The 3,000 players who had activated the priestess class brought Eve a large number of new believers. Every probationary priestess had at least 3 Orlos citizens as followers of Eve. Every black iron-ranked priest had at least converted a dozen believers. This also meant that less than 20 days after the priestess class was released, Eve had gained over 10,000 followers, and at this moment, the number of her followers had changed again. Number of followers, 36389, Saint 1, Fanatic 128, Devout 3611, Shallow 32649, Type of followers, Crypt Spider Queen, 1, Megalosaurus, 1, Oak Guard, 105, Elf, 2157, Half Elf, 244, Elf Mixed Human, 33824, Human, 58, this efficiency was really terrifying, and it made Eve very happy. One must know that a month ago, the total number of her followers was only 25,000. And this was because when she inherited the Orlos demiplane, 20,000 followers of the god of creation had directly converted into her followers. And now, in less than 20 days after the priestess class was released, the number of her followers had increased by another 10,000, reaching over 36,000. This speed was much faster than Eve had expected. She originally thought that it would be quite difficult for her to accumulate 100,000 followers, and that it would take at least a year and a half to do it. But she did not expect the efficiency of the players to exceed her expectations. Of course, this was also because the Orlos demiplane was very suitable for the development of faith. Unlike Blue Star, the universe of Seekers was a universe where a true God ruled the world, and the power of faith had long been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. After Orlos's sacrifice, although many residents became non-believers, they still subconsciously revered the true God. Although they were not followers, they were still potential targets. These people, with a little guidance, would easily choose to convert. The fact that the players could convert so many followers in such a short time was proof of this. The population of Seekers was not small, at least 200,000. If the players could convert all these residents into followers, Eve's power of faith would undoubtedly rise to another level. And if she wanted to rely on her followers to locate the lost divine kingdom of the previous world tree, it would be possible. Of course, although the potential of Seekers was huge, the players did not place all their bets on it. In fact, as time passed, more and more priest players began to leave the city of Seekers and go to the various villages and towns in the Orlos demiplane to preach. There was a reason for this. The city of Seekers had a large population and great potential. But as they continued to complete priest quests, the players found that the efficiency of preaching was getting slower and slower. The time that the goddess of life appeared in the Orlos demiplane was too short. Perhaps some residents could quickly accept the new faith, but for a considerable number of people, it would take a long time for them to adapt. But the players were often impatient. They pursued high efficiency, so they naturally wanted this adaptation process to be as short as possible. In addition, competition was also a factor in the emergence of a large number of player preaching groups. Everyone was crowded in the city of Seekers, so in a sense, they influenced each other. Therefore, when they discovered that it was easier for them to preach in other towns and cities that hadn't been preached, they naturally changed their target. However, this choice of the players brought about another benefit. That was the honorific name of the goddess of life. Soon, it officially spread throughout the Orlos demiplane. Eve also took this opportunity to issue unique priest quests to the priest players. She had the players build temples of life in the various villages and towns in the Orlos demiplane. Caesar accepted this quest. That day, after watching the preaching of nature's heart with Jasmine under the moonlight, he understood how to become a qualified priest. However, unlike Demacia and the others, Caesar preferred the process of completing a mission over completing a mission. Although he had only been playing Elven Nation for less than half a year, he had already fallen deeply in love with this magical world and its customs. In his eyes, this was no longer a simple game. It was a rich and colorful world with a grand background. The NPCs here were no longer just NPCs. They were more like lively characters that he encountered on his journey. He liked to put himself in the shoes of a player in the game. He would play the game as a part of the world and go on this journey. Therefore, in his eyes, the priest profession should be quite sacred. Even if the goddess of life's teachings were ignored, saving the dying, healing the wounded, and leading people to do good was a very noble job. Moreover, he was a bit of a clean freak, so, although Caesar was amazed by Demacia and the others' efficient preaching, he was not used to their attitude of being willing to do anything to achieve their goals. At least, he could not deceive the NPCs for the sake of preaching. Of course, this might be a bit harsh, but Demacia and the others' strategy was obviously based on some indescribable experience in Blue Star. Caesar himself was actually more resistant to such things because of his personal experience. In his eyes, he preferred to be alone and use his sincerity to influence the residents here. It might sound ridiculous, but Caesar really did think this way. The actions of Demacia and the others also gave him inspiration. That was to save the dying and heal the wounded. Caesar was a druid who specialized in healing, so he had already exchanged a lot of healing spells. Therefore, after being inspired, he started to help the residents who needed help free of charge. In the process, he relied on the sacred book of life to spread the goddess faith. And it turned out that his choice was not bad. Although the efficiency was not as high as the team, he successfully influenced several mixed-blood residents in this way and became a priest trainee. Not only that, but one of them even directly became a devout believer and chose to follow him. And this made Caesar have a guess. If I treat them with sincerity, will it be easier to walk into the hearts of the NPCs and make their faith stronger? With this thought in mind, he took on a new priest's exclusive quest and planned to go to a village to build a temple and continue preaching. Of course, this time he was not alone. Beside him, there were a few residents who had been influenced by him, including Jasmine Undermoon, who had been promoted to Silver Weapon Master. "Caesar, I have already given up on being a priest, why are you still calling me?" Jasmine Undermoon asked curiously while looking at Caesar, who was wearing a druid robe and holding the Sacred Book of Life, published by the Amway Chamber of Commerce. Hearing her words, Caesar faintly smiled. "I know, it's just that. Jasmine, you haven't interacted much with NPCs, so I want to take this opportunity to show you a different world. You are becoming more and more like a charlatan." The girl glanced at Caesar and muttered. Of course, she did not refuse. The group's destination was a small town called Flower Town, which was famous for its flowers. The town was small, with a population of less than 5,000. The buildings were the same as most of the buildings in the Orlos demiplane, with faint traces of elven style. The arrival of Caesar and the others was warmly welcomed by the town's residents. After all, the elves had the reputation of being gods in this demiplane and had a transcendent status. Although the town had yet to establish a temple, the name of the goddess of life had long spread. So much so that the devout believer who followed Caesar came from Flower Town. It was precisely because he went to Seeker City to inquire about the Church of Life and seek some kind of help that he met Caesar and was converted into a devout believer. This time, the reason why Caesar chose this small town was because of his request. Hunt the giant beast that is harassing the town? If you can help the town solve the problem of the giant beast, the town will fully support the construction of the temple? After listening to the pleas of the townsfolk, Jasmine Undermoon raised her eyebrows slightly. That's right, now you know why I called you here? You are the best at hunting magic beasts. Caesar laughed. Jasmine Undermoon was non-committal and even somewhat eager to give it a try. She had just exchanged for a low silver purple epic longsword and had yet to try it out. However, the town mayor who received them was somewhat hesitant. Lord of the gods, no. Lord of the elves, that giant beast is said to be at the peak of the 3rd rank. It is incomparably terrifying and extremely fast. If Lady Jasmine Undermoon is alone, 3rd rank? In the main plane, it is only at the upper iron rank. Jasmine Undermoon shook her head. Caesar also smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mr. Mayor, she can handle it. And so, under the expectant and apprehensive gazes of the townsfolk, the two of them set up camp in the town. Jasmine Undermoon used her hunting experience and began to lead the townsfolk to set up traps around the town to prevent the target from escaping. Caesar, on the other hand, used healing magic and the divine spells he had just learned to treat the townsfolk. They did not have to wait long as the giant beast attacked that very night. It was a 5-meter-long swift shadow wolf that had reached the peak of the upper iron rank. It was extremely cunning and ferocious. This kind of strength could be said to be quite terrifying for the townsfolk whose average battle strength was only at the lower iron rank. However, its good days had come to an end. After the swift shadow wolf entered the town, Jasmine Undermoon made her move without hesitation. In an instant, her sword flashed. The strength of a silver was far beyond that of an iron rank. And Jasmine Undermoon herself had extraordinary battle experience. Unsurprisingly, this extremely fast giant beast didn't even last 3 moves before she finished it off with a single slash of her sword. With a mournful howl, the giant beast slowly fell to the ground. However, its body did not turn into ashes. This was because Jasmine Undermoon had taken a fancy to its fur and had purposely turned off the ability to gain experience. So, the surprise you gave me was this wolf? Its fur is really good. I can ask the dark dwarves to make a robe for you. Jasmine Undermoon said while wiping her sword. However, Caesar shook his head. That's not the case. You'll know tomorrow. Tomorrow? Jasmine Undermoon tilted her head. The night passed quickly. The next day, when the townsfolk saw the giant wolf's corpse, they immediately went into an uproar. The whole town was decorated with lanterns and banners as if it was a festival. Ha ha ha, the giant beast is finally dead. Awesome, now we don't have to worry about being attacked. Thank you, Lord God. The townsfolk were very excited. And as the biggest contributor, Jasmine Undermoon received even more enthusiastic thanks from the townsfolk. She was almost surrounded inside and out, and everyone was thanking her. Some offered various local specialties to express their gratitude, while others invited Jasmine Undermoon to their homes as guests. All the townsfolk were very enthusiastic and treated her as a benefactor. Jasmine Undermoon was a little overwhelmed by the heartfelt gratitude, and the unreserved sincerity and enthusiasm. She was a competitive player, and she never cared about NPCs. This was the first time she had received such gratitude from an NPC. She spent the whole day entertaining the townsfolk who came to express their gratitude. In the inn where she and Caesar were staying, the gifts from the townsfolk piled up into a small mountain. It was not until late at night when the celebration party for Jasmine Undermoon ended that the girl was finally free. She lay on the bed like an exhausted dog and finally had the time to catch her breath. I'm so tired. These people are too enthusiastic. That's why I don't like dealing with NPCs. However, after hearing her words, Caesar smiled slightly. Really? You seem to be enjoying it. The corners of your mouth can't help but curve upwards. Jasmine Undermoon was slightly startled after hearing Caesar's words. If you don't believe me, take a look. Caesar picked up a mirror and pointed it at Jasmine Undermoon. Through the mirror, the girl looked at her reflection. She looked exhausted. After all, she had social anxiety, and after being surrounded by townsfolk for an entire day, she was on the verge of collapse. However, the corners of her mouth were curled upwards, and even the corners of her eyes were relaxed. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. Jasmine Undermoon was slightly startled by her own appearance. Then, she heard Caesar's words again. Jasmine, I think that you've been influenced by those games in the past to not like dealing with NPCs. Elven Nation is different from other games. If you look deeper, you'll find that the NPC system here is very charming. Here, NPCs are no longer just NPCs. We can really become friends with NPCs. Become friends. Jasmine Undermoon fell into silence. She turned her head and looked at the mountainous pile of gifts. Her mood was complicated. She liked competitive games, and she hated the story. However, was this really the case? Warlos's story had also touched her. Although she was complaining when she talked to the townsfolk today, her expression betrayed her inner thoughts. If anything, it could only be said that she had never really thought about understanding the story and NPCs in Elven Nation. She had social anxiety, and the environment of Elven Nation always made her feel like she was in the real world, so she subconsciously refused to interact with them. However, today's mission had vaguely changed her way of thinking, perhaps. After a moment of silence, Jasmine Undermoon sighed. After saying that, she began to pack her things and prepared to go to bed. You're going to sleep so soon? Caesar was slightly surprised. I'm tired. Rest early so that we can build the temple together tomorrow. Jasmine Undermoon replied. After saying that, she closed the door. Caesar was startled for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. The fun in Elven Nation was not limited to competitive games. Interacting with NPCs and participating in the story were the main reasons why many players were addicted to this game. He sincerely hoped that Jasmine Undermoon would be able to enjoy this fun. Caesar's quest with Jasmine Undermoon was just an interlude. As more and more players ventured deeper into the demiplane, the Temple of Life began to appear in various villages and cities. With the Church of Creation as the foundation, it was very convenient to build the Temple of Life. Most of the time, as long as the original building was repaired, local townsfolk who had accepted Eve's faith would be moved in as probationary priests, or priest players who were interested would be moved in as priests. In fact, this was Eve's plan to officially establish a complete network of believers in the Orlos demiplane. Once the church connected the entire demiplane, Eve would be able to truly integrate the 3 million people into her management system. After that, whether it was spreading her faith or strengthening the management of the demiplane, it would be much easier. And the church system in the demiplane would gradually grow into a monolithic structure. The players were working hard. The number of new believers was also rapidly increasing. Not only that, but Eve's observation also showed signs of snowballing. However, although there were more and more believers, there was another problem that had to be considered. That was, although the players could guide many of the Orlos demiplane's residents to convert, the players were not true priests of life. Many of them only knew how to use the Holy Bible of Life at the last minute. They only knew a little about the Church of Life's teachings at most. Under such circumstances, it was not easy to convert a new believer from a shallow believer to a devout believer. This was also the case. Although the number of new believers had increased by more than 10,000 in a dozen days, there were only 400 devout believers. And if Eve wanted to rely on the believers to sense the location of the previous God's kingdom, she would need at least half of them to be devout believers. However, it wasn't as if Eve didn't have a solution for this matter. The activities of the players were very helpful in spreading her faith. However, the core of the church was still the true God, and in order to have more believers, the true God had to be powerful enough. And Eve still had a trump card that she had prepared long ago that she had not used. That was bloodline purification. The proportion of devout believers is still too low. It's time to send out an oracle to select suitable believers in the demiplane and allow them to purify their bloodline into half-elves and elves. This way, not only will I be able to motivate the believers, but I will also be able to increase the quality of my believers. Eve muttered to herself. Bloodline purification could be used as a method of motivation. In order to obtain the recognition of the true God, awaken a stronger bloodline, and obtain a longer lifespan, the believers would naturally work hard to become more devout. This was an open scheme. An open scheme that killed two birds with one stone. The arrival of the Church of Life broke the 1,000-year peace of the Orlos demiplane. The arrival of the players completely changed the lives and perceptions of the inhabitants of the demiplane. Temples of life were built in cities and villages, and the faith of Goddess Eve began to spread throughout the demiplane like a prairie fire. Unlike the decadent Church of Creation, the clergymen of the Church of Life were passionate and full of vitality. At least, in the eyes of the inhabitants, the players were like this. In the universe of seekers, the faith of a true God was very attractive to mortals. Especially when this true God had saved the demiplane, and her teachings were acknowledged and yearned for. Unlike the desolation of the Church of Creation when they controlled the demiplane, the Church of Life that was built in every place would quickly be flooded by seekers from all over the place. Perhaps at the beginning, it was the players who followed the inhabitants and spread the word. But later, even if the players did not deliberately spread the word, there would still be residents who would take the initiative to go to the temple to listen to the true God's faith. Taylor was one of these seekers. He used to be an adventurer, and he was already 30 years old this year. Without the Church of Life, perhaps Taylor would have reached the end of his lifespan and died in his 30s, just like his predecessors. However, the appearance of the Goddess of Life changed everything. She thwarted the conspiracy of the Church of Creation, liberated the inhabitants of the demiplane, and gave them a new life. Not only that, but the gods under her command also personally came to this world, saving the dying and healing the wounded while preaching the true God's path. In this world, there was no one who had not heard of the legends of the gods. Taylor had also heard all kinds of myths about the beginning of the world from his mother since he was young. Everyone knew that it was the gods who descended from the heavens who taught people how to speak and how to use tools. It was also the gods in the legends who led people to civilization. It could be said that in the hearts of many inhabitants, the gods were sometimes even more respected than the Church of Creation. However, legends were legends in the end, and many people really did treat them as legends. It was also because of this that when the gods truly descended, it caused such a great shock in the hearts of the people. As someone who had lacked good feelings towards the Church of Creation since he was young, after the gods descended and the goddess Eve performed miracles, Taylor immediately accepted a new faith. He became one of the world's first believers of life. At the same time, he became an outer member of the Church of Life, assisting the descended divinities in repairing the Church of Life. When the legend came into reality, Taylor always felt that it was unreal. The gods were just as described in the stories, beautiful and powerful. Not only that, but they were also as selfless and friendly as the legends said. They would not plunder the residents like the lackeys of the Creation sect. Instead, they would preach everywhere without asking for anything in return and treat the residents' illnesses for free. As for those villages and towns that were invaded by magical beasts, these kind-hearted Protoss would also enthusiastically lend a hand to solve the problem. The Protoss did not ask for anything in return. It seemed that to them, their greatest wish was to have more people listen to the teachings of the goddess, and to have more people become believers of the goddess. The only thing that made Taylor feel different from what he had imagined was that the real Protoss seemed to be livelier than in the legends. Yes, that's right. Lively. Although Taylor also felt that it was a little disrespectful to use this word to describe the gods, they did give him this feeling. According to the legends, the gods were kind and selfless, but at the same time, they were somewhat old-fashioned. However, the Protoss that Taylor met in reality were obviously more active and lively. They did not have any airs and could even easily mingle with anyone, whether you were a noble or a commoner, a rich person or a beggar. In the eyes of these Protoss, Taylor felt that they truly treated everyone equally. It seemed that for them, all status was fake and only faith was real. This fanaticism and sincerity made Taylor extremely respectful. Of course, this was also because Taylor did not know that the players who came to this world to communicate with the residents were all aiming for the priest profession. For the players, the residents' goodwill was very important. Their only pursuit was to develop more believers. Under such circumstances, they did not care about the identity of the residents at all. As long as they could develop believers, they would be good NPCs. In order to win the residents' goodwill, they naturally would not easily court death. So what Taylor saw was often their friendly side. Taylor was a person who was easily moved. Following the Protoss, witnessing them save one compatriot after another, and seeing the residents and cities become more and more lively, Taylor's faith in his heart became more and more firm. This was the first time that Taylor truly felt the protection of the Church of a True God for mortals. In just a few days, he became a devout believer of life. The Protoss came, bringing with them the path of faith to save the world. People converted one after another, and under the guidance of the Church of Life, they lived a truly happy life. In Taylor's opinion, this was the most perfect ending. However, a sudden oracle made him fall into a state of shock. What? Devout believers who pray to the goddess in the core temple of Seekers will have the opportunity to receive the goddess blessings and become a new god? Not only that, but also have the opportunity to obtain the qualification to go to the upper realm? Taylor had some understanding of the Protoss. They had beautiful looks, strong bodies, and a long lifespan that would make any living creature envious. But now, the goddess's oracle actually said that they also had the opportunity to become a god. Not only that, but they could also obtain the opportunity to go to the homeland of the Protoss and the goddess, the legendary world that was vaster and of a higher level than this world. When he heard the oracle from the church, Taylor was stunned. But soon, he heard more secrets from the other players. Don't be surprised, actually, you have the bloodline of the elves in you, the Protoss you speak of. The goddess's oracle is actually for everyone to purify their bloodline and find their origin. Bloodline? I actually have the bloodline of the Protoss? Taylor was dumbfounded. But after this, he gradually looked forward to it. In the half-plane, there was no one who did not respect and yearn for the Protoss. In many people's eyes, the Protoss were the most perfect life in the world. It was the same for Taylor. When he knew that he also had the bloodline of the Protoss, he naturally had an impulse. That was to work hard to obtain the goddess approval and obtain the qualifications to purify his bloodline. If your faith is devout enough, you can go to the core temple and pray to the goddess. If you obtain her approval, you can receive her blessing and purify your bloodline. However, if you strengthen yourself in the half-plane, you can only become a half-elf. If you want to be like us, you need to go to the central temple of the Seeker's Plane to receive the goddess baptism and obtain the qualifications to live in the elven forest. The elf who was the priest of the temple of the city of Seekers explained. The Seeker's Plane, that should be the name of the upper realm, right? Legend has it that the name of the city of Seekers itself commemorated the hometown of the god of creation, the elven forest. There was also an elven forest in this world, but now it seemed that this was also a commemoration of the hometown of the Protoss from 1,000 years ago. Taylor was deep in thought. He was also very interested in the Seeker's Plane. In his opinion, this was the place where the Protoss lived. It had a natural sense of holiness, just like a holy land. Not only that, rumor had it that the goddess Eve was also in the upper realm. This gave him an impulse to go to the upper realm to worship her. However, normal people did not have the qualifications to go to the upper realm. Only by purifying their bloodline and becoming a Protoss, becoming an elf. Thinking of this, Taylor took a deep breath. He decided he must try to obtain the gift of the goddess and purify his bloodline. Then, he must go to the upper realm to worship the Holy Land and the goddess. After thinking for a while, Taylor told his idea to the guide of his faith. It was a life priest who was extremely popular among the residents of the half-plane. He was a Protoss named Bayan. If it's you, you can definitely do it. You can try praying to the goddess. Bayan used the eye of faith to check Taylor's level of faith and smiled slightly. Can I do it too? Taylor was excited. He still believed in Bayan's words. Because it was rumored that these lords of the Protoss had the ability to see through the believer's faith. Work hard. If your faith is devout enough and you obtain the qualifications to become a life priest in the upper realm, you will have even more wonderful abilities. Bayan continued. More wonderful abilities. Taylor was even more curious and expectant. Thank you. Yes, Lord. He bowed to Bayan and drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest. Taylor's family was long gone from this world. He did not have much attachment to this world. After making a decision in his heart, Taylor went straight to the core temple of Seeker's City, intending to pray to the goddess. After being renovated by the residents and players, the current Seeker's Temple had changed greatly. Unlike the once deserted Creation Temple, the current Temple of Life could be seen worshipping believers at any time. Taylor walked into the temple with apprehension and anticipation. There were many believers and Protoss in the temple, but everyone was very quiet, allowing the temple to maintain a solemn and dignified atmosphere. As soon as Taylor entered the temple, he saw the beautiful and holy statue of the goddess erected in the center of the temple. She wore a gorgeous and dignified white dress and a crown on her head. She had silver hair and purple eyes, and she held a gorgeous scepter in her hand. It was the goddess of life, Eve. Taylor was no stranger to the statue of the goddess. As the belief of the goddess blossomed everywhere, similar statues could be seen in various cities and towns. However, compared to the other statues of the goddess that Taylor had seen before, he always felt that the statue in front of him was more sacred and more approachable. There was a reason for this as well. Generally speaking, there were two types of statues of the true gods. One was made by the believers themselves, and the other was sculpted by the true gods themselves. Most of Eve's statues were made by the elves. Only the core statues of the various main cities were made by her personally. Of course, these statues made by the goddess herself included the one in Seeker's City. Under normal circumstances, these two kinds of statues could act as faith-receiving devices for the true gods. The difference was that the former needed to be activated by divine power to connect to the faith network, while the latter was directly connected to the faith network from the moment it was created. However, statues made by the true gods themselves were always somewhat special. For Eve, such statues were more beneficial for her to use her power across worlds. Of course, Taylor did not know about these things. He only felt that the statue in front of him was vivid and lifelike, and it had a sense of holiness and majesty. It calmed his restless heart, and he naturally developed feelings of awe and admiration. The statue was very tall, at least 6 meters tall. In front of the statue, there were many other believers praying. Taylor even saw quite a number of Protoss. But what made him feel a little strange was that when these Protoss prayed, their expressions and actions were obviously different from the other believers. The local believers were very devout and extremely solemn. And those Protoss were still as lively as when they were dealing with the residents. Their expressions were extremely varied. Sometimes they were happy, sometimes they were sad, sometimes they would exclaim in excitement, and sometimes they would sigh dejectedly. This was the first time Taylor saw Protoss praying in front of the goddess statue. He could not help but take a few more glances. At first, he thought he was seeing things. It was strange. Really strange. After all, in his understanding, shouldn't things like praying be solemn and solemn, or was this the correct way to pray for the Church of Life? But didn't the Holy Bible of Life teach believers that they must be sincere and solemn when praying? He did not understand. He really did not understand. Of course, he did not understand. After all, these were just some players shopping in the mall and drawing prizes. Of course, in Taylor's eyes, not all Protoss were so lively. There were still many Protoss who also had a solemn look. After seeing these people, Taylor's mood finally calmed down a lot. At least, there was nothing wrong with being solemn. Although he did not know why some Protoss were so lively in front of the goddess statue, he still decided to be serious and solemn when he felt the sacred atmosphere in the temple. Taking a deep breath, Taylor knelt down in front of the goddess statue. He straightened his expression, drew a standard symbol of the scepter of life on his chest, and then prayed devoutly, "Praise nature, praise life, praise the great ruler of the elves, Eve Yggdrasil. Your devout believer, Taylor, is here to ask for your grace. I am willing to follow you forever and pass on your glory and faith." Taylor's voice was very fanatical. And with his words, the goddess statue suddenly bloomed with radiance. A bright light burst out from the goddess statue, and then directly shone on Taylor. When the bright light shone on his body, Taylor only felt that he was shrouded in a warm power. This power was warm and gentle, making Taylor feel a sense of closeness and yearning from the bottom of his heart. The next second, he was surrounded by countless colorful photons. Faintly, Taylor seemed to see a beautiful scepter entwined with flowers and vines. Then, he sensed a powerful life force surging into his body through the void. This life energy seemed to have a magical ability. The moment it entered his body, Taylor felt that his body began to transform quickly. As if something buried deep in his blood had awakened, Taylor only felt that his perception was rapidly strengthening, his strength was also rising sharply, and the fatigue and aging feeling in his body were swept away. This feeling made Taylor feel as if he had returned to the most youthful moment of his teenage years in an instant. A miracle. This is a miracle. In a trance, Taylor heard the exclamations of other local believers around him. Faintly, he seemed to hear a series of kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly. Taylor did not know what was happening. He guessed that it should have something to do with him. But at this moment, he who was shrouded in the light lost the ability to move, and his vision was also covered by the light. Although Taylor was curious and had some guesses full of expectations, he could not verify them. The transformation of his body continued. Wrapped in the light, Taylor had the illusion that he was back in his mother's arms for a moment. He did not know how long this transformation lasted. It seemed to have been a long time, but it also seemed like only a moment had passed. In a trance, he seemed to hear an ethereal and sacred voice. The voice was soft and pleasant, gentle and kind. "From now on, thy surname shall be Rock Sand." Rock Sand. Taylor's consciousness was slightly dazed. He used to be an adventurer and was very familiar with many legends in the world. When the Creation Church still existed, it was rumored that Rock Sand was one of the 7 major surnames of the Protoss. By the way, the other major surnames of the Protoss were Moonlight, Shadow, Thunder, Flame, Frost, and Gale. Thinking of this, Taylor's body and mind shook. Faintly, he had already guessed who this ethereal voice belonged to. The ecstasy of being recognized rushed into Taylor's heart. If not for the fact that he had not regained control of his body, Taylor would have immediately knelt on the ground and praised the goddess. In a trance, the light gradually dissipated. Taylor regained control of his body. He almost subconsciously cowed out again and prayed with great excitement. "Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve." He devoutly drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest, and then slowly got up. At this moment, Taylor realized that the shrine seemed to have become unexpectedly quiet, as though he could hear a pin drop. After all, although the Church of Life was solemn, there were still some who could hear the prayers of the believers and the whispers of some of the gods. Taylor looked around curiously, only to find that all the local believers were looking at him with shock and envy. His heart stirred slightly. "Mirror. I need a mirror." As if he had thought of something, he murmured excitedly. He could already feel the changes in his body. After a transformation, Taylor felt that his physical fitness had almost soared. Even his strength had risen from rank 1 to rank 2, in the words of the gods, he was now a middle dark iron. There were mirrors in the Church of Life for decoration. Taylor almost couldn't wait to go in front of the mirror. And then, he saw his new appearance clearly. His height hadn't changed much, but his figure had obviously become taller. His appearance had also improved qualitatively. His appearance had become much younger, and he looked like a young man in his 20s. Of course, this did not mean that Taylor valued his appearance very much, but everyone knew that the greatest characteristic of the Protoss was their outstanding appearance, as well as their almost perpetually youthful appearance. However, appearance was not what Taylor cared about the most. He looked directly at his ears. At this moment, his ears were no longer that of a human's. Instead, they had become small and pointed ears. Although there was still a difference between them and the Orthodox gods, they were quite close. So this is what a purified bloodline looks like? The legendary half-elves, if purified again, can become true elves, which is the god race? Taylor was excited. Moreover, he noticed that his hair had also changed color. Originally, his hair was dark brown, but now it was brown. Faintly, this reminded him of the legends of the gods. According to the legends, the hair color of the gods was bound to their surname, and the hair color often represented the element that the gods were skilled in. I've done an appraisal in the church, and among the 7 elements, I'm inclined towards the earth element, so, after purifying my bloodline, I've become the legendary rock sand god who is more skilled in earth magic. Oh. No, I'm not completely a god, but I'm at least half a god. And I seem to have grasped the ability of innate magic. I'm also a legendary magical life form. Taylor was very excited. Magical life forms referred to those who were born with magic. In the Orlos demiplane, there was only one type of existence like this, and that was the legendary gods. Sensing the changes in his body, Taylor was very excited. There was no one who did not want to become more outstanding and powerful. Taylor was the same. Just as he was smiling foolishly in front of the mirror, a young god wearing a priest's robe came in front of him. It was a god youth who looked no more than 11 or 12 years old, with silver hair and blue eyes. Although he looked young, there was a trace of maturity and steadiness in his expression. In an instant, Taylor recognized the other party's identity. This was the chief priest of the core temple of Seeker's City, the god's chosen one, Lord Air Moonlight. However, unlike the other gods he had seen before, Taylor felt that the god's chosen one, Air, gave off a completely different feeling. He could not tell what exactly was different. He felt. How should he put it? Although this chief priest did not look very old, he seemed to be much more stable than the other gods he knew. Not to mention anything else, just the way he walked was different. Taylor's impression of gods was that they liked to jump and run, and sometimes they would even cast magic as they hurried. Although it was a little strange, most of the gods in the demiplane were like that. As long as they were not preaching their faith, the gods gave off the feeling that they did not put on airs. Sometimes, they were so active that Taylor subconsciously ignored their identity. He had always felt that all gods were like that. Now that he saw such a steady and dignified god, Taylor was not quite used to it. At least, it made him feel an inexplicable sense of pressure and nervousness. After giving himself a pep talk, Taylor hurriedly bowed. Taylor. Greetings, Lord Air. The gods only had a few surnames, so generally speaking, even if they were not familiar with each other, the residents would directly call the gods by their names. Hearing Taylor's words, the god's chosen one, Air, smiled slightly. Mr. Taylor, congratulations on purifying your bloodline and becoming one of us. One of us. Hearing this, Taylor's spirits were lifted, and he was inexplicably moved by the recognition. He had been a little apprehensive at first. In his opinion, the gods were a very distant existence, completely different from his identity. He was not a legitimate god, so he wondered if he would be treated differently, but now, it seemed that he had been worrying too much. You are already a half-elf and have obtained the right to go to the world of Seekers and return to the Elven Forest. Mr. Taylor, are you willing to return? God's chosen Al continued. Return to the world of Seekers, the homeland of the gods, the legendary land blessed by the gods with more advanced energy and more beautiful and rich. Taylor was greatly moved. Although after purifying his bloodline, there was no mandatory requirement for Taylor to go to the Life Church, after thinking for a moment, Taylor decided to go to the upper realm. I am willing to return to the Elven Forest, he said excitedly. He was all alone and had no relatives in the world. He was naturally willing to go to the legendary homeland of the gods. After all, it was a wider world with more possibilities. And if he wanted to become a true god, he could only do so after returning to the upper realm. Then come with me. God's chosen elf smiled faintly. With that, he turned and walked into the depths of the temple. Taylor, on the other hand, took a deep breath, picked up the luggage he had prepared beforehand, and followed him. Following Air, Taylor quickly arrived at the back of the Life Church. Here, he saw a large mirror. This mirror stood in the center of the church, the surface of the mirror flickered with dense ripples. Every moment, a new god would walk out of the mirror, and other gods would enter the mirror and disappear from Taylor's sight. Could this be the legendary space-time gate that connects to the upper realm? Taylor was surprised. That's right, this is the planar passage that connects the two worlds, created by the goddess herself. God's chosen, Air, said with a fervent expression. Goddess, Taylor's expression became serious. No need to be nervous, follow me, we will return to the elven forest. God's chosen Al said again. With that, he stepped into the mirror first. A ripple appeared on the surface of the mirror, and Air's figure also disappeared in a flash of light. Taylor licked his lips. With surprise, curiosity, anticipation, and nervousness, he stepped in as well. In an instant, Taylor felt himself being enveloped by light, and his body seemed to have entered an invisible liquid. His vision blurred, and he felt weightless. The next second, Taylor felt as if he had passed through something. By the time he could see his surroundings clearly again, the environment he was in had changed. He was still in the Life Church, but it was no longer the core church of Seeker's City. This was a much more solemn temple than the one in Seeker's City, carved with complicated and strange magic patterns and murals, with an indescribable sense of heaviness and beauty. One by one, the god race beings were bustling about within the shrine. This was the upper realm, Taylor was curious. As soon as he arrived, he already felt the difference. For some reason, he felt that the air here was unprecedentedly pure, giving him a sense of relief and relaxation that seemed to come from his soul. Taylor didn't know that this was the result of the difference in energy levels. The energy level of the plane of Seekers was much higher than the demiplane of Orlas. The elements here were more active, and the magic energy was more abundant. For the half-elves and elves, who were magical creatures, this place had an indescribable attraction. Welcome to the world of Seekers, clansmen of the Roxanne tribe. Just as Taylor was looking around in surprise, a crisp female voice rang out. Taylor hurriedly looked over and saw a female god with black hair. This is Miss Nightingale. Today, it's her turn to welcome a new clansman back. Air said. Taylor's expression turned solemn when he heard this, and he hurriedly bowed. Hello. Beautiful Lady Nightingale, may the goddess be with you. Hello, Mr. Taylor, may the goddess be with you. Nightingale replied with a smile. After saying that, she waved her hand again. Don't be nervous, and there's no need to call me lady. Now that we're back in the elven forest, we're all family. Let's go, I'll show you around the elven forest. This is likely where you'll live in the future. After that, Nightingale beckoned Taylor to walk out of the temple. A place where I'll live in the future, Taylor's heart was filled with anticipation. He nodded and followed Nightingale's footsteps. After leaving the Temple of Life, Taylor found himself in a bustling city. The city's buildings were built with white boulders. They had a grand design and had a different kind of beauty. However, Taylor also noticed that the city seemed to have experienced turmoil. Many places were still in ruins. Seeing Taylor's curious and doubtful expression, Nightingale explained. This is the magnificent city, Kynoran. It's one of the main cities of the elves. Kynoran experienced a war 1,000 years ago, and no one settled down after that. We only started renovating it recently. In the future, this is likely to be where you'll live. A place where we'll live? Taylor's heart skipped a beat. He looked towards the city. Although most of the city was still in ruins, the places that had been renovated already showed signs of prosperity and liveliness. This was a very beautiful city. At least, Taylor had never seen such a beautiful city in the demiplane. This referred not only to the city's buildings, but also to the city's environment. The entire city, especially the renovated places, could be seen with gardens. Fresh flowers and green grass were planted in the gardens. They were lush, colorful, and very beautiful. Taylor could almost imagine how exciting it would be when the entire city was renovated. However, Taylor also noticed that one Protoss after another was still busy in the city. After seeing these Protoss, Taylor's somewhat nervous heart finally calmed down. Because he finally found a sense of familiarity with these Protoss. These Protoss were all wearing gorgeous armor or robes. They were very similar to most of the Protoss that had descended to the demiplane. Not only that, but the way they walked also gave Taylor a sense of closeness, bouncing, joyous, familiar recipes, familiar smells. However, there were differences. That was, these Protoss seemed to be much more wild than the Protoss that had descended to the demiplane. After a few steps, Taylor saw more than one duel between the Protoss. Not only that, but many duels between the Protoss also saw blood. Taylor saw two Protoss who seemed to be warriors engaged in a bloody battle. Their bodies had long been stained red with blood, but their expressions were contented and extremely ferocious. They didn't seem to notice the injuries on their bodies at all. Instead, they were laughing loudly as they fought with each other. Even if one of them had already lost an arm, while the other had his abdomen pierced, revealing half of his intestines, the two Protoss were already fighting so fiercely, but the surrounding Protoss were still cheering and cheering. Taylor was speechless. His expression suddenly became sluggish. These Protoss, what's going on? Do they want to die? Seeing Taylor's stunned expression, Nightingale helplessly rubbed her temples. Really, these chosen ones. After becoming priests, they've become more and more reckless in fighting. Her Holiness the Goddess has given them a virtual space to PK. After spending a long time with the players, Nightingale also learned some of the players' vocabulary and more or less understood some of the players' abilities and benefits. With that, she looked at Taylor and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, did I scare you? These chosen ones are like this, but, although they don't look like good people, they're actually good people. You'll slowly get used to it in the future." Chosen ones? Taylor was a little confused. He vaguely seemed to have heard the Protoss mention this term before, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that it seemed different. That's right. You can understand them as being similar to you. They also came to the world of seekers from other worlds. As elves. However, their personalities are much more unpredictable than us traditional elves, so, sometimes you'll see some unexpected situations. In addition, their identities are somewhat special. They're all kin summoned by the goddess and have the ability to resurrect. Their growth potential is also very strong, so, you can see them fighting so recklessly. For them, fighting is also a kind of pleasure. Their only hobby is to have fun. By the way, most of the elves who descended to the Orlos demiplane are also chosen ones. Nightingale explained. Nightingale seemed to be very popular with the chosen ones. Following her, Taylor saw that every time she met a chosen one, they would greet her warmly. And Nightingale would respond with a smile. Sometimes, Taylor even found that the chosen ones would come to Nightingale with anticipation and ask her if she had any missions to do. That kind of flattering expression even made Taylor a little sluggish and distorted his view of the world. He didn't expect the chosen ones to have such a side to them. In his impression, although the chosen ones who descended to the half-plane were a little eccentric, they were neither servile nor overbearing. No, it seemed that when he first met them, they also asked him if he had any missions to do. But at that time, he was suddenly hit on by the legendary god race and felt a little smug. Amidst the fear and surprise, Taylor was also inevitably confused, and the other party left in disappointment, but now it seemed, there was more to it, or was this proof that the chosen ones were looking for fun, but at the same time, he also felt that Nightingale's status seemed to be much higher than he thought. After all, she could give missions to other god races, this caused him to become even more reserved. The two chatted as they walked. And Nightingale began to tell Taylor about the current situation of the elven forest. After Nightingale's introduction, Taylor had a deeper understanding of the elven race, which was also the god race. At present, the elven race in the elven forest could be divided into 3 groups. The first tribe would be the chosen ones. The chosen ones had the highest number of people in the elven race, with a total of 60,000 people. They were the sword and shield of the goddess, active in all parts of the elven forest, building the elven forest and protecting it at the same time. The second group was the returning elves. The returning elves' population was second only to the chosen ones, with more than 2,000 people. They were made up of elves from all over the world of seekers and half-elves with pure blood who had returned to the elven forest. They mainly lived in an elven city called Elven Lingsue. Miss Nightingale and the God's Chosen One, Air, belonged to this group. Unlike the chosen ones who were adventurous, the returning elves were generally peace-loving and gentle, and many of them were devout believers. At the same time, they were the main force of the life church. Unlike the chosen ones, the returning elves were mainly responsible for the production of the elven forest and the distribution of missions to the chosen ones. Of course, they also had their own guards, but they were mainly responsible for the internal security of the elf forest, and not the external defense of the chosen ones. By the way, if the inhabitants of the half-plane turned into elves, they would also belong to this race. The third group was the original elves. There were not many original elves, less than 100 of them, but their status was somewhat aloof. This was because every primordial elf was personally born by the goddess and possessed extremely high potential and talent. They lived with the chosen ones and received education from both the chosen ones and the returning elves. They were also the future of the elves. After listening to Nightingale's description, the mystery of the gods in Taylor's heart was finally lifted. Then, "Miss Nightingale, may I ask what kind of elves came to our world 1,000 years ago?" Tyler asked again. "It's the people who escaped from the elf forest. If they're still in this world and have returned, then they're the second type," Nightingale replied. As expected, Taylor was slightly enlightened. He felt that the legendary gods seemed to be different from the chosen ones he met. Compared to the elves who were currently active in the half-plane, the legendary gods were much more stable and dignified and did not like to fight at all. He had always thought that there was a mistake in the legends, but now it seemed that it was just because the races were different. However, although he knew the truth, perhaps it was because of his first impression, compared to the gentle returning elves, Taylor still felt that the chosen ones were more amiable. After all, they were the ones who saved the half-plane and also pointed out the path of faith for him. Moreover, if he only listened to the origins of the chosen ones, Taylor felt that he was more similar to them. After all, both of them came from another world and did not seem to be the gods before. However, after listening to Taylor's thoughts, Nightingale shook her head. "It's still not the same. The world you're in is just a half-plane attached to the world of seekers. The plane itself was created by the goddess and His Highness Orlos. But the chosen one, they come from a place even further away. It's another universe that's countless planes away. It's said that only the goddess knows where they come from. An even further place, huh?" Taylor's expression was a little dazed. He suddenly felt that this world was much bigger than he imagined. He originally thought that the half-plane was the entire world, but he did not expect that there was another upper realm above the half-plane. After coming to the upper realm, the gods told him that there were countless planes like the world of seekers in this world. Even beyond these countless planes, there might be even more distant worlds, and the elves were just one of the many intelligent races in this universe. Not only that, the elf status was not as high as imagined. Although they were known as the noblest, most beautiful, and most elegant long-lived species in the upper realm, and although they once had a powerful civilization that dominated the plane, they were now in decline. 1,000 years ago, the elves were besieged by many other races, and even the mother goddess who protected the race fell. It was only recently that she secretly returned in a new form. At this time, Taylor vaguely understood why the gods accepted their purified bloodline and became their new race. According to what Miss Nightingale said, the elves had been persecuted by the other races for 1,000 years. And the elves needed a long time to reproduce and grow. If they wanted to revive, they needed a certain number of people. Thus, they had the opportunity to purify their bloodline. This was Taylor's guess. But Taylor also understood that if he wanted to obtain something, he would have to pay a corresponding price. After being saved by the gods and offering his faith to the life goddess Eve, Taylor decided on his own path. After all, they had a bloodline connection to the gods. If they could return to their ancestral roots and become a powerful existence that they admired, no one in the Orlos demiplane would refuse. And after becoming a member of the gods, Taylor felt that it was natural for him to fight for the elves. Only when the gods became stronger would they be able to live better lives. Otherwise, if the gods were defeated, even the Orlos demiplane might be invaded by other powerful races. Fighting for the revival of the elves was not only for the elves, but also for the goddess, and for himself. But although he understood everything, Taylor still had another doubt. But since the chosen have such great potential and have the miraculous ability to revive, why doesn't the goddess turn all the elves into chosen? That's impossible. Nightingale shook her head. The chosen are special, and it is said that they will leave one day. What we can do is to strengthen ourselves with the help of the chosen and bring the elves back to glory. As Nightingale said this, she seemed to have thought of something and looked a little disappointed. They will leave one day. For some reason, Taylor suddenly felt a little sad when he heard Nightingale say this. Although he hadn't interacted with the chosen for a long time, he still respected them and liked those lively fellows. I understand. Then, Lady Nightingale, if I want to grow from a half-elf to a true elf, what should I do? Taylor sighed and asked another question of his own. Hearing his words, Nightingale walked out of that inexplicable disappointment. She forced a smile and explained. It's like this. You need to be taught by other elves in the temple and learn more about the Holy Bible of life, as well as our history and culture. The temple will hold regular examinations. After passing the examinations, you can obtain the qualification to purify your bloodline again and become a pure-blooded elf. Of course, if you make outstanding contributions, such as developing a large number of believers of life, or combining the knowledge of the other worlds of the chosen to invent some novel items, or making outstanding contributions to the reconstruction of the elven forest, you will also have the opportunity to qualify. So that's how it is. Taylor nodded. He still admired the culture of the gods. After all, the entire civilization of the Orlos demiplane was passed down by the elves. Being able to learn the true elven culture and understand the true elven history would not only help him gain a foothold in this new world, but it would also be a pilgrimage in itself. Thinking of the pilgrimage, Taylor's heart skipped a beat. By the way, Miss Nightingale, I heard from the other gods, the chosen, that Goddess Eve is also in this world? That's right. Nightingale nodded. With that, she looked at Kynoran Square in front of the Temple of Life in the city. The square was a necessary building in every elven city. This custom had even been passed down to the Orlos demiplane. Nightingale's gaze was focused on a huge magic array with a radius of more than 10 square meters in the square. Taylor followed her gaze, only to see the huge spell formation flickering with light from time to time. New fairies were constantly coming out of it, and at the same time, other fairies were constantly entering it. This was a large-scale teleportation array that only existed in legends. However, Taylor noticed that most of the elves coming in and out were wearing gorgeous armor and robes, completely different from Nightingale's simple and elegant attire. And these elves were almost all chosen. Do you see this magic array? It leads to another elven city, a city built by the chosen. It's called the City of Heaven's Chosen. This is an incomparably wonderful and beautiful city located in another dimension. It's also the holy city of the elves. Only the chosen of the guardian goddess and elves who have received the mission system bestowed by the goddess can enter. The true body of the goddess is also in this city. If you're lucky enough to become a true elf and receive the mission system bestowed by the goddess, you can go on a pilgrimage there. Nightingale explained. The holy city of the elves, the true body of the goddess? Taylor's expression turned serious. He nodded seriously and decided to work hard to obtain the qualifications to become a true elf as soon as possible and then go on a pilgrimage to the City of Heaven's Chosen. However, he did not understand a certain term that Miss Nightingale mentioned. Mission system? That's a special ability that the goddess bestowed upon her devout believers. You're already a devout believer. If you become a pure-blooded elf, you can awaken it. With the mission system, you can issue missions to other chosen and have them help you complete things that you can't do alone. For the chosen, their greatest interest is to have fun. Completing missions issued by other elves in the mission system is also their hobby and pursuit. Nightingale explained with a smile. Issue missions to the chosen, so, it's like this? Taylor was slightly stunned. He finally understood why some of the chosen would curry favor with Miss Nightingale. It turned out that there really was a mission. However, if this was the case, he was a little confused as to whether the status of the chosen was high or low. If it was high, the other elves could actually use the mission system to ask them to do things. If it was low, Taylor found that the gods near the temple should have returned to the elves. They had a visible respect for the chosen who wore armor and robes. In short, it was very strange. At this moment, Taylor suddenly heard a thunderous sound coming from afar. The sound seemed to come from the nearby ruins of the city and startled Taylor. Taylor looked in the direction of the sound and saw dozens of fully armed elves in the ruins of an unrepaired building in the distance. They looked nervous and gathered together as if they were waiting for something. Taylor noticed that the elf who was surrounded was holding a metal tube in his hand. The metal tube was still smoking, and in front of the elf was a short, green-skinned humanoid monster that was tied up. There was a bloody hole in the monster's body as if it had been pierced through. Then, under Taylor's astonished gaze, he saw the monster's body suddenly aging rapidly and finally turning into ashes. Seeing the monster turn into ashes, the elf suddenly became excited. They all laughed and cheered excitedly. What is going on? Taylor was puzzled and curious. When Nightingale saw the elves cheering, a look of realization appeared on her face. So it's Cuckoo Bird and the others. I didn't expect them to come here for the test. It seems that their transformation was successful? Test? Modification? Hearing Nightingale's words, Taylor was a little curious. It's a weapon developed by the Chosen Ones. It said that it's an improved version of the dwarf steam gun. They seem to be very obsessed with this weapon and have always wanted to develop it, Nightingale explained. After saying that, she shook her head first. But in my opinion, weapons are just auxiliary. The most important thing is your own strength. Elves are the children of nature. Compared to the dwarf's weapons, I still think bows are more suitable for us. It's said that an elven archer with legendary strength can kill an adult megalosaurus with one arrow. Nightingale said with a proud expression. She seemed to be very proud of her identity as an elf. However, in the next second, an old and solemn voice sounded behind her. Elves are indeed the children of nature, but the knowledge of the Chosen Ones is equally magical. It's not advisable to be complacent. Only by learning with an open mind can we become stronger and stronger. In addition, the dragon race has signed an alliance with us elves. Even if you give an example, you have to be careful with your words and actions. Hearing this voice, Nightingale's expression suddenly stiffened. She seemed to be a little guilty. Taylor saw her childish expression and felt that this elven lady was not as old-fashioned as he thought. Almost at the same time, he curiously turned around and looked at the source of the voice. It was an elderly elf wearing a priest's robe. He looked a little old. This surprised Taylor a little. As far as he knew, the Protoss were forever young. Only in legends would the gods start to age rapidly when their lifespan was less than 100 years. There was no doubt that this should be an elderly elf. However, his aura was very powerful, giving Taylor the feeling of a mountain. Grandpa Samir, I was wrong. Nightingale stuck out her tongue. But after that, Taylor was surprised to see Nightingale's expression turn serious. She then respectfully faced the elderly elf. No, to be precise, she stood beside the elderly elf and saluted. Good afternoon, Sir Zero. Sir Zero? Taylor was slightly stunned. Only then did he notice that the elder elf named Samir was accompanied by a female elf. It was a god wearing a black skirt armor. Her eyes were purple-red, and her hair was a beautiful dark silver. Her facial features were exquisite, but her face was expressionless, like a puppet. Good afternoon. She nodded to Nightingale. Her voice was cold and ethereal, very pleasant to the ears. However, Taylor's attention was not focused on her outstanding appearance and beautiful voice. He was surprised to find that if it wasn't for Nightingale's greeting, he wouldn't have noticed such a person at all. He was already a powerful second-order professional, intermediate black iron. Moreover, after purifying his bloodline and becoming a half-elf, his 5 senses had been greatly strengthened. But even so, he couldn't sense the other party's existence at all. This meant that either the other party had a brilliant way of concealing his aura, or his strength was far beyond his imagination, and according to Nightingale's reaction, he judged that it should be the latter. Even if that wasn't the case, the other party's standing was probably very high. This was not only Nightingale's attitude, but also the attitude of the Chosen One. Taylor looked around and was surprised to see the Heaven's Chosen Ones, who were originally doing their own things, gathering around. they greeted the female Protoss, whom Nightingale called Lady Zero, one after another with great enthusiasm. No, that was more than just enthusiasm. If many Heaven's chosen ones were slightly flattering when facing Nightingale, then when they greeted Lady Zero, they were all flattering. That's right, flattering. Taylor had lived for 30 years, and he was very familiar with this expression, that smile, that demeanor. It was very similar to the expression of those flattering employees when he worked in the city hall after retiring from the adventure team. This Lady Zero, who is she? Taylor was very curious. This is Lady Zero, the strongest person in our elf race, a true advanced professional, and she is also the closest God's chosen one to the goddess. In addition, beside her is Grandpa Sammir, a silver priest, who is now in charge of the temple of Fei Ling Sui. Nightingale whispered beside Taylor. The strongest? Advanced professional? And the closest God's chosen one to the goddess? Hearing her words, Taylor was slightly enlightened. So that was the case, no wonder everyone was so respectful. Through the Holy Bible of life, Taylor already knew that the God's chosen one was the apostle and eyes of the true God on earth, and the God's chosen one to be closest to the true God was undoubtedly the one who was constantly being watched by the true God. Such an existence was definitely at the top of the church. Not only that, Nightingale had just told him that devout Protoss would awaken a mission system and could issue missions to the chosen ones. In the mission system, the more devout the believers were, the higher the level of the missions they could issue. Then, with such a high position, Taylor could completely imagine that her relevant authority must be the highest. And in this case, it was normal for the chosen ones to flatter her. Taylor quickly figured everything out. At this moment, he heard Nightingale speak again. This time, the girl spoke to Lady Zero and Sammir, and her tone was a little nervous. That, cough cough, Grandpa Sammir, Lady Zero, why did you come to Kynoland? I have some matters to discuss with Air, and Lady Zero happened to be on the way. The old elf replied. Then, he looked at Taylor and his expression changed. Half-elf? A new tribesman who returned from the Oris demiplane? Yes, I'm bringing him around to familiarize himself with the elven forest. Nightingale replied. As she answered, she gave Taylor a look, and Taylor's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed as well. Taylor rocks and greets Lady Zero and Lord Sammir. Hearing Taylor's words, the old elf's wrinkled face bloomed into a smile. He nodded and said with some emotion and relief, It's been a while. I finally see the Roxanne tribe again after so many years. Mr. Taylor, welcome back to the Elven Forest and become a member of us. Don't be so formal, this will be your home from now on. Sammir was surprisingly gentle, and this made Taylor's nervousness dissipate, and he was also curious as to why Nightingale was so afraid of him. Then, Nightingale smiled again and said, That's right. Haha, I'm still bringing Mr. Taylor around to familiarize himself with Kynoland. That. Lady Zero and Grandpa Sammir, please go ahead. We're leaving. With that, she gave Taylor a look and turned to slip away. Although Taylor wanted to communicate with the two new leaders of the Protoss race, he hesitated for a moment when he saw that Nightingale was eager to slip away. Then, he bowed to the two of them again and followed after her. It was not until they were far away that Taylor saw Nightingale heave a sigh of relief. Phew. That scared me to death. I didn't expect to meet Grandpa Sammir and Lady Zero here. Are they that scary? Taylor was a little surprised. As if noticing his expression, Nightingale hurriedly explained, No, that's not it. No, it's just my personal reasons. Lord Zero and Grandpa Sammir are very nice people. It's just that Grandpa Sammir is too old-fashioned. Grandpa Sammir is a vegetarian, and after I returned to the Elven Forest, I often went to activities with the Chosen and even participated in their barbecue, so I was criticized by him. After that, I was a little afraid of him. But barbecue is really delicious. As if recalling something, Nightingale swallowed her saliva. Barbecue, barbecue? Taylor opened his mouth. He suddenly realized a fact that did not conform to the legends. That was, the Protoss did not only eat fruits as the legends said, they also ate meat. It could be seen that legends could not be completely trusted. Taylor secretly decided that in the future, he would have to see for himself and not judge based on rumors. As for Lady Zero, it's completely because her aura is too strong. Standing in front of her, I always feel pressured and restrained, Nightingale continued. Pressured? Taylor was slightly taken aback. The perception of a half-elf is still incomparable to that of an elf. You'll know when you become a real elf. Seeing Taylor's expression, Nightingale guessed what he was thinking and shook her head as she explained. A real elf. Hearing Nightingale's words, Taylor was also looking forward to it. After following her around the magnificent city of Kynoran and learning more about the elven race, he wanted to become a real elf more and more, not to mention other things. Just in terms of lifespan, a half-elf could live for 300 to 400 years, but a real elf could live for 1,000 years. As a resident of the Oris demiplane, no one knew the value of life better than Taylor. Thinking of this, Taylor inwardly made up his mind. Work hard. I'll start learning today. I'll learn while accumulating merits in Kynoran and strive to obtain the qualifications to purify a real elf's bloodline as soon as possible. He inwardly encouraged himself. That person just now, was that the half-elf whose bloodline I purified? Seeing Taylor leave with Nightingale, Eve, who was walking in the character of Zero, had a thought. The Roxan tribe. I originally thought that Oris' elven bloodline was from the Shadow tribe, so after his flesh and blood evolved into a mixed-blood human, he should also be from the Shadow tribe after his bloodline was purified. I didn't think that there would be people from every tribe. Perhaps Orlos had a premonition from the very beginning that they would one day purify their bloodline, which is why he secretly left behind such a plan. Eve inwardly sighed. The more she understood, the more she felt that Oris had truly put in a lot of effort for the revival of the elven race. He was a true hero of the elven race. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let the tragedy of the elven race happen again. She inwardly muttered. After sighing, Eve looked at the players who were experimenting with the improved steam gun in the distance. This time, she had descended with her avatar for no other reason than to sense the success of the players' experiment. Thus, out of curiosity, she wanted to personally see the products of the players. Actually, she was a little lonely from always watching the screen in the God's Kingdom, so she decided to personally inspect it. After bidding farewell to Samir, who was planning to head to the temple, Eve walked toward the players who were experimenting with the improved steam gun. The players who were experimenting were all members of the Mengmeng committee, and it was said that Cuckoo Bird was the one who led them. Eve also knew that they had been experimenting in the City of Heaven's Chosen all along. However, there was an accident where the players accidentally broke the temple's window. Thus, under the furious orders of the Saintess of Life, Alice, they went outside the City of Heaven's Chosen to carry out the experiment. Unexpectedly, they didn't choose the core area of the Elven Forest, but instead ran directly to the magnificent city, Kynoran. While thinking, Eve slowly walked toward the players. Following her actions, many players who were busy with other matters also came over and greeted her warmly while asking if there were any quests to be completed. This was another matter that gave Eve a headache, ever since she had issued several hidden missions as Zero, God's Chosen. In the players' hearts, Zero had become an NPC who was second only to the goddess. Wherever she went, there was a group of players who wanted to become her leg accessory, fawning, giving gifts, swearing, even confessing. As an NPC, she personally experienced all the methods and tricks that the players could think of to increase the favorability of the players. How should she put it? Eve felt that her avatar had completely become a third wheel, shining brightly wherever she went, attracting the attention of the players like moths. At first, it felt quite good. After all, even if she was reborn as a true god, she was just an ordinary person in her previous life. Moreover, she was the kind of young, so she had a bit of ridiculous vanity. But after a few times, she felt a bit sick of it. However, she was already used to moving around as Zero, God's Chosen, and didn't think of starting a new avatar. Of course, this was also because this identity was like a coin, there were always two sides to it. Although it became more troublesome in some aspects, there were also other benefits. For example, can I see the new weapon you've invented? She came in front of the player holding the improved steam gun and asked softly. The player holding the steam gun was instantly overjoyed when she spoke to him. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the onlookers, the player practically shoved the steam gun into Eve's arms. Of course. Big sister. No. Lady Zero. You can look at it however you want. The player said fawningly. The corner of Eve's mouth twitched imperceptibly, then she picked up the steam gun. At this moment, the steam gun had changed a lot compared to when the players bought it from the dwarves. The original steam gun was very cumbersome because steam was the main driving force of the gun. But after the players' improvement, the gun now was very similar to the early matchlock guns on Blue Star. No, it could no longer be called a steam gun. As soon as she got her hands on it, Eve directly understood the structure of the improved steam gun. The steam gun now was no longer driven by steam. Of course, it wasn't driven by gunpowder like the Blue Star. The steam gun now relied on magic. It shouldn't be called a steam gun anymore, but a magic gun. The players engraved some small basic magic arrays on the guns. Although these basic magic arrays weren't complicated, they copied the principles of the early guns on Blue Star based on the principles of magic. This approach made Eve's eyes light up, and she thought to herself that the players were really geniuses. First of all, being driven by magic allowed the players to directly use their own magic to control the guns. In this way, the skill of the war priest could be smoothly activated, and it would be judged that the players had killed it personally, so the players could get the experience reward. Not only that, but with magic control, some of the players' skills could be applied logically. Especially the archer's hard arrow, it could be said that the current magic gun could completely replace the bow and arrow. Of course, there was also a problem, that was, the power of the magic gun would be proportional to the player's strength and magic output. If the player's strength wasn't enough, the magic gun would be a toy. However, in Eve's view, this was a breakthrough. This was the performance after the technology on Blue Star and the magic technology in the world of Seekers were integrated. It should be noted that if the original guns and weapons were really copied from Blue Star's technology, although they could be controlled by anyone, the power would be fixed. Not only that, but because of the player's limited ability, they couldn't make the powerful guns and weapons on Blue Star. And even if they could, in a world where magic existed, there were actually many ways to restrain guns and weapons that completely dealt with kinetic energy. For example, a magic shield that blocked kinetic energy could turn all the guns on Blue Star into burning sticks. However, when ordinary kinetic energy was converted into the kinetic energy with magic, there was a lot of room for manipulation. Thinking of this, Eve could faintly see the future of the archer players. Although the magic gun was tied to the player's strength, compared to the bow and arrow, the gun was actually easier to aim and more convenient to output, and its power was also a level higher. In time, most archer players would probably have to change to new weapons. This technology isn't difficult. I can also easily copy it, and there are even some ways to improve it further. Let's wait and see. Maybe I can also make some magic guns in the future and exchange them in the shop. Eve thought to herself. She looked at the magic gun and casually fired a shot, hitting an abandoned stone pillar in the middle of the ruins hundreds of meters away, causing the players to exclaim in surprise. However, Eve didn't think much of it. She didn't know how to use a gun before, but she knew how to use magic, and her soul power was extremely strong. Therefore, even if she didn't know how to use it, the magic gun was like a toy in her hands. As long as she was careful, she could easily hit the target. This was completely unimaginable to her in her previous life. It could only be said that a true god was a true god, even if it was inherited. After playing with the magic gun for a while, Eve returned it to the player. Master Zero, how is it? Master Zero, how does it feel to use it? The players looked at Eve expectantly. And Eve pondered for a while, nodded seriously, and praised, "It's a good invention. It's a very good invention. You guys are amazing." Upon hearing her praise, the players were overjoyed and excited. But soon, they all looked at her at the same time. Their expressions were full of expectation, like obedient children waiting for a reward. Eve was speechless. She pondered for a while, then gently used her divine power. In an instant, all the players present who participated in the improvement of the gun received a new system notification. Frowny face ding. The improved weapon that you participated in the invention has been recognized by Oracle Zero. Oracle Zero's favorability towards you increased by 10 points. You received 10,000 experience points, 5,000 contribution points. Looking at the new system notification, the players were stunned for a while, then they cheered. Haha, there's a reward for improving the steam gun. There's also favorability. Awesome. TSK, this reward is quite generous. Big sister, I love you. Eve was speechless. The corner of her mouth twitched unnoticeably again, and she didn't continue the conversation with the players. After all, Oracle Zero's persona was cold and aloof. If there are similar inventions in the future, I'll reward them too. After all, if there are generous rewards, it can also encourage the players to make more inventions. Eve thought in her heart. Perhaps one day, the players would leave this world. However, while the people could leave, the technology wouldn't. These new technologies would be the new wealth of the elven race. Looking at the excited players, Eve was in a good mood. But at this moment, she suddenly sensed the faint sound of prayer. The prayer seemed to be urgent and uneasy, with a hint of fear and despair. Eve frowned slightly. Her figure flashed, and under the players' unsurprised gazes, she disappeared and returned to the kingdom of gods. As expected of Big Sister, appearing and disappearing so mysteriously every time. Damn. I wanted to get closer to her, leaving the players sighing regretfully. Eve did not directly look at the prayers of the believers. Instead, her consciousness returned to her God's kingdom and directly connected to her faith grid. Now, she had more and more believers. It was no longer a good idea to use her own soul and godhood as the core to operate the faith network and listen to the prayers of the believers and respond. Therefore, Eve had long bound the faith network to her God's kingdom. There was a point to be mentioned here. As mentioned in many Blue Star novels, the power of faith was not without any side effects. Most intuitively speaking, if a true God could hear the prayers of countless believers all the time, including some trivial matters, then, no matter how strong a true God's soul was, they would be annoyed to death. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that by listening to the prayers of the believers for a long time, one's soul would be completely immersed in the power of faith. There was even a risk of contamination. That's right, contamination. At least, for those who believed in true gods who wanted to maintain their original heart before becoming a god, it was a kind of contamination. The power of faith was powerful and miraculous, possessing limitless possibilities. Even a true god could not fully understand its mystery and could only use it to transform. But at the same time, the believer's knowledge of the true God hidden in the power of faith would also affect the true God itself. Generally speaking, if a true God was in direct contact with the power of faith for a long time, their soul was likely to be eroded by the faith. Their mentality and thoughts would change, and eventually they would gradually become the true God in the hearts of the believers, not their original self. Therefore, when the number of her believers broke through a certain limit, Eve had long adopted the method commonly used by other true gods. That was to separate her faith network from her soul and use her God's kingdom as the official core of the faith network. She only needed to control the faith network through her God's kingdom. For example, this was equivalent to building a faith computer in her God's kingdom to assist the true God in managing the faith network. This faith network of the God's kingdom could even replace the true God to listen to the prayers of ordinary believers and make certain responses. It could also deal with the promotion of ordinary priests or priests. In this way, not only did the workload reduce, but it also avoided the influence of faith on the true God. The true God only needed to enjoy the divine power that was transformed from the power of faith provided by the believers. However, there were also disadvantages. That was, maintaining the faith network of the God's kingdom required a lot of consumption. Moreover, the more believers there were, the greater the consumption, and the lower the conversion rate of the power of faith into divine power. This was also why many powerful true gods had a terrifying number of believers. There was no other way. In order to maintain a strong divine power, one had to maintain one's self. In a situation where the conversion rate of divine power was very low, one would inevitably need more believers. And more believers meant a greater burden, which also meant a lower conversion rate. Such a vicious cycle caused the number of believers needed by powerful true gods to be extremely terrifying. Of course, letting the divine kingdom network handle the prayers and responses of believers was only for ordinary believers. The true God would definitely give special treatment to some specific prayers and special believers and personally listen to them. Well, in a sense, the game system that Eve had created was equivalent to a special faith network, and it was the kind that was connected to her true faith network. By the way, the reason why Eve dared to appear openly on the stage of the Seeker's world and show her rapid growth to the outside world as well as her almost public sheltering of the elves, was not only because she had Hela as a scapegoat, but also because Eve had considered the uniqueness of the power of faith and thought of another way to explain her identity and power, well, a way that was very suitable for her, one that could even explain her similar appearance to the previous world tree. Of course, this was all in the future. Back to the present. As a true God who planned to develop the path of faith for a long time, Eve naturally set some conditions for personally listening to the prayers of believers. And her settings were either the prayers of believers who were fanatics or above, or the desperate prayers of believers who were in great danger. Obviously, through the emotions of the praying believers that she vaguely sensed, it was the latter this time. Therefore, Eve had to personally check the situation. And she had a rough idea of who it should be this time. Connecting her consciousness to the faith network of the divine kingdom, Eve quickly saw the praying believers and the environment they were in. This was a rugged foothill. And a dozen hooded elves were cowering under a withered tree, their faces pale. These elves were of different ages. The young ones were protected in the center, while the young ones and the old ones stood outside with weapons. Many of them were already injured. And among them, a female elf with blonde hair and green eyes was lying in the middle of the crowd. Her face was pale and even a little gray. Obviously, she had exhausted too much magic power, or she had forcefully used some powerful skill and suffered a backlash. Judging from her appearance, she had long been on Eve's list. Selena Gale. She was one of the high-ranking members of the Oak Hand and was good friends with the life saintess Alice Gale. She was active in the human world all year round, saving elves and half-elves who were being hunted by humans. Selena was captured after a mission and imprisoned in a slave trading company in the Holy Mania Empire's Maple Leaf City. In the end, she was rescued by players. See chapters 288 to 290 for details. She had also returned to the Elven Forest once, but in the end, she gave up her comfortable life and decided to go to the human world to continue saving her fellow elves. It could be said that she was an elven believer that Eve admired very much. And among the prayers that Eve had just received, she was the one who had heard the most clearly. By the way, although her faith had not reached the level of fanatics, she was still at the level of a senior devout believer. Eve had high expectations for her. After she returned to the Elven Forest, Eve had also listed her as one of the people she paid attention to. From time to time, she would look at her and see the current situation of the Oak Hand through her. Of course, because she had been worried about the Orlos demiplane recently, she had not paid attention to her for many days. However, Eve had already decided that once Selena's faith reached the level of fanatics, she would accept her as a chosen. But now, when Eve's gaze fell on the desolate mountains around her, she frowned slightly. The Gloom Mountain Range? Isn't Selena active in the human world? Why is she in the Gloom Mountain Range? That's right. These dozen elves were in the Gloom Mountain Range. For a moment, Eve was stunned. She did not know why they would appear here. After all, no matter how she looked at it, the Holy Mania Empire was too far away from the Gloom Mountain Range. There was also the Elven Forest in between. However, when Eve noticed the clothing of these elves, her heart skipped a beat. Different from the elegant and solemn imperial clothing that Eve was familiar with, the hoods of these elves had slightly more gorgeous patterns. These exaggerated and gorgeous patterns were popular in another human country in the south, the Iris Kingdom, whose strength was second only to the Holy Mania Empire. These elves came from the Iris Kingdom. In an instant, Eve guessed their identity. At the same time, she also had some speculations about Selena's actions. She had received prayers from the believers of the Oak Hand some time ago. It was said that they were preparing to go to the Iris Kingdom to save their people. The Iris Kingdom was on the east side of the Death Desert, south of the Fertile Plains, and separated from the Elven Forest by half of the Gloom Mountain Range. If they wanted to return to the Elven Forest, they had to avoid the human world and pass through here. It seemed that this was another batch of elves that the Oak Hand had rescued. However, since Eve's player army defeated the Orc army, the Gloom Mountain Range had become Eve's backyard in a sense. Logically speaking, it should be relatively safe. As long as they did not go deep into those dangerous places and did not encounter those powerful magical beasts, the elves should be able to return to the Elven Forest through here. But now, it seemed that they had obviously been attacked, or rather, hunted down. After the oak hand returned, the strength of its members was no longer what it used to be. Selena's strength had risen to the peak of the upper dark iron rank, and was only one step away from the silver rank. If they wanted to be a threat to them, it was very likely that there were middle-level professionals among the enemies. Could it be humans? Eve narrowed her eyes. Slightly. With the change in her state of mind, for a moment, the entire Holy Kingdom was somewhat turbulent. But soon, Eve saw the enemies of the elves. There were more than 30 ugly fellows holding big swords and maces, orcs. Eve was very surprised. That's right. Orcs. The ones who had caught up and surrounded the elves were actually orcs. Not only that, their strength was generally higher, and the strongest one was actually a lower silver orc warrior. This was really out of Eve's expectations. After the battle at the Black Dragon Castle, the players had directly annihilated an army of 30,000 orcs. For the orcs who only had a population of a few 100,000, this was a huge blow to their bones. Not to mention, even their king and chief high priest had perished here. After that battle, the orcs had shrunk their sphere of influence and retreated to the Death Desert. Even the god of foolishness, Uller, had become more honest. Especially after the war in the underground world gradually spread, Uller had become more well-behaved. But now, the orcs had appeared in the Gloom Mountains again. They even attacked the elves who had returned. How dare they? The players now were no longer the same players as before. For a moment, Eve narrowed her eyes, and her breath was a little dangerous. I don't care about the Death Desert, that lousy place, and I can't be bothered with you for the time being. You're jumping up again? Or is it that you don't feel the pain of losing 30,000 troops? Do you want me to be ruthless? But, although she said so, she had some doubts in her heart, and also some vigilance. The orcs who had shrunk their sphere of influence suddenly entered the Gloom Mountains and attacked the elves. This must be a place that she did not know, and something had happened. And, it was definitely not a good thing. Of course, it could also be that these orcs were hot-headed again and wanted to carry on the tradition of plundering. But no matter what, since she had received the prayers of her believers, and it was related to the safety of the elves, Eve would definitely not sit back and do nothing. When the Inferno tribe returned, she had already made a mistake. Although it was also because her strength was too low at that time, it was still because of her improper operation that caused the death of some elves. Every elf was precious to Eve. Since her strength was now not what it used to be, she naturally would not watch her believers be bullied. Even if it was so far away, if she used her divine power, it would consume a lot of energy. Thinking of this, Eve decisively divided a part of her power and sent it across the void, the Gloom Mountains. The elves looked at the orcs who were surrounding them with angry expressions. And in the anger, there was a trace of despair and unwillingness. I thought that there was only the last leg of the journey to go home, but I didn't expect to encounter the orcs, these bastards. Didn't they say that the Emerald Mountains had been recovered by our clansmen? Why are there still orcs? Don't be afraid, the goddess of life will definitely bless us. Goddess of life? Humph. Although I have inherited the priesthood of the Mother Goddess, in my heart, the only one worthy of my faith is our Mother Goddess, the Great World Tree. But the Mother Goddess has really fallen, and I heard that the Goddess of Life was deified by our clansmen, but the Goddess of Life is ultimately not the Mother Goddess. We are still too weak. If only we could be a little stronger. Is this all we can do? The voices of the elves were very chaotic and also very desperate. Hearing the words of her clansman, Selena, who was lying in the center, could not help but smile bitterly. It was indeed much safer for the Mother Goddess to stand in the front as the Goddess of Life. But, it also increased the difficulty of preaching. However, if she did not return to the elven forest, she could not tell her clansmen that the Goddess of Life was the Mother Goddess. Everything had to be considered for the safety of the Mother Goddess. After coughing a few times, she said with difficulty, "Everyone, don't despair, the Goddess of Life is merciful, and this place is already under her influence. If we pray to her devoutly, she will definitely respond." Praying to the Mother Goddess when facing difficulties, in Selena's opinion, this was really a very sad thing. However, there was no other way. Weak, this was the original sin. If only she could be a little stronger. At this moment, Selena's desire to become stronger had never been so strong before. Pray? The Goddess of Life? That Goddess Eve? As soon as her voice fell, a rough voice with a hint of mockery rang out. It was the leader of the orcs who surrounded the elves, the silver orc warrior. It's just a false god who stole the priesthood of the father goddess. The father goddess will let him know the price of angering a true god. He doesn't have much time left. Today, you will all die. He sneered. Not leaving anyone alive? The other orcs were somewhat hesitant. Leave a pig alive. This is the request of the high priest. The elves have to die. We can't let any of them go. Let the false god and the death god have another immortal demon. The leader of the orcs roared. Hearing his words, the elves were very angry. False god? You slandered the true God like this. Be careful not to attract the wrath of God and be punished by the heavens. Heaven's punishment? The leader of the orcs sneered again. He said contemptuously, a false god is a false god. In front of a true God, he will pay the price. As for the heaven's punishment, he opened his arms, looked at the sky, and sneered, I'm standing here, why don't you come? You're just a false god who stole the priesthood of the father goddess. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, a lightning flashing with purple light fell from the sky and directly struck him. The thunder was like the wrath of the heavens. In the eyes of the half-orcs and the confused eyes of the elves, the arrogant half-orc leader was directly struck by the lightning and turned into a piece of black charcoal. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. His charred face looked at the sky, as if it was still stuck at the moment when he mocked the gods. But at this moment, it looked like a kind of ridicule to himself, extremely ridiculous. The majesty of the gods could not be blasphemed. Not to mention a true god. Even if it was a false god, mocking in the other party's sphere of influence was a completely suicidal act. Especially when this god was not in the heavens, but in this plane, and this half-orc leader was still in the other party's sphere of influence. The smell of roasted meat began to waft in the air. The pungent smell caused some of the elves to turn pale and they couldn't help but vomit. The rest of the half-orcs were completely stunned. Dead, lightning, is a divine punishment. This is a divine punishment. The false god noticed us. No, it's the true God who noticed us. Their expressions quickly turned to horror, and then from horror to panic. Finally, they threw down their weapons and scattered. In just a few breaths, the dozens of half-orcs who surrounded the elves had disappeared. Only the charred corpse on the ground seemed to be telling what had just happened. The elves' expressions were very interesting. But soon, they were all excited. Divine punishment, it's really divine punishment, this must be the blessing of the gods. The goddess of life heard our prayers. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. But, why is it lightning? Of course it's because he's pretentious and gets struck by lightning. In the god's kingdom, Eve listened to the elf's praises and prayers and said leisurely. Although she was a god from another world, she did not value her reputation as much as the true gods of this world, who would fall into a violent rage when they saw the blasphemy of mortals. But since this half-orc wanted divine punishment so much, wouldn't it be wrong if she didn't give him some? For this, she even deliberately transformed her divine power into the form of lightning, and even consumed more because of this. What a pity. He's a fanatic, and I think he's a backup chosen. Otherwise, since he's the leader, he most likely knows some secrets about the half-beastman, and we can leave him alive to get information. Eve felt a little regretful. The moment she saw the half-orc leader, Eve roughly sensed the level of his faith. This didn't mean that Eve could see the level of faith of other true gods believers, but Eve sensed a trace of Allur's divine power from the orc leader. This kind of true god. Or I could only be possessed by believers who had received the blessing of a true god. Such believers were generally fanatics who had the potential to become God's chosen ones. Fanatics were hard to come by. Eve could almost imagine that, with the bad temper of the simple-minded god in the heaven realm, when he sensed that the believer he paid attention to was killed by another true god, especially a true god who was on bad terms with him, his expression would be very interesting. However, Eve didn't attack the other half-orcs. This was because the half-orc leader was a fanatic, and his soul was protected by Ullur. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop the soul of the fanatic from returning to the kingdom of God after his death. Therefore, the god of winter and the hunt, Ullur, would definitely know about this matter from beginning to end. However, the half-orc leader was killed because he offended the dignity of a true god. Even if Uller was unhappy, he had to admit it. Because it was the half-orc who offended the god first. But if Eve attacked the other half-orcs, the nature would be different. Perhaps secretly, as long as she wasn't discovered by other true gods, she could bully the weak however she wanted, just like how she dealt with the half-orcs in the core area of the elf forest, but this matter couldn't be put on the surface. This was the rule of the game between true gods. The conflict between believers could only be resolved by the strength of believers. Although Eve didn't like this rule of the game, she couldn't deny that she had benefited a lot from it. But if the fanatic has such low IQ, it seems that Ullur's management of believers is only so-so. Eve shook her head. The half-orcs fled, and the elves were finally safe. Eve sensed that although the elves were more or less injured, and a few of them, including Selena, were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. Therefore, Eve gave up the impulse to directly use her divine power to heal them across the void. After all, there were more and more believers returning, and many of them were attacked and injured. But no matter how abundant Eve's divine power was, it was impossible for her to directly heal them across the void when she encountered one, call the players and let them receive them and heal them at the same time. She skillfully connected to the game system and sensed the route of Selena and the others. Then, she posted a message on the World Channel. Frownyface, the Dark Mountain Range, coordinates 255,437, is about to return to the elves. Nearby players, please receive them. It wasn't the first time Eve posted such a message. Every time a new elf returned, as long as they entered the active range of the players, he would make a similar announcement on the public screen through the system notification. After clicking on the coordinates, the players would also see the location of the elves on the minimap and their status. This was a random mission that Eve had specially organized after the return of the Inferno tribe to learn from their lesson. After the players completed the mission, they would be rewarded handsomely. Now, similar quests had become popular among the players. Generally speaking, as long as the players saw it, they would rush to do it. Of course, if Selena and the others had moved forward a little longer, when they officially entered Eve's actual sphere of influence, which was the active range of the players, there would also be a mission for the players to receive them. Now, it was just a little earlier. When the system message came out, the players who were exploring and killing monsters in the Dark Mountain Range stopped what they were doing. There's another mission for receiving? Coordinates 255,437, it's not far from us. Go. Don't let others take the mission. Aren't we killing monsters? They're half dead. Kill my ass. A black iron-ranked monster will only give us 1,000 EXP after splitting it among the few of us. Completing a mission for receiving will give us at least 3,000 EXP and 1,000 contribution points. If we're lucky enough to escort it to Fei Ling Sui, we can even increase the NPC's affinity with us. That's right. Aren't you a priestess? Don't you want to level up? Damn. I remember now. Elves who have just returned will have a crazy amount of faith. If you become a preacher, you can freeload your believers. This is a good opportunity. Let's go. In an instant, the active players in the Dark Mountain Range began to move. If one were to look at the simulation sand table in the God's Kingdom, one would see that the blue photons in the Dark Mountain Range began to move in a certain direction. The players began to move. As a senior member of the Oak Hand who had escorted several groups of tribesmen back to the Elven Forest, Selena was aware of the similar reception mechanism. She pulled herself together and cheered everyone on. Everyone, hold on a little longer. We've already attracted the attention of Her Holiness the Goddess. As long as we cross the mountain in front, our tribesmen will definitely receive us home. When the elves heard this, their faces were filled with yearning. These people had either been hiding in the human society or had been rescued from the slaves by the Oak Hand. They had long become numb and had not had such expectations for a long time. At this moment, after experiencing the danger just now, their yearning to return home grew stronger and stronger. They also felt a little uneasy. If one had to use a word to describe it, perhaps it would be homesickness. The group of elves supported each other with crutches. Under Eve's gaze, they advanced through the mountain range like pilgrims. When they crossed the mountain in front with difficulty, they finally saw the figures they were looking forward to, at the foot of the mountain hundreds of meters in front of them, there were hundreds of elves gathered. These elves were dressed in gorgeous armor and robes. There were even many white-robed priestesses with high statuses. Tribesmen. It's really our tribesmen. And there's a priestess. They're here to receive us. When they saw these elves, everyone was excited. Some of the older elves even cried. Hundreds of elves, there were over 100 elves here. How many years had it been since they had seen so many elves? Although they had vaguely heard some rumors about the elves when they were in the kingdom of Iris, those rumors were too exaggerated. Many elves did not believe them. They had once asked Selena for confirmation, but Selena only smiled and did not say anything about the changes in the elven forest. Instead, she kept everyone in suspense, making their hearts itch and their anticipation grow. At this moment, when they saw so many elves coming to receive them, the elves' tense hearts finally could not hold it in anymore. Even the shallow believers in Eve, who had the least faith in her because of the goddess of life's disguise, could not help but praise life and nature while cheering excitedly. However, while the returning elves were crying and cheering, the leader Selena's expression was a little strange. The other elves did not know the identity of these elves, but she looked at the elves in groups of 3 to 5. Some were sitting, some were standing, and some were even fooling around. She knew very well who they were. Every time they returned, there was a high probability that they were the chosen ones. But why were there priestesses? She was absolutely sure. Those 7 or 8 elves in priestess robes were definitely not ordinary elves. Because only the chosen ones would jump and jump. However, although the chosen ones were loyal to the goddess, as far as she knew, there were no priestesses. After all, only believers had the opportunity to become priestesses. What had happened in the elven forest during the 2 months she had been in the kingdom of Iris? Selena fell into shock and confusion. The elves saw the players, and the players saw the elves. Like the elves, the players also cheered. They all stopped what they were doing and rushed over at the same time. Seeing the players swarming toward them, the elves were shocked. They were about to return to their hometown and see their loved ones cheering and welcoming them. It made them feel extremely touched. Just like the players, they gritted their teeth and dragged their exhausted and injured bodies after days of continuous running towards the players. They could almost see the scene of both sides gathering, hugging, and crying together. But such a scene did not happen. The elves suddenly realized that after the elves who came to receive them ran for a few dozen meters, they stopped moving forward. It was as if they had encountered an invisible barrier. They saw the elves either running on the spot, or lying in the air, or twisting around like worms, or simply stopped moving forward. Although they were still cheering, they did not move forward at all. The elves were speechless, looking at this strange and funny scene that destroyed the touching atmosphere. They all fell into a daze. However, Selena, who knew the truth and was carried on a stretcher by the elves, could not help but cover her face. She coughed and explained with difficulty, "They are the chosen ones. They can't leave the range of activity set by the goddess, so this should be the largest range of activity for them." The chosen ones? The elves were stunned. This is the chosen ones? The legendary elven army that the goddess created with the help of the god of death? They were all speechless. Along the way, including in the kingdom of heirs, they had heard the name of the chosen ones more than once. With the war in the underground world, the name of the goddess of life, Eve, had begun to spread in the world of seekers. Along with it, there were also numerous elven armies that were said to be loyal to her and had the same resurrection ability as the heroic spirit army, the chosen ones. Although many people thought that the rumors were exaggerated, there was one thing that was absolutely true. That was, the identity of the chosen ones represented the core power of the goddess Eve, and the chosen ones were the direct contributors to the rise of the elves. For a moment, the elves were in awe. They no longer hesitated and continued forward, finally meeting up with the players. As soon as they came into contact with each other, the players immediately surrounded them enthusiastically. Almost every elf had a few players in front of them asking about their well-being, passing them all kinds of fruits that they had brought along with them, and treating their injuries. Among them, the players around Selena were the most numerous. "Miss Selena, long time no see. Miss Selena, you came from the Gloom Mountain range this time. Did you go to the south to meet up with your people? Miss Selena, it's been a long journey. You don't look too good. I just became an official priestess. Hurry up and treat you." The players were very enthusiastic. However, Selena felt a little ashamed. Because she realized that these chosen ones actually knew her, but she did not know them. At most, she felt that some of them looked familiar. Actually, there was a reason for this. Selena was a devout believer and had returned to the Elven Forest before. She had already activated the mission system and could issue missions to the chosen ones. In the eyes of the players, this was the only NPC with a white template in the entire team. The names of the elves who activated the mission system would appear in the player's vision. Many of them even had an impression of Selena. On the contrary, with so many players, Selena would definitely not recognize all of them. However, as the players healed the elves, Selena noticed that the elves in priestess robes were actually real priestesses because they used real divine spells. Not only that, Selena also discovered that they could actually clearly identify which elves in the group were not that devout. Because those elves who were still skeptical of the goddess of life would be surrounded by the chosen ones and hear the chosen ones preaching to the Church of Life in confusion, Selena was speechless. Chosen ones, are there finally people who are starting to accept the faith of Her Holiness the Goddess and are dedicated to preaching? At this moment, she felt inexplicably relieved. However, she was not worried about those elves. Because it had been proven time and time again that those elves who were skeptical of the goddess of life would often become the most devout believers of Goddess Eve after returning to the Elven Forest and learning the truth about the goddess of life, because their skepticism was their persistence toward the Mother Goddess and the World Tree. The players' healing was very effective. Although they were only low-rank Black Iron priestesses, they had already stabilized Selena's condition. As soon as her condition stabilized, she could not help but issue a mission to the players. Chosen ones, please take me to see Alice and Lord Zero quickly. I have important news to report, important news to report. Hearing her words, the players' eyes lit up. Their eyes were faintly green as if they were hungry wolves who had seen delicious food. At this moment, the players smelled the scent of a plot. Surrounded by the players, the group of elves successfully returned to the Elven Forest. While Selena was receiving intensive treatment, she met the Saintess of Life Alice and the Chosen One Zero in the temple lounge of the city of Chosen One. She also told them what she knew. You're saying that you received news from the Kingdom of Iris that the orcs in the Death Desert are starting to stir again and are starting to block the returning elves. Not only that, through the spies planted in the underground black market of the Kingdom of Iris, you also discovered that the Sauron Chamber of Commerce has been constantly moving recently and is transporting large amounts of strategic materials to the Death Desert? Eve, who descended in the disguise of the Chosen One Zero, raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly. Selena, whose complexion had improved, nodded solemnly. Yes, that's right. Although the Sauron Chamber of Commerce is a smuggling chamber of commerce, its power and energy are not inferior to a small human country. I suspect that the orcs have already made contact with the Sauron Chamber of Commerce, and their target is us elves. The Sauron Chamber of Commerce is the largest smuggling chamber of commerce in the world of seekers. They control at least 70% of the black market slave trade. For them, buying and selling elves is an important source of income for the Chamber of Commerce. As far as I know, after the news that Mother Her Majesty the Goddess began to bless the elves spread, they couldn't sit still. After all, a race blessed by a true god and a race not blessed by a true god are two completely different things. This is a group of bastards who will do anything for profit. As human merchants, they don't even believe in the god of trade and justice of the human god system. They only know how to do some shady business, so I have every reason to guess that it's very likely that the half-orcs have secretly reached some kind of agreement with them. The half-orcs are very likely planning to invade our elven forest again. Selena said with a serious expression. But Selena, we've already defeated an army of half-orcs before. A total of 30,000 half-orcs were all annihilated by the Chosen One. Even the Lionheart King Imsh and the chief high priest of the half-orcs all died in battle. The half-orc's regal divine weapon, the Lionheart sword, became the Chosen One's spoils of war. Under such circumstances, do the half-orcs still have the strength to organize an army to invade again? You have to know that we were still very weak at that time, but now, whether it's the Chosen One or us, we're not the same as before. The Life Saintess Alice asked rhetorically. She frowned slightly, and there was doubt in her words. After hearing her words, Selena sighed and said, Don't worry. Alice, I thought so too before, but, when I was in the Kingdom of Airs, I met other people and learned more about the half-orcs. We still know too little about the half-orcs. At this point, she paused for a moment and looked at Zero, who was quietly listening, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Master Zero, can I invite in someone who knows the inside story?" Eve nodded slightly. After receiving her permission, Selena quickly invited a male elf into the room. He was an elf companion who returned with her. His hair was ice blue, and his eyes were as clear as sapphires. However, at this moment, he seemed to be in a daze, and he seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. He seemed to have suffered an extremely great shock. However, Alice and Eve weren't surprised by his reaction. After Eve began preaching her faith as both the life goddess and the protector of the elves, many elves who returned to the elven forest after some hesitation had the same expression when they saw the grand scene in the elven forest and realized the life goddess' true identity. It was shock, ecstasy, excitement, and grievance. However, the elf quickly realized that he had lost his composure. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and hurriedly bowed to Eve and Alice. Miles Frost greets the Chosen and the Saintess. His movements were very standard. It was not the elven etiquette, but the most popular human aristocratic etiquette on the continent. Eve nodded slightly, and Alice helped him up in surprise. "So it's a member of the Frost tribe. No need to be polite, just call me Alice." However, when she helped him up, Alice noticed that there were hideous scars under his sleeves. The elven girl's movements paused slightly, and her expression was somewhat complicated. Miles, on the other hand, was slightly uneasy as he covered his arms. I'm sorry. I let you see something unsightly. No, don't be nervous, I understand. You've suffered." Alice comforted him as she helped him up. She didn't ask how the scars on his body came about, because she had already guessed the reason. "Miles is a companion we rescued from the Sauron Chamber of Commerce. He was sold to the human world by slave traders when he was very young. He stayed in the Kingdom of Iris for a full 300 years, so he knows the half-orcs very well." Selena explained. After staying in the Kingdom of Iris for a long time, she knew the half-orcs very well, so there was no problem with this sentence. Because the Kingdom of Iris faced the Desert of Death, it was the human kingdom that was most threatened by the half-orcs. The humans of the kingdom fought with the half-orc tribes in the Desert of Four Emperors all year round, so they were very familiar with them. This familiarity was even greater than that of the elves, who had helped the half-orcs settle down, and was also greater than that of Eve, who had inherited the legacy of the World Tree. "Sorry. I've stayed in the human world for too long, and I subconsciously used human etiquette. I'll correct it immediately," Miles said uneasily. "Relax, take it slow," Alice said gently. Hearing Alice's words, Miles calmed down a little. He took a few deep breaths, then his expression became serious. He put his right hand on his chest, drew a tree-shaped symbol, and crossed his hands, once again performing in elven etiquette. "Miles Frost greets Lady Zero, Lady Saintess Alice. The symbol of the goddess of life isn't the world tree, but the scepter of life," Selena reminded him sternly. Miles' movements froze again. Alice, on the other hand, was amused. "Don't be nervous. It's good that you know some things. But since you know, don't leave the elven forest anymore. This is both for Her Holiness Mother and for ourselves." Miles nodded in agreement and said emotionally, "The elven forest has become a paradise now. Right now, the elven forest has become a paradise. I don't think any of our people will want to leave after they return." Alice agreed, and Eve also felt a little emotional. This male elf was the first elf in Selena's team who had expressed doubts about the goddess of life, and he was also the elf with the least devout faith in the goddess of life. However, looking at it now, his faith had undergone a great change, and he was no less than an experienced devout believer. And this change might have happened in just a few breaths, or it might have happened the moment he found out that the goddess of life was the world tree. Eve could not help but sigh. The elves were indeed a sincere race. Both sides exchanged a few words, then went straight to the main topic. "Miles, Selena said that you're familiar with the half-orcs?" Alice asked. "I know a little. I've lived at the border between the Desert of Death and the Kingdom of Airs for more than 100 years, so I often come into contact with the half-orcs. Miles replied. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. Lady Alice, Lady Zero, I know that we elves had a great battle with the half-orcs last year, and the half-orc army of 30,000 was completely wiped out, but, for the half-orcs, this is far from a serious injury. Hearing his words, Eve's heart skipped a beat. Why? This has to do with the social structure of the half-orcs, Miles said. As he spoke, he began to explain in detail. The half-orcs are different from humans and elves. Although they have a common king and a common faith, they are not a complete country in the sense of the word. Instead, they are more like an alliance of various half-orc tribes. Their king is their alliance master. Every king will select warriors from various tribes to form an army. This is the army of the half-orcs when they go to war. The half-orc army that we elves defeated before was such an army. Hearing his words, Alice nodded. I more or less know about this news, but an army of 30,000 was completely wiped out. Can the half-orcs still organize a new army? They can, although it will be a little troublesome. Miles nodded. I know that in the mainstream records, the population of the half-orcs in the Desert of Death is only a few 100,000, but this is data from decades ago. The half-orcs are aggressive. In the past, there were often wars between the half-orc tribes. Every year, many half-orcs would die from internal fighting, so their population has been unable to increase. However, the previous king of the half-orcs, the Lionheart King Imsh, was a very talented person. He truly unified the Desert of Death and became a true king. Under his development, the number of half-orcs in the Desert of Death is actually not what the outside world knows, and the age structure has also changed. Many of them are young and strong. This can be seen from the amount of food and ironware smuggled between the Kingdom of Airs and the Desert of Death. Now, even if the population of the half-orcs has not exceeded 1 million, it is not far from it. This is very scary for a race that has all its citizens as soldiers because it means that they can reorganize an army of 30,000 again and again. Miles said solemnly. So, this is the nomadic life of a different world? Eve's expression was a little strange. Alice frowned slightly and asked in return. But the Lionheart King Imsh has died in battle. The various half-orc tribes should be in chaos now, right? Miles was slightly startled and was about to answer when Eve's heart stirred. Is it a true god? Hearing her words, Miles was stunned at first, then nodded. Yes, Lord Zero is a true god. A true god has interfered. His Holiness the God of Winter and the Hunt has issued an oracle to choose a new king of the half-orcs and maintain the unity of the Desert of Death. A true god has interfered. Alice's expression also became serious. She did not think of this problem. After all, the God of Winter and the Hunt, Ulur, had always upheld the belief of survival of the fittest. He had always encouraged competition between believers, and a large part of the reason for the fighting between half-orc tribes was also because of him. However, now he had changed his belief and directly interfered with the internal competition of believers. It seems that they are really going to make a big move. Alice murmured. Yes, and not only that. Recently, the magic power of the entire world of Seekers has been increasing, and the strength of the various intelligent races has increased to varying degrees. It is the same for the half-orcs, although the Black Iron bloodline limits the talent of most of them. A large number of beings similar to God's chosen have been born in the Desert of Death recently. They are very powerful, and most of them are in the upper ranks of Black Iron, and many have even reached silver. Miles continued. The bloodline of the intelligent creatures in the world of Seekers had ranks. Generally speaking, the average strength of a race would be determined as the race's rank. The half-orcs were a Black Iron race, which meant that the average strength of the half-orcs was actually in the Black Iron rank. However, although the average strength was in the Black Iron rank, more powerful beings would be born. Sometimes, the strength of a race could not only be judged by the rank, but also by the number of people. Just like humans, the average strength of humans did not even reach the level of professionals, and they were not even in the Black Iron race. However, no intelligent race would look down on humans. Because the number of people was large, there would always be strong beings born. However, Ulur had even begun to interfere with the strength of believers, which really surprised Eve. Forcibly increasing the strength of believers through God's chosen, this was not to say that it was impossible, but generally speaking, no true God would do so. Especially when crossing realms, it consumed too much divine power. Not only that, if two true gods were engaged in a war of faith, and one side's true god used God's chosen to increase the strength of believers on a large scale, it would inevitably cause the other side's true god to follow suit. In the end, the war of faith would completely evolve into a competition of divine power between true gods, and even if the side won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, generally speaking, no true god would do so. And Allure did so, which could only mean one thing: he was anxious. Not only that, but his mentality had also changed. He should have decided that no matter what price he had to pay, he would eliminate the threat of the elven forest. To be honest, Eve understood him quite well. After all, such a blessing elf suddenly appeared, who was growing rapidly and had powerful backing, and who was merciless to the half-orcs. If she were Allure, she would also panic. Especially when magic power began to rise, it would be easier to advance. Before magic power was low, the gap between the half-orcs and the other races was not so big, but once magic power rose, the racial shackles of the elves would also be broken, and they would certainly advance faster, and the gap between the half-orcs and the elves would only grow bigger. At present, the elves in the elven forest had already relied on meditation and training to restore their average strength to the upper black iron rank, and they could barely keep up with the pace of the players. This was not to say that the elves were gifted. It was because their racial strength should be at the silver rank that they could recover so quickly, and not simply rely on EXP to advance quickly like the players. In other words, perhaps with the increase of magic power, the strength of most elves would quickly recover to the silver rank and stop, but with the talents and potential of the players' bodies, as long as Eve was willing to let go of the restrictions, it was not impossible for them to rely on killing monsters and eating vitality to rush to the legendary rank. But, if that was the case, Eve would probably feel heartache about using the power of the god of death to revive them. Back to the present. When Myers finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire temple was a little stifling. Alice frowned, and Selena's expression turned solemn. Even Eve had a solemn expression on her face. However, the reason for her solemnity was not because of the half-orcs. In her opinion, even if Allure jumped again, with the current strength of the players, it was enough to fight. Based on the calculation of 1,000,000 half-orcs, it would be enough for a player to kill 15 or 16 of them, right? Not to mention, her divine power had long surpassed the other party, and even if they were to fight, she would not lose at all. It was just that she did not want to waste too much of her divine power on Allure. At the same time, she was not only worried about Allure. What she was really worried about was the Sauron merchant group. Myers and Selena might not be aware, but Eve knew that the existence behind the Sauron merchant group was none other than the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel. Since the war in the underground world, Eve could be considered to have officially stood on Hela's side, and successfully sowed a grudge with the other party. She would never believe that Holdel was not behind the half-orcs' actions. With that in mind, Eve spoke to the crowd as Zero, a god's chosen one. The Sauron Chamber of Commerce is supported by the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel. The god of darkness and shadows, Holdel. Hearing this, the pupils of the other elves shrank at the same time except for Myers, who was a little confused. After the battle in the underground world, all the higher-ups of the elven forest knew that this person had become the enemy of the god of darkness. For a moment, the atmosphere in the temple became more serious. This matter is likely to involve a battle at the level of the god of darkness. It's not something you and I can speculate about. I'll report this to the god of darkness, and everything will be decided by the god of darkness. Eve continued. Report to the god of darkness? Selena and the others heard this and looked at Eve with a hint of envy. Even Alice had a complicated look in her eyes. To be able to talk to the god of darkness directly, this in itself represented the god's favor and absolute trust. It could only be said that Lady Zero was indeed Lady Zero. Everyone discussed for a while and ended the meeting. After the others left, Eve returned to her god's kingdom. She sat high on the throne and thought carefully. She already had some guesses in her heart. If she considered the worst-case scenario, it was very likely that the god of darkness and shadows had really colluded with Allure, and they planned to deal with her first. However, she was not alone. It seems that I need to contact Hela and ask her to help keep an eye on the underworld. If it's just Allure alone, it won't be a big problem, but with the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, there will be many more variables. She thought in her heart. What made Eve afraid of the god of darkness and shadows was not only the strength of the god of darkness and shadows, but also the connections that he had shown in the underground war. Perhaps it should be the god's vein. This ancient god had lived for too long and seemed to know many mythical beings. Especially those who had been sleeping or sealed in the world of seekers, but gradually awakened or broke free from the seal with the recovery of magic. The unknown was the most terrifying. With the awakening of various ancient existences, Eve's advantage as the only living true god on earth was gradually losing. What he had now was more like a first-mover advantage. Eve wouldn't be surprised if several evil gods attacked the elf forest one day. A revived evil god needed to quickly recover his strength. It was very likely that they would work together to deal with him under Holder's plan. I need to be more careful. Eve also became vigilant. Using the identity of the life goddess to conceal her identity, she officially entered the scene. While temporarily obtaining an identity that everyone could accept, it also exposed Eve's true identity to a certain extent. However, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. In order to reduce the attention of the other true gods on the world tree, Eve had no choice but to use this method. After all, the priesthood could not be faked. The birth of a new god also meant the fall of the old god. Hela is my ally. She will definitely be able to help and prevent Holder's matter. But Holder is in the dark. What I need to solve now is the problem of the half-orcs. The half-orcs are restless. They are definitely going to make a big move. If Holder is involved, it must have something to do with him. I was too passive before. Maybe I should take the initiative this time. It's best to solve the problem of the half-orcs once and for all. Eve thought. With the current strength of the elf forest, only the players could fight against the half-orcs. However, how to take the initiative to attack needed careful consideration. Taking the initiative to attack was different from taking the initiative to defend passively. The preparation work needed was also different. With the current strength of the players, although they already had the ability to attack the Death Desert, it was actually very difficult to actually operate it. First of all, the Death Desert was far away from the elf forest. If the army marched, even if the players were originally very agile and many of them had magical beasts, they would not be able to reach it in 10 days or half a month. Silver players and level 40 black iron players might be faster, but the other players would definitely not be able to catch up with the speed. And organizing an expedition that would take 10 days or half a month. To be honest, Eve felt that it was more reliable if there were few people. If there were many people, there would definitely be fewer people along the way. 1 second, they might still be following the team, the next second, they might run away. When they really reached the destination, it was unknown how many players would be left in the end. This was not unprecedented. In the previous war in the underground world, when they supported the Holy City of Death, more than 2,000 players were left behind after just a few hours of running. Actually, this was the biggest problem. Turning the world into a game could greatly increase the combat power of the players, but at the same time, it also limited the control of the players. They were all here to play the game. Although it was not impossible to find players who were willing to torture themselves by running for 10 days or half a month, not everyone would accept it, even if Eve raised the reward very high. However, the problem of the journey was also encountered during the defensive battle. At that time, Eve used the teleportation circle, which greatly saved the players' time. But taking the initiative to attack was different. This was going deep into the sphere of influence of other true gods. If other true gods wanted to, they could cut off the teleportation circle's ability within their sphere of influence. Teleportation was prohibited here. Teleportation involved the use of spatial power, and spatial power was far more sensitive to the power of laws than magic power. Therefore, true gods could pay a certain price to affect the power of laws in the area under their control and then prohibit teleportation. Of course, once prohibited, it was used by both sides. Therefore, in general, unless it was necessary during the war, true gods would not do so. The players, on the other hand, had been playing with teleportation portals in several wars. As long as Ullr was not stupid, teleportation must have been prohibited in the Death Desert now. In other words, Eve could at most set up a teleportation circle at the border between the Gloom Mountains and the Death Desert. Going deep into the Death Desert to find the orc tribe would have to rely on the players themselves. Not only that, if the players go deep into the Death Desert, after they die, the price for resurrecting them will also be much higher. Eve frowned. Prohibiting teleportation also prohibited Eve from retrieving the players' corpses through teleportation. However, Eve was already prepared for such matters. The war sacrifice she left in the players' bodies could be activated the moment before the players died when it was determined that the corpses could not be retrieved. It would actively sacrifice the players with low HP, and then use the Faith Network to bypass teleportation and directly cross the void to feed back the life force to Eve. But that would certainly drain a lot of life force. As for the equipment dropped by the players, it could only be said that there was no saving them, and it was time to exchange for new ones. Anyway, I have to be prepared to bleed heavily if I take the initiative to attack, and I also have to start preparing resources. Eve muttered to herself. After all, this world was not essentially a game, and the players' bodies would be consumed as well. If they did not eat, they would even starve to death. They could be self-sufficient in a defensive battle, but in an offensive battle, they would have to prepare a large amount of resources. The players were now the main producers of the Elven Forest, and also the main consumers. They had faintly formed an ecological cycle in the Elven Forest that could operate normally during normal times, but once an all-out war was launched, the balance would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, if they wanted to start a war, it was necessary to prepare resources in advance. Moreover, I still have too little information about the Desert of Death. Even if we were to start a war, we still have to investigate in advance. Eve tapped on the armrest of the throne and continued muttering to herself. That's easy. There will always be players who like to run through maps. I'll just open up the map and issue missions. That's a good idea, and at the same time, it can harass the orcs. Although the players are terrifying when they unite into an army, when they are scattered and engage in guerrilla warfare, they are absolutely wretched and disgusting to the enemy. Aren't the orcs preparing for war? Perhaps I can use this method to delay their actions and even destroy their morale. Of course, a large-scale attack is a must. We have to go through an official war to completely establish my sphere of influence in the Gloom Mountains and completely eliminate the threat of the orcs. But that has to be done after the information is completely clear. It's best if we can find out the purpose of the god of darkness and shadows, or else, if there really is an evil god involved, they won't care about bullying the weak and so on. When the time comes, a divine curse will directly destroy my player army, and I won't even have a place to cry. Resurrecting tens of thousands of players at once and immediately creating bodies for them, the amount of divine power consumed would be a little frightening. Eve shook her head. With the scepter of life in hand, it was not difficult to use divine power to directly create bodies. To be honest, with her current ability, it was actually quite easy to directly create the bodies of level 1 players. However, level 1 was level 1, and now the average strength of the players had long reached the middle level of dark iron. If she wanted to directly create bodies with this strength, the consumption would be a little too high. Of course, it was not that there was no solution. Eve had always had the habit of storing backup bodies for the players, but they were all level 1. However, Eve could gradually increase the strength of these bodies from now on and raise them to the average level of the players. In this way, if she really had to, she could just directly change their appearance and strength when she resurrected them. Everything had to be prepared. If that's the case, the one who has been cheating is actually me. After all, I have been using my own divine power to fight the believers of other gods. But who asked me to be able to summon the consciousness of the players from another world? Cough cough. In short, no matter if it's the number of players involved or the normal operation of the Elven Forest, if I want to pull out a reliable player army, I need more players as a guarantee. It's time for another closed beta test and pull more people over. After that, I'll open up the map for the old players and let them harass the orcs and obtain information. At the same time, prepare for war in the Elven Forest. When the new players are more or less powerful, I'll officially set off. This time, let's pull in 100,000 people. With the Scepter of Life, it's only a little more than 100 points of divine power. Also, there are quite a few backup level 1 bodies. But, it's not good to always be in a closed beta test. There are already more than 100,000 players. Perhaps there's no need to call it a closed beta test. Let's just call it an official open beta test. But, it's an open beta test that will release the slots one after another. Only at a fixed time will there be a chance to register. Eve nodded and made her decision. Thinking of this, she controlled her divine power and informed Alice of the plan to attack the orcs in the form of an oracle. Then, she logged into the official forum and started to organize a new announcement: Elven Forest, the chosen city. At this moment, it was already evening. Although the sky was not completely dark, the bright lights had already lit up the entire city beautifully. Near the Temple of Life in the center of the city, in a small restaurant opened by a first beta gamer, Alice and Selena were having a long-lost reunion as friends. In the words of the Chosen Ones, it was a meal appointment. Selena, who had healed her body, enjoyed the vegetarian dumplings with a blissful expression on her face. As she ate, she sighed. I have to say that the Chosen Ones are really good at cooking. Every time I return to the Chosen City, I can't help but come here to order delicious food. They're really good at cooking. Not only that, but they've also taught their people. Alice smiled and said. She had been busy with the church's work. She only had time to chat with her friend during dinner. After hearing what she said, Selena agreed. Yes, they're really good. She looked at the setting sun outside the window and listened to the cheers of the gamers in the square. She sighed with emotion and said, let's go. Every time I return to the Chosen City, I can see the changes in the City of Miracles. It's always growing. I never thought that I'd see the elf forest flourish again. After the meeting at noon, I went to visit the people who had returned. They've settled down in Xianxia. Their conditions are much better than when they were in the human society. Everyone's eyes are filled with hope. Not only that, but many people have also found jobs that they are passionate about. Some are teaching the Chosen Ones how to draw magewefts, some are making magical items, and some are involved in improving and planting crops. Everyone is working hard for the revival of the elves. After chatting with them, I realized that many people's attitudes have changed. Perhaps they've been influenced by the Chosen Ones. They're now filled with faith and hope for the revival of their race. They even have a rare competitive mentality. Everyone is grateful to the Chosen Ones. At the same time, they feel that they've done too little. Everyone hopes to work harder for the revival of the elf race and not be outdone by the Chosen Ones. I think that's a very good thing. I really hope that the elf forest will continue flourishing like this. I also hope that one day, I can see the true God standing at the top of the world. Selena sighed. There will be such a day, as long as we work hard. Alice nodded. Her expression had a hint of piety and yearning. But soon, her expression changed slightly and suddenly became solemn. What's wrong? Selena was a little surprised. Alice was silent for a moment. Her expression was a little complicated. I just heard the true God's oracle. Oracle? Selena exclaimed. She looked envious and stood up almost instinctively. What is it? Is it related to the beastmen? She asked excitedly and curiously. Alice nodded and said solemnly, the true God is preparing to use the Chosen Ones as the main force to launch an active war against the beastmen. Active war? Selena was a little dazed. Elves hated war. But this time, her expression was a little relieved and understanding. That's right. What will come will come. No race can revive peacefully. The current war is also for the future of the elf race, for the rise of the elf race. Alice also nodded her head in agreement. Then, she said with a serious expression. Also, there's one more thing. His Holiness the true God has given us an oracle to prepare because more Chosen Ones are about to descend. This time, the number is 100,000. Hearing her words, Selena opened her mouth and was a little dazed. After a long time, she sighed. Then, the beastmen are really unlucky. Volume 4, and that's why, even though virtual reality games have become more and more popular in the past 2 years, the market isn't perfect, and there are all sorts of game companies that want a piece of the pie. As a result, the quality of the games produced is uneven, not to mention this kind of copycat game, Xianxia put down his helmet and said with a serious expression. Then, Xia, do you think this immortal cultivation sect is not doing well? Outside the stealth cabin, another tall and thin boy who looked to be 18 or 19 years old said. Hearing the other party's address, the corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. How many times have I told you not to call me by this nickname? After saying that, he climbed out of the stealth cabin and put on his glasses. Then, which virtual game do you think is the best? I feel that this game is already very good. It might be the first virtual game I came into contact with after buying the virtual cabin. I feel that it's very novel. The tall and thin boy asked again. Xianxia thought for a moment and shook his head. Ah Kai, your understanding of virtual games is still too little. Actually, last year, a godly work appeared in the virtual gaming world. Compared to that godly work, all the other virtual games are nothing. Godly work? Ah Kai frowned. You should have heard of it. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. Seeing his good friend smile, Ah Kai rubbed his temples and made a gesture to stop him. Wait. I'll definitely remember. Let me think. A moment later, his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Xianxia. Oh. I remember now. It's a Western fantasy MMORPG called Elven Nation. It's even trending. That's right, that's it. Xianxia nodded. After saying that, he sighed. This is a phenomenal game that had more than 10 million applicants during the closed beta. It can be said to be quite terrifying. Moreover, you should have seen a lot of relevant information on the bullet screen. Even when watching other videos, you should have seen its fans spamming the screen. It's World Tree players. World Tree players? Hearing his words, Ah Kai raised his eyebrows. I have an impression of this. It seems that there are quite a lot of comments on the bullet screen. It seems that because the in-game time in this game is different from reality, someone made a mistake because of this. In the end, it gave birth to a joke similar to mocking the time management master. However, it feels like the game has been quiet recently. There isn't any news about it. That's because it's in closed beta. Xianxia adjusted his glasses with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, he sighed. You just bought the stealth cabin not long ago, so you might not know much about the industry. If we were to make a ranking of virtual reality games that you want to get your hands on, Elven Nation would definitely be number one. Whether it's the worldview, immersion, game graphics, music, physics engine, or even the NPC system, as well as the mind acceleration technology that you can still see on some marketing accounts, Elven Nation can kill other games instantly in every aspect. I didn't say that. It's a review done by a lot of professionals. Even a lot of old players from Europe and America jumped over the wall just to sign up. His expression was extremely fanatical, as if he was talking about a peerless piece of art. Here we go again. I know you like virtual reality games and I know you like big works. But, have you played it? Ah Kai asked. Xianxia's expression froze slightly. In an instant, his excited expression when talking about something he loved instantly turned into dejection. His whole person seemed to emit a gloomy aura. He was almost squatting in the corner and drawing circles. I signed up, but I didn't make it. Sigh. You don't know, it really makes me depressed. I've been paying attention to this game since the first time it released a trailer. To be honest, the first time I saw the trailer, I was stunned. After that, when it officially started closed beta, I signed up immediately, but unfortunately, I didn't make it. I also signed up for the next few closed betas, but I didn't make it. I've seen too many lucky guys on various forums and Weibo who signed up on the first try, but why are others so lucky while I'm so unlucky? I'm so envious. Sigh, it's too hard for me, he said bitterly, like a little wife who was abandoned by her husband. Maybe you're too noob. You're always the last in the 5 rows. Ah Kai chuckled. Get lost. Xianxia's expression darkened. Even noobs have dreams, okay. Moreover, this game has such a high degree of freedom. Who said you have to fight and kill when you enter? He mumbled. After saying that, he sighed and muttered to himself again, I'm sorry. However, I've been paying attention to it since then. This game is really a masterpiece. Just by watching the videos uploaded by other players, you can realize how great this work is. That's right, great. I'm really willing to call it great because in my opinion, this isn't a game at all. It's clearly a real alternate world. Although I haven't played this game yet, I've seen almost all the related videos on the bullet screen. It can be said that I feel that my understanding of this game is quite deep. If I'm given a chance, I'll definitely shine in the game. Xianxia said excitedly. Don't be so excited, Xia. You're called a cloud player. Get lost, this is called running water. And don't call me Xia. I'm not old at all. Xianxia glared at his good friend. Then, he said, this online game is different from other online games. It only has one server, but the story of the entire game is driven by the players. The sense of participation is very strong. Moreover, the degree of freedom is very high. You can do whatever you want in the game. Other than not being able to play with colors, you can do anything. For example, after the priest profession in this game is opened, it actually has to be promoted through preaching faith. That's right, it's the preaching you're thinking of. Moreover, the props used are the holy scriptures that the players themselves participated in. It's very interesting. There are other similar things and all kinds of things. There are even players who made their own guns in the game. Although it's a magical version. In short, the degree of freedom is very high. And the plot is super good. If you don't believe me, I'll show you some videos. Xianxia said excitedly as he took out his phone and sent a link to his friend. Akai heard his phone ring and raised his eyebrows slightly. He took out his phone and clicked on the video sent by his friend. After watching for a while, he sighed slightly. Indeed, if it weren't for the game interface and magic, I really wouldn't have known that this was a game. It's too realistic. However, as he watched, he let out a soft sound of surprise. What's wrong? Xianxia was slightly stunned. No, I just saw a familiar character. So Eve is a character in this game. Akai sighed slightly. Xianxia moved his head closer and found that it was a video of the game character's appearance. It was a silver-haired, purple-eyed elf girl. She wore a crown on her head and a gorgeous divine dress. Bathed in holy light, she was extremely sacred, dignified, elegant, and beautiful. When Xianxia saw the familiar character in the video, his eyes lit up slightly. That's right. This is the goddess Eve. She's the most popular NPC in the game, and also my favorite character. Sigh, this is the most perfect NPC I've ever seen. The modeling is amazing. I don't know which expert designed it. You don't know, but I already have 3 figurines of the goddess in my house. Xianxia's expression was filled with excitement. However, he was once again greeted by his good friend's ridicule. Steamed goose heart. Xianxia was speechless. Scram. Did I eat your rice? If you want to talk about staying at home, you're much more of a homebody than me. He glared at his good friend. Ha ha ha, Akai let out a series of laughter. Looking at his good friend, Xianxia felt a little speechless. He sighed and continued. In this game, you can also interact with the goddess. It's said that the goddess also has an intelligent system similar to other NPCs. You can talk to her and have a favorable impression of her. You don't know, but there's a popular saying in Elven Nation. As long as you fight for the goddess, we're good friends from different fathers and mothers. In short, I really like this game. Sigh, I don't know when Elven Nation will have an open beta. It's been a year since the closed beta. It's been too long. There are all kinds of rumors and jokes on the internet. Xianxia shook his head secretly. Is it that? 50 years later, student Xianxia is lying on a sickbed, looking at his grandson and saying, "Good grandson, when Elven Nation is open beta, don't forget to burn incense for me and your great-grandfather Akai." Akai shook his head and said. Xianxia was speechless. Why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me in a roundabout way? It's your illusion. Xianxia was speechless. He glared at his good friend and was too tired to complain. However, suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xianxia asked curiously. By the way, Akai, how do you know about Goddess Eve? You don't seem to have paid much attention to this game before? I remember you used to be in the daily gaming circle. Oh, Goddess Eve. An old model worker. I'm the new king of this generation. Xianxia was speechless. A certain someone looked shocked. The atmosphere was a little awkward. A moment later, Xianxia coughed lightly. Ahem, do you have any learning materials? Yes, I have a lot on my phone. There are also some links. I'll send them to you now. Good brother. He. The two of them started a series of strange laughter that only men could understand. Akai took out his phone and began to operate it. However, as he operated, his expression suddenly became strange. What's wrong? Xianxia asked curiously. Akai took a deep breath. Nothing, I just pushed a vlog post. It's from a game blogger. I think his name is Little Moo. I only followed it yesterday after you recommended it to me. Hiss. Xia, I might not need to burn paper for you anymore. Huh? Elf Nation seems to be going into open beta. What the F***ck? Xianxia's expression changed, and he quickly snatched the phone. It was a new vlog post that was posted a minute ago. The content was a screenshot of an announcement on the official website of Elf Nation. It was an open beta announcement. I'm a little stuck. I only have 3,000 words today. I'll make up for it tomorrow. I saw that some readers said that it's not as good as before. Let me explain. Recently, it's just that I've combined the 2 chapters into one. My inspiration has burst, and it's even 6,000 words. In addition, the starting fee is 200 words per chapter. I've controlled the number of words after the chapter, so it doesn't cost much. However, it does affect the reading experience. I'll use it less in the future. In the quiet room, the 2 boys each held a phone and looked at something seriously. After a while, Xianxia put down his phone and frowned. He looked at his friend. Akai. What? Have you heard of an open beta that allows 100,000 people to sign up? It's the first time I've seen it, and it's randomly selected. Xianxia took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. But in the end, he still complained unhappily, that's right. Is there something wrong with the officials' brains? 100,000 people? That's it? Are they wasting money? What's the difference between this and the closed beta? Is this how the closed beta is done? Yeah, silence. Then, Xia, are you still signing up? I saw that the netizens on the official forum are fighting, and the officials are being criticized. Sign up. Why not? Look at the number of people signing up. What the F***ck, it's 100,000 already? This announcement was only released a few minutes ago, right? Wow. It's rising so fast. Is this the legendary True Fragrance? Akai was amazed. Xianxia sighed. If the game's quality is high, you can do whatever you want. Maybe it's because of the quality of the game that they limited the number of people. This is called brainless bragging. No, this is called self-hypnosis. Xianxia chatted with his friend while he signed up for the 5th time. After the 2 of them signed up, they continued to look at the open beta announcement on the forum. But then again, I think this charging model is a bit mysterious. Membership? 20% discount in the exchange shop? And the price of a month's membership isn't low. It's not compulsory to buy, will people really buy it? Akai looked at the charging instructions in the open beta and said strangely. Why not? Akai, if you know where the best equipment and items in this game come from, you wouldn't say that. Xianxia shook his head and explained. How? Akai was curious. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, in the Elven Kingdom, although some specific bosses will drop extremely rare items, for most players, the equipment and skills they use still mainly come from the shop, and everything in the shop has to be purchased with contribution points. In the game, contribution points are the hard currency between players. A 20% discount is already very attractive. Hearing Xianxia's words, Akai came to a realization. I see. However, after thinking for a while, he shook his head. However, I still feel that the fees are too casual, right? Could they recoup their losses with over 100,000 players? Also, I saw some players complaining in the comments section saying that the game itself seems to be able to raise the shop price to 25% just by working hard. That's based on personal reputation and goddess favorability. Xianxia said. It's very difficult to raise one's personal reputation rating. It's related to the NPC's favorability. As far as I know, among the more than 60,000 clans in this game, there are less than 100 people who have a reputation ranking of 70 and above. There are only 2 or 3 people who have full marks, and they are the kind who lick the NPC's boots every day. As for the goddess's favorability, it's even harder to raise. Up until now, it seems that the highest point is only 1 point, and it was obtained from doing missions. I've seen the relevant statistics. It seems that the one with the highest discount in the shop now is Limu. His discount seems to be about 50%, but most players who have a good relationship with the NPCs are still stuck at 70% to 80% discount. So, another 20% discount in the shop is still very attractive to everyone. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Look, it's also mentioned that some special items will be exchanged for more quotas for members. Here, it's this resurrection token. Ordinary players can exchange at most 10 a day, but members can exchange 15. Kai, you don't know. In this game, the most severe punishment is the resurrection penalty. The resurrection token will be deducted. Not only that. As the level increases, the number of resurrection tokens deducted every time you die will increase. If the resurrection tokens are not enough, you will even drop a level. As for silver, the announcement said that it will double in the future. It can be said that it's quite severe. All the resurrection tokens are not easy to come by. You either work hard or spend money. Moreover, you have to accumulate them every day in case of a rainy day. So, just this additional 5 coins per day is enough to make many people rush like a flock of ducks. I see, Kai nodded as if he understood. Xianxia continued, as for the income, I think it's definitely not possible to break even in the short term, but you have to know that this game has only just begun the open beta. As he spoke, he pushed his glasses. The price of this membership is not low. However, those who can afford the stealth cabin are not poor. Think about it, if the number of players in the game exceeds 10 million, then the income will definitely be different. Kai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But, Xianxia changed the topic. I really want to complain about this resurrection system. Although it seems that buying a membership can reduce the resurrection penalty, in my opinion, 10 resurrection tokens are no different from 15 resurrection tokens. Why do you say that? Kai asked curiously. Xianxia sighed and said, if you're playing a game and you have to spend 300 yuan to resurrect in this game, will you pay attention to saving your life? Isn't that nonsense? Wouldn't it be better for me to have a big meal with 300 yuan? Then what if the resurrection cost becomes 200 yuan? Damn. Although it's cheaper by 100 yuan, it still hurts when I think about it. I definitely have to save my life, that's it. Xianxia sighed. It's not that players can't afford the resurrection mechanism of the current elf kingdom, but who wants to lose so much for no reason? Maybe you've saved up a few days' worth of resurrection tokens in the game, but it's only enough for you to resurrect once. The cost is at least a few thousand contribution points. And even if there are discounts for members, it still doesn't go beyond this heart-wrenching range. I can only say that the officials are poisonous. It's as if they're deliberately telling players not to court death. Of course. Even if they know that there's not much difference, many people will definitely buy it. Hearing his good friend's words, Kai raised his eyebrows. If it were you, would you be a member? Xianxia nodded and said seriously, of course, I would. Of course I will. Although I really want to complain about the fee system and the ridiculous open beta slots, if I win, I will definitely support it. After all, I can't disappoint the creator of such a great game. You should know how the original standalone games of the Celestial Empire declined in the past. It's not easy to be an original creator. Kai agreed. But, Xianxia changed the topic again and pointed to a certain item in the announcement. What I'm more curious about is this newly added activity, the new weekly ranking. And in the second week, additional rewards will be given out according to the player's weekly ranking in the game last week, and the rewards even include cash. As he spoke, Xianxia sighed slightly. The officials are really daring. They haven't even made money yet, and they're already thinking about how to give back to the players. And they're even giving out cash directly. They're really arrogant. I can almost foresee that Elf Kingdom will explode with a large number of liver emperors and professional players again. Again? It's been around since the closed beta? Yes, contribution points can be traded. During the closed beta, many people relied on selling contribution points to earn extra money. But now that the officials are making a move, the players will definitely be excited. If that's the case, this World Tree Black Technology Company is quite conscientious. Yes. I really like this company now. The conscientious ones are even a little brainless. Xianxia glared at a certain someone. A certain someone whistled and looked away. The two of them chatted intermittently while continuing to browse the open beta announcement. Of course, as potential tools, they naturally didn't know that this strange system of fees and rewards was nothing more than a true god's left hand and right hand. It was a disguise to shut the mouths of public opinion and rope in small leaks. There was a lot of content in the announcement. Other than the charging fee, there were also some other things, such as the opening of new maps and previews of new plots. The accompanying pictures were of elves and orcs fighting. These things, Kai looked at in the clouds, but Xianxia was relishing in it. Looks like, the next plot is finally going to take action against the orcs. I wonder if I'll have a chance to join it. His expression was full of anticipation. Plot? Yes, plot. I've been paying attention to the plot of Elven Nation. Look at this opening animation that was released in advance. Do you see it? The elves that appear in it are all players. Sigh, unknowingly, everyone has already developed such a large force in the game. Every time I watch the opening animation of each version from the beginning, I feel amazed. So many? Isn't that the sense of participation bursting? So, why do you think so many World Tree players have appeared on the internet since last year? It's because of the overwhelming sense of participation that everyone is united. Agreed. There's even a tendency to be evil, degrading other games to be worthless. Xianxia glared at a certain someone again. A certain someone whistled and shifted his gaze away once more. The happy day of this pair of bad friends quickly passed. Although the two of them were no longer high school students, they were still freshmen with full classes. Furthermore, they had not degenerated into old foxes. It was fine to have fun on the weekend, but they would still obediently go to class the next day. However, when they went to the forum the next day, they found that the number of people signing up for the open beta had already exceeded 5 million like a rocket, and it was still soaring. Without a doubt, with the announcement of the open beta of Elven Nation, this virtual game that was regarded as a godly game by many gaming enthusiasts once again became a trending topic and headline. It could be said that almost everyone who knew about virtual games knew about it. Even people outside of the industry had heard of its name. Even in the book world, which had been quiet recently, a certain model worker's search frequency had faintly increased because of this. Ahem. It was foreseeable that with the open beta, the number of people signing up this time would definitely not be less than the previous closed beta. This also made Xianxia, who originally thought that with 100,000 open beta slots, his chances of winning would be higher, even more depressed. He had no choice, he knew that his luck had always been bad. The more people signed up, the lower his chances of winning. Although as a fan of Elven Nation, he was very happy to see this game being loved by everyone. He had to get in first, right? However, this torture did not last long. This time, he was finally selected. The core area of the Elven Forest. The sun shone brightly in the sky, and the golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, refracting through the alternate space and illuminating the city of Heaven's Chosen. The entire city was covered in trees and lush greenery. Buildings of different styles were hidden between the gardens and greenery, adding to the natural and lively atmosphere. Summer. For the Elven Forest, this was the most lively season. However, unlike the bustle of the past, the city of Heaven's Chosen today was unprecedentedly peaceful. There were no pedestrians coming and going on the streets, and all the shops were closed. Only a small number of elves in long gowns, with elegant postures, were busy around the Temple of Life in the city. At this moment, in the Temple of Life, the Saintess of Life, Alice, dressed in splendid attire, was standing in front of hundreds of elves in priest robes, her face solemn and pious. The elves in front of her had different hair colors and ages, but they were mainly young. Their expressions were solemn, excited, and fanatical, and each of them held a copy of the Sacred Book of Life, produced by the Amway trading firm. These elves were all newly promoted priests of life, cultivated by Alice, Xianxia, and the others from the returning elves. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Apart from their official priestly identities as professionals, each of them was at least a dark iron-ranked extraordinaire. However, this time, they would officially start their activities in the Elven Forest, the City of Heaven's Chosen, as priests. Looking at the elves in front of her, Alice was very gratified. Not to mention the chosen ones who were favored by His Holiness the true God. Unwittingly, the returning elves had also given birth to so many outstanding people, witnessing the daily changes in the Elven Forest, witnessing the church's team growing bit by bit. Alice felt her eyes moisten. The scenes of the past year flashed before her eyes, and she felt unprecedentedly excited. Who would have thought that the clansmen who still needed to hide last spring would once again find their place of refuge at this very moment? Who would have thought that the Elven Forest, which had still been desolate and uninhabited last spring, was now full of life and vitality, and all of this originated from the recovery of the Mother Goddess, from the descent of the Chosen Ones, and from the hard work of every returning elf? Alice looked out of the window of the temple. Although the City of Heaven's Chosen was cold and cheerless, Alice knew that this was only temporary. Soon, this place would once again be bustling with activity. Unprecedented prosperity. She took a deep breath and looked at her clansmen. Her gaze met the eyes of the elves, and she could see boundless hope and anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, the seriousness on Alice's face dissipated slightly, and she became even more gentle. "Is everyone clear? How should I assign daily missions to the chosen ones?" she said softly. Although his voice was soft, it was amplified by the sound amplification spell, and spread to every corner of the shrine. "Understood, Lady Alice." The elves replied in unison. "Very good." Alice nodded in satisfaction. This time, the number of chosen ones descending will be unprecedented, no less than 100,000, so, everyone will have to work harder. Chief Priest Xianxia will be in charge of Fei Linsui's mission, and the City of Heaven's Chosen's mission will depend on us. Everyone has already activated the mission system and knows what task you are responsible for. You must do your best and not make any mistakes. The newly descended chosen ones will definitely need time to adapt, so, no matter what they do, everyone must be more tolerant because they will always grow. One day, they will also become friends with everyone like the previous chosen ones. As if thinking of something, Alice's face showed a trace of a smile. Upon hearing her words, many of the elven priests below also revealed faint smiles. After returning for so long and interacting with the chosen ones for so long, many elves had indeed become friends with some chosen ones. There were even elves who joined the chosen ones' teams and participated in crusades against shadow monsters and even the magic beasts in the Gloom Mountain range. Even the shops opened by the chosen ones in the City of Heaven's Chosen sometimes had elven shop assistants to help manage them. It could be said that the relationship between elves and chosen ones was no longer the same as before. Besides helping each other, they were as close as comrades and partners. From now on, everyone will officially become the followers of His Majesty the true God. I hope everyone will not forget their original intentions and continue to work hard for the future of elves and for His Majesty the true God. Looking at the elves below, Alice's expression became serious as she solemnly exhorted them again. Then, she drew a symbol of the scepter of life on her chest. "May the goddess be with you and me." Upon hearing her words, the elven priestesses also shouted fervently, "That's right. Everything is for the elves and for His Majesty the true God." They also drew a symbol of the scepter of life on their chests. "May the goddess be with you and me." The elves' voices were very loud and slowly echoed in the temple. Looking at the elves with serious expressions, Alice's gaze became gentler. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, a series of melodious bell sounds rang from the bell tower at the highest point of the Temple of Life, not only the core temple of the City of Heaven's Chosen and the supreme temple of the World Tree, but also the various side temples of the City of Heaven's Chosen and all the places with bell towers. Their voices converged and echoed in the sky above the elven forest as if they were foretelling something. Hearing this series of bell sounds, Alice's expression gradually became serious. "Time's up," she said softly. Like a signal, after the bell sounds, the silent City of Heaven's Chosen slowly woke up like a giant waking up. On the streets, the tightly shut doors opened one after another once again. The chosen ones, who were either dressed in equipment or still in casual clothes, stretched and greeted each other before walking out of the door. The entire city became lively again after a moment. However, all the chosen ones who came online again were not in a hurry to do other things. Instead, they looked at the central square of the City of Heaven's Chosen and the towering world tree above the City of Heaven's Chosen. The bell was still ringing. This series of bell chimes lasted for a total of 108 times before it slowly stopped. For the elves, 108 was a wonderful number because its pronunciation was the same as the word blessing in the elven language. Therefore, whenever there was a major sacrificial event, the bell would ring 108 times. And the moment the bell stopped ringing, everyone noticed that the towering world tree had suddenly blossomed with a brilliant radiance. Countless beams of light flew out from the crown of the world tree and sprinkled down like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Some fell into the central square, and some fell into other places in the City of Heaven's Chosen. There here, looking at the beams of light, Alice's expression was solemn. The new chosen ones were about to descend. Moreover, the number would far exceed before. For the current City of Heaven's Chosen, this was no longer a number that the central square could withstand. Therefore, this time, the descent was random in the entire city. The beams of light fell into the city and formed circular formations. Then, in a dazzling light, tall and slender figures were teleported out one after another, like most players. Xianxia only felt an indescribable sense of weightlessness, and the vision of the character creation interface instantly turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. When the sense of weightlessness ended, he regained his 5 senses, and he seemed to feel the solidity of the ground under his feet again. At this moment, Xianxia understood that he should have successfully entered the game. The first thing he recovered was not his vision, but his hearing. One after another, shouts rang in his ears, and there was no lack of all kinds of hawking and laughter. If he didn't hear the occasional game exclusive mixed in, Xianxia would really subconsciously think that he had come to a downtown area. Next, he recovered his sense of smell. Xianxia only felt an unprecedented wave of fresh air blowing in his face, and he subconsciously took a few deep breaths. At that moment, he felt that his soul seemed to be sublimated. At this moment, his vision finally recovered. Xianxia finally saw where he was. This was a street with people coming and going. The architectural style was Gothic, and it was very exotic. Tall figures were shuttling back and forth on the street. Some of them were wearing wooden armor or linen robes, and they looked around excitedly, like Granny Lu who had entered the Grand View Garden, touching left and right. Some were wearing excellent and domineering armor, and some were wearing gorgeous and luxurious robes. They were either looking at the players with a smile, or hurriedly passing through the street. Elven Kingdom. This is the Elven Kingdom. Xianxia's heart was full of excitement. His gaze stopped at the building hidden in the green, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. This is the Gothic district mentioned on the internet, right? It seems to have been renovated after the expansion of the City of Heaven's Chosen. It's so beautiful. The buildings in the City of Heaven's Chosen were of different styles, and almost all of them were common on the Blue Star. When the City of Heaven's Chosen was still small, the players imitated the style of the old summer palace, fusing different buildings together to create a unique flavor. At that time, the scenery of the City of Heaven's Chosen was popular on the internet, and it had the beautiful name of the online game version of the old summer palace. However, with the expansion of the city, a problem arose. When the scale of the city was further expanded, there were more and more mixed buildings. The style of imitating the old summer palace could not be maintained, and in the end, it caused the architectural style of the entire city to become chaotic. And the chaotic style was not only ugly, but also ugly. However, there were also strong people among the players. Under the redesign of the big boss players such as Cuckoo Bird, they rezoned the City of Heaven's Chosen. The old city area that had been built and had a perfect blend of styles was not changed. But in the newly built city areas, different styles of buildings were classified and divided into different areas. The Gothic district was one of them, and all the buildings were in a unified Gothic style. It was said that this was the active place for many 3rd and 4th beta players. There were many similar districts in the City of Heaven's Chosen. They were all built around the earliest old city area in a radial pattern. It was said that most of the main forces were the construction team of the Mengmeng Committee. In addition to the Gothic district, there were also the Greek district, the Baroque district, the Japanese district, the Chinese district, and the Japanese district, and so on. They are all talents. How much effort did it take to build such a beautiful simulation of the city area? And it only took a year. It is said that it is because of magic, but even if there is magic, they are all big bosses. Looking at the exquisite steeple building, Xianxia couldn't help but marvel. His gaze swept across the building, and then he looked at the players. It was clear at a glance who was an open beta player and who was a closed beta player. Xianxia looked enviously at the fully armed high-end players. They were majestic, had a strong aura, and some were even leading magical beasts. Hiss. Is that a unicorn? So beautiful. Much better looking and noble than in the video. Sure enough, elves are compatible with unicorns. I must get one in the future. Wow. What a big spider. This is a crypt spider, right? It is said that it is the most cost-effective magic pet. As long as the NPC is happy, you can get it. Speaking of which, that NPC seems to be a magic woman. Huh? Am I seeing things? That seems to be a dragon? A young dragon? So cute. Big boss. Shiny gold. Is it a golden dragon? Is the one walking with it the master? Optimist? I seem to have seen this ID in the video. But, it already has a dragon, why is the equipment so lousy? A silver ID? This is the legendary silver player? The kind that can easily defeat 10 black iron players? I'm envious. I'm so envious. Xianxia looked at the players coming and going, and his eyes lit up. After looking around, his gaze stopped at the back of the city. There was a towering giant tree that rose to the sky. The giant tree towered into the clouds, and there was no way to see the crown of the tree. Only clouds could be seen. It was magnificent and breathtaking. This is the world tree, right? Goddess Eve's true god? The object that the players want to protect? Xianxia looked at it curiously. But, I still prefer the goddess's human form. He thought about the goddess's image when he created the character and couldn't help but giggle. To be honest, I feel that the game looks much better than the video and figurines. Looking at a few of his screenshots, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. There was a technique to taking screenshots when creating the character. If one knew how to take a screenshot, one could take a picture with the goddess. Putting away the screenshots, Xianxia was eager to try it out and started to move. However, just as he took a step, he let out a soft cry of surprise. He suddenly felt that this body seemed to be much lighter than his real body. But at the same time, it had an unparalleled sense of reality. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he jumped up. With this jump, he actually jumped more than a meter high. One had to know that this was just a casual jump. Moreover, not only was he not tired, but he also felt relaxed and carefree, comfortable. As the setting said, elves are born with high agility and are very suitable for sports. Xianxia exclaimed. With this jump, he couldn't stop. Even as he hurried along, Xianxia couldn't help but jump up and down. At this time, he finally understood why the other players he saw in the video didn't take the normal path. Back then, he thought that it was fine if it was a 2D game. Everyone was controlling the keyboard and couldn't help but press the space bar. But why were they still jumping up and down in a virtual online game? But now it seemed, it was because walking like this was really new to the elven body in the game. Not only was it new, but it was also fast. As Xianxia hurried along, he clicked on the friend system to search for an ID. Very quickly, he locked onto someone. Akai, are you in? Haha, as expected, you can name any game Akai. Che, didn't you also name yourself Xianxia? Why don't you let me call you Zia? Cough, cough, the game and reality are two different things. This ID is easy to remember and representative. Speaking of which, you're really lucky. You were selected on your first try. Maybe it's because I'm good at games. Why? Are you hoping that I won't be selected? How is that possible? Playing online games alone isn't as comfortable as playing with your buddies. Identification complete. Single dog speech, get lost. Where are you? I'm in a huge square, densely packed with human heads. I'm on a street, Gothic street. You should be in the central square. Do you see a monument beside you? Yes, there are many names engraved on it, that's the central square. That monument commemorates the first beta gamers. The IDs on it are the names of the first beta gamers who participated in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Wait for me. I'll go find you immediately. Stay where you are and don't move. Let me say something first. Although elves are pretty, I'm not gay. Get lost. End of chapter 483. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.